Despite her efforts to dodge, the dagger still pierced her back. Suddenly, a sharp pain tore through her soul, causing Hela immense suffering. With a piercing scream, a visible transparent ripple burst outward, making the black-clad assassin grunt in surprise before fleeing quickly. However, because of the special effects of the demon blade, Hela was severely injured and unable to chase after him. The demon blade! Hela gritted her teeth and cursed angrily. At this moment, the black-robed girl she had transformed into began to weaken rapidly, her aura dropping from epic level to the borderline between epic and legendary. Hela knew she couldn't fight any longer. Her goal was to connect to the teleportation channel of the Dragon Valley secret realm so that members of the major factions could enter. This goal had already been achieved, so she was ready to retreat at any time. Just then, a water curtain beneath the lake projected a figure Hela recognized well. It was Ryan, running quickly through a primitive forest. Huh? That pesky guy also went to the Dragon Valley secret realm? Hela's eyes lit up. She immediately decided not to destroy her body and instead quickly moved to the water curtain, squeezing into the secret realm of the Dragon Valley. In the next moment, it seemed that without the support of the caster, the glowing door under the lake vanished in an instant. The lake surface returned to its shimmering state. Only the floating corpses and wooden debris from the airship indicating a fierce battle had just taken place. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Valley secret realm, Ryan was rushing toward the target area, casually checking the battle notifications he had received earlier. Congratulations! You defeated a powerful enemy and gained 34 gold skill points. Congratulations! Your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations! Your King of Thousand Blades, epic, class level has risen. In this battle, Ryan defeated Barnes, Reagan, and Bronson, the three Red Dragon brothers, causing his epic class, King of Thousand Blades, to level up once more, reaching level 14. He gained some attribute points and skill points. Due to adding 2 points to his attributes during the fight and 1 more point mentally, his remaining attribute points are now 12. His skill points remain at 1, and his golden skill points have reached 90. At this moment, he noticed a small suddenly opening in the distant sky, and shortly after, a tiny black dot appeared there. At this time, someone is coming in. Could it be that the passage hasn't closed yet? Ryan wondered with suspicion. However, the location where the other person appeared was too far away for him to see clearly. Ryan glanced briefly and immediately focused his attention on the forest ahead, because he had already heard the sound of breaking trees and magical explosions coming from the front. Meanwhile, Captain Baldwin, carrying the rift sealer, was clutching his blood-red abdomen and stumbling forward quickly. As a top legendary fighter in the Special Military Department, Baldwin was chosen as the leader because of his strong abilities, but his opponent this time was even more impressive. It was Pierce, a powerful member of the Limb Cult, the only person selected to enter the secret realm of the Dragon Valley. It's not that the Limb Cult couldn't find more legendary fighters, but they believed that if Pierce couldn't complete the mission, sending more people wouldn't help much. Actually, if Baldwin hadn't been carrying the rift sealer, he wouldn't have been injured so quickly. Not long ago, when Pierce and Baldwin first fought, Pierce noticed Baldwin was very interested in the box he held. Pierce quickly understood what was happening and seized the opportunity, using blood magic and the stealth of his third hand to seriously injure Baldwin in a short time. Suddenly, vines beneath Baldwin's feet shot up sharply, tripping him violently, and a blood snake attacked from behind, knocking the box from his hands into the air. Not good. Baldwin's face changed. He knew very well how important the rift sealer was for this mission. If it fell into the enemy's hands, it would be a big problem. Pierce, behind him, looked pleased and quickened his pace. He was also very curious about what was inside the box, because it was valuable enough to make a legendary peak fighter desperately protect it. Just a few meters away from the box, Pierce was about to reach it when suddenly, a dark shadow accompanied by a sharp breaking sound, like lightning, struck toward him, forcing him to dodge quickly. Boom. As Pierce sidestepped, the shadow whistled past his ear and hit the ground nearby, creating a large crater with dust and smoke. Pierce looked carefully and saw a heavily shaking spear stuck in the center of the crater, shaped like a bowl. "It seems I arrived just in time," he said. At that moment, a tall young man appeared from the forest nearby, smiling. A few minutes earlier, in the capital city of Tamriel, inside the command hall on the second floor of the Star Mage Tower, everyone was busy. The 24 hours since the secret realm opened left no one relaxed. Even closing their eyes for a moment was impossible. Point 1. The The rift closure device has arrived and is now activating. Point 2. The device is 18 kilometers away and has not yet arrived. Point 3. The device is 37 kilometers away. Captain Baldwin is currently fighting the legendary evil cultist, multi-armed Pierce. Lord Rain has been contacted to support. Reports about the battlefield were coming from Tadia. Suddenly, a servant hurried out of a nearby room and whispered something into Tadia's ear, causing her expression to change. Your Highnesses, we just received the latest royal news. At the Falling Star Lake, the avatar of the sea goddess of the underworld appeared. After a fierce battle, Queen Mania's red dragon Tasa was seriously injured, and the Shadow Guard leader, Medius, was lightly wounded. And it's said that the sea goddess of the underworld has entered the Dragon Valley secret realm. Tadia, along with General Augustus and Marshal Alfred, were all shocked by this news. What? The seriously injured sea goddess of the underworld entered the secret realm? General Augustus exclaimed in surprise. After risking the loss of a fragment of his true spirit to enter the realm, was this really happening? What is the purpose of the sea goddess of the underworld? Marshal Alfred thought for a moment and turned to the white-haired, bearded star mage Dalian, asking, Dalian, can you track the sea goddess of the underworld inside the secret realm? No, one of the great powers of a deity is that they cannot be tracked. Dalian shook his head. Alfred nodded in response. This was a difficult problem. They didn't know where the other person had gone or what they planned to do. It seemed they could only defend passively. Tadia, send a message. The embodiment of the goddess of the abyss has entered the secret realm. All mission personnel, be careful, Alfred said in a deep voice. Yes, Marshal, Tadia replied. Lord Ryan, the opponent is the multi-armed Pierce from the evil cult of appendages. Be careful of his blood magic and the third hand, Baldwin said with relief when he saw Ryan arriving. Also, that box. Baldwin pointed at the leather box on the ground nearby. Although he didn't say it directly, Ryan understood that the box contained a rift sealer, which was very important. Ryan nodded and said, Baldwin, don't worry. I'll handle this. You tend to your wounds. While speaking, Ryan looked over his opponent, multi-armed Pierce. He saw that the hood on Pierce's head had been removed, revealing a relatively gentle face, thin lips, and a stern expression. Around his wizard robe, several streams of blood-colored water flowed, likely some kind of defensive magical talent. But what caught Ryan's attention most was the double-handed sword in Pierce's hand, faintly glowing red. Ryan immediately understood that Pierce was probably more than just a third-level crystallized wizard. He might also practice knightly arts or even elemental swordsmanship. It seems this box is very important to your Dragoon Empire, Ryan said. This makes me even more curious. Pierce heard Baldwin's words, and, as he looked at Ryan and the box on the ground, a faint sneer appeared on his face. Oh, that's not a good thing. Haven't you heard the saying? Ryan smiled. What's that? Pierce asked. Curiosity killed the cat, Ryan replied with a slight smile. Just as Pierce's smile froze and he was about to say something, a heavy series of footsteps, thump, 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 approached from afar, loud and steady. Meanwhile, the forest echoed with the sounds of breaking branches and the calls of many unknown beasts and birds. Rain naturally knew who was coming, Eridar's sisters riding golems. Because the golems weighed over 20 tons, their running caused quite a loud noise. But Pierce didn't know this. His face darkened with worry, as if he feared the visitors might be reinforcements from the Empire. At that moment, the beautiful Eridar's sisters, Alida and another, appeared riding two improved Hellfire golems, rushing out of the woods. Seeing the two women, Pierce's expression changed from surprise to joy. He looked at Rain, then at Baldwin, smiled, and said, It seems I have reinforcements too. Although Pierce was briefly surprised, wondering where the third-ranked twin snake sister of the 12 serpent mages, the twin serpent, got her metal golem, he didn't doubt it. He assumed the golem's origin was due to the other side's thorough preparation. Most importantly, the two women came from the serpent cult, naturally making them allies and reinforcements. It seemed the arrival of these allies made Pierce feel better, and he immediately thought of a clever plan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Baldwin, the wounded squad leader lying on the ground, looked paler due to blood loss. He was familiar with the serpent cult, some top experts. Even if he hadn't fought them directly, he had at least heard of them. The Eridar sisters, nicknamed Twin Serpents, probably had strength not inferior to the multi-armed Pierce of the evil cult. Although he had just seen a message from a document indicating that the young Rain was a legendary fighter in the Empire's sword organization, and he had heard some of Rain's achievements, the problem was, if it was just multi-armed Pierce, he might still have some confidence. But now, with the twin serpents Eridar sisters added, he had no confidence that the young Rain could withstand them. If I don't want to become a criminal of the Empire this time, I have to fight to the end, Baldwin thought grimly, secretly grabbing a red potion from his pocket, ready to drink it at any moment. But first, he needed to warn the young Rain. Rain, be careful. Those two women are the twin serpents of the serpent cult, Baldwin warned in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Pierce suddenly moved quickly, rushing straight toward Rain. He raised his hand, and the 3 streams of blood-colored liquid surrounding him suddenly shot toward Ryan like blood snakes. He followed closely behind, wielding a large sword at an angle, aiming a sweeping slash at Ryan. Steel armor technique. Bang, bang, bang. As Ryan's body was covered with a layer of silver metal armor, the attacks from the 3 blood snakes were all deflected and failed to hit. But the blood snake attacks were just a distraction. The real attack was the sweeping slash. Clang. Ryan raised his hand, and the hardened gold immediately transformed into a large double-handed sword, blocking the slash. The intense collision made both of them slightly shake. Ryan was surprised to find that, despite the seemingly slim body of his opponent, he possessed such great strength. From a purely strength perspective, this multi-armed Pierce was even stronger than Barnes had been before. Pierce's eyes flickered. It was the first time he encountered someone who could stand still and take his slash without flinching. And then there was Ryan's magic. Could it be metal magic? That's rare. However, Pierce was not discouraged because his surprise attack was perfectly blocked by Ryan. His goal was not just this. With a sudden flick, a long, slender arm extended from his back, heavily hitting a box on the ground, which then flew toward the eldest sisters. Huh? Ryan wanted to intercept, but as soon as the thought arose, he stopped himself. He realized that the direction the box was flying was exactly toward the eldest sisters. This. 2 members of the serpent cult. This box is very important to the Empire, so we can't let them get it. Make sure to hold on to it. Any good items inside? We can split them, Pierce said with a smug smile. Throwing the box to the eldest sisters was a clever move in Pierce's eyes, an effective way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Although the churches were allies in this operation, they couldn't completely trust each other. Pierce was worried that the eldest sisters might be watching and waiting to see him and this young newcomer fight to the death, then reap the benefits. By doing this, he gave up half of the contents of the box but successfully dragged the eldest sisters into the chaos. From the way the Empire values the box, the Erita's sisters might attract more attention than him. This could help share some of the enemy's firepower. Looking at the Erita's sisters, the older sister, Erita, saw that the multi-armed Pierce was confronting their new master, Rain. She planned to flank him from the left while her sister did so from the right. They had met Pierce once before and knew he was a legendary fighter from the Limb Attachment sect. Although they hadn't fought him, they had heard of his reputation and knew he was tough to beat. Unexpectedly, a box flew into Erita's hands. She immediately exchanged glances with her sister, Alita, both looking confused. However, they also overheard Baldwin's conversation with Rain. The box seemed very important. The situation was a bit surprising. It was clear that multi-armed Pierce mistook them for reinforcements. That made sense. 10 minutes ago, they belonged to the mysterious Serpent sect, allies of the Limb Attachment sect. But just a few minutes earlier, they had switched sides. Now, they followed Lord Rain. Big sister, I have an idea, Alita suddenly said, her sharp eyes flickering as she used telepathy to whisper to Erita. Be careful. Erita nodded in warning. Alita, tall and graceful, immediately jumped onto the golem. Her long legs lightly tapped, and she shot forward like an arrow toward Pierce and Rain's battle. Seeing Alita attack from behind Rain, Pierce's lips curled into a slight smile. To Pierce, Alita's move was a clever tactic to gain the box and achieve a good result. The twin serpents of the mysterious Serpent sect decided to join him in fighting together. As a peak legend, Pierce was good at seizing opportunities. Seeing this, he immediately launched another attack on Rain. This time, he decided to go all out, no longer holding back. With the help of the twin serpents, he was confident he could quickly defeat the young man in front of him. Pierce's arms suddenly shimmered with a red glow, veins bulging like worms, and his muscles rapidly swelled. Swish. This strike was at least 50% stronger than before. Clang. But this time, Ryan's greatsword easily blocked the attack. Pierce didn't mind and, after failing with one strike, continued to attack with more swings. Especially when he saw Alita's figure flash and appear behind Ryan, he sneered slyly. Snick. A pale arm holding a black dagger suddenly shot out from Pierce's wide wizard robe, stabbing toward Ryan's waist like a black lightning bolt. Pierce was confident this could break through Ryan's metal-based magic shield, creating an opening for Alita to attack. Sure enough, he felt resistance from a third hand on Ryan's abdomen, and Ryan's shield flickered slightly, its metallic shine dimming, as if reaching its limit. But in the next second, his expression changed. He realized that the attack he had been waiting for, Alita's strike from behind, hadn't appeared. Even stranger, Alita's presence seemed to flicker and vanish behind Ryan. Does that mean she is no longer behind him? What is going on? Before he could react, Pierce suddenly felt a gust of wind at the back of his head, and his heart sounded in alarm. Snick. It was the sound of a sharp blade slicing through the air. With his extensive battle experience, Pierce instinctively dodged. But he suddenly saw that the third hand, which had just stabbed toward Ryan's abdomen, seemed to be caught tightly by a pair of iron tongs. It was Ryan's left hand. This brief pause prevented Pierce from fully dodging the attack from behind. He could only slightly turn his body to avoid vital spots. Meanwhile, a fourth arm shot out from his back, holding a dagger to block the attack. But clearly, in the rush, this weaker arm didn't exert full strength. Thud! Alita's long blade flashed with cold light, slicing downward and instantly breaking through Ryan's blood flow shield, also cutting apart the dagger held by the fourth hand, stabbing directly into Pierce's back. Fortunately, Pierce just slightly shifted his body in time, or else this strike with the battle blade would have cut through his spine. If that had happened, no matter how strong he was, it would have been a fatal. As a sharp pain shot through his back, Pierce let out a muffled groan, immediately broke free from the grip of Ryan's third hand, and used a sudden burst of secret magic to stumble away quickly. However, he couldn't understand what had just happened. It wasn't until his eyes caught sight of Alita, who was attacking him, that Pierce finally realized what was going on. He tremblingly extended his index finger and looked surprised, saying, "You, the mysterious snake cult. Have you switched allegiance to the Empire? You're actually attacking our ectoplasm church." This scene naturally stunned Baldwin, the military commander who had just taken a powerful potion. He had just finished drinking the side-effect heavy explosive potion when he saw this scene unfold. Baldwin was left standing there in shock. Actually, it's understandable that Alita didn't warn Baldwin in advance, since her sister was attacking. She couldn't risk alerting Baldwin, who was nearby, in case the multi-armed Pierce overheard and put her sister in danger. But now, with the situation clear, she could naturally warn him. "Sir, we are actually followers of Lord Ryan," Alita said apologetically to Baldwin, who was still under the influence of the potion. You too, are followers of Lord Ryan?" Baldwin's eyes widened, and his mouth slightly opened as he looked from Ryan to the two women, still in disbelief. "Yes, shortly after entering the secret realm, we met Lord Ryan and became his followers," Alita replied briefly, avoiding detailed explanations. "But this..." Baldwin hesitated, trying to say something but unsure how. His mind was confused. What is going on? The top legendary figure of the evil cult, the twin serpents Alita sisters, now followers of Lord Ryan, in the center of the scene. As for Pierce's questions, naturally, no one paid attention. Instead, Alita's sister cast her magic, Shadow Grip. A dark shadowy hand immediately grabbed Pierce's legs. At the same time, Ryan charged from the front and swung a powerful slash at Pierce. In a moment of life and death, Pierce's face suddenly became more fierce. His whole body surged with blood energy, his muscles bulged, and the shadowy hand under his feet was quickly freed. He then used both hands to block Ryan's strike with his sword. Clang! Pierce was knocked 10 meters away by Ryan's and crashed into the ground with a loud bang, half of his body sinking into the dirt. But it wasn't over. Pierce's slim sister, Alita, flickered and appeared beside the just stand-up Pierce. Her weapon spun through the air, creating a bright slash aimed swiftly at Pierce. Pierce, who had just been hit hard by Ryan, felt a flash of light beside him. Instinctively, he raised his right hand to block. A silver arc flashed, and his palm was suddenly cut off with a sharp sound. Ah! With a scream, Pierce's right hand dropped to the ground, his fingers still reflexively curling as if trying to grasp something. Although the sisters, Arita, said earlier that they had just become followers of Ryan, Baldwin, who was nearby, thought their teamwork was seamless. He had just taken some medicine and planned to join the attack. But he suddenly stood still for several seconds, unable to intervene. It was as if the opponents were a loving couple. If he stepped in, he would be seen as a fourth party interfering. From the fight between Ryan and the two women, even the most trained special combat team couldn't have done better. In less than 10 seconds, they had beaten the top expert of the evil sect, the multi-armed Pierce, into the terrible state seen now. Whoosh. However, Pierce, whose hand was cut off, suddenly darted back like a flash of light and reached a nearby slain green dragon. This young green dragon was killed when Pierce first entered the secret realm. It was part of his mission to kill young dragons inside the secret realm whenever possible. Pierce's left sword flashed, chopping off the green dragon's head. Then he inserted his broken right hand into the wound under the dragon's head. In the next second, blood mist and energy surged at the connection point. Suddenly, the green dragon's head, recently dead, opened its eyes. Pierce suddenly transformed into a strange, bloody figure with a green dragon head on his right hand and a giant sword in his left hand. Pierce's face was fierce as he suddenly raised his newly attached green dragon head, aiming it at the pursuer behind him, Alida. Suddenly, the dead green dragon had bizarrely opened its mouth wide and unleashed a powerful breath attack toward Alida. "Be careful, sister," Alida's older sister, Erida, quickly warned. Actually, before her sister launched her attack, Erida had cast a shadow shield to protect her. When Alida saw the foul, yellow-green breath, she stopped her run, quickly sidestepped, and dodged it. The small amount of acid spray was blocked by her shadow shield. Facing this all-around green dragon breath, continuing to fight hand-to-hand would not be wise. The dragon's breath is a mix of acid and poison. While it may seem less powerful than the red dragon's fire, it is actually more difficult to deal with. Even a little contact can cause trouble. Plus, Pierce was badly injured and at his limit. There was no need to risk a deadly counterattack by fighting him directly. So, Alida quickly thought and then moved back to her sister's side. "Sister, I leave the rest to you. For this kind of enemy, using long-range magic attacks is much safer." Erida recited a spell, and a familiar black cloud of the crippling curse appeared, hitting Pierce and slowing his charge. Seeing this, Ryan smiled and decided not to go into close combat. Instead, he quickly cast a spell, summoning 3 shining silver metal nets that shot toward Pierce. This was the liquefying attack called Metal Web. Meanwhile, Erida used a second-level shadow spell called Shadow Impact. CHH, 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 boom. The 3 silver nets and a black beam struck Pierce alternately. Though not fatal, Pierce was bleeding all over and staggered back several steps. "I'll go next." During this break, Baldwin, the military leader who had just taken his medicine, smiled happily and stepped forward. Finally, he had a chance to use his skills. He thought his medicine was wasted. But now, he realized he could still make some use of it. Just as he prepared to attack with a giant earth spike technique, he suddenly felt a strong wave of metallic particles nearby. He turned his head and saw, surprisingly, a huge thorny iron ball over 2 meters in diameter appear suddenly in front of Ryan. ZZZZZ. The iron ball's surface was covered with sharp spikes of various lengths, sparking as they scraped the ground. It looked very powerful. As Ryan pushed with both hands, the iron ball shot out in a straight line at high speed toward Pierce, carrying immense energy that was frightening. Seeing this magic from his master Ryan, Ora's eyes sparkled, as if she had an idea. She immediately stopped casting her current 3rd-level spell, Shadow Storm, and instead cast a 2nd-level spell, Shadow Grip. Huh? Pierce, although somewhat confused, instinctively tried to dodge the fast-approaching iron ball. But just as he moved, Ora's Shadow Grip held his legs tightly in place. At the same time, Ryan finished casting his 2nd-level metal magic, Metal Cage, which covered him. Although these 2 spells, being only 2nd level, had limited power and could only hold Pierce for a second or 2, that was enough. Once Pierce released these spells, the spinning thorny iron ball, sparks flying and lightning flashing, reached him. Pierce's eyes widened with anger, and he suddenly roared, crossing his arms as if gathering his last strength, trying to block with the green dragon's head and his large sword. But in the next second, the enhanced thorny iron ball crushed him with a swoosh. The heavy iron ball, weighing several tons, rolled from Pierce's hips, abdomen, and chest to his face, with spikes piercing into his body, creating bloody holes instantly. Pierce, like a sprinkler, couldn't hold on anymore. He twitched a few times on the ground and immediately fell silent. Wow, the power. Lord Rain, it seems the rumors I heard about you were understated, said Baldwin, the military leader, in amazement. Metal magic is known for its offensive strength, and Rain's exceptional affinity, combined with the steel-hard advanced meditation technique's 3rd level, makes his power surpass the usual limit of 3rd-level magic. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Baldwin, Rain replied with a slight smile. Rain knew well the strength of his 3rd-level magic, Thorn Iron Ball. It previously reached 191 degrees, now it's definitely over 200. Even compared to some crystallized killing moves of 3rd-level mages, the difference isn't much. Is this the Rift Sealer? Rain asked, pointing at the box in Erida's arms. Yes, Lord Rain. I might need you and the others to accompany me to the target location, Baldwin said apologetically. Of course. I also received orders from the command hall, Rain nodded. Suddenly, Rain sensed something and took out a thin sheet to check. Baldwin's expression changed almost simultaneously as he also took out a thin sheet. This surprised Erida and the other 2 women. Rain looked at it, raising an eyebrow, clearly quite surprised. On the sheet, a message was written, "The goddess of the abyss has entered the secret realm." Could she be here for me? Rain wondered silently. Probably not. Most likely, she's here to weaken the Empire's foundation, he thought. After a moment, Rain shook his head slightly. Baldwin's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "What? The goddess of the abyss is here too?" This made Erida and the other women exchange worried glances. As former followers of the serpent cult, though not part of the sea god cult, they knew very well the immense power of a true god. Even in avatar form, their strength was extraordinary. Don't worry. In the secret realm, the goddess of the abyss's power is limited. Overall, she's on the same level as us, Rain said to reassure them. That may be true, but at the same level, humans can't match divine avatars. Even 1-on-1, or 1-on-2, or 1-on-3, it's tough, Baldwin said seriously. This is generally true, but I have fought against the projection of the goddess of the underworld before and managed to drive her back. After thinking for a moment, Ryan briefly shared what happened last time. He felt it was necessary to encourage everyone. Otherwise, they might become afraid before the fight even starts, which would put them at a disadvantage. The sisters, Iridia, looked at Ryan with surprised eyes. Sir, you fought her projection? And you won? Well, I managed to push her back, so don't worry too much, Ryan said with a slight smile. Baldwin, the military commander nearby, was also shocked. He almost wanted to boast a little. But then he remembered Ryan's recent display of fighting skill and hesitated. Maybe Ryan was not just bragging. With Ryan's reassurance, the 3 of them felt much calmer. Baldwin began to deal with their injuries and the after-effects of the explosive potions. Meanwhile, the Iridia sisters started clearing the battlefield. Soon, Iridia, with her slender legs, came over smiling and handed Ryan a brown package. Sir, this is Pier's backpack. Oh? Ryan was quite interested and took it. He opened it and saw that it mainly contained bottles and jars. There was also a bag of blood-colored, misty crystals inside. As a master alchemist, Ryan could tell at a glance that most of these bottles contained various healing potions. The blood-colored crystals were probably blood crystals he had seized twice before. Wow, so many blood crystals, Iridia said softly. Can you use them? We used to, but not anymore. Iridia shook her head gently. Ryan thought for a moment and suddenly understood. Earlier, the sisters believed in the cult of the hidden serpent, but after signing a follower contract with him, the serpent marks on their bodies disappeared. As a result, some of their special cult magic could no longer be performed. For example, the serpent hair technique was no longer usable. Of course, pure shadow magic was unaffected, like the limping curse or shadow impact that Iridia had just used. Since blood crystals contain the resentment of spirits, they require cult magic or prayers to dispel. The 2 women naturally couldn't use them as easily as before. But that's a good thing. In Rain's view, relying on external forces, especially divine power, always comes with a cost. At this moment, Rain suddenly remembered something. He tentatively picked up the blood crystal, and sure enough, the system prompted, ding. Detected high-quality, unknown energy that can enhance the crystallization of mental power. Do you want to absorb it? Note, system absorption can remove impurities. Just as I thought. I remember the system could absorb blood crystals before. Rain's eyes lit up. However, Rain did not immediately absorb the energy. Instead, After chatting with Alida for a while, he quietly moved behind the improved Hellfire golem and silently said yes. Absorbing the blood crystal naturally needed to be done discreetly, away from others, even followers. Furthermore, since the undersea goddess Hela entered the secret realm, he had to prepare as best as he could. Although Rain appeared calm on the surface, he was actually quite serious inside. According to a great person's words, you should look down on the enemy strategically, but respect them tactically. In simple terms, it means maintaining confidence and fearlessness in mind and spirit, not being intimidated by the enemy's apparent strength, but being cautious in actual combat and not letting your guard down. While lost in thought, Rain suddenly felt a surge of hot energy rushing from his palm into his mind. The entire blood crystal was absorbed in one go, turning into powder and emitting a faint, foul-smelling black smoke. A few seconds later, Rain sensed a silver, honey-like solid liquid in his mind, then glanced at the system panel. Mental strength, 135, 43% crystallized, not bad. An increase from 30% to 43%. Almost as much as a typical crystallization wizard's decade-long hard practice, Rain thought happily. The increase in mental power means a comprehensive boost to all magic powers and greatly enhances combat ability. After absorbing the blood crystal, Rain accidentally noticed the 3 boxes from Barnes' group on the golem. Thinking for a moment, he took these 3 boxes from the improved Hellfire golem. First, he opened Reagan's box and took out the test tube containing Reagan's blood essence. He unscrewed the cap and dipped a finger into it. As expected, the system prompted, ding, detected the host touching a special blood essence. A small amount of dragon gene fragments were found. Do you want to absorb? Note, this dragon gene fragment, once absorbed, can increase the host dragon's bloodline strength. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. He had anticipated this situation. However, he had previously planned to bring these vials of blood essence back to the Imperial capital for careful study. After all, as a master alchemist, he still had some knowledge of bloodlines. He wondered if studying these blood essence vials could give him a rough idea of the current level of bloodline research within the Dragonscale Brotherhood. But now, the situation was different. Since it was confirmed that the goddess of the abyss, Hela, had entered the Dragon Valley secret realm, Ryan felt it was necessary to improve himself as much as possible. Because the last battle with her projection left a deep impression. If he hadn't kept restoring his stamina, he might not have been able to fight her. After all, she was a goddess. Having finished absorbing Reagan's blood essence, Ryan faintly felt that his body seemed a little different. But because there were too few dragon gene fragments available for absorption, his bloodline concentration hadn't changed much. It remained rich. Next, Ryan opened the second box. This was Bronson's box. He repeated the previous action, inserting his finger into the test tube containing Bronson's blood essence, and the system prompt appeared again. After absorption, it still seems a little short. Ryan sensed that within his body, there was a dormant volcano about to erupt. Previously, Ryan's bloodline concentration had been increased several times, but it still stayed at the rich level. But now, it seemed to have reached a critical point where a small change could trigger a transformation. This made Ryan's eyes glow with excitement as he looked at Barnes's box, the strongest among the 3. However, strangely, the next moment, Ryan suddenly looked toward the east side of the forest, stopped his actions, and slowly straightened his posture. His change in movement and aura immediately drew the attention of the 2 women, Erida and Baldwin. They all looked in the direction of Ryan's gaze. Suddenly, 3 strange figures appeared silently in the woods. "They're them," exclaimed Ryan's sister, Alida. "Well, they 3 are not." At the same time, in the command hall on the 2nd floor of the Star Mage platform in Time Uriel, the city of the Emperor, everyone was busy. The scene on the oval stone platform showed a recent fierce battle, now a messy battlefield. Marshal Alfred and General Augustus were focused on the new arrival, the sea goddess Hela, who had entered the secret realm. Although the rules within the secret realm limited her powers, her maximum strength was still at the legendary peak. But the problem was, she was a goddess. While her raw power was capped, her soft skills, such as quick battle reactions, mastery of various magic arts, and the ability to cast most spells instantly, made her very dangerous. And having all these advantages in one person was even more formidable. This meant that, at the same level, her combat ability was like 2 or 3 top fighters combined. Plus, her current goal was unknown, which made everyone in the command hall feel tense. Latest news: the mission team member from the military, Saman, was attacked by the sea goddess in the northeastern part of the secret realm, in the Blackwater Marsh, and has been killed. Blackwater Marsh? General Augustus frowned. He immediately checked the secret realm map to confirm the location. Marshal, should we send the internal guard squad, which has already set up the rift closure device, to surround and attack her? Augustus suggested after some thought. Marshal Alfred frowned upon hearing this and didn't reply immediately. This was a difficult choice, because the team responsible for activating the rift closure device also had another important task: eliminating the young dragon infected by void creatures. But now, if they didn't stop the sea goddess and let her act freely, the consequences could be unpredictable. She could kill anyone she encountered: solo mission personnel, healthy young dragons, or others. In principle, Alfred agreed with Augustus's suggestion. After all, choosing the lesser evil was wise. But the problem was, her strength was too great. Could the 3 members of the internal guard squad handle her? That was the question. As the saying goes, think about losing before considering winning. If they fail, not only will the 3 members of the inner guard team be killed, but also the team leader Baldwin from the military unit has already been seriously injured. The only remaining capable force is the Sword Bearer Task Force. In other words, it will be nearly impossible to gather enough strength within the Dragon Valley secret realm to successfully defeat the Undersea Goddess. Therefore, if they go for the attack, it must be a one-time success. Not enough. Have Agrippa speed up the placement of the second fissure closure device. Also, order the inner guard team to immediately move to the second position, join with Agrippa, and then proceed to attack the enemy, Marshal Alfred said in a firm voice. Agrippa is the leader of the Sword Bearer team and a top-tier legendary warrior. Gathering the strength of both teams? That does make it safer. Emperor Augustus immediately understood his superior's plan, nodded, and agreed. Understood, sir, Tasa replied. However, her pretty face suddenly showed a hesitant expression. Everyone present was sharp-minded, and Marshal Alfred immediately noticed this. He smiled slightly and asked, Major Tasa, do you have any suggestions? Feel free to speak openly. Your Excellencies, I was thinking, should we also send Lord Ryan along? Oh? Why? Keep in mind, after 2 fierce battles, Ryan might be quite exhausted. Just having him and Baldwin recover the fissure closure device is already very good, Augustus said with some doubt. Do you remember that Lord Ryan once fought against the projection of the Undersea Goddess in the cold wind tundra? Yes, I do, Augustus nodded. At that time, he was the investigation leader and had asked about Ryan's situation. You think he has experience, so his chances might be better? Marshal Alfred understood Tasa's suggestion immediately. Yes, Your Excellencies, Tasa said with a slight smile. Let's first check Ryan's situation, Alfred thought for a moment. Lord Dalian, I'll need to trouble you again, he said to the Star Mage Dalian beside him, with a hint of apology. Marshal Alfred, it's no trouble. It's all for the sake of the Empire. As the great Mage Dalian silently recited a spell, the scene on the oval stone platform in the center of the hall changed again, revealing a current view of Rain. Hey? What's this? Aren't those 3 people Barnes and the others? I remember they were just defeated by Lord Rain. How come? Tasa looked surprised. The enemy was probably infected by the Void Beast, Dalian, the senior mage, suddenly said. Huh? Aren't Void Beasts only known to infect young dragons? Why would humans also be infected? General Augustus was also surprised and asked immediately. The secret realm was sealed before, and no humans entered. Most of the infections involved powerful beasts, so this is a misunderstanding. Although there are few records about void beasts in ancient books, there are a few cases of humans being infected, Dalian explained. To be precise, humans with bloodline inheritance are more likely to attract the attention of void beasts because their strength largely comes from their bloodline and body itself. From a certain point of view, they are quite similar to giant beasts. I see. So, what should we do now? Should we send people there immediately? Huh? The twin snakes of the secret snake cult have already been recruited by Lord Rain, Tasa said in surprise, looking at the message from Rain. Yes? Marshal Alfred was also surprised when he heard this. He looked at the scene on the stone platform, which clearly showed 2 women following behind Rain, not surrounded. His face showed confusion. Won't the power of the gods prevent the contract from being made? It can happen elsewhere, but not inside the Dragon Valley secret realm, Dalian, the senior mage, thought for a moment, and understood the cause and effect. So, although Lord Rain has 4 people, it seems they are all injured or not fully recovered. Can they handle the 3 infected by the Void Beast? Taya asked cautiously. It wasn't that the battle strategy was unprofessional, but the situation of humans infected by Void Beasts hadn't occurred in thousands of years. Without proper information, it was impossible to judge or decide. After infection by the Void Beast, attacks tend to mutate, and generally, their combat power increases to some extent, Dalian said soothingly, stroking his beard. Should we immediately send support? Augustus the General looked at Marshal Alfred and asked. Reen has always performed excellently, and being young, he is now a favorite of Augustus. Major General Tatiana, contact Reen immediately and ask if he needs support. Alfred thought for a moment and said, Understood, Marshal. Tatiana immediately took out a small tablet and called out, Your Excellency Reen, do you need support? A few seconds later, Reen calmly replied, No, I don't need it. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, southwest of the area near the Lingyu water pool, The large cut on the neck was smooth and mirror-like. The spine, blood vessels, and bright red muscle fibers were clearly visible. Whoosh! Like a small blood fountain, a large amount of blood burst out from the cut in the body at high pressure, flowing from the aorta. Luck is on my side. I've already taken down the 3rd freshwater giant rhinoceros. Lambert smiled to himself. Since entering the secret realm, he had been following the mission requirements to obtain the dragon language mark of the juvenile dragon. Before entering the secret realm, Lambert had already made his plan. He inherited the Tidesword Saint's powers, so he prioritized obtaining the dragon language mark of a blue dragon descendant, which leaned toward water and ice abilities. Fortunately, his luck was good. After teleporting in, he was close to the Lingyu water pool, which was part of the settlement for juvenile blue dragons. Just 15 minutes ago, he found a juvenile blue dragon. After a simple conversation in dragon language, he received a small task. The task was to bring back 3 freshwater giant rhinoceroses to earn a dragon language mark of a blue dragon descendant. The one in front of him was already the 3rd. It seems these 3 freshwater giant rhinoceroses are a family, Lambert thought as he looked at the 2 large and small rhinoceroses nearby, which looked like small mountains. That's good. A family should stay together. Just as Lambert was about to carry the bodies back, he suddenly looked northeast. This energy fluctuation. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a rare metal-type energy particle fluctuation. Does that mean the person I'm looking for, Rain, is over there? Lambert raised an eyebrow, quickly recalling something. He had observed Rain during the initial Dragon Knight test and remembered that Rain was skilled in a rare metal-type magic. There was one more thing. This time, there was no second metal-type crystallized mage participating in the Secret Realm trial. So, if it wasn't a rare metal-type creature, the answer was obvious. Inside the Secret Realm, to the west of the Flame Mountain, while Rain and the others were observing Barnes and his group, the 3 people looked blankly, first glancing at Pierce's body lying on the ground, then focusing their eyes on the 2 women, and finally, they fixed their gaze on Ryan, who had stopped moving. It was as if they had discovered something very interesting. Ryan began to understand what was happening. The message from Tatya on the fragment mentioned, according to the advice of the great star mage Dalian, void beasts prefer to parasitize creatures with strong physical strength. Among humans, they tend to choose descendants of bloodlines. Clearly, these three void beasts saw him as a tastier meal. Who are you? Battalion leader Baldwin felt a little nervous when he saw their stiff but quick movements. But before he could speak, the three of them ignored everyone else and rushed toward Ryan very fast. This made the sisters, Ariada and her sister, who had just become Ryan's followers, feel somewhat ignored. Ariada's sister, Alida, suddenly appeared behind Barnes, and her sharp blade swiftly stabbed downward like lightning. But to everyone's surprise, it was as if she had stabbed into cotton. The attack had almost no effect. The opponent's form instantly changed from solid to semi-transparent energy, like jelly, and was nearly immune to Alida's powerful strike. Be careful, Ariada's sister quickly warned, also casting a shadow shield around her sister. Meanwhile, Barnes, who was parasitized by the Void Beast, transformed from a ghostly form into a solid one and instantly turned to punch Alida. Bang! Alida reacted quickly, blocking with her blade, but she was pushed back 7 or 8 meters. This power. Alida looked at Barnes, her beautiful eyes flashing with fear and doubt. The opponent's strength had clearly increased a lot. Be careful, they are parasitized by the Void Beast, Ryan warned. Hearing Ryan's words, Ariada and her sister looked surprised. When they first entered the secret realm, they had fought similar giant beasts, but they didn't expect humans could also be parasitized, so they hadn't thought of it from that angle. At this moment, Ariada's magic spell Shadow Impact hit Rage In, one of the three. Although Rage In, after being parasitized, also used Vaporize to defend himself, a blackened mark appeared on his chest where his energy was concentrated. Lord Rain, he is nearly immune to 90% of physical attacks and at least 60% of magic attacks, Ariada said with a frown. Rain nodded. He was not in a hurry to attack. Ariada's analysis matched his own observations. Although the thin sheet contained some key information about the enemy provided by the command hall, it did not give detailed instructions on how to defeat them, so he had to adapt on the spot. However, Rain did not fully agree with Ariada's claim that he was immune to over 90% of physical attacks, because he needed to add a prefix when vaporized. When not vaporized, he was not immune. Level 1 Innate Magic, Metal Morphing. Level 2 Magic, Iron Armor. Level 3 Innate Magic, Steel Armor. Combined Magic, Steel Suit. As Rain quickly recited the spells, a thick armor shimmering with dark silver light covered his body. Then, in the stunned eyes of the three, he rushed toward the enemy at high speed. But Ariada initially thought she hadn't explained clearly and was about to remind Rain that the enemy was almost immune to physical attacks. But she swallowed her words, realizing her lord probably heard her clearly, and there was only one possible outcome. Rain's figure flickered as he used Shadow Step, instantly appearing beside the parasitized Rage In. Seeing Rain's sudden attack, Raigan's body vaporized immediately, becoming semi-transparent like jelly. Rain threw a punch, hitting what looked like a dense fog that passed through him without causing much damage. But Rain showed no signs of disappointment. Suddenly, Rage In turned around and swung a heavy fist at Rain's abdomen. Just as the semi-transparent fist was about to strike, Raigan's body shifted from vapor to solid. Now's the time. Rain's eyes narrowed, and he struck again with lightning-fast speed. Compared to his first punch, this one was at least 50% faster. The result was that before Raigan's fist could hit him, Ryan's fist moved faster and struck Raigan's transformed body first. Bang! Don't forget, Ryan's boxing skills are also top-level, very powerful. This heavy punch contained explosive force, immediately breaking through Raigan's jaw and piercing through his skull. The sound of flesh hitting flesh wasn't dull but sharp and cracking, like a skull breaking apart. The parasitized Raigan's entire head was blown apart, with red and white bits scattered everywhere. His headless body slowly collapsed to the ground like noodles. A transparent, jellyfish-like creature let out a scream and hurriedly rushed toward Pierce's corpse in the distance. But with a single finger, Ryan shot a fine, silver-glowing metal net that hit it. Whoosh! The net instantly shattered it into pieces. How? Ariada and Baldwin exchanged a surprised look, both stunned. How was that possible? Meanwhile, nearby, Alida, who was also beside Ryan, brightened her eyes and immediately understood how Ryan could hit the target. It was because Ryan had identified a flaw in his opponent. When the opponent was using physical attacks, they couldn't be in a state of invisibility. Otherwise, although immune to physical attacks, their physical strikes wouldn't affect anyone. But this fleeting opportunity required very quick reaction and fast attack speed. Elita estimated she needed to counter within about 0.1 seconds. If she took longer, the opponent would invisibly dodge the attack again. Once she understood this, she couldn't help but feel excited. Some title knights might not be able to do this, but she was different. She was known for her agility and speed. Suddenly, Elita appeared beside the parasitized Bronson, wielding her blade in a beautiful arc, slashing toward his waist and abdomen. This time, she mimicked Ryan's tactic, not using full force on her first attack, controlling her speed slightly. Sure enough, it cut through like water, causing no real damage but setting up for a follow-up attack. The next moment, Branson's counterattack began. The opponent quickly turned around and swung a heavy punch at her abdomen. Just as the punch was about to land, suddenly, the opponent's attack shifted from false to real. In a flash, Elida's eyes lit up. She spun her weapon quickly, then suddenly sped up. Shoo! Branson was cut in half by her weapon at the waist, and she was hit by the opponent's fist that passed through her shadow shield, knocking her back several meters. Although she was hit, Elida's face showed happiness. Lord Rain's attack method is really effective, Elida thought happily. Seeing this, Rain couldn't help but smile. Wow, Elida learned so fast, he thought. At the same time, it seemed that the body being parasitized had been cut in half. A jellyfish-like creature, similar to the previous one, appeared from the opponent's head. Then, just like the last one, it quickly crawled toward Pierre's corpse in the distance. But it was doomed to fail. When her sister was hit by a punch, Arita, the older sister, felt angry and reacted very quickly. She immediately released a shadow attack, a black beam that struck the semi-transparent void beast. Shoo! After detaching from the parasitized body, the void beast's defenses seemed weak. The attacked void beast suddenly vanished into nothingness, turning into a wisp of gray smoke. However, everyone could feel an invisible ripple spreading outward from the opponent. After Rain made his move, only a few seconds passed before both void beasts were destroyed. It seemed that witnessing her companion being killed drove Barnes, who was parasitized, into a frenzy. He suddenly became transparent, and a transparent ripple radiated outward from him, causing all the plants and roots it touched to wither. Rain and Elida quickly dodged this special ability, which resembled an aura. But Rain's counterattack was very fast. He pointed at the opponent, unleashing the liquefying attack metal cutting net. Meanwhile, Arita also released a shadow attack on Barnes. As the three metal nets took turns slicing through the jelly-like semi-transparent body, even though the void beast was immune to most magic damage, it was still hurt badly. Barnes, however, ignored the pain and charged at Rain. In the next second, his chest suddenly swelled, and his neck puffed up. As a skilled Dragon Roar user, Rain immediately understood what the opponent was planning. He did not retreat but advanced, using Shadow Step to rush forward, and with a quick flick of his hand, struck Barnes under the chin. In the next moment, a transparent beam of light shot diagonally upward into the sky, piercing a large hole through the tall trees in front, which quickly blackened. However, this attack seemed to drain the opponent's energy significantly. The opponent could no longer maintain the illusionary state and began to shift from illusion to reality. Suddenly, an iron fist struck Barnes's head, and almost simultaneously, a sharp blade slashed down from above, cutting into Barnes's head. The iron fist belonged to Rain. The blade was wielded by Alida, who had been waiting for the perfect moment. This made Rain smile slightly at Alida. At this time, a larger jellyfish-like monster appeared above Barnes's head, trying to escape in a panic. But that was just a dream. A flash of black light disappeared, and the last void creature was destroyed. Rain watched this scene thoughtfully. It seems that the strength of these void creatures varies. At the same time, in the command hall on the second floor of the Star Mage platform in the capital city of Tamriel, everyone looked thoughtful after watching Rain fight the three invaders. Augustus, the general, was the first to ask, "Did you record the fighting methods and special abilities of those three invaders?" "Yes, sir," Talia nodded. "Good. Immediately have the combat strategists analyze their possible weaknesses, and quickly inform the other operatives inside the secret realm to be careful of their bodies after death. After killing the enemies, it's best to destroy the bodies completely." Augustus quickly issued two commands. "Understood, sir. By the way, do you think Rain's approach just now can be promoted?" Suddenly, Marshal Alfred asked Augustus. I don't think it's very likely to be widely adopted, or rather, only a few people can reach Rain's level. Augustus shook his head. Most operatives are wizards, and knight titles are rare. Very few can respond to close combat as well as Rain. Augustus added a word. Yes. Marshal Alfred nodded immediately and said nothing more. Tadia, inform Lord Rain about the siege. Before Augustus could finish, Marshal Alfred interrupted, saying, Wait, let me speak. This surprised Augustus a little. As the highest commander on site, the Marshal usually doesn't personally contact each task force member. Yes, Marshal, Tadia replied, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of surprise. After accepting the note from Tadia, Marshal Alfred said, Lord Rain, I am Alfred. Hearing the word Lord, Augustus, standing beside Alfred, raised an eyebrow, and Major Tadia became even more certain of her guess. Clearly, Lord Rain's actions had deeply impressed Marshal Alfred. In the entire empire, few could make Marshal Alfred call them Lord, especially within the sword wielder's system, which was very exclusive. Marshal? Rain asked, a little surprised to hear Alfred's voice. It's me. Lord Rain, I have a tough task for you. Please, Marshal, Rain said seriously. I believe you've seen the message. The sea goddess has entered the secret realm. Although her purpose is unclear, we can't let her move freely inside. I've arranged 2 task forces, one of internal guards and one of sword wielders, to hunt her down. But I am a bit worried, so I hope that after you successfully set up the rift closure device, you can quickly go to support. Should I set up the rift closure device first, then go support? Rain confirmed. Yes, try to finish setting up the device within half an hour. As for the rally point, I will have Tadia send it to you immediately. Do you have any difficulties? No. After ending the call, Rain looked up toward the north, feeling a mix of anticipation and excitement about facing the sea goddess Hela again. It wasn't fear, but a faint sense of expectation and thrill. But now, he had one more thing to do. Next to Baldwin and the sister Erida, they are destroying the corpse, while Ryan has come to the improved Hellfire Golem. He takes the last box and retrieves a test tube containing Barnes' blood essence. As he dips his index finger into it, the system prompts again. Ding. Detected host touching special blood essence. Some dragon gene fragments are found. Do you want to absorb? Note. Absorbing these dragon gene fragments can increase the host's dragon bloodline concentration. Sure enough, unlike Reagan and Bronson, Barnes, who has the ability to transform in 2 stages and is a descendant of the red dragon bloodline, the system uses the word partial instead of small amount. This makes Ryan feel a bit hopeful. It seems there might be a chance this time. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chooses yes. However, unlike last time, after Ryan finishes absorbing, the system prompts flood the screen. Congratulations. Your mutated dragon bloodline concentration has increased to high. Congratulations. With the power of your bloodline, you have unlocked the 4th form of the mutated dragon person, dragon beast form. Mutated dragon person 4th form, dragon beast form once activated, the body size will further enlarge from the 3rd form, becoming more dragon-like. It grants immunity to mid-level toxins and diseases, and immunity to magic damage below 120 degrees. Note, duration depends on bloodline concentration and physical condition. Seeing these 4 words, Ryan's mood is mixed with both worry and joy. This transformation is becoming less human. Originally, it was a dragon person, which could still be considered human. But now, the system calls it a dragon beast? Ryan can't help but shake his head slightly. However, when Ryan reads the part about immunity to magic damage below 120 degrees, he feels more happy than worried. Before, it was immunity to 80 degrees, now it's 120 degrees. That means I should be immune to most 3rd level or lower magic spells. Forget it. Whether human or beast, in this world, increasing combat power is the most important. As the greats say, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white. As long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Feeling the changes inside his body, Ryan was eager to try his new form, the dragon beast form. However, he knew that the secret realm in Dragon Valley might not even support his 3rd form, let alone the 4th. If he transformed now, he might be forced out of the realm. Sir, the bodies have been dealt with, said Erida with a gentle smile as she approached, reporting the situation. Good. Thank you for your hard work, Ryan replied with a slight smile. By the way, Lord Baldwin, shall we go now to the 3rd location to set up the gap-closing device? Ryan turned to Baldwin, the military captain nearby. Of course, Lord Ryan. It's just over there, About 30 kilometers from here, Baldwin pointed eastward. Ryan nodded. He knew the exact location of the third point, southeast of Fire Mountain. If they hurried, it would take about 25 minutes to reach there at their speed. Soon, the group of 4, along with 2 golems, headed toward the second point. About 10 minutes after Ryan's team left, Lambert, dressed simply in linen clothes and slung with a large sword, arrived at the scene. He first looked around at the battle traces, then paused to think for a moment. His gaze then settled on the ground where 4 bodies, burned to charcoal by dark erosion magic, lay. Yes, this is residual energy from metal-type magic, Lambert observed. However, these 3 seemed to be from the Empire. Why would they conflict with Ryan? He wondered. And these bodies seemed to have a deep grudge against Ryan. Why are they all so thoroughly corroded by shadow magic? Lambert thought with suspicion. He could tell that among the 4 bodies, one was a cult leader, because of the unique residual scent, even though the body was destroyed. The other 3 were likely participants in the trial. This was quite interesting. Strangely, all 4 had injuries showing traces of metal magic, indicating they had fought Ryan. Although there were also signs of shadow magic, it suggested either Ryan had helpers or he himself wielded some shadow magic. Faced with several questions, Lambert was momentarily confused. However, he closed his eyes briefly to sense the remaining energy and gently touched the ground to feel its temperature. About 10 to 15 minutes before departure. And there are 2 golems. Preparations are quite thorough. Lambert looked at the large, obvious oval footprints on the ground and thought to himself. After some thought, Lambert looked in the direction where Ryan and his group had left. He tiptoed, then shot forward like an arrow, quickly chasing after them. Meanwhile, after casually clearing out a few aggressive creatures blocking their path, Ryan's group reached the third point smoothly. Lord Ryan, this is it. Right here. Captain Baldwin glanced at the thin sheet in his hand and smiled as he turned to Ryan. Yes. Do you need any help? Ryan nodded and asked. No need. I'll handle the rest. Activating the rift closer doesn't require much mental energy, Baldwin said quickly, waving his hand. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Lord Baldwin, Ryan said with a slight smile. It's no trouble. We're grateful for your help this time. While speaking, Baldwin quickly opened a box containing the rift closer device. Inside, he took out a rectangular device that looked like a small motor. At the same time, Baldwin also took out a crystal emitting strong energy fluctuations and placed it inside the device. Once the crystal was installed, the rift closer flashed with a circular glow, then slowly began to float. A few seconds later, it seemed as if the device had entered another space, becoming semi-transparent. This scene was somewhat similar to the phasing state of the Void Beast before, also semi-transparent, like jelly. No, it was more thoroughly phased now, because the device had become completely transparent. In the next moment, the device disappeared entirely in midair. Huh? Seeing this, Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. He sensed again carefully and confirmed that this rift closer was not releasing some kind of concealment spell but truly vanished. It disappeared into this space. No wonder, Tatiana didn't mention what happens after the setup. It turns out she left the secret realm. Actually, it's not a complete departure. It seems to have shifted into the secret realm's middle layer. Ryan had a faint feeling and thought to himself. Seeing this scene, Commander Baldwin also breathed a big sigh of relief and said, the most important task is finally done. Lord Ryan, maybe you should report to the command hall? Hearing Baldwin's words, Ryan initially wanted to say, Commander Baldwin, why don't you report? But then he understood immediately. The other side was showing goodwill and indicating they didn't want to take credit. After thinking for a moment, Ryan nodded and said, okay. He took out a small device and said, Command Hall, this is Ryan. Commander Baldwin from the military department, and I have jointly completed the setup of the third fissure closure device. Huh. Hearing Ryan's words, Baldwin looked up at him with a surprised expression in his eyes. He didn't expect Ryan to say that. Although he brought the fissure closure device into the secret realm, the second half of the mission was mainly completed by Ryan. In fact, if Ryan hadn't come to support, not only would the fissure closure device have fallen into the cult's hands, but Baldwin himself might have been killed. Ryan's statement almost shared the credit for setting up the fissure closure device equally with him. This made Baldwin think he's strong, considerate of others, and what's more, he's so young. It's incredible. Meanwhile, the sisters Arita exchanged glances and then smiled. They had traveled together and naturally knew that the main effort in escorting the box was thanks to their master, Ryan. Following such a humble master was definitely a good thing. A few seconds later, a reply came through the device. They heard a deep voice from Augustus General. Received. Thank you both for your hard work. You're welcome. It's what we should do, Ryan replied. After the call ended, Ryan turned to Baldwin with a smile and said, since the setup is complete, I need to go to the encirclement point now. Commander Baldwin, and you. Ryan paused here, looking at Baldwin. Because there was a risk either in leaving Baldwin here with his still unhealed injuries or in taking him along, Ryan thought it was better to leave the decision to the other person. Lord Ryan. Baldwin was about to say something when suddenly, Ryan's expression turned serious. He turned his head to look toward the northwest forest. Seeing this, Baldwin and the sisters, Erida, also felt tense and immediately looked in the same direction. They saw a tall figure slowly emerging from the forest, carrying a large sword on his back. As he approached, the man was Lambert, dressed simply in a linen outfit. So it's you, Lord Ryan. It took me quite some time to find you, Lambert said with a smile. Oh, and there are companions with you. Lambert looked at Ryan and the others and said, Hello, Lord Lambert. Ryan nodded politely. Do you want to fight me? Ryan asked. Lambert replied straightforwardly, Yes, I want to have a match with you. Ryan wasn't surprised by Lambert's answer. Oh, just a simple fight? Ryan asked again. Yes, just a fight. But, Lord Ryan, your strength is very high. I can't hold back, so I suggest that during the fight, life and death do not matter. Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but smile. A fight involving life and death is essentially a duel. The other person was trying to avoid responsibility by making it seem like a simple match. Lambert was smart enough to know that, given his current status as a top-tier sword wielder of the Empire, attacking directly would be unwise. That's why he came up with this plan. Lord Lambert, do you realize that Lord Ryan is carrying out an important mission for the Empire? Your current actions could make you a criminal in the Empire's history. Baldwin, the military captain, scolded angrily. Oh, and who are you? You look quite capable, but you're injured. You wouldn't be a match for me, Lambert said, glancing at Baldwin and shaking his head. I am Baldwin from the military, Baldwin said, visibly furious. Baldwin? I've heard of you. It seems what you said is true. Lambert looked at Baldwin and then at Ryan. Since that's the case, Lord Baldwin, if I win, I promise I will complete the unfinished tasks for Lord Ryan. Because if I win, it proves that I am stronger. It also shows that I am more suitable than Lord Rain to complete the Empire's tasks, right? Baldwin was momentarily speechless. He couldn't say Lambert's words were completely unreasonable. If Lambert won, it would naturally prove his strength was greater than Rain's, and therefore, he would have a higher chance of success in carrying out Rain's original mission. Logically, there was no problem with that. Next to them, the two women, Erida and the other, exchanged glances and mentally communicated. Big sister, this person is very proud. I plan to test his skill first. Okay, but be careful, he is very strong. After discussing, Erida made a slight move, but Lambert immediately noticed. He looked at Erida, smiled at Rain, and said, Lord Rain, if you both come together, I don't mind. Rain waved his hand and said, One person is enough to deal with you. Come back, Erida. This made Erida glare fiercely at Lambert, but she would listen to Rain. She flickered and returned to her sister Erida's side. Good, Lord Rain, you really haven't disappointed me. Seeing this, Lambert stepped forward, drew his great sword from his back, slightly bowed, and said, The two-handed sword is called Wave Cutter. Lord Rain, please give me your guidance. The newly transformed great sword has no name. I am in a hurry. Let's do this quickly. Rain also transformed his hardened fine gold sword and said. Rain's attitude seemed to provoke Lambert a bit. Suddenly, Lambert vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was a few meters in front of Rain. He moved his right hand like lightning and slashed forward. In an instant, 7 or 8 silver arcs burst out where Rain was standing. Clang, clang, clang. But at the same moment, 8 intense sparks flashed, and the sound of dense clashes echoed all around. In the initial trial, Lambert had used the Tidal 8 stage slash to instantly kill the Shadow Eagle, but Rain completely blocked it. Missing his attack, Lambert returned to his original position. However, his smile grew even brighter. Lord Rain, I am increasingly satisfied with your strength. You know, although I owe a favor to the Drum family, I can actually refuse their request. But I think Lord Rain might surprise me and help me reach a higher level. It seems my feeling was right. Lord Rain, I will do my best to support you. Lambert's smile turned serious as he raised his 2-meter-long sword high, the sharp tip pointing straight up as if to pierce the sky. Wave overlapping triple slash. With Lambert's fierce shout, Rain could feel a strong mental wave, more precisely, a sword of conviction, being poured into Lambert's greatsword. Suddenly, a sword-shaped wave of energy crossed over 20 meters, crashing down heavily from Lambert's sword toward Rain. Rain remained calm, holding his fine gold sword to block, while his body was covered with a magical armor called steel armor. Clang! Immediately, 3 circular waves of energy spread out from the point where their swords clashed, radiating in all directions. A tall tree about 10 meters away shook violently. Many branches broke, and leaves fell all around. The wave overlapping triple slash appears to be just one sword strike on the surface, but it is actually 3 swords combined, which is why 3 waves of energy appeared. After finishing this attack, Lambert did not continue to attack, but adjusted his stance. He shifted from a wide stance to one with his left foot forward, slightly bent, and his right foot behind. His sword was held diagonally high. From that move, Lambert once again raised his expectations of Rain's fighting ability. Being able to block Lambert's wave overlapping triple slash, containing his conviction, shows that Rain's strength is on the same level as Lambert's. At this point, relying only on conviction and raw power is not enough. He needs to add strength, combine everything into one. In simple terms, he must fight up close. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital Tamriel, on the 2nd floor of the Star Mage Platform Command Hall, Marshal Alfred and others were busy checking the various situations happening inside the secret realm. Not good. Captain Agrippa sent a message. They encountered a legendary strongman from the Plague Cult. Although they managed to drive him back, 2 team members are infected with the spirit-devouring plague and cannot be cured quickly. Tadia looked at the message sheet, her face changing as she reported the situation. Is there a problem with the gap closer? General Augustus asked first. The gap closer is fine. Captain Agrippa can reach the 2nd position immediately. But the current issue is that the squad's strength is weakened, so going after that person might cause some problems, Tadia added. At this moment, the thin sheet in Tadia's hand vibrated again. She looked down and frowned, saying, Captain Baldwin is transmitting a message. Lord Rain is being blocked by Lambert, the disciple of the Tidesword Saint, who insists on a duel. I have heard of Lambert. As the Tidesword Saint's disciple, his strength is unquestionable. He was originally called the Tidesword Master, which clearly shows he has inherited the true skills of the Tidesword Saint. However, over the past 2 years, the title Tidesword Master has become less common, and most now call Lambert a pre-saint. Being called a pre-saint means his sword skills have reached a critical point. Once he crosses it, he can become a sword saint. Nonsense. Right now, every bit of Imperial strength inside the secret realm is precious. This Lambert. Hearing this, General Augustus was visibly furious. Meanwhile, Dalian, the Grand Star Mage, after hearing Tadia's report, silently recited a spell. He activated the oval stone platform in the command hall, displaying Rain's current scene. Apparently, Rain's repeated rescues had piqued Dalian's interest. As the scene played out, everyone present couldn't help but watch closely. However, in the current footage, Rain and Lambert's figures were not visible. Only the 2 nearby female Eldras and Baldwin were clearly seen. This strange scene naturally made Tadia's eyes show confusion. Could it be that Dalian's astrology was mistaken, and he didn't lock onto Lord Rain? They're moving too fast, Marshal Alfred said in a deep voice. Tadia looked carefully and saw that in the center of the scene, a large tree, as thick as 2 people, had fallen like wheat being cut. 2 blurry figures appeared and disappeared quickly, sometimes showing up and then vanishing. Although their shapes were unclear, the intense sparks during their clashes and the brief pause when their swords collided allowed people to barely catch glimpses of their figures. Compared to the command hall, the Arida sisters on the scene understand better how strong the 2 are. Big sister, this guy's sword skills are the best I've ever seen. Do you think Lord Rain can win? Alida, the younger sister, asked for the first time with concern. I believe Lord Rain can win, her sister Arida nodded and said. At this moment, the situation in the center of the arena suddenly changed. Shadow sword split attack. Lambert shouted loudly. and his figure suddenly appeared in midair, clearly visible. In the next moment, his arm muscles suddenly swelled, his outer clothing burst apart, and 8 different shadowy figures in various slashing poses appeared, jumping down one after another toward Rain's position. Rain had considered transforming into a second-stage dragon general form to fight. But the problem was, although the absolute strength and defense after transformation would greatly increase, the movement speed would not improve much. In fact, due to the larger size, quick movements and dodges in a small area became less agile than in his human form. This is a common problem after increasing size. However, Lambert on the opposite side was extremely fast, with unparalleled swordsmanship speed, an elite swordmaster who could seize opponents' weaknesses. So, in this situation, using transformation to fight Lambert would be unwise. He might very well be caught off guard. Of course, this doesn't mean Rain couldn't use transformation to fight at all. Faced with Lambert's magnificent peak attack, Rain's right arm suddenly swelled more than double in size, with dragon scales faintly appearing on his skin. This partial draconic transformation was a new ability he gained after his bloodline reached a high level. Clang! Rain's massive right arm, holding a great sword, blocked Lambert's powerful attack with one hand. At this moment, Lambert, in a jumping slash stance in midair, widened his eyes and roared loudly, his mouth open in anger. His muscles tensed as if releasing all his faith, energy, and strength into the strike. Suddenly, Rain felt a surge of immense power from his great sword, like tidal waves crashing over him, layer after layer. But Rain remained perfectly still, only trembling slightly. This wasn't a sign of losing support but more like a special way of channeling his strength. It seems as if the powerful force received was somehow transmitted to the ground. Suddenly, the ground beneath Rain sank into a bowl shape, and the surrounding earth cracked like a spider web, spreading outward. But in the next moment, Rain's counterattack arrived. Bang! Rain's previously empty left fist shot out like lightning, immediately creating a large dent in Lambert's abdomen, about the size of a bowl. His back bulged out with a bump, and his sword nearly flew from his hand. Rain was instantly knocked over and flew backward. In the Imperial capital of Tamriel, inside the command hall on the second floor of the Star Mage platform, Marshal Alfred, Lambert's strength is quite good. Is there a chance to let Lord Ren show mercy? Maybe he could help with future missions. At this moment, an elderly general named Gober coughed and spoke. General Gober, may I ask how we can ensure that the other side won't suddenly cause trouble for Lord Ren in future battles or use underhanded methods? Augustus immediately frowned and replied, you didn't say this earlier. Now that Lambert is at a disadvantage, it's hard not to suspect your motives for raising this point. Cough. Marshal Augustus, Lambert's background is quite clear. He is the youngest disciple of the Empire's guardian, Tide Sword Saint Leon. From this perspective, I believe he has no reason to betray the Empire. Moreover, his conflict with Lord Ren is just an internal matter within the Empire, isn't it? Hearing the phrase internal conflict within the Empire, Augustus held back what he was about to say. From a certain point of view, this statement is politically correct. When facing external enemies, all forces that can be united should be brought together. However, the most important thing in this matter is to seek the opinion of the person involved. Run. Competitions and duels are sacred events. The victor has absolute rights. That's why the command hall couldn't intervene at the start. Tadia, contact Baldwin and ask him to talk to Lord Ren at the right time, to see if he's willing to give Lambert a chance. Marshal Alfred thought for a moment and then said to Tadia beside him. At this moment, Raynor was still fighting Lambert, so it wasn't suitable to contact him. Therefore, Alfred asked Tadia to contact Baldwin, who was also on the scene. Yes, sir, Marshal, Tadia replied. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Valley secret realm, since Lambert's sword shadow clone was intercepted by Raynor, Lambert's situation was not looking good. Suddenly, there was the sound of bones breaking. After Lambert's great sword was blocked, Raynor used a move similar to a mountain charge, crashing his shoulder into Lambert's chest. Lambert was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. Raynor then flickered forward, planning to finish Lambert off. But suddenly, Baldwin, the military captain nearby, shouted, "Hold your attack, Lord Raynor." This made Raynor pause and look at Baldwin with confusion. Baldwin quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words into Raynor's ear. Lord Raynor, the command hall has said that your opinion will be the final decision. Baldwin didn't speak quietly for the last part, so Erida and the other woman nearby heard it clearly. Raynor looked at Lambert, who was lying on the ground vomiting blood, and thought, with him in this state, he probably can't help much anymore. But then Raynor considered that since Marshal Alfred had spoken, he should give the Marshal some face. Lambert, if you're willing to help the Empire complete an important task, then we can end this duel here. Who would want to die? Ugh. Lord Raynor, I agree, Lambert said without hesitation, even as he vomited blood. Moreover, at this point, I and the Drum family are completely clear of each other. Don't you want to know what the task is? No need. I trust Lord Raynor. Hearing Lambert's words, Raynor couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed Lambert was quite good at talking. After thinking for a moment, Raynor turned to Erida and said, Erida, treat him quickly. Time is tight. I'll go ahead first. You can catch up later. Yes, Lord Raynor, Erida nodded without hesitation. Though she was a shadow mage, Erida also mastered dark healing magic, which could quickly recover injuries, though it came with some side effects. While Ryan hurried to the meeting point, he saw a sharp-looking man dressed in a fancy white wizard robe with gold trim, holding a staff topped with a blue spherical gem, already waiting there. He looked serious and seemed to have been in a high position for a long time. At this moment, he was frowning and staring north, lost in thought. Less than 2 minutes later, another person arrived. This man looked to be in his early 40s, wearing a sky-blue wizard robe made of mithril silk. He held a strange staff with 3 floating, prism-shaped crystals at the top. The crystals emitted noticeable wind energy waves. A gripe, you're on time, said the man with the blue gem staff, without turning around. Lord Nick, long time no see, replied the sky-blue robe man with a smile, showing no surprise. Lord Nick was a legendary top-tier warrior in the Internal Guard, responsible for protecting the palace. They were very proud. If it weren't for the special location of this mission, the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, the Internal Guard wouldn't have sent anyone. Hey, Lord Nick, where are your 2 team members? A gripe looked around, a bit surprised. His teammates had been weakened by a soul-consuming plague. They went to fight the goddess of the Dark Sea, a divine avatar, which was a suicidal mission. But Nick's team only had him. I sent them to kill a young dragon infected by the Void Beast. Facing a divine avatar, they are still too weak, Nick said as he finally turned around. A gripe thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Lord Nick, you've thought this through well. With the opponent's strength, ordinary team members probably wouldn't be very helpful. In his heart, a gripe agreed. Nick and his strength were quite evenly matched. Compared to them, the other team members were a bit weaker. In normal missions, having 2 more legendary late-stage fighters would be helpful. But facing a divine avatar, it was different. If their strength wasn't at the peak of legend, they might not even land a single move. Even he, knowing he would face the goddess of the Dark Sea, didn't feel very confident. After all, she was a goddess. I heard there's one more of your sword bearers. Why isn't he here yet? Nick frowned slightly and asked, Lord Nick, the upcoming Lord Rain has been very famous in the Imperial capital lately. However, although both of us are sword users, I have not yet met him, Agrippa said. Hearing this, Nick immediately understood Agrippa's meaning. It meant that although he and Rain both belonged to the sword user system, they were not familiar with each other. Later, there will be a tough fight. How do you think we should approach it? Nick asked with a smile. At their level, the specific combat plans are usually discussed among themselves. The command hall does not interfere unless it's a stalemate. Even then, they only assign who will lead, not the detailed execution. Oh, Lord Nick, do you have a plan? Agrippa didn't answer directly but smiled and asked in return. It would be best if someone could draw that person's attention directly, so our crystallized attack can be effective, Nick replied. That's true, Agrippa nodded, understanding Nick's meaning. Then, Nick looked at a small sheet and said, Lord Rain is already 1 minute late. I think the one who is late should take more responsibility. What do you think, Lord Agrippa? Since Agrippa had clearly indicated earlier that he was not familiar with Rain, Nick was quite sure he wouldn't oppose his opinion. Fighting a divine avatar is very dangerous. If someone can draw fire directly, it would naturally be safer. In principle, I agree with Lord Nick's opinion. However, I think we should clarify this matter with Lord Rain before the fight. Agrippa hesitated slightly but nodded. Although Rain had recently gained fame in the Imperial capital, in Agrippa's eyes, compared to the veteran legendary strongman Nick, Rain's strength was probably not as good. When you mention Rain, Rain is the one. Sorry, everyone, I am a little late by 2 minutes, Rain's voice came from afar. Before his words finished, his tall figure suddenly arrived, almost faster than his voice. Huh? Not bad strength. This scene naturally caught the attention of Nick and Agrippa, and both thought this. Lord Rain, you're late. During a mission, being late is a serious mistake, said Nick sternly. Oh, and you are? Ryan raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Nick, from the internal security. So, Captain Nick means? I think, as someone who is late, you should show some apology. During the upcoming fight, Lord Ryan, you should take on more responsibility, like drawing the enemy's attention. Hearing this, Ryan immediately understood why Nick was bringing up his lateness. It turns out that was the real reason. When Marshal Alfred asked Ryan to take on this task, he instinctively felt that because of what happened last time, the goddess Hela from the undersea would see him and target him directly. In other words, without any special tactics or discussion, he would naturally attract fire, and he was already mentally prepared for this. However, Ryan felt uncomfortable with what Captain Nick was suggesting. He could take on the role of attracting attention, but only if he chose to do so himself. I disagree, Ryan shook his head. Didn't the command center tell you that your job was to support us, not just cooperate? You're disobeying orders. Nick's face grew serious, and a strong wave of mental energy pressed toward Ryan. Sorry, the task from the command center was not just to cooperate, but to support. Is there a difference? Asked Agrippa nearby. Of course. Cooperation has priorities, but support does not, Ryan replied. Well, Lord Ryan, now is not the time for disagreements. The three of us need to work together to face the goddess Hela's incarnation. We should cooperate fully, Agrippa said, acting as a peacemaker. When the fight begins, we need a clear plan. Who will attract attention, who will attack, and who will restrict the enemy? Lord Ryan, what do you think? Among us three, my crystallization attack is quite powerful. I believe it can deal some damage to her. Captain Nick is good at controlling the battlefield and can create many opportunities for us to attack. And Lord Ryan, I greatly admire your impressive record. It seems you have rarely been seriously injured in battle, which shows you are very good at defending. So, Captain Nick suggested you come to attract the enemy's attention. When the other person spoke, they smiled politely and seemed courteous. Of course, Lord Ryan, if you have better suggestions, please feel free to share. We can discuss them together, Agrippa said finally. After thinking for a moment, Ryan nodded and said, All right. In that case, Lord Agrippa, I will try to attract their attention. But I can't guarantee that their focus will always be on me, Ryan added. As soon as he finished speaking, both of their eyes lit up with a hint of joy. Of course, Lord Ryan, just do your best, Agrippa quickly nodded and smiled. But in his mind, he was thinking, young people, with just a few kind words, they immediately take on the most dangerous task. Next to them, Nick, although still looking serious, was actually smiling inside. He also thought Ryan was still too young. With Agrippa playing the good cop and himself the bad cop, in just a few words, Ryan had taken on the riskiest job. What they didn't realize was that when Nick suggested Ryan attract the enemy's attention, Ryan had already sensed some subtle tricks between them. Because if they truly considered him part of the team, they would have said something like, if you can't handle it, I will do this or that. Or if things get too tough, step back and ensure your safety first. But not a single word of that was spoken. This wasn't a team working in perfect harmony. And why did Ryan agree? First, because attacking the sea goddess Hela was very important, and the Imperial capital's Star Mage platform would definitely pay close attention. Standing on the moral high ground was very important. His agreement showed his stance. If something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be blamed. Second, because attracting fire was actually a task with a lot of freedom. After all, attracting 90% of the attack was just attracting fire, but even 70 or 80% could count. Since it was a three-person team, as long as he drew more than 40% of the fire, it was basically a success. If he drew more than half, no one could blame him. At that moment, a yellow signal flare appeared in the distant sky. Seeing this, Nick turned slightly and nodded to the two of them, saying, Captain Agrippa, Lord Ryan, let's go. The person has arrived. A group of three quickly moved toward the signal flare. Since their target was a deity, even in a transformed form, they couldn't track her precisely, only estimate her general location. Therefore, the command center sent other team members nearby to search. Once they spotted the goddess Hela, they would immediately fire a signal flare to mark her position. As the three hurried toward the target, they saw dozens of fierce creatures, each with different shapes. They seemed frightened and crazed, rushing out of the forest toward them. Many more, including various birds of prey and strange insects, were fleeing in all directions. However, these obstacles posed no real threat to Ryan and his companions. Nick's body flashed with spiraling electric light, and a giant wild boar-like creature convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Ryan's eyes lit up with hope, realizing that what Agrippa had said earlier was true. Nick was good at controlling the battlefield and might be able to trap the goddess. Agrippa was surrounded by a blue aura. Unlike the quick wind that only wrapped around her legs, Ryan knew she was casting a level 3 wind spell called Whirlwind Barrier. Suddenly, a fierce dinosaur-like creature rushed toward Agrippa, intending to bite her. But in the next moment, her strong 3-meter-tall figure was wrapped in the blue wind and was involuntarily thrown aside. Several deep, narrow wounds appeared on its body, and blood spurted out. The Whirlwind Barrier was a rare wind spell that combined both attack and defense. It could deflect enemy attacks and also harm opponents. The blue wind swirling around her contained countless tiny blades of wind that were almost invisible to the eye. When enemies hit the barrier, they would be cut by these small blades at high speed. While Ryan observed the scene, Nick and Agrippa were also watching him. They were more surprised than ever. Ryan could vanish instantly when facing fierce creatures or birds of prey, but in reality, he was just circling around them. Their senses clearly told them how he was doing it. In simple terms, Ryan relies on quick, sudden movements to easily dodge all the fierce creatures rushing toward him, as if strolling casually. Nick glanced at Ryan and thought to himself, if it weren't for the metal shield surrounding his body, others would see him as a knight with a title, not a third-level crystallized wizard. They passed through a forest, and the scene ahead became clear. They saw a beautiful girl in a black robe, whom Ryan recognized, standing with her back to them in the center. Around her, 3 members of the Empire lay on the ground, clearly out of breath and barely able to breathe. 2 of them Ryan recognized. They had participated in the Secret Realm trial with him. The third, Ryan had never seen before, but her aura was similar to Nick's. She was probably a member of the internal security team. Wait, Nick exclaimed. Sure enough, as Ryan guessed, one of them was Nick's teammate. 3 more coming. Hela slowly turned around and said, Huh? I didn't expect you to come looking for us, she added, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan. Shouldn't I come? Ryan asked with a smile. If you come voluntarily, I might let you die more peacefully, Hela said with a faint smile on her stunning face. She wasn't trying to charm anyone, but everyone present felt a strange allure. Ryan understood what she meant, but Nick and Agrippa didn't. However, that didn't matter to them. What mattered was that Ryan's appearance had caught the attention of the sea goddess of the underworld, which was a good thing. It meant the first step of their plan was complete. For these 2, if they could complete the mission smoothly, that would be best. If not, they would retreat immediately to ensure their safety. That was why they had Ryan attract attention. The logic was simple. If you became the focus of a divine incarnation's attention, escaping would be extremely difficult. Nick and Agrippa exchanged quick glances, then split apart, one to the left and one to the right, moving to positions behind and beside the sea goddess of the underworld, Hela. From above, you would see Ryan, Nick, and Agrippa forming a triangle, surrounding Hela in the middle. Before I have fun with you, I think I should first deal with these 2 little bugs, said the girl in black robes, who was the goddess Hela of the undersea. She had beautiful eyes and glanced sideways at Nick and Agrippa, who had just arrived. Her glance made both of them feel nervous and scared. From her words, they immediately understood that she wanted to clear the area first before dealing with Ryan. This made their faces turn grim as they shot a quick, worried look at Ryan, thinking, what's going on? Why is she doing this? I told you to distract her, but you're attracting too much attention. Big brother, you've definitely attracted her. Of course, this scene was seen by everyone on the 2nd floor of the Star Technique Tower in Tamriel, the Imperial capital. For a moment, even Marshal Alfred and the great Star Mage Dalian, who was maintaining the astrology, looked at the scene on the oval stone platform with surprise, staring at Ryan. Augustus, did Ryan have a fight with the undersea goddess last time? Alfred quickly recovered and asked. Yes, to be precise. Ryan had a confrontation with a projection of the undersea goddess. Augustus nodded slightly, surprised. But then Augustus understood what Marshal Alfred meant. It was just a confrontation with a divine projection, so the undersea goddess probably wouldn't react like this. She wouldn't say such things. Just a confrontation last time? Alfred asked doubtfully. Well, Augustus tried to recall. The empire was vast, full of cults, and ancient secret sects were reappearing. Divine projections weren't very common, but they happened about once or twice a month on average. Sometimes, every few months, reports would come in about divine avatars descending somewhere in the empire. "I think I might know the reason," said Tatiana, a young female general standing nearby, with a strange expression. "Because the fight between Ryan and the undersea goddess projection happened in the cold wind tundra, the first to report was the Sword-Bearers Division of the Man Province," she explained. "I've looked at the reports many times and remember them quite clearly." Tatia's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Cough. At that time, Lord Rain's words might have been a bit sharp, so that's why the goddess of the Dark Sea left a deep impression. Tatia wanted to explain in more detail but realized it was not appropriate to say too much, so she just mentioned it briefly. However, this only made everyone more curious. Be more specific, for example? Marshal Alfred, who usually kept his emotions in check, now showed curiosity and interest in his eyes. For instance, the goddess of the Dark Sea wanted Lord Rain to submit, but Lord Rain immediately said, "You submitting to me is more like it." What? Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock as they stared at Tatia. "No, I didn't say that. It was Lord Rain who said it," Tatia quickly explained, feeling uneasy under the gaze of her superiors. At that moment, she had seen the related description in the intelligence report and was quite shocked. She had looked at it multiple times and even confirmed with the Sword-Bearer Division in the Man Province, so the impression was very deep. Only then did everyone realize there was such a reason. No wonder. At this moment, the goddess of the Dark Sea, Hela, looked so affectionate, gazing at Rain with a tender expression, like a woman watching a man who had abandoned her. Her smile was stunning, but gave off a chilling feeling. However, just as everyone turned their attention back to the projection on the stone platform, the scene suddenly changed. The goddess of the Dark Sea, Hela, suddenly pointed lightly at Agrippa, who was not far to her right. In an instant, 5 swirling black streams of water appeared before her. There seemed to be something inside the black water, as if imprisoning a vengeful spirit. Faintly, human faces in pain could be seen. Then, with her white finger, she struck out lightning fast toward Agrippa. It seemed she wanted to eliminate the 2 pests first, as she said. This scene made Rain raise his eyebrows. Without hesitation, he flashed forward and attacked the goddess of the Dark Sea. Although Nick and Agrippa each had their own plans, Rain wouldn't just stand by and watch Hela kill them. As the attacked, Agrippa naturally did not dare to rely solely on his level 3 wind magic whirlwind barrier to defend against the deity's attack. Moreover, with his perception, he could easily tell that although the sea goddess Hela's spell was nearly instant, its energy fluctuation was so intense that it was almost comparable to a level 4 spell. Therefore, Agrippa's first reaction was to quickly dodge using his swift wind magic. He saw a blue glow flickering around him, creating multiple afterimages, and he immediately retreated dozens of meters away. Just when Agrippa thought he had avoided the goddess's spell, he suddenly looked up, feeling slightly relaxed, but then his heart clenched. He was stunned to see that the 5 black water whirlpools released by the sea goddess Hela were moving like 5 living creatures, zigzagging in a beautiful arc, chasing him and coming close again. Such strong tracking ability? It was almost unbelievable. Normally, spells guided by the caster's mental power have some tracking ability, but this ability diminishes quickly with distance and target speed. Agrippa was already over 200 meters away from the goddess, yet she still managed to lock onto him precisely. This was too exaggerated. Such mental strength was probably only possessed by a level 4 Dawn Mage. But shouldn't there be restrictions on strength in the secret realm? In an instant, many thoughts flooded Agrippa's mind, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. All he could do was desperately dodge. He saw Agrippa's body, surrounded by blue energy currents, moving swiftly again. At the same time, he cast first and second tier talents to strengthen his defenses further. Unfortunately, a black water whirlpool appeared directly in his dodging path. Boom. The first black whirlpool exploded against Agrippa's level 3 wind spell whirlwind barrier, causing him to stagger. There were 5 whirlpools in total. After one exploded, 4 remained. Boom. Due to the explosion, Agrippa's speed was greatly reduced. The second whirlpool immediately caught up and instantly shattered his other protective effects. Even a charm on Agrippa's neck, which released a blue shield after shining brightly, shattered directly. This caused Agrippa's hair to stand on end instantly. because this was his last automatic protective magic tool. Boom. At this moment, the third black water whirlpool attacked, immediately knocking Agrippa away. Ah! As the black water splashed, Agrippa cried out in pain. The black water was like the strongest acid, with super strong corrosive power, directly eating away at Agrippa's unprotected body. It melted as quickly as a candle meeting a fierce flame. Soon after, Agrippa's screams suddenly stopped, because the fourth black water whirlpool immediately struck him down on the spot, leaving only a foul-smelling black puddle on the ground, symbolizing that a legendary top-tier expert once stood here. Nearby, Ryan watched all this clearly, surprised by how powerful Hela's transformation was. Compared to the previous projection, her strength had increased at least 5 times. Also, the magic Hela just used had such a strong energy fluctuation that Ryan could faintly see tiny space cracks. This meant her magic's energy had reached the limit that the secret realm could hold. If Agrippa was at the peak of legend level, Hela's current form was close to perfect legend level. If her strength increased just a little more, she might be pushed out of the secret realm. No wonder even someone as strong as Agrippa was instantly defeated by her magic. This shows how terrifying gods are. Just a single transformation is already so formidable. Meanwhile, Ryan had already rushed to 10 meters in front of Hela. Suddenly, his body expanded rapidly. Dark gray dragon scales appeared on his skin, and he activated his second stage transformation, the Dragon Man general form. He quickly covered his dragon claws with hardened fine gold. Ryan knew very well that if he didn't transform, his attacks wouldn't be able to break through the defenses of the sea goddess in her current state. Once his transformation was complete, he took the final step, crossing 10 meters in one leap. A white aura burst out from his nearly 10-meter-tall body, spreading instantly, moving faster than sound. Along with a loud sonic boom, Ryan's strong dragon claw slammed heavily toward the black-robed girl transformed from Hela. Bang! A black energy shield with a diameter of 3 meters was held up single-handedly by Hela. Thanks to the shield, Ryan's strike felt like hitting a very tough rubber ball. At the point of contact, a ring of black energy burst out, spreading around, and the black energy vortex was slightly dented. But from Hela's smiling face, it was clear that Ryan's attack did not trouble her at all. Right now, she was not a projection but an actual form. Her energy was on a completely different level. Trying to break her current energy shield with previous moves was just a dream. However, she just wanted to see Ryan look desperate. Watching these two scenes, the other side's captain, Nick, was deeply shocked. The power of the sea goddess Hela was terrifying. He quickly made a decision in his mind. He had to retreat immediately. Even staying here for a minute was too dangerous. But there was still a problem. If he wanted to return to the Dragon Empire, he couldn't let any magic go unused. Unless Nick abandoned everything and joined the evil cult, he would have to attack at least once. Thinking of this, a ruthless look flashed across Nick's face. Don't blame me for accidentally hurting allies. Immediately, Nick cast a spell at the ongoing battle between the sea goddess Hela and Ryan. In the next second, his white mage robe was quickly wrapped with blue lightning, like a high-voltage resistor, and all living things on the ground around him were instantly killed by the discharged current. Leaves, grass, and other things floated up into the air. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital Tamriel, inside the command hall on the second floor of the Star Mage platform, the scene on the oval stone table changed dramatically in just a few seconds, as if the world had turned upside down. Although the commanding officers, including Marshal Alfred, had already overestimated Hela's strength after her injury and infiltration into the Dragon Valley secret realm, this scene still shocked them completely. The veteran legendary peak powerhouse, Agrippa, couldn't even withstand a single magic spell, so how could they continue fighting? The remaining Ryan and Nick, even if slightly stronger than Agrippa, were only marginally better. Faced with the state of the underworld goddess, can she withstand 2 spells? Or 3 spells? For a moment, everyone was stunned by the strength of the underworld goddess and began to have uneasy thoughts. This is an ancient spell called Old Blackwater Soul, which is said to imprison a soul from the underworld in each Blackwater sphere. This is actually a level 4 Dawn-level spell, but the underworld goddess has simplified and weakened it using some method, allowing her to cast it in the Dragon Valley secret realm. At this moment, Dalian, the great star mage, furrowed his brow and explained, A simplified Dawn spell? So it's almost a level 4 spell? That's a powerful attack. No wonder Agrippa couldn't hold out against it. Everyone suddenly understood. This spell is very powerful and has strong tracking ability, but the black water vortex doesn't move very fast. If you know about it in advance, dodging isn't too difficult, Baldwin continued. Tatya, check who else is nearby immediately. Marshal Alfred stood up with a serious look. Understood. Tatya quickly got busy. She knew that without reinforcements, including Lord Rain, they might all be in danger. The closest one is. Huh? It's Captain Baldwin. He's 2 kilometers away from Lord Rain, Tatya said happily. Quickly contact him and tell him to speed up. Marshal, Captain Baldwin is rushing toward the target location, she reported. Good. Also, quickly inform Baldwin about the underworld goddess's combat power and what Lord Baldwin just mentioned. It's best if he can remind Rain, Alfred advised. Knowing the enemy's strength in advance could prevent being caught off guard. If Agrippa had known earlier, using a hit-and-run tactic might not guarantee safety, but his survival chances would be much higher. Understood, Marshal. Also, there are 2 more. Just as Tatya was reporting, she was suddenly interrupted by a shout. Bang! That Nick! General Augustus suddenly slammed his hand on the table, glaring angrily at the scene on the stone platform. Everyone turned their heads and looked up at the oval stone platform. On the screen, Dragon Thunder. Nick shouted angrily. Bang! As the blue crystal ball at the top of his staff shattered, the magic he was casting suddenly became much more powerful. In an instant, a spherical lightning bolt shot toward Ryan and Hela. Just before reaching them, the lightning bolt exploded, forming a large, glowing electric net about 10 meters across. Huh? Ryan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't expect Nick to attack him as well. Also, he was using metal magic, and his nearly 10-meter-tall body was covered with a steel armor. Metal conducts electricity. This means he would suffer more damage than Hela, the sea goddess of darkness. Ryan didn't believe Nick hadn't thought of this. Hela was already protected by a defensive spinning shield, so she wasn't worried when she saw this. Instead, she watched calmly to see how Ryan would respond. Ryan reacted very quickly. He lightning-fast transformed the hardened gold in his hand into a spear and stabbed the ground near Hela's feet. Clang! Most of the electric arcs were instantly absorbed by the metal spear. This caused the black water sphere of the sea goddess Hela to become conductive as well. Hela was surprised. She didn't expect Ryan to easily defuse this attack, which was not meant to be a fight, and to gather the lightning's power for a counterattack. Hela's expression showed some anger. However, she didn't attack Ryan because she planned to toy with him before killing him. She wanted Ryan to be the last to die. So, her anger was directed at Nick. She looked at Nick, who was fleeing rapidly. Does this little bug think he can escape? How foolish. Hela extended her other hand, forming a fist in the air. Suddenly, a flash of black light appeared, and a translucent black trident made of pure energy materialized in her hand. Swish! A black lightning bolt flashed and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the black glowing trident appeared behind Nick as he ran away. This made Nick curse and feel a shiver down his spine. Lightning teleportation. But Nick, with his battle experience, shouted loudly. Suddenly, his figure seemed to teleport forward a few meters in an instant. This was a secret life-saving skill, a rare third-level lightning magic called lightning displacement. Although it consumes a lot of mental energy when used, it allows him to shift 2 to 3 meters in any direction in a split second. It's a perfect survival technique against physical attacks. Nick saw the energy trident narrowly miss him, just grazing past and stabbing into the ground nearby. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Good. I still have this life-saving move. Otherwise, I would have definitely died this time. But before he finished his thought, Nick suddenly found himself inexplicably blown away. From Rain's perspective, everything was clear. Although the black trident didn't hit Nick directly, after it was embedded in the ground, a flash of black electricity shot through the trident and immediately exploded. A shockwave and black light, similar to a small cloud explosion, swept out. The protective magic on Nick's body shattered in less than 1/10 of a second, like glass breaking. As a result, Nick was instantly thrown into the air. That attack wasn't purely physical, it was a combined attack. Rain didn't even need to step forward to see that Nick was definitely dead. Because, besides the impact wave, the black energy also had a very strong corrosive effect. At this moment, Nick's body, lying on the ground like a melting candle, was quickly dissolving. If he were still alive, he would be struggling to get up. But now, he showed no sign of reaction. Although Agrippa and Nick both perished in the fight, Rain felt no sadness or guilt. He believed he had done nothing wrong in the battle. In fact, Nick's Dragon Thunder attack seemed clearly intentional. These two used an old saying from their past life to describe them, too clever by half, and it backfires. Since the opponent resorted to underhanded tricks, even if Hela didn't deal with them first, Rain would make them suffer the consequences later in the fight. But now, the outcome was even more justified. Very good, both little bugs are taken care of. Now, it's your turn. The black-robed girl, transformed into the goddess of the undersea, Hela, looked at Ryan with a gentle smile in her beautiful eyes. Tell me, how do you want to die? I don't want to die. Ryan shook his head calmly. But your body is just a clone, after all. Perhaps you should go and die instead. Although Ryan spoke calmly, his words were very sharp. In simple terms, it was like a god asking a mortal how they wanted to die, and the mortal replying that the god could go and die. With Ryan's calm tone, his sharp tongue was fully on display. Of course, Ryan wasn't truly mean-spirited. It was more like a tactic to vent trash talk and keep his mind set. Right now, everyone on the second floor of the astronomical tower in the Imperial capital looked stunned. They finally understood why Hela, the goddess of the undersea, looked and sounded so strange whenever she saw Ryan. Was Ryan's words too reckless? Although Ryan was very powerful, and although the secret realm limited their full strength, was it really wise to provoke a goddess like this? Meanwhile, the black-robed girl, Hela's form, suddenly stopped smiling, her full chest rising and falling rapidly. Clearly, she was quite angry again because of Ryan, especially when combined with Ryan's calm gaze while speaking. Eyes are the windows to the soul. She had seen many warriors, and when they faced her, their eyes often showed some respect or awe. But Ryan's gaze was different, like he was looking at a small animal, like a cat or a dog, without any trace of respect. That was the most intolerable thing for her. Before Hela could take action, suddenly, Ryan's muscles bulged rapidly and his body began to grow again. He grew horns on his head and a tail behind him, expanding from about 8 or 9 meters tall to over 13 meters. The space around him, within the secret realm, also seemed to become unstable. Tiny cracks in space, like fine hairs, started appearing around his body. Why was Ryan daring to activate his third-stage transformation without fear of being pushed out of the secret realm? Because he suddenly realized something. He was different from before. His bloodline concentration had risen to a high level, allowing him to partially control the extent of his transformation. During the battle with Lambert, he only partially transformed his body and arms into a dragon form. This means that when he activates his 3-stage transformation, he can control the extent of the transformation, keeping his power level close to the limit of the secret realm. It now seems he has achieved this. Simply put, before, Ryan could only perform whole number stage transformations, like a first-stage dragon warrior or a second-stage dragon general. But now, he can do partial transformations, such as 1.1 or 2.9 stages, allowing him to control his power very precisely. The main reason for his 3-stage transformation is clear after the recent fight. Ryan realized that if he can't raise his power level to match the form of the sea goddess Hela, he can't win the fight. No matter how skilled his techniques, magic, or willpower are, they can't make up for a gap in strength when facing a god who is at the peak of experience and mastery. If her strength is even slightly higher, how can he fight her? So he must transform. Even if unexpected accidents happen, like losing control and being pushed out of the secret realm, that's better than dying here. Ryan has a system. There's a saying from his past life that suits him well. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's always firewood to burn. Ryan's further transformation made Hela, who was about to make her move, slightly narrow her eyes. She naturally sensed that Ryan's power level had increased again, reaching the maximum capacity the current secret realm of the Dragon Valley could hold. In other words, if there was a small gap in their strength before, from this moment on, they are now on the same level. Both are at a legendary peak. If either of them increases their power even slightly more, they risk being pushed out of the secret realm. Boom. As Ryan finished transforming into the Dragon King, he suddenly stomped heavily, causing the ground to sink. A white wave of energy burst out from his body, which was about 13 or 14 meters tall, and instantly spread outward like water, flowing around him. Along with a loud explosion, Ryan, now so tall, suddenly appeared right in front of Hela. You see, he uses a strong dragon claw to strike again at the black energy shield surrounding Hela. Bang! The clash between the claw and the shield creates ripples of black energy that spread outward. At the same time, The cracks around both of them, which were like fine hairs, suddenly grow larger, about the size of a thumb, as if the secret space cannot handle their intense battle. This time, Hela's black energy shield, like a ball, is sharply dented inward by Ryan's claw. The sharp dragon claw is now just an inch away from the beautiful face of the black-robed girl who is Hela. Hela's expression changes to one of seriousness and concern. She quickly raises her other hand and points at Ryan. She performs an ancient spell called Ancient Black Water Spirit, which she used to defeat Agrippa. 5 black water whirlpools spin rapidly and suddenly appear in front of her. With her finger, they shoot out like lightning toward Ryan. But Ryan does not dodge or block. Instead, he raises his other giant claw and strikes the shaky black water shield around Hela. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, countless claw shadows attack Hela, as if exchanging damage. The shield breaks. Hela's black light flickers, and in the next moment, she appears several meters away. This is the first time she has retreated since entering the secret space. At the same time, the 5 black water whirlpools, which show the face of a drowning spirit, rush toward Ryan in his dragon form from multiple directions, very close. Ryan's right claw, covered with enchanted mithril, strikes repeatedly like lightning, instantly exploding all the black water whirlpools. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions roar, and smoke rises everywhere. After the explosions, Ryan's dragon claw, covered with a combination of magic steel armor, is only scarred and blackened on the surface, with a foul smell of dragon scale corrosion. But compared to Agrippa being instantly corroded completely before, this is a huge difference. This shows Ryan's strength in his third form. Just as Ryan plans to attack again, both of them suddenly turn their heads to the side. It seems that the recent intense energy fluctuation caused the nearby space to become more unstable. Suddenly, dozens of tiny space cracks appeared, and they seemed to connect with each other. Immediately, a large about 2 to 3 meters in diameter with irregular edges appeared. The most important thing was that one after another, black fog-like monsters suddenly emerged from the cracks. Although they had no faces and were just clouds of black fog, Ryan could feel the joyful energy they emitted after entering the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital, on the 2nd floor of the astrology tower, a voice of doubt was heard. Lord Ryan has such a powerful move. Why didn't he use it just now? If he had used it, both Lord Nick and Lord Agrippa could have survived, right? An elder in the uniform of the Inner Guard frowned and replied, that should be Ryan's trump card, and he can't use it easily. Ryan's bloodline transformation has a big weakness. The bigger the transformation, the faster his stamina is drained. So, Ryan probably didn't activate this level of transformation at first because he was worried about his condition, explained Tadia logically. But General Augustus was more straightforward. Colonel O'Connor, didn't you see just now? That Nick used his crystallized killing move, Dragon Thunder, without considering Ryan's life or death. Moreover, he immediately ran away after using it. Such a comrade is not worth keeping. General Augustus spoke bluntly. He had already been annoyed earlier, and seeing Colonel O'Connor jump out and say such things made him even angrier. You. O'Connor's face turned red as he was scolded by Augustus and stood awkwardly. Augustus, don't say things that affect unity. Colonel O'Connor, the deaths of Lord Nick and Lord Agrippa were caused by the sea goddess's power exceeding expectations, as we all saw clearly just now. Battle inevitably involves casualties, and this has nothing to do with Lord Ryan. Do not forget that Lord Rain did not retreat, but fought alone. Marshal Alfred pointed to the scene on the oval stone platform, his face serious, and said, this. General O'Connor was momentarily speechless. Thinking further, O'Connor believed that although Rain's strength was impressive, the power of the goddess of the abyss in her incarnation was even more overwhelming. O'Connor didn't think Rain could survive. Since that's the case, there's no point in arguing. A few other commanders who shared O'Connor's thoughts also fell silent. Because Marshal Alfred had touched on the key point, Rain was fighting alone and refusing to retreat, so any doubts were pointless. Would someone with secret thoughts be so fearless, facing a divine avatar alone? Could they be trying to tarnish the hero of the Empire on purpose? At this moment, everyone suddenly noticed that the scene on the oval stone platform became blurry. Then, it completely disappeared. The energy fluctuations from their battle are too intense, affecting the stability of the secret realm space. My astrology also has been greatly affected, said Dalian. the Great Star Mage, frowning in surprise. He didn't expect that this young Empire sword-bearer, Rain, was so powerful, almost reaching the level of epic heroes. Lord Dalian, perhaps you can use Baldwin's perspective to observe, suggested Marshal Alfred thoughtfully. He knew that real-time astrology observation required focusing on an individual. Since Rain's combat strength was too high to be observed directly, the best choice was Baldwin, who was about to arrive at the scene. That's a good idea. As Dalian cast his astrology again, the scene on the oval stone platform showed a small group moving quickly. Baldwin, the Arita sisters, and Lambert, who had just recovered. Half a minute ago, Baldwin had received a message from Tadia, learning about the intense battle ahead, which was quite shocking. In less than half a minute, 2 peak legendary fighters had fallen. Although Baldwin himself lacked confidence, sometimes one could not retreat. Try to fight carefully, and watch out for the 2 special spells of the Goddess of the Abyss's incarnation. One is the ancient Black Water Wraith, very powerful with strong tracking abilities. Once targeted, you must keep your distance and avoid direct confrontation. The other is an energy weapon, a trident that causes high physical damage and can self-destruct, so quick evasion is necessary. Otherwise, the shockwave and corrosion effects will harm you. Even the peak legendary fighters couldn't withstand these threats. Baldwin quickly relayed the information from the fragment to the 2 women, Arita and Lambert. At that moment, the fastest, Arita, suddenly stopped her swift run, her face showing shock as she pointed ahead and said, "Look, what is that?" In the middle of a chaotic forest, a huge dragon man was fighting a stunning girl in a black robe. To their right, there was a flickering space. From within, strange black fog creatures, never seen before, emerged one after another. Everyone knew the large dragon man was Ryan, and the girl in black was undoubtedly the goddess of the undersea, as Baldwin's information confirmed. But what exactly are these black fog creatures? They somehow came through the space into the secret realm. At that moment, Baldwin's fragment vibrated again, and he immediately took it out. "Captain Baldwin, this is Augustus. General Augustus, please speak. Based on the observations of Grand Mage Dalian, a void destroyer has appeared near Ryan's battle location. Please eliminate it immediately to prevent it from damaging the secret realm space. Additionally, the opponent is immune to most physical attacks, so magic might work better." Understood. But, General Augustus, should we rush to aid Ryan or first eliminate this void destroyer? After a brief silence, Baldwin's voice came again, "Ryan's fight. It seems it's probably beyond your ability to intervene right now." Understood, General Augustus. Baldwin's heart tightened, and he looked toward the battlefield in the distance. Sure enough, the 2 were fighting again. Even from over a kilometer away, Baldwin could feel the intense energy waves. More frighteningly, around them, space cracks with diameters of several meters appeared frequently and densely. Some of the ongoing phenomena last for a very short time, some last for several seconds, and others persist continuously. The dark, fog-like void destroyers swarm through these cracks from the void, like sharks sensing blood in the sea. Huh? Void destroyers? Have Galash's minions already spread here? Hela's eyes flickered with surprise and disgust as she whispered, "Void destroyers?" Reen quickly grasped that Hela, the goddess of the dark sea, was referring to these creatures, but he was sure he had never heard of them before. However, these monsters called void destroyers clearly were not allied with Hela. They seemed to be enemies. Right now, these bloated, black fogs crackling with electric sparks were rushing toward them rapidly. Just a bunch of Galash's minions, daring to offend the true god's dignity. How dare they? Hela was visibly angry at the attack. She summoned black water beneath her feet, which quickly spread outward, growing from a few meters in diameter to over 10 meters. The void destroyers stepping into the black water seemed like mist being steamed by the sun. Within 2 seconds, they vanished suddenly, turning into a puff of black smoke. In an instant, many died, and many were killed. Meanwhile, Reen was also under attack by the void destroyers. After a moment of thought, Reen chose not to approach and fight directly. Instead, he snapped his fingers repeatedly, unleashing his liquefying attack, multiple cutting nets. One after another, fine, shimmering silver webs shot out in all directions. Each cut severely wounded the void destroyers, and 2 cuts could instantly destroy them completely. Huh? They're not very strong. No wonder Hela calls them minions. At first, Reen was slightly surprised by these suddenly appearing black fog creatures. But once they fought, he realized that these void destroyers weren't very powerful, just at the quasi-legendary level. Of course, outside, these void destroyers, nearly immune to physical attacks and so numerous, would be incredibly destructive. But facing Reen and Hela in their transformed states, their threat level was much lower. For Reen, as long as the number of these void destroyers wasn't in the thousands, they posed little threat to him. Therefore, Ryan's gaze continued to focus on the black-robed girl who was transformed from the sea goddess Hela. At this moment, his injuries were healing quickly thanks to his innate rapid healing ability. Meanwhile, his body was subtly growing taller and becoming stronger. Ryan also noticed that as the space became more unstable, he seemed able to unleash more power. Of course, the invisible force trying to push him out also grew stronger. Ryan forcefully kicked with his thick hind legs, causing the ground to and forming a deep hole. His towering 14-meter body shot toward Hela like an arrow. When he entered the black water, the thick steel armor on his body emitted a sizzling corrosion sound. But before much corrosion could occur, Ryan's sharp claws struck again at Hela's black water vortex shield. Bang! This time, the black water shield was dented deeply. The girl in the black robe quickly turned her head aside, but a strand of her hair was cut off by Ryan's claw and floated down. How dare you? This made Hela, who was still in a game-like mindset, feel a sudden chill and a sense of insult. Hela finally activated some kind of combat form. Her figure immediately grew larger, 3 meters, 5 meters, instantly reaching roughly Ryan's height. Immediately, the two giants clashed fiercely. Bang! Bang! With each strike, the surrounding air seemed to ripple like water, spreading outward with a trembling sound. Then, a loud roar echoed around, and dust and smoke rose everywhere. Cracks of various sizes appeared around the two fighters, flickering as they fought. The aftershock of the battle alone nearly cleared the nearby area. The void destroyers, who had just arrived at this secret realm and were initially excited, now desperately fled in different directions. Because the shockwave from Ryan and Hela's battle had already killed at least dozens of their comrades. However, as both of them unleashed their true fire and their power grew stronger, some void cracks widened. What was once 2 or 3 meters in diameter now sometimes reached 4 or 5 meters. Through these cracks, faintly, it seemed that outside the secret realm, in the dark void, larger and more powerful void creatures were watching. 1 kilometer away, Baldwin and his team moved forward. Let's go. Our priority is to defeat the void destroyers, Baldwin said, turning to the 3 people beside him. Hearing this, Alida, who was at the front of the team, looked surprised at Baldwin and asked, Shouldn't we go support Lord Rain instead? Do you think we can get involved in Lord Rain's fight with that one? We should focus on. Baldwin replied with a bitter smile. But before he finished, his sister Erida interrupted him. No, Lord Baldwin, maybe you are mistaken. Our relationship with the Empire is not close. We are only followers of Lord Rain, not soldiers of the Empire, nor do we work for the Empire. So, supporting Lord Rain is what we need to do, Erida said seriously. That. Baldwin looked a bit stunned. Yes, he had assumed too much. Lord Rain is indeed a sword-bearer of the Empire, but Erida and her sister are not. Earlier, because Lord Rain was always on missions, the sisters naturally followed him, which made him think they were also on official Empire missions. But in reality, they were just following Rain, not actually working for the Empire. Now, with Lord Rain fighting hard in battle, Erida and her sister's first instinct was to support him. Baldwin had no right to stop them, nor to order them to follow the command to eliminate the void destroyers. Little sister, let's go. Before Baldwin could say anything more, Erida jumped onto the head of the improved Hellfire golem. She then called to her sister, Alida. Okay, sister. Alida smiled sweetly at her sister, then quickly changed her expression, snorted at Baldwin, and also jumped onto the head of another improved Hellfire golem. In the next second, the sisters and the 2 golems sped toward the battlefield center. Wait, Lord Rain and that one's fight? Can you 2 really get involved? Baldwin suddenly thought of a problem, his face changing as he shouted. But by then, the 2 sisters had already rushed dozens of meters ahead. Baldwin also understood that even if they heard him, they wouldn't turn back. Next to him, Lambert was carrying a large sword, arms crossed, watching Baldwin and the 2 women with interest. When he first saw the 2 women, he had doubts. With his experience and sharp senses, he felt they didn't seem like members of the Empire's special forces. Because in both speech and demeanor, the women did not match the calm, humble, and cautious style typical of the Empire's officials. After experiencing the dark treatment, he began to suspect their true identities. Now, he had fully figured it out. It turns out that the Ardos sisters are top legendary fighters of the Snake Cult. After entering the secret realm, they were defeated by Ryan, and somehow, they became his followers. Wow, Lord Ryan is young but truly impressive. This is the first time he's heard of such a thing in all these years. Moreover, could the evil god have some hidden control over the women? How was it lifted? But now is not the time to think about that. Lambert noticed Baldwin's gaze was on him. Lord Baldwin, you might as well stop looking at me, Lambert said with a slight smile, shaking his head at Baldwin. I only joined this mission because I lost a contest to Lord Ryan. Now that Ryan is in a tough fight, I should help him first, rather than deal with some Void Destroyer. Leave the Void Destroyer to you. That's fine, right? As he finished speaking, Lambert suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the ground cracked like a spider web. In the next moment, Lambert reappeared several dozen meters away. When facing different enemies, one's mindset changes. Lambert was not happy about losing to Ryan, another genius of the Empire, but he quickly accepted it. He and Ryan had no past grudges. He only attacked Ryan because he was bound by an agreement with the Drum family. From this perspective, his stance was not entirely righteous. It was not entirely his own choice either. Naturally, his conviction was not so firm. So, when faced with Ryan's offer, Lambert chose to live, not out of fear, but for other reasons. But now, this was an evil god avatar, the Empire's enemy. He was the disciple of the Tidesword Saint, the protector of the Empire. Rain, who showed mercy to his opponent, was fighting fiercely. In this situation, Lambert knew that if he didn't want to embarrass himself or his teacher, he had to do something. Suddenly, as Lambert quickly advanced, he felt a moment of clarity. At the same time, his large sword, Wave Cutter, hummed as if it was responding. This sudden change made Lambert feel excited inside. He looked again into the eyes of the goddess of the Dark Sea, filled with fighting spirit, excitement, and anticipation. Is this a divine form? Is this our first time fighting? Lord Lambert, close combat is very dangerous. Remember to dodge. Baldwin, seeing Lambert rush toward the battlefield, was surprised at first, then quickly shouted a warning. In the next moment, Baldwin sighed with a smile, cast a stone skin spell on himself, and charged forward. As a earth element wizard, his self-defense ability was quite good. Baldwin planned to fight a little closer so he could help Rain and the others while defeating the Void Destroyer. Seeing this, the people on the second floor of the Imperial City Star Mage platform were silent for a moment. Human nature is complex. Some, like Nick, hold high positions but behave badly at key moments. Others, like Lambert, seem to be driven by others, afraid of death, but deep down, they are brave and loyal. In the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, Rain and Hela's fierce battle continued. Now, Rain had used his third skill to recover his stamina. Otherwise, he couldn't have sustained such a huge energy drain in his third form. Although Rain kept his stamina at a high level most of the time, he still couldn't gain an advantage against the giant goddess of the Dark Sea, Hela. He clearly felt that the power and duration of his divine form were much greater than in his shadow form. Between him and Hela, their strength, speed, and close combat skills were quite similar, but Hela's magic abilities were stronger. Despite the fierce fight, Rain hadn't yet revealed his true cards. So he didn't rashly use his ultimate skills. He had a feeling that the goddess of the Dark Sea, Hela, might have a way to counter his spirit-shattering impact. Suddenly, Hela's right hand formed a fist, and a semi-transparent energy trident appeared instantly. Swish. In the next moment, Hela held the semi-transparent black trident and forcefully stabbed at Ryan. Ryan reacted quickly. His steel armor-covered dragon claw grasped the tip of the trident and blocked the attack. Although the trident pierced through his scales and blood flowed out, Ryan saw this as just a small wound. However, Hela's face suddenly showed a mysterious smile. In an instant, a black glow flashed on the trident. The trident expanded tenfold, forming a huge shadow of a trident that pierced straight through his steel armor and body from the front. Ryan's pupil shrank, and he felt a sharp pain in his body. Looking down, he saw 3 blood holes in his waist and abdomen, bleeding heavily. He had clearly used his dragon claw to block the trident's path. Logically, only if his claw was pierced could he be hurt. But now, his claw was injured, yet not pierced through, as if the shadow of the trident could pass through his claw's defense and harm him. Real damage? Or multi-layered damage? Ryan's heart tightened. Either way, it meant that Hela, in her current form, was much stronger than her previous projection, with a higher level of power and greater ability. While Ryan was thinking of a countermeasure, suddenly, he sensed two familiar signals coming from his left side. "It's my golem." Ryan's eyes flickered slightly. Sure enough, two improved Hellfire golems were charging over with a roar, along with the Ardos sisters. Iridas, the older sister, launched continuous shadow attacks, destroying or repelling nearby void destroyers. Elidra, the younger sister, kept flickering rapidly, inserting her black glowing blade into the void destroyers wounded by her sister. Although the void destroyers were nearly immune to physical attacks, Elidra's blades were enchanted with special magic, making them quite deadly. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Ryan could clearly see that it was Lambert. He suddenly moved faster than expected, leaping high into the air. In an instant, he created 7 or 8 shadow images. His twin-handed greatsword burst with a dazzling white light and struck behind the goddess of the undersea, Hela, with a move called Sword Shadow Clone Slash. A bright arc of light streaked across. The black water vortex shield on Hela's body was instantly split in half. The bright arc of light lingered in the air for a full second before finally disappearing. Huh? Is this the level of sword faith? This attack from behind made Hela, who was about to continue attacking Ryan, stop her. She immediately turned around, raised her hand, and used her energy trident to block Lambert's strike. Seemed stronger now. Ryan's eyes flickered slightly. He noticed that Lambert's sword faith had become purer compared to when they fought before. Clearly, Lambert was not holding back or hiding his skill at that moment. The only explanation was that Lambert was a rare swordsmanship genius. He had a sudden insight in a short time. That's impressive. Ryan knew very well that if he didn't have a system, based on talent alone, he wouldn't be able to compare to Lambert or even the genius knight Kreia, the talented female knight. This scene warmed Ryan's heart. At this moment, he seemed to sense something, his figure flickered, and he moved closer to the golem. The arrival of the golem meant he finally had a usable weapon. In his dragon-human king form, Ryan's height reached nearly 14 meters. The rare metals carried in his human form were not enough to transform into a sufficiently large and handy weapon. That's why, when the sect was making golems, they placed a large sword over 4 meters long and a double-handed warhammer of similar length on their backs. Ryan's mind moved slightly, and 2 golems nearby immediately took down their weapons and threw them fiercely toward him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 huge weapons whistled through the air, spinning rapidly, but in the next second, they landed steadily in Ryan's hands. Finally, while Hela was dealing with Lambert's shadow clone slash, Ryan caught the large sword and warhammer he had prepared earlier. Clang! You see Ryan holding a sword in his right hand and a hammer in his left, then striking them together with a heavy clash. He squints his eyes and looks again at the goddess of the dark sea, Hela. His whole presence suddenly changes dramatically. The giant black-robed girl, who is the form of Hela, easily repels Lambert's attack with a single spear. But suddenly, she feels a warning in her heart. She quickly turns around and sees Ryan transformed into a dragon man, holding a sword in one hand and a hammer in the other, leaping high into the air to strike her down. Hela immediately raises her spear to block, but with a loud clang, her right hand holding the trident trembles uncontrollably. She almost drops it because the force is much greater than she expected. Hela can feel that Ryan's hammer attack is not only boosted by a rushing force, but also enhanced by a top-level hammer technique. But Ryan's attack isn't finished yet. In an instant, a flash of light appears in front of Hela, and another attack comes at her. This is Ryan's large sword in his left hand. Hela doesn't have time to raise her spear to block. She quickly steps back to dodge Ryan's sword strike. But once she retreats, she can't stop. Ryan's heavy hammer in his right hand swings again with a roar. Hela struggles to hold her spear to block, but is pushed back again. Meanwhile, Ryan's large sword in his left hand strikes like lightning. This cycle of sword and hammer attacks continues rapidly. The goddess of the dark sea, Hela, is pushed back step by step, retreating 7 or 8 times. This scene naturally surprises the Iridas sisters, who are rushing toward the battle center. They are amazed at Ryan's fighting power. Lambert, who was knocked back dozens of meters by Hela's spear, is also stunned as he watches this scene. Ryan, transformed into a fierce dragon man, holding a sword and a hammer, is fighting so fiercely that a divine incarnation is falling apart. He just fought Hela and knows very well the strength of this goddess of the dark sea. Even though Ryan's strength has greatly increased, he estimates he can only match the divine incarnation in skill. But the power gap is too big. When Hela shook her trident just now, he was knocked flying. Yet Ryan is able to hold his ground and fight back. Hela, beaten back repeatedly, no longer has her relaxed expression. Her beautiful face, hidden beneath her black robe, is now unusually serious. She is a bit confused about why Ryan's fighting ability keeps getting stronger. At this moment, the opponent's strength and agility are both much higher than during the previous fight. Additionally, their sword and hammer skills seem to have been refined through countless trials, with each casual strike reaching a top-level mastery. Despite being young, how did they manage to train like this? As she ponders her strategy, she hears Ryan's deep, calm mockery. "Are you not trying to kill me? Is that all you've got? Are you really a god?" That's quite laughable. Ryan's words are like pouring oil on a fire. This instantly enrages Hela, who was thinking of her next move. She is furious that this insignificant insect dares to mock her again. What was her purpose in entering the secret realm? Was it just to be mocked by this tiny creature once more? Hela's anger boils over as she suddenly looks up and screams. A transparent energy wave bursts outward, causing Ryan to feel dizzy and momentarily lose focus. Taking this chance, Hela quickly puts distance between herself and Ryan. Her face is cold as frost. "Fool, you have angered me. The wrath of a god will wipe you out completely." Her energy begins to surge dramatically, and her height increases again to about 17 or 18 meters. This causes the fragile space of the secret realm to start breaking apart, with cracks spreading and enlarging, even forming over 10 meters wide. For a moment, Hela's aura is overwhelming. She didn't want to do this, because if her injured body fully unleashed its power, her current vessel would be useless. Her divine energy, which she had poured into this world through her avatar, would be completely drained in one go. But she didn't expect that killing Ryan, this tiny insect, would be much harder than she thought. Most importantly, she was very angry. Hela hadn't been this angry in a long, long time. The dirt on the ground seemed to be pulled by some force, rushing toward the cracks in the air above. The speed and intensity of this movement grew faster and more obvious. It was as if these cracks were punctures in balloons, leaking air rapidly from inside out. After a few seconds, dozens of gray tornadoes formed and rushed toward the cracks. Although the cracks could heal on their own, right now, they were surrounded by void destroyers, and even larger void creatures appeared in the bigger fissures. These monsters are over 5 meters tall. They are surrounded by black mist that flickers with irregular flashes of light, and their energy levels are clearly higher than those of ordinary void destroyers. This scene naturally caught the attention of everyone on the second floor of the Imperial Capital Star Mage platform. Not good. The goddess of the underworld is using all her strength. The cracks are increasing and spreading. Major Star Mage Dalian whispered urgently. The void destroyers are reinforcing the cracks. If this continues, these cracks won't close on their own and might even tear wider as more void destroyers appear. Is there a solution? Lord Dalian, General Augustus asked immediately. Activate the sealers at full capacity, suggested General Campbell nearby. But if we do that, although it will greatly strengthen the space, it will also deplete the energy reserves of the sealers, making it impossible to use them for the planned duration. There's another problem. Once the space is stabilized, the goddess of the underworld, Hela, will be free to act without restrictions, not being pushed out by the secret realm's rules. Can Lord Rain withstand that? Major Tatia quickly pointed out 2 major drawbacks of Campbell's suggestion. But if we don't do this, the secret realm might soon be overwhelmed by void creatures, General Campbell countered. Hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. Once activated, if Rain loses, it means the space is stabilized, but the goddess of the underworld will have no opponents inside the secret realm. The young dragons in the Dragon Valley will inevitably be killed by her. However, if they don't activate it, given the current situation, the void creatures will completely devour the Dragon Valley secret realm. In other words, the Dragon Empire will permanently lose the secret realm. This is a difficult choice. Lord Dalian, could you please perform a long-distance mental transmission to contact Rain? I know this will be very taxing for you, but I understand. Please wait a moment, replied Major Star Mage Dalian as he took out a crystal ball from his robe. Place your hand on it. Marshal Alfred nodded and reached out to hold the crystal ball. In the next moment, it was as if his mind connected to another place. Rain, I am Alfred. Everyone present watched Alfred's face nervously. The decision had to be quick because they had already seen a legendary-level Void Destroyer enter the Secret Realm. These creatures would naturally seek out weak spots in the Dragon Valley Secret Realm and cause destruction. If they waited too long, more powerful beings might come in, and that would be terrible. Reen says he is confident he can handle that one, Alfred said in a deep voice. Can he really? Someone questioned. I believe in Lord Reen, General Augustus replied. Open it. Marshal Alfred finally decided. As the large magic array on the Star Mage platform activated, instantly, the 3 fissure closure devices in the cracks of the Dragon Valley Secret Realm seemed to receive an open command. The 3 devices hidden in the void powered up fully. Immediately, 3 beams of light, each as thick as a fist, connected to form a large equilateral triangle. This change immediately alerted Reen and Hela inside the Secret Realm. Huh? The fissure closure devices are opening so quickly. Reen didn't expect that right after finishing contact, the Star Mage platform would activate. He could clearly feel that the space had become much more stable. Around them, the huge fissures were shrinking rapidly. Many Void Destroyers passing through were pushed out directly. Basically, fissures over 10 meters in diameter shrank to just 2 or 3 meters, and fissures under 5 meters disappeared quickly. At this moment, the goddess of the Dark Sea, Hela, smiled. It seems the Empire has abandoned you to protect this secret realm from being destroyed by void forces. It's truly sad you're fighting here while they stab you in the back. Now, I give you one last chance. Surrender to me. Reen's expression remained unchanged, completely unmoved. My answer is the same as last time. Otherwise, you might want to consider surrendering to me, he said. Foolish mortal, your provocation will ultimately become your source of pain, Hela said coldly. Before she finished speaking, her energy trident quickly took shape. Clang! A giant, 30-meter-long illusion of a trident immediately pierced through Reen's sword and hammer, which crossed in front of him. This time, Ryan felt the attack more clearly. The opponent's attack was definitely a multi-layered strike. Although he blocked the spear tip of the trident and his steel armor reduced the energy damage, an unknown third type of damage pierced through his body. It was very similar to the real damage caused by his Warhammer's secret move. Spirit-shattering impact. Do you think that once the space stabilizes, only your strength can be fully unleashed? Ryan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly said, Actually, I can do that too. If he wanted to win, he had to keep increasing his strength. He couldn't worry too much about revealing too much of his power. Suddenly, Ryan began to shift into his third form, quickly transforming parts of his body into his fourth form. His arms grew even thicker. If before they looked somewhat human, now they resembled fierce beast limbs. His stomach also expanded further. Unlike his previous strong dragon-like form, this time his belly was bulging, like a beer gut. Additionally, it seemed like there was something new at his neck, an urgent feeling to release it. Ryan suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a blazing flame, attacking the sea goddess Hela. Fire breath? Isn't that typical of a red dragon? Hela was momentarily stunned but quickly raised her shield to block it. However, in the next instant, she was shocked. Die. The moment these words left his mouth, Ryan's muscles swelled again. His massive hind legs suddenly pushed off the ground, covering dozens of meters in a single step, like a supersonic fighter jet. This step was nearly twice as fast as before, and a white wave of air spread out around him, as if dozens of steam locomotives were rushing past in an instant. Because of the incredible speed, the air seemed to turn into water, blocking his path. When broken violently, it produced a deafening whistle comparable to a giant ship's horn, deafening everyone. With this leap, the ground beneath Ryan softened like a swamp, instantly sinking several meters. The force of this attack was so powerful that the ground couldn't even in time. Instead, it squished down like soft clay. Faced with such a powerful attack, Hela, the sea goddess, was the first to react. She tried to block and then retreat using her strength. But when she raised her spear to defend, she was stunned. Spirit-shattering impact. As Ryan struck down with his hammer, although Hela felt she had clearly blocked the attack with her spear, her whole body was shaken deeply, as if someone had been struck repeatedly by a heavy bell, causing a terrible headache. At the same time, because Ryan's power had greatly increased, the tremendous force from his hammer strike caused the semi-transparent black trident to, and then it shattered loudly. Before Hela could make an effective defense, bang, whoosh, bang. Ryan swung his arms like the wind, with each hammer and sword seeming to carry immense strength. In an instant, he struck dozens of times, leaving behind more than 10 silver arcs and black hammer shadows in the air. Taking advantage of the moment when the fragmented spiritual impact stunned Hela, Ryan directly blew her apart completely. Hela's large figure instantly disintegrated, and finally, only the black-robed girl with closed eyes floated calmly in midair. Haha, Ryan's chest rose and fell rapidly, but at this moment, he also realized that even the reinforced space was beginning to push him out. If he didn't want to be expelled now, he should control his power level. Ryan quickly transformed from his current form into his second form and instantly felt the rejection force from the secret realm space disappear. The next second, he returned to human shape. At the same time, a deep sense of weakness spread through his body. Although his burst of energy had only lasted a few seconds, his physical exhaustion was extreme. Ryan immediately added more mental energy, restoring his stamina to peak levels. Now, he focused his gaze on the floating black-robed girl in front of him. He did not destroy her body because he sensed that inside her body, there seemed to be something beneficial to him. As for worrying whether the goddess of the underworld, Hela, would descend again within the secret realm, Ryan was not worried at all. If she dared to come down several times, he would fight her every time. Thinking for a moment, Ryan approached, picked up the black-robed girl, and a soft, warm touch came through. Perhaps because he made contact with her, the system suddenly prompted, "Ding." Detected a small amount of divine power essence that can enhance spiritual crystallization. Would you like to absorb it? Note: the system's absorption can remove impurities and absorb everything at once. Divine power essence? Remember, the previous related item was a divine power crystal. However, based on its name, the divine power essence should be of a higher level than the crystal, thought Rain silently. Faced with this unexpected good fortune, Rain did not hesitate and immediately chose yes. Suddenly, Rain felt a powerful energy surge from his hands holding the black-robed girl. Then, under the guidance and transformation of the system, a cool breeze entered his mind. At the same time, Rain seemed to hear a distant female voice in his ears. The voice carried feelings of anger mixed with helplessness. Like last time, within a very short moment, Rain sensed the silver liquid in his mind becoming thick and visibly filled with crystals. After a few seconds, Rain felt his mind become very clear and refreshed, better than ever. He glanced at the system panel, his eyes widening suddenly. The system panel showed Spirit, 141, crystallized 76%. Such a big increase. Rain thought with surprise and joy. Previously, it was 43%, now it's 76%, a full 33% increase. I'm in the crystallization stage, and I can still improve by nearly a third. Indeed, the divine power essence is much stronger than the previous divine power crystal. This is just a small amount. If I had more, I could directly reach the peak of crystallization. This improvement was equivalent to what ordinary crystallization mages might achieve after more than 30 years of hard practice. At this moment, Lambert, who had been standing still for a few seconds, walked over with a smile, saying, "Lord Rain, it seems you didn't use your full strength in the last test." "Thank you for your help, Lord Lambert," Rain replied with a slight smile. He didn't directly answer Lambert's question but expressed his gratitude. Although he could have defeated the sea goddess Hela without Lambert, humility is a virtue. "Lord Rain, we are late," said the sisters, Erida and her younger sister, arriving beside Rain. The younger sister, Alida, looked at the black-robed girl in Rain's arms with curiosity. "Lord Rain, is this the container for the descent? She's very beautiful." No wonder Alida made such a remark. If you ignore her background and what happened before, the black-robed girl's beauty is quite rare. Rain thought for a moment and placed her on a nearby golem. He planned to wait until the secret realm mission was over before bringing her back together. He felt that this divine container might have other special uses. At that moment, Baldwin hurried over from a distance with a happy look on his face. Just as Reen was about to say something to Baldwin, suddenly, the largest nearby space, which hadn't fully closed, released a semi-transparent giant claw. It grabbed the black-robed girl from the golem's hand and then quickly retracted like lightning. But a strong dragon claw was faster than it, instantly grabbing the giant claw that was trying to pull back. It was Reen, whose right arm had transformed into a dragon in an instant. He had sensed something watching from the void earlier and thought the other side had given up, but unexpectedly, it jumped out at this moment. "Trying to steal my things?" Reen's eyes turned cold. His body began to swell again, and then he suddenly exerted force to pull. The opponent's giant claw seemed unprepared for this situation. Under Reen's strong pull, the claw was suddenly dragged into the secret realm. However, before Reen could fully complete his transformation, the opponent decisively released the black-robed girl and retracted quickly like lightning. Whoosh! At this moment, a flash of arc light flickered across the opponent's wrist. A roar came from the opposite, and the ground left behind a trail of glowing blood. Still, the giant claw was pulled back. It was Lambert, wielding a sword, but his expression was serious. Despite his full faith in his sword's power, the attack only caused minor injuries. The opponent's strength was clearly extraordinary, probably a legendary being. Meanwhile, the began to shrink rapidly, from several meters in diameter to the size of a palm, then disappeared completely. You're so fast to run. Seeing this, Reen naturally gave up on continuing his transformation and returned to his human form. He approached the bloodstain, squatted down, and carefully sensed the area. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with the aura contained in the glowing bloodstain. Recalling how he just pulled back and the shape of the opponent's clawed arm, he suddenly understood. Reen, it seems the opponent is a giant dragon? Lambert seemed to have thought of something and looked surprised. It should be a void dragon, and it is of epic level. Ryan glanced at Lambert, nodded, and said, but aren't all the dragons here just juvenile dragons? Even if they are infected by the void, they shouldn't be of epic level. The army captain Baldwin asked with doubt. I'm not sure either, but based on the blood left behind and the shape of that giant claw, it must be a void dragon. Ryan replied. Captain Baldwin, I am also quite certain. Just now, my full-strength sword only caused a small injury. If it were a legendary creature, its claw would have been cut off by me already. Lambert agreed. Understood, Baldwin nodded. Ryan looked at the seemingly sleeping but already heartbeat-less girl in the black robe and suddenly had an idea. Maybe I can find a way to make it strike again. Currently, it seems this void dragon is very interested in the container where the goddess Hela of the undersea has appeared. Ryan's eyes flickered as he thought silently. Because transforming requires a complete essence of dragon blood, Ryan has always kept this in mind. Although the void dragon is infected with void energy, it originally was a purebred dragon, fundamentally different from the flying dragons and ancestor dragons he previously defeated. Ryan is confident that if he can kill this void dragon and obtain its blood essence, it will likely meet the final requirement for transforming into a dragon lineage wizard, a complete dragon blood essence. However, to lure it into attacking again, the space must not be too stable. Right now, the stability is so high that the dragon might not even be able to enter. After thinking for a moment, Ryan took out a well-preserved thin sheet from his pocket and contacted the command hall directly. Command hall, this is Ryan. At this moment, in the Imperial capital Tamriel, on the Star Mage platform, everyone was immersed in the scene of Ryan quickly defeating the goddess Hela's avatar. Lord Ryan's strength just now is probably already at the epic level, right? As the communicator vibrated, everyone came back to their senses. Tadia, looking a bit excited, picked up the thin sheet and said, Lord Ryan, I am Tadia. Tadia, please help me contact Marshal Alfred. Okay, Lord Ryan, please wait a moment. Perhaps for ordinary task performers, directly contacting the Marshal might be considered an overstep. However, in Ryan's case, everyone sees it as completely appropriate. Your Excellency Ryan, I am Alfred. First, congratulations on defeating the embodiment of the Sea of Darkness goddess. When you return to the Imperial capital, we will immediately award you, Alfred said seriously, though his tone revealed his happiness. The incident of the Sea of Darkness goddess Hela rushing into the Dragon Valley secret realm exceeded the worst-case scenario in the emergency plan. However, for the void creatures outside the secret realm, the command hall had already prepared targeted measures, which is why the full-capacity activation of the rift closure device was used as an emergency plan. Thank you, Marshal. I would like to ask if it's possible to adjust the power of the rift closure device back to its original setting? Ryan asked. Alfred was momentarily surprised by Ryan's request, but quickly responded, That's something we were about to discuss with you. Power adjustment is necessary, otherwise, the device won't support more than a month before running out of energy. When the rift closure device was designed, it used a cyclic architecture. Multiple wizard arrays inside the closure device could absorb energy from the void and help stabilize the secret realm space. However, this is only sustainable at low power. Running at full capacity would cause the energy to drain too quickly. Originally, we planned to adjust the power after your mission was complete. If we make the change now, the recent energy waves from the battle could cause a temporary resurgence of high-level conflicts, which might reopen the rift. Yes, thank you for your concern, Marshal. But I would like to make the adjustment now, if possible, Ryan said with a smile. There was silence from the other side for a few seconds, as if they were considering. Soon, Marshal Alfred's deep voice sounded again. Your Excellency, Ryan, have you thought this through? I have thought it through, Ryan replied. Good, Alfred said. Lowering the power of the rift closure device is necessary. Otherwise, even if the Void Dragon had malicious intent, it wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm to steal. Ryan naturally looked forward to their arrival. Although Baldwin and others present didn't understand Ryan's reasoning, having just experienced the recent battle, they naturally wouldn't question him. Lord Rain, should we go to eliminate the infected young dragons inside the secret realm, or should we first find those cultists? Baldwin asked. Actually, both tasks serve the same purpose. The young dragons infected by the Void Beast are aggressive and kill their own kind inside the secret realm. Meanwhile, the legendary cult leaders came to the secret realm to kill healthy young dragons and weaken the Dragon Empire's strength. But Rain knows clearly that, in terms of strength, the first task is easier, while the second is more difficult because some cult leaders are very strong. Baldwin was even injured by a legendary cult leader. By the way, Erida, do you know who else from other factions has come this time? I'm not very sure, Erida shook her head. This time, when we entered the secret realm, we were only told to kill juvenile dragons and members of the Empire. Also, we were told the activity area is in the central part of the secret realm, while other factions are responsible for other areas. Is it the Flame Mountain and the forest? Yes, Erida nodded. Rain nodded as well. This makes things a bit complicated. If the cult was openly mobilizing forces, it would be easier to track them. But now, each cult group has very few members, and they are strong individually. They act alone, making them hard to follow. Especially if they deliberately hide their tracks, it's almost impossible to find them inside this large secret realm, about the size of a county town. Maybe we can think differently. Since their task is to kill juvenile dragons, they will likely head toward areas where dragons gather. Exactly. Lord Baldwin, please contact the command hall and confirm the locations where juvenile dragons are most concentrated. Okay, I'll contact them right away. Baldwin nodded with a smile, understanding Rain's plan. Soon, Baldwin put down a thin map and said, Lord Rain, I've confirmed that the main areas with concentrated juvenile dragons are roughly the southwestern part of the secret realm at the Lingyu Waterpool, the central Fire Mountain and Yongha Forest, the northeastern Black Water Marsh, and the surrounding ring-shaped mountain cliffs. The command hall fully supports your plan. They hope you will be in charge of this operation. Currently, there are 4 capable personnel for combat missions. It has been confirmed that if they work together, they should be able to handle one of the locations. Oh, that's good news. I understand, Ryan said thoughtfully. Lord Ryan, how about I take care of the Lingyu Waterpool? I came from that direction earlier, Lambert suggested first. He still wanted to complete his mission involving the Blue Dragon descendant and also take the opportunity to defeat the evil cult legend, both goals at once. All right, then I'll leave Lambert in charge, Ryan said with a slight smile. Lord Ryan, as for the farthest ring-shaped mountain cliff area, I should go, Baldwin said after some thought. You alone? But your injuries are not fully healed. That's not safe. Ryan looked at Baldwin and shook his head. Then, let the Erida sisters accompany you, he added. No, that's not appropriate. Baldwin looked at the beautiful Erida sisters, blushing for no reason, and shook his head repeatedly. Lord Ryan, wouldn't it be better if Erida and I went with you? I can also accompany Baldwin to the ring-shaped mountain cliff, Erida suggested, glancing at Ryan. No need. If you two split up, your strength will decrease. Together, I believe even if we encounter other cult legends, we can handle it. With Baldwin here, it's almost guaranteed, Ryan said, waving his hand. The Erida sisters, after losing the power of the devouring serpent, are now only at late legend level. However, their excellent teamwork and outstanding innate abilities mean that when they fight together, they still possess peak legendary strength. Lord Ryan. Baldwin wanted to say more but was interrupted. Baldwin, did the command hall just tell you that I am in charge of this operation? That's settled then, Ryan said firmly. All right, Lord Ryan. Be careful alone, Baldwin replied. Thank you. By the way, Baldwin, inform the command hall to gather the remaining personnel and head to the Blackwater Marsh. I will take responsibility for the Fire Mountain and Yongmao Forest areas, Ryan instructed. Understood, Lord Ryan. If his assumptions are correct, the Fire Mountain and nearby Yongmao Forest are likely controlled by the dense snake cult and the limb cult. Previously, the multi-armed Pierce was defeated by him, and the two women from the serpent cult also switched sides to him. This means there are probably no more cult members here. Even if there are, they are likely members of the cult who are not Pierce. He plans to go to the weak spot at the top of the Fire Mountain to lure the Void Dragon to attack again. At the same time, he can complete the task of the Red Dragon's offspring with the Dragon language mark. Soon, everyone split up to go their own ways. After they left, Ryan looked at the black-robed girl in the improved Hellfire Golem's hands. He picked her up and strapped her onto his back, then headed toward the center of Fire Mountain. The warm, soft feeling from behind made it hard to believe the black-robed girl was dead. Ryan carefully sensed again and found that although she had no heartbeat, some remaining energy inside her body still moved her blood slowly, keeping her blood circulation going. That's why she appeared to be in a sleep-like state. However, her mental energy fluctuations had disappeared completely. Even a sleeping baby has faint mental energy signals, so Ryan guessed that the black-robed girl was probably in a state close to brain death. After walking a few steps, Ryan suddenly stopped, raising an eyebrow as if he had an idea. He went behind a golem and quickly formed a stretcher-like support on its back, then placed the black-robed it. Although he had just considered that the rift closure device had returned to normal power and the girl might attract the Void Dragon again, he decided to carry her with him. But the problem was, she might be wary of his strength and choose not to appear. So, Ryan thought for a moment and decided to place to the back of a golem to lure the dragon out. This time, he was confident that if he paid close attention, he wouldn't let her escape again. Because the golem made a lot of noise, he and the two golems moved smoothly through the dense forest toward the dark Fire Mountain. However, after a short while, Ryan keenly sensed a sudden vortex of void appear about 100 meters behind him. Several strange-looking void creatures sneaked out of it, then followed him in the direction he was heading. A few more minutes passed, and a swirling vortex appeared in the sky, operating in this way. This made Ryan smile slightly. Not bad, the fish haven't given up. The fish has taken the bait. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Fire Mountain, on a tall, abrupt rocky peak, a tall figure, somewhere between broad and bulky, was gazing toward the direction of Ryan and Hela's battle. The person had messy gray-white hair, a pale and withered face, and carried two large double-edged axes on his back. The axe handles seemed to be made of gold, giving a very fancy look. But the most strange thing was his body shape. Although he wore a thick gray cloak that covered most of his body, he still looked very odd. A closer look revealed that, although he was over 2.5 meters tall, he appeared bulky because he was very wide. His body under the cloak was nearly 2 meters across. This was unusual. He was Collins Glick, the second and last person from the Church of the Connecting Limbs to enter the secret realm. He was also the son of the church's pope, known as the dragon-slaying Axe Collins. Just now, Collins sensed energy fluctuations about 7 or 8 kilometers away. Although it was far, the intensity of the battle energy was very high, so he immediately headed in that direction. But when Collins reached halfway up the mountain, he suddenly stopped and extinguished his desire to go further because the final energy fluctuation of the battle surged suddenly, reaching an epic level. Collins understood that this was no longer a fight he could interfere with. At the same time, he was curious and puzzled. Wasn't the secret realm of the Dragon Valley supposed to have power limits? But the recent energy level of the battle didn't look like a legendary level at all. Thinking for a moment, Collins decided to return to the top of Fire Mountain. According to the mission given by the church earlier, he was to kill the juvenile Red Dragon heir. Although the church also tasked him with killing as many Imperial personnel as possible, he knew that compared to the juvenile dragon, only a few dozen Imperial soldiers had entered. It wouldn't be easy to encounter them, so it was better to wait here patiently. But shortly after jumping down from the giant rock, his ears twitched. He immediately turned his head to look down the mountain. The slow, heavy footsteps and deep rumbling sounds. Huh? This seems to be the movement of a golem? Other factions haven't heard of any legendary experts controlling golems. It looks like the people from the Empire have arrived. Realizing this, Collins's pale face shows a hint of a smile. Soon, he sees trees breaking and falling in the forest below the mountain, from which two strange dark gray golems and a young man in a wizard's robe emerge. Clearly, these two golems are controlled by the young man behind them. Surprisingly, a rare puppet master? Interesting. Although Collins has never seen this type of golem before, he can quickly estimate the opponent's strength. Because golems generally follow one rule: the bigger they are, the stronger they are. About 6 or 7 meters tall. Together, they are probably just average legendary fighters. It seems the other person is here for the Dragon Knight trial. The smile on Collins's face becomes even brighter. After a few more seconds of observation, confirming no one else is behind the opponent, he turns his direction from uphill to downhill and quickly moves toward the foot of the mountain where Ryan is. Just now, in the evergreen forest, Ryan had collected the 10 soul energies needed to cast the spirit-shattering impact. Now, Ryan is walking along a charred mountain path, winding upward. But before reaching 1/3 of the way, he suddenly stops, and the two golems halt at the same time. Because a tall but slightly bulky figure is quickly descending from the mountain. Although the figure is bulky, his steps are agile. Soon, he stops a few dozen meters in front of Ryan. Surprisingly, a rare puppet master? If you fall here, the Dragon Empire should be quite upset. Collins observes Ryan carefully. Energy particles of metallic nature ripple around him, and although he looks young, he has the aura of a late-stage crystallized wizard. He is likely a key heir cultivated by a high-ranking noble of the Empire. Killing such a person would be quite an achievement. Thinking of this, Collins can't help but smile. Ryan, meanwhile, looks at Collins, who suddenly appeared, also sizing him up. I thought I would have to reach the mountain top and search carefully to possibly encounter someone. It seems these cult members believe their fighting skills are extraordinary, much more than they actually are, and they are acting very arrogantly. This is good because it saves me the trouble of seeking them out. Thinking of this, Ryan also smiled. Additionally, the enemy's aura and that of multi-armed Pierce share some similarities. They both have a fierce look mixed with a hint of madness. This suggests that the opponent probably also comes from the cult of limb attachment. At this moment, Collins took out a large golden double-edged axe from behind him, holding it tightly. Then, he dragged the axe on the ground with a hissing sound and walked toward Ryan. Initially, the opponent's speed was not fast, but after 2 steps, he suddenly sped up. At the same time, a sharp and threatening aura began to rush toward Ryan. In the next second, a golden arc flashed by. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Collins's huge battle axe swung down directly at Ryan's head, but Ryan's left hand, which had transformed into a shield shaped like a hawk, quickly blocked it. Ryan's counterattack was immediate. His right hand transformed into a knight's longsword, aiming at Collins's bulky abdomen for a stabbing strike. Shick! A sticky, blocking sensation came from the sword's hilt. Collins sneered fiercely and swung his massive axe down heavily at Ryan again. Clang! This time, the opponent's strength was even greater. The hardened gold hawk-shaped shield had a deep axe scar several centimeters long, but it quickly returned to its original shape thanks to the metal-shaping magic. After a few quick exchanges, Ryan guided Collins to change position, moving to a slightly flatter spot on the hillside. The Hellfire Golem, carrying the cloaked girl, naturally followed and appeared on the open ground as well. At this point, Collins also sensed something was wrong. First, the opponent's eyes were too calm. There was no fear in his gaze, not even a hint of nervousness. Second, wasn't the opponent a puppet master? Why wasn't he controlling the golem to attack? That didn't make sense. Normally, a puppet master would rely heavily on their puppets and wouldn't choose to fight directly. Seeing Collins's eyes flicker with suspicion, Ryan realized the opponent was probably starting to doubt him. But this wasn't important. He had deliberately acted this way. All along, Ryan's focus wasn't on Collins in front of him, but on the void beasts behind him. He discovered that as he fought with Corinth, the monsters from the void behind him became much more active. Several groups of void creatures gathered together at this moment. When he saw the golem finally stop, he noticed more than 10 void beasts quietly approaching and quickly stacking on top of each other. Soon, they melted like candles, forming a huge void creature. Ryan narrowed his eyes, knowing that the enemy was about to take action. At that moment, about 3 or 4 meters wide suddenly appeared where the void beasts were. A giant claw shot out like lightning, reaching for the black-robed girl carrying the Hellfire Golem on her back. Finally, I've waited for you. Ryan smiled slightly. His aura changed dramatically, his muscles bulged, and in a flash, he appeared behind the golem. He grabbed the translucent giant claw with a sudden grip. This time, once I come, don't think you can escape. A few minutes earlier, in the capital city of Tamriel, on the second floor of the Star Mage Tower. Since Ryan defeated the sea goddess Hela, the tense atmosphere here had eased a lot. Most people wore smiles on their faces. They were confident that the situation in the secret realm wouldn't change much anymore. Even the remaining cult legends, no matter how strong, couldn't surpass the sea goddess's power. And since Ryan had defeated her, who else could cause trouble in the secret realm? Many people started discussing Ryan's strength, whether he had reached epic level. Because the battle between Ryan and the sea goddess had ended, the command hall resumed full monitoring of key points and personnel in the secret realm. Every few minutes, they switched views and quickly assessed the situation. Right now, the scene on the oval stone platform showed Lambert moving quickly. He was almost near the Lingu water pool. He had just killed several void beasts with a single sword. The silver sword marks that lingered in the air for seconds amazed many people. Usually, monsters like void beasts, which are nearly immune to physical attacks, are very hard for ordinary sword masters to defeat. But Lambert made it look so easy. Lambert's strength is probably just a hair away from being a sword saint, someone said. Yes, he's come to the secret realm at the right time. He should be grateful to Lord Ryan for not killing him when he was defeated. At this moment, it seemed that Lambert's actions were going smoothly, and the scene on the stone platform shifted to Baldwin's side. He and the sisters Erida and the third person were quickly heading toward the mountain range to the west. Since they were still far away, they had just nearly exited the evergreen forest. After observing for a while, everything was going well for the three of them. Soon, the scene changed again. This time, many people looked interested. Because the current scene was of Ryan. Ryan was fighting Collins, and from the situation, it looked like Ryan was on the defensive, with fewer attacks. This made Augustus look serious and asked Talia beside him, "Who is this? Is he in the intelligence reports? Can he fight evenly with Lord Ryan? His strength is so strong." Talia looked at Collins in the scene with a puzzled expression, then quickly checked her data and said, "The other is Collins Grick, who is also the legitimate son of the High Priest of the Cult of the Limb, nicknamed Dragon Slayer Axe. According to intelligence from 2 weeks ago, he is at the peak of legendary strength. Normally, he shouldn't be able to fight Lord Ryan to this extent. Of course, there is a small chance that he is hiding his true strength. No, it's more likely that Lord Ryan is deliberately hiding his strength, though I don't know why," Marshal Alfred said, noticing something unusual with a quick glance. "Look quickly." Someone pointed at the scene. Everyone immediately looked over, and their eyes widened in surprise. Because, in the fight with Collins, Ryan suddenly disappeared with a flicker. When his figure reappeared, he had transformed into a dragon and, behind the golem, grabbing a semi-transparent dragon claw. This is that void dragon?" Talia exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, she remembered that earlier Ryan had actively suggested adjusting the power of the rift closure device to normal levels. Talia suddenly understood and said, "I see." The reason Ryan was fighting Collins so fiercely was to deliberately lure the void dragon into action. It looks like Ryan wants to pull this void dragon into the secret realm and destroy it. Upon hearing Taku's words, everyone, including Marshal Alfred, nodded in agreement. This explanation seemed very reasonable. But this void dragon, according to the strategist, might be as strong as the previous incarnation of the undersea goddess. If we fail, it could be very dangerous. "Lord Rain, isn't this a bit too risky?" General Campbell asked with a frown. After all, the situation was already very favorable, and Campbell saw no need to take such a risk. This void dragon is very powerful. If it continues to roam around the secret realm in the void, it could be an unpredictable threat to the safety of the area, Augustus said seriously. "General Augustus, you're right, but only if Lord Rain is sure he can defeat it. If he fails or angers the dragon, the chances of the secret realm being attacked will greatly increase," Campbell responded. "I believe Lord Rain won't do anything he can't handle," Augustus replied. At this point, Campbell stopped talking. After all, he was just sharing his opinion, not arguing with Augustus. At the Flame Mountain scene, the sight before Collins made him feel surprised and confused. Such strength. Suddenly, he understood the whole story. The young man's goal was never him, but to use their fight to confuse the real enemy, the Void Dragon. This made him feel secretly happy, but at the same time, he felt humiliated that his strength was so weak others ignored him. These two feelings mixed, causing his face to turn red and pale alternately. He wanted to retreat but also felt unwilling. After all, as the legitimate heir of the Church of the Limb, when had he ever been so ignored? And the one ignoring him was a young emperor he had never heard of. Stupid kid. Do you think that was all I could do just now? I was just saving my true strength to deal with a real expert like that. You. Collins suddenly tore off the heavy cloak he had been wearing, revealing a shocking sight. A giant dragon head with its eyes closed, skin dry and cracked. The dragon's head was connected to two sturdy arms grafted onto his chest and back. From this, it was clear that his technique was much more advanced than the last move used by multi-armed Pierce in his final moments. This also explains why the other person's body is so bulky. As Collins injects his vital energy into the two dragon heads at the front and back, his face turns paler. The two dragon heads are lifted high by thick, grafted arms. At the same time, because of the blood flow, the dragon heads quickly swell and grow larger. Soon, the two shriveled dragon heads seem to come alive as if just cut off. At this moment, if someone nearby were watching, they could clearly see that these two dragon heads belonged to teenage dragons, both descendants of red dragons. Suddenly, the two large dragon eyes snap open, with blood still seeping from the corners. Two different, but powerful energies spread out from them. Although Ryan senses a big change in Collins' aura, he doesn't worry much because it hasn't reached legendary levels. Ryan's main focus has always been the Void Dragon. Now, he has transformed into his third stage form, and because his power level has increased sharply, the surrounding cracks are spreading widely. However, Ryan notices that even in his third form, the Dragon King form, he is actually at a disadvantage in this strength contest. The Void Dragon before him still surpasses him and slowly pulls him toward the. It's clear that the dragon is trying to drag him into the. Ryan isn't worried about losing himself in the chaos of the void because, before the fight, Star Mages had already used astrology to locate him. If he stays in the void chaos for more than half a minute, he will be pulled back to the Star Mage platform in Imperial City. But fighting in an unfamiliar environment isn't wise. So, after some thought, Ryan fully unleashes the power of his advanced mutated dragon bloodline. This is also the first time he completely releases his fourth form, the Dragon Beast form. His height increases further, reaching 18 meters. He looks much bulkier than the Void Dragon across the, like a small mountain standing there. Dark gray energy rings circle around his body, radiating outward, creating a strong sense of pressure. His muscles are very developed, with thick limbs, a bulging belly, and very wide shoulders, all showing immense strength. His claws, in particular, now resemble those of a giant dragon, gripping tightly onto one of the Void Dragon's front limbs. In this transformation, for a moment, everyone on the second floor of the Star Mage Tower in the Imperial capital of Tamriel was stunned to see that the scene on the oval stone platform trembled twice before completely disappearing. The Grand Mage Dalian frowned and shook his head, saying, "The space fluctuations are too intense. We can't observe it anymore." Everyone's mind couldn't help but wonder, can Lord Rain win? Fully unleashing his fourth form, Rain clearly had the upper hand in strength. With a roar, Rain forcibly pulled a nearly 20-meter-tall, translucent dragon from into the secret realm. At this moment, the S diameter was only about 5 or 6 meters, but the opponent seemed to have good flexibility, so Rain pulled the entire creature through. Boom. Clearly, Rain's sudden burst of power caught the opponent off guard, and he forcefully pressed the dragon onto the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and the shockwave sent dirt and gravel flying outward, forming a large mushroom cloud. But it wasn't over yet. Taking advantage of the opponent falling, Rain quickly struck with a lightning-fast claw to the creature's abdomen and turned sharply. He needed to act quickly because the secret realm was strongly rejecting him. His current power level had already far exceeded the capacity of the Dragon Valley secret realm. Although the Void Dragon was highly immune to pure physical attacks, at the epic level, no attack was purely physical. The Sword Saint's attacks carried a strong belief in swords. The Dawn Mage's magic involved obvious mental imprint damage. While Rain lacked both, the high concentration of metallic energy particles around him made each of his strikes carry intense magical damage. With this claw, Rain gouged out a piece of flesh the size of a millstone from the Void Dragon's abdomen, causing the dragon to scream in pain. But as a complete epic-level combatant, the opponent couldn't be defeated with a single strike. Previously, The incarnation of the sea goddess Hela was injured and was caught off guard by Rain's shattered soul attack, standing still. Suddenly, the two mighty beasts began to fight fiercely, causing the ground to shake violently, smoke and dust rising, and the cracks around them appearing densely and endlessly. Suddenly, a burst of halo-like void flames erupted around it, colliding fiercely with the energy halo on Rain's body. The collision caused a powerful shockwave, making both giant creatures step back several paces immediately. The void dragon, with a somewhat human-like expression of rage, puffed out its chest and spat a ball of void breath at Rain. A blue flame-like energy rushed toward Rain, but he was already prepared. Remember, in his fourth form, he can also use breath attacks. Rain responded with a blast of red-hot flames. Immediately, the two energy breaths collided head-on, forming a tense standoff. The energy in the middle gathered rapidly, creating a large, dual-colored energy disk resembling a red and blue pie. Nearby, Collins, who had just used his blood essence to revive his twin dragon heads, watched this scene in shock, frozen in place. He wouldn't dare rush forward, even if he had 100 times more courage. He had initially wanted to show Rain some color, but he never expected his opponent to be so powerful. Collins didn't want to die. Suddenly, the balance of the energy disk was lost, and a super-strong explosion wave burst from the center. Both Rain, the Void Dragon, and Collins, who was 10 meters away, were thrown aside. But in the next second, Rain quickly got up and charged again at the Void Dragon, smashing the dragon in the waist and sending it flying. He rushed several dozen meters forward. At this moment, Collins, dizzy from the shockwave, struggled to stand. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw darkness before his eyes. Two enormous creatures were rushing toward him at high speed. Their overwhelming presence made Collins terrified out of his wits. He looked terrified, trying to dodge, but in that brief moment of hesitation, he was heavily pressed down by the Void Dragon's back. Rain, transformed into a dragon beast, was pressing down on the Void Dragon, claws striking relentlessly. When the two giant beasts rolled apart again, a bloodied, flesh-like, pie-shaped mass was embedded deep in the ground's large depression. However, neither Rain nor the Void Dragon paid attention to what the tiny creature, crushed beneath them, actually was. In the Imperial capital of Tamriel, inside the command hall on the second floor of the Star Technique platform. Because Rain led the Void Dragon into the hidden realm of the Dragon Valley for battle, the command hall became busy again. Although it was no longer possible to see the fight between Rain and the Void Dragon on the oval stone platform, there were other ways to monitor the situation inside the hall. At this moment, a staff officer's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Oh, we've detected extremely intense space fluctuations on the Fire Mountain within the Hidden Realm. This intensity has already surpassed the previous battle fluctuations between Lord Rain and that creature. That's so intense. Marshal, I suggest we immediately activate the full capacity of the rift closure device to reduce the space fluctuations as much as possible," Augustus said with a serious look. The data before them was very bad. Even though they couldn't directly observe the rift situation on the oval stone platform at this moment, from the current data, Augustus could judge that the battle scene of Rain and the Void Dragon was surely filled with space cracks. If left unchecked, it might attract even more powerful void creatures than the Void Dragon. All right, turn on the rift closure device at full capacity immediately. Marshal Alfred nodded without hesitation. Understood, Marshal. At this moment, the fight between Rain and the Void Dragon was still ongoing. Around the two giant beasts, numerous space cracks had already formed, some with diameters over 10 meters. Rain once again pressed the Void Dragon heavily to the ground, then gathered strength in his right claw. A dense silver-gray light condensed at the tip of his claw, and in the next instant, a silver giant claw shadow 10 meters long flashed and disappeared. Boom. Rain's right claw pierced through the Void Dragon's domain protection and its semi-transparent body, stabbing deep into the ground. In an instant, centered on the point of, the ground trembled like noodles. Immediately afterward, within a 10-meter radius, a large crater appeared. The surging shockwave created a dust column over 100 meters high, like a giant black smoke signal burning on an ancient beacon tower, magnified dozens of times. Even Lambert, far away at the Lingu water pool, saw the dust column rising from Fire Mountain. Huh? Is that Fire Mountain? Such a strong shockwave, could Lord Rain be fighting some powerful enemy again? Probably not that Void Dragon, right? Lambert squinted his eyes and muttered to himself. Due to the previous regional assignments, Ryan chose Mount Flame in the nearby Yangmao forest. Lambert immediately thought that Ryan was fighting against some enemy. However, he wasn't sure who Ryan was battling or if he needed help. On second thought, if Ryan couldn't handle it alone, going there might just be sending help to the enemy. Still, it was important to ask. Lambert picked up a communication device and asked, "Command Hall, this is Lambert. I detected intense fighting near Mount Flame. I believe one of the fighters is Lord Ryan. Should I abandon my current mission and go to support him?" This device originally belonged to Nick. After the fight, Nick gave it to Lambert. The device for Agrippa was given to the Arita sisters. "Lord Lambert, this is Taya. Please follow Lord Ryan's previous instructions and complete the suppression task at the Lingyu water pool," Taya replied. After a brief pause, she added, "We trust Lord Ryan. The current battle was initiated by him, and the opponent is that Void Dragon." Hearing Taya, Lambert relaxed a little, but he also felt a bit worried when he thought about the Void Dragon. "That's a real epic-level opponent," Lambert sighed. "Never mind, this isn't a fight I can interfere with," he added after a few seconds. Then he told the device, "Understood, Lady Taya. If the situation becomes clear, please inform me immediately." "Yes, Lord Lambert." Meanwhile, farther away, Baldwin and the Arita sisters also saw the large plume of smoke rising from Mount Flame. Baldwin acted almost the same way as Lambert. However, after receiving Taya's reply that they should follow the plan and continue their mission, Sister Alita frowned slightly and asked, "Big Sister, should I go check on Lord Ryan's situation?" "No, that's not a good idea. Lord Ryan made it very clear before. Our job is to assist Baldwin in completing the suppression task." Arita shook her head and said, "Also, if we split up, our fighting strength will drop significantly. Not only is your safety at risk, but if we encounter a tough enemy, neither Baldwin nor I might be able to handle it. Actually, we don't need to worry too much. You just heard that Lord Rain was the one who requested this. He should be confident." "That's right. Since Lord Rain himself asked for it, there shouldn't be any problem." Baldwin, who was nearby, was surprised that Rain chose to fight the Void Dragon alone, but based on his previous experience fighting the Sea Goddess of Darkness, he still believed in Rain's strength. Even if he might fail and the Void Dragon escapes, there is no real danger to Rain's life. On the mountain platform of the Flame Mountain, the Void Dragon looked quite battered now. Its semi-transparent body was covered with claw marks of various sizes, and there was a large hole running from front to back in its chest. However, because of the dragon's special body type, even after such serious injuries, it still retained a good part of its fighting ability. But the opponent definitely didn't feel good. Rain's last attack was almost at full power. It used the core skill weakness control of his epic profession King of 1,000 Blades, which he had activated by finding the weak point. The Void Dragon's body had almost no red spots except for this area, which was light red. Normally, this would be the dragon's heart, so even if there were some differences, it was a significant weak point. At this moment, Rain pushed off the ground with his feet, causing a burst of energy that exploded outward. The ground instantly formed a bomb crater. He then kicked the Void Dragon's body near the wound on its ribs hard. This kick not only produced a cracking sound of breaking bones, but also caused the nearly 20-meter-long Void Dragon to fold in half. The dragon was knocked down onto the ground with a loud crash, then bounced and rolled several times like a stone skipping on water. Finally, it slammed into the dark rock wall of Flame Mountain. Boom! The rock wall cracked, and dozens of large stones fell, burying the Void Dragon inside. Only its tail was still twitching intermittently. Rain stood up from a crouching position. His massive figure slowly approached the pile of rocks. After another power-up, the energy ring on his body vibrated again. At this moment, a series of irregular circular energy rings appeared around him, representing the strength level in his fourth form. This can be understood as a life field that forms when the body becomes strong enough. Of course, this kind of field isn't necessarily the same as the circular energy rings currently surrounding Rain. For example, the Void Dragon is similar to a halo. Within a few meters around it, all attacks are affected by its transparent field. This influence might weaken attacks or cause negative effects, among other things. After transforming into a dragon beast, Rain also began to understand how terrifying epic-level strength can be. If an attack isn't strong enough to break through the opponent's field protection, then no matter how many attacks there are, they are useless. Only attacks with enough power to break the life field in one strike can harm an epic-level enemy. This is why Rain didn't go to the golem to take the weapon when he had the chance. In his fourth form, a single claw nail is almost as long as a curved sword. With one swipe, it's almost like using a weapon, except for special weapons. Clang. After arriving beside a pile of giant rocks, he grabbed the exposed dragon tail and suddenly pulled. A huge force pulled the void dragon out from beneath the rocks. The void dragon struggled to turn its body, still seeming to want to fight back, but after multiple heavy hits, its movements became slow and weak. Swish. Rain struck with a lightning-fast claw, mercilessly nearly tearing off the void dragon's neck. The void dragon finally let out a mournful cry and crawled on the ground, no longer moving. Seeing this, Rain finally let out a sigh of relief. He had added 4 attribute points in a row. In his fourth form, his internal energy consumption was very high. Just as he was about to shrink his size and go to take the box to extract the opponent's blood essence, bang! Suddenly, the void dragon's tail swung at Rain's heels. Then, as if using all its strength, it rammed into Rain's waist and abdomen, pushing him toward a large nearby. Unaware, Rain was caught in the dying strike of the void dragon and was pushed into a chaotic void stream. In an instant, Rain felt as if he had entered outer space, floating in the air. But at this moment, he had no time to think. He kept hitting the void dragon's head with heavy claws, repeatedly striking bang, bang, almost destroying its protective field. Even if the dragon's skull was hard, it couldn't withstand Rain's relentless attacks. After more than 10 seconds, looking at the void dragon with its brains almost exposed, Rain was now sure that the opponent was completely dead. Rain immediately grabbed the corpse of the void dragon, trying to rush back into the again. However, he noticed that it was quickly shrinking. Suddenly, Rain thought of something. A box equipped with an extraction device was thrown out of the at lightning speed. It was the box Rain had ordered the golem to throw. Just as Rain was about to do something else, the next moment, the completely closed, leaving no trace of its existence. All that remained was the night sky, filled with tiny stars. Although being pushed into the void by the void dragon was unexpected, Rain was not panicked. He could feel that a certain marker inside his body had been activated. It was probably the mark placed by the great star mages before entering the secret realm. Normally, in about 10 seconds, he would automatically return to the first floor of the Star Mage platform in the Imperial City of Tamriel. After a brief thought, Rain held the corpse of the Void Dragon and the extraction box close to him. Naturally, he intended to bring the dragon's body back. At this moment, Rain, who had just entered the so-called Void Chaos, curiously looked around. He saw distant points of light in the far reaches of the starry sky in all directions, likely the glow of some stars. There were also some nearby. This was a bit different from what he had expected. Rain thought he would be able to see the full view of the Dragon Valley secret realm clearly in the void, even under some crystal-like protective barrier, but in fact, there was nothing around him. It felt like an astronaut drifting alone outside the galaxy. Wait a moment. Rain's eyes suddenly widened, because just now, he looked at the nearest bright point nearby, which was estimated to be tens of thousands of kilometers away. But he suddenly realized that its surface was covered with a colorful film, not like a star at all, more like a bubble. What shocked him most was that he could see through the film, vaguely noticing a humanoid figure sitting on a throne inside. This distance, this height of the figure, it must be several thousand meters tall. Rain immediately thought of his past life, on Earth, 380,000 kilometers away, where he could see the moon's diameter of 295 kilometers in the Bailey crater with the eye. Just as he was marveling at the scene before him, Rain, holding the corpse of the Void Dragon, suddenly vanished into the void. Meanwhile, in the Imperial City of Tamriel, on the first floor of the Star Mage platform, in the spacious teleportation hall, a huge suddenly appeared, followed by a large shadow overlapping itself. With a loud boom, a giant corpse of a Void Dragon was heavily thrown to the ground, while the strange, fierce dragon beast quickly shrank and transformed into a human form. Lord Rain. Immediately, guards and star mages recognized Rain. Pant, returning to human form, Rain gasped heavily. During the brief fight, he used up 5 attribute points to recover his stamina. He realized that although he could change into his fourth form, this form consumed energy very quickly. Especially after using his breath attack and some powerful moves, he had to carefully monitor how long his stamina would last before running out. At this moment, Marshal Alfred on the second floor was also alerted. He led a group of people to the first floor. "Where is the healer?" Call the healer quickly, General Augustus said in a deep voice. Lord Rain, your condition. Marshal Alfred stepped forward, looked at the huge corpse of the void dragon beside Rain, then glanced at Rain, who seemed to have no obvious injuries. Marshal Alfred, I'm fine, but I need to handle something immediately. I want to deal with this void dragon's body, Rain said. Although he personally killed the void dragon, the kill happened during a secret realm mission, and he also used some of the Empire's power during the fight. Technically, the Empire also has some rights to the corpse of this void dragon. Of course, Lord Rain. Although the void dragon's body is very rare, if you want to handle it, I will coordinate the efforts, Alfred replied without hesitation. Thank you, Marshal. I just want to study the blood essence of the void dragon. As for the rest, I'll leave it to headquarters. The extra parts can be exchanged for points or mission medals. In that case, no problem. But this might actually be a win for the Empire, Marshal Alfred chuckled. Soon, Rain took out an extraction device from his backpack and approached the corpse of the void dragon to begin extracting the blood essence. This device is quite clever. Well, this can be considered a trophy. Previously, Lord Barnes and 2 others planned to extract my blood essence, but in the end, I ended up extracting theirs. Ryan nodded calmly. His words immediately made everyone around feel tense. It seemed that this young but powerful Lord Ryan was not easy to mess with. Many people present knew Barnes and the others, as they had participated in the Dragon Knight trial, but no one expected. A few minutes later, Ryan finished the task. He held a bottle containing the most precious blood from the void dragon's body, shining with a bright blue-golden light. The blood essence, with mist and tiny stars swirling inside, was clearly not ordinary. Everyone watching was filled with curiosity and amazement. Most had never seen a void dragon or its blood essence before. They were surprised that such a blood essence could be so dazzling. However, among the people at the back, a person in a military uniform had a flickering gaze and quickly slipped into the shadows of the hall. Ryan looked at the bottle of void dragon blood essence in his hand, smiling brightly. Because, unseen by others, a system prompt suddenly appeared like a flood of messages. The long-awaited legendary profession Dragon Vein Mage has finally been triggered. Ding! The host has obtained a complete dragon blood essence, triggering a special advanced class change. Dragon Vein Mage, Legendary. Prerequisites for promotion to Dragon Vein Mage, Legendary 1. Mutated Dragon Bloodline concentration at rich level or higher, 2. Level 3 Crystallized Mage or above, 3. 1 complete Dragon Blood Essence. Current conditions met. Would you like to change to Dragon Vein Mage, Legendary? Note: after changing to Dragon Vein Mage, Legendary, the class panel for the War Hammer, Legendary, will be replaced. But at this moment, this was not a good place for a class change. After thinking for a moment, Ryan suppressed his urge to immediately change classes. He calmed his excitement and said to Marshal Alfred beside him, Marshal, I would like to find a room to rest properly. Of course, no problem. Taya, take Lord Ryan to my lounge and let him rest well. By the way, bring a bottle of powerful recovery potion to Lord Rain. Also, inform the logistics team to prepare a hearty feast of fierce beast once Lord Rain wakes up. Marshal Alfred instructed. Understood, Your Excellency, Tatya replied with a smile. Thank you, Your Excellency. Rain nodded slightly in thanks. Lord Rain, compared to the hard work of you frontline fighters, these are nothing, Marshal Alfred said with a smile, patting Rain on the shoulder. Soon, Rain followed Tatya to the Marshal's lounge. The room was on the 2nd floor, near the mage platform, specially prepared for Marshal Alfred's command during this mission. It was clean and tidy, with a bed, sofa, and desk all in place. Lord Rain, rest well. I won't disturb you. Here is a super recovery potion. If you need anything else, just ask the servant at the door to arrange it. Tatya placed a wooden box on the coffee table and smiled as she prepared to leave. Thank you, Tatya. Rain also smiled in return. At that moment, Tatya suddenly turned at the door and said to Rain with a smile, By the way, Lord Rain, your performance this time was truly impressive. Thank you. After Tatya left, Rain locked the door, first checking the surroundings. Finding no signs of any magic arrays, he immediately opened the box containing the essence of void dragon blood and grasped the potion vial. Although Marshal Alfred had already promised him, Rain felt it was best to change his class immediately to avoid complications. From the extraction devices carried by Barnes and the others, it seemed the Dragonscale Brotherhood was also very interested in the blood essence of infected juvenile dragons. If they found out he possessed the epic-level adult void dragon blood essence, they would likely come for him. He wasn't afraid, but to avoid surprises, it was better to change his class sooner. Another reason for choosing the Mage Tower was its strong defenses and the frequent, intense energy fluctuations there, making it difficult for others to notice the energy waves in his room, providing excellent concealment. As Rain silently thought yes, the system prompt flashed again. Begin class change. Ding. Successfully changed class to Dragon Vein Sorcerer, Legendary. Strength plus 15, Agility plus 15, Constitution plus 15, Spirit plus 20. Ding. The host has gained their first Legendary class panel, increasing the total class panels by 1. The current maximum number of class panels is 7. Ding. The core skill Dragon Soul Heavy Strike, active, has been acquired for the Dragon Vein Wizard, Legendary. Ding. The host has absorbed the complete Void Dragon bloodline, which can merge with the existing advanced mutated Dragon bloodline. Since only one bloodline can be retained, the system automatically begins the fusion. Ding. Fusion successful. After the fusion in the 4th form, the host will gain the Void Dragon's special ability Void Shaping. Void Shaping effect consumes a certain amount of spirit to make the body appear ethereal. During this state, the host is immune to 90% of physical attacks and 50% of magic or energy attacks. After the fusion in the 4th form, the host will also gain a special ability Double Head. Double Head effect. Besides the main head, a Void Dragon head will grow, capable of releasing Void Breath. After successfully changing classes, Ryan felt a significant boost in all attributes. His whole body seemed filled with power, as if a massive high-powered generator was supplying energy throughout him. After experiencing these physical changes for a while, Ryan focused his attention on the system panel. First, the previous Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, panel had disappeared, replaced by the Dragon Vein Wizard, Legendary, class panel. Unlike the blue glow of the previous Legendary class panel or the purple glow of the Epic class, the Legendary panel shimmered with a unique orange glow. This was a flowing, condensed orange that looked like liquid mercury. The system notifications kept popping up rapidly, making Ryan a bit overwhelmed. However, each prompt during the class change contained important information, so he carefully examined each one. So, Ryan checked them one by one. All attributes increased by 15 points, and spirit by 20 points. This boost far exceeds the previous epic class, King of Thousand Blades, but considering the difficulty of the class change, it's a fair match. If I hadn't encountered the Void Dragon this time, it might have taken a long time to change to the Dragon Vein Wizard. Also, the maximum number of class panels has increased again by 1. Seeing the total number on the profession panel increase by 1, Ryan felt very happy. This also proved 1 point again. When you have any profession and reach a new level that you haven't achieved before, the number of professions on the panel will increase by 1. This means that after choosing a new profession, he can quickly gain many skill points and attribute points, which is very helpful for mastering new magic. It saves him a lot of time and effort practicing magic. Huh? Only 1 core skill? Dragon Soul Heavy Strike? Ryan looked a bit surprised. Previously, when he changed to the epic profession of King of Thousand Blades, he had more than 1 core skill. Why does this stronger profession, Dragon Vein Mage, only have 1 core skill? If that's the case, then maybe there is only one answer, that this core skill is very powerful, Ryan thought suddenly. Sure enough, when he focused on the big new icon Dragon Soul Heavy Strike, the next second, he was filled with joy. Effective Dragon Soul Heavy Strike. When activating this skill, the mental energy cost of casting magic will double, but all magic cast during this time will deal some real damage. Note, the power of real damage is proportional to the concentration of dragon bloodline, mental strength, and magic power. Real damage? All magic? Compared to that, spending twice the mental energy is nothing. Plus, does this mean I don't have to limit myself to Shattering Spirit Warhammer to cause real damage? Ryan naturally understood the power of real damage well. During the Meister period, before reaching legendary level, Ryan used the Shattering Spirit Warhammer to defeat the ancient hero monger. If he had changed to the Dragon Vein Mage earlier, maybe when fighting the sea goddess Hela in her transformed state, he wouldn't need to transform his bloodline. He could win just with magic. While Ryan kept browsing the system records, he also saw some battle prompts he had missed before. Congratulations! You defeated a strong enemy and gained 47 gold skill points. Congratulations! Your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations! Your King of Thousand Blades, epic profession level has increased. Congratulations! Your Warhammer Mage legendary profession level has increased. During 3 consecutive battles, Ryan defeated Lambert, the embodiment of the sea goddess Hela, and the Void Dragon. As a result, his legendary profession Warhammer Wizard and his epic profession King of 1,000 Blades each increased by 1 level. This granted him 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. Because he added 10 attribute points in total during the last 2 battles to recover his stamina, he now has 4 remaining attribute points, 3 skill points, and an impressive 203 golden skill points. Name: Ryan Karen. Profession: Dragon Vein Wizard, Legendary, LV1. King of 1,000 Blades, Epic, LV15. Beast Priest, Legendary, LV5. Potion Master, Legendary, LV6. Master Armorer, Supernatural, LV6. Rune Tailor, Supernatural, LV7. Spirit, 166, 76% crystallized. Although Ryan was eager to try the effect of the Dragon Soul Heavy Strike, it was not the right time now. After continuous battles and class changes, he needed to rest for a while. When Ryan woke up again, he felt very hungry. He quickly told the servant at the door and enjoyed a hearty feast mainly made from fierce beasts. Just as Ryan finished eating, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Since his door was slightly open during the meal, the visitor's knocking was mainly out of politeness. Please come in. Ryan looked up and saw General Augustus and Major Tadia entering. Seeing them, he immediately stood up and greeted them with a smile. After some polite conversation, General Augustus examined Ryan from head to toe and asked, "Sir Ryan, I want to ask if your strength has truly reached the epic level?" This question puzzled not only him but others as well for some time. Before Ryan entered the secret realm and fought the injured sea goddess Hela, no one thought Ryan's strength had already reached the epic level. After the fight with the sea goddess, many people suspected that Ryan's strength, specifically his transformed bloodline power, had already stepped into the epic level. However, there are still many people who believe that the goddess of the underworld was injured by the Red Queen Mania and then retreated into the secret realm of the Dragon Valley. As a result, her strength has fallen from the epic level. But even so, after the battle between Rain and the Void Dragon, most people in the command hall on the 2nd floor believe that Rain's transformed strength had reached the epic level. Why do people place so much importance on this point? Because the epic level is a key dividing line in strength. There are many reasons for this, more than dozens if explained in detail. Seeing General Augustus's intense gaze, Rain thought it was okay to be honest about the main point, though he could tone down the details a little. He nodded and said, "Yes, I only realized recently that after my transformation, my strength has become even stronger, barely reaching the epic level." "That's great. You've really reached the epic level." General Augustus pounded his thigh happily. If before it was just everyone's guess, even with some confidence, there were still doubts. But now, with the confirmation from the person involved, there is no longer any doubt. At least, in Augustus's eyes, there is no doubt. "Lord Rain, from the moment you defeated the goddess of the underworld in a direct fight, I knew your strength should be at the epic level. Killing the Void Dragon afterward proved it even more." Augustus's suspicion was confirmed, and he couldn't help but laugh happily. "Congratulations, Lord Rain. No, Your Majesty. You are now qualified to become the Guardian of the Empire." The young female General Tatia beside him also smiled and congratulated him. "Guardian?" Rain was a little surprised. This was unexpected. He didn't think he could apply for the title of Guardian of the Empire, which is the official name for the strongest force of the Dragoon Empire, so quickly. "Yes, although your strength only reached the epic level after your bloodline transformation, this is also a kind of talent. According to past practices, both the Imperial Council and the royal family recognize it," Tatia explained with a smile. "That's right. However, becoming a guardian has many benefits, but the process is quite complicated, and it also requires examination and signing a very binding contract," Augustus said seriously. "Oh, a binding contract?" Rain nodded, having heard about this before. From the ancestor of the Drum family, the Dragon Knight Pantascork, known as Storm Cloud, could not attack him. Rain understood that Dragon Knights, or the protectors of the Empire, are not allowed to attack Imperial personnel below the epic level. Of course, exceptions exist for those who actively offend, such as cultists or non-Empire members, but even then, strict rules apply. "Yes, But the decision-making power isn't in the hands of individuals or the Sword Bearers' headquarters. After this trial in the Dragon Valley Secret Realm ends, a report on the mission will be submitted. Your contributions, Lord Rain, will be recorded. After some time, the Council and the royal family will send someone to communicate with you. However, the Emperor is still recovering from his injuries, so it's uncertain when the royal family will send someone. You only need to be aware of this matter, Augustus said in detail. Understood, Rain nodded. He had also heard about this because the Emperor's injury prevented the award ceremony from taking place this year. Based on previous years, his countship should have been approved last month. But until now, there has been no news. Of course, this is because Rain didn't specifically inquire about it. If he had asked Marquis Javier, who serves in the council, it would have been easier to find out. Lord Rain, you might become the second protector within the Sword Bearers system in decades. That's impressive. Alas, once you become the Empire's protector, you'll likely be reassigned, probably leaving the Sword Bearers system, Augustus sighed with emotion. But that's a good thing. A very good thing. Augustus added. Thank you, General Augustus. As for me, I have a deep attachment to the Sword Bearers. I think, if the Empire allows, I will try to stay with them as long as I can, at least for a while longer, Rain said with a smile. Meanwhile, in the Imperial capital Tameril, inside the residence of the second prince on the left side of the palace, a middle-aged nobleman with a mustache is respectfully standing beside a handsome blonde man with a gentle face and noble aura, reporting something. Your Highness, urgent news from our informant, that Ryan has returned from the secret realm. More importantly, he has obtained the essence of the void juvenile dragon's blood, which Barnes and his team were trying to acquire. Did he return so quickly? According to the time, only a few hours have passed. There is still more than half the time left before the 24-hour secret realm trial ends. Hearing this, the normally calm second prince, Everton, put down his documents and looked up at the clock on the wall, asking doubtfully. The details are unclear even to our informant, but we are sure he returned. Many people in the main hall of the Star Mage platform saw him. Also, the informant said that this void juvenile dragon is quite large, possibly an adult void dragon, Buchanan added. Oh, large? Then it should be a nearly mature young dragon infected by void beasts. That makes the blood essence even more valuable, Prince Everton thought for a moment. Although the report mentioned this, neither Buchanan nor Everton considered the so-called void juvenile dragon as an adult void dragon. After all, the secret realm in Dragon Valley is filled with young and juvenile dragons. In fact, both Ryan and others hadn't expected to encounter void dragons before. Another issue is the informant himself. As a servant of the Star Mage platform and a knight, he doesn't know much about void creatures. So, he tends to be cautious in his words, often using phrases like suspected or seems to be. By the way, how did the informant confirm that Ryan already obtained the essence of the void juvenile dragon's blood? Everton asked again. Confirmed. Because the carcass of this void juvenile dragon is currently on the first floor of the Star Mage platform, and Ryan extracted the blood essence in front of many people, the informant replied. Huh? The blonde second prince, Everton, was stunned upon hearing this. Extracting the blood essence in front of so many people? Not really. It seems the reason is the involvement of the high-level sword holders. Where's Ryan now? Still on the second floor of the astral platform. Rumor has it he's heavily injured from the fight and is resting. By the way, Your Highness, there's one more thing. The informant said that the extraction device Ryan used has a mark of 5 colored scales on its box. I'm thinking, isn't that mark supposed to be the symbol of the Dragon Scale Brotherhood? Where did Ryan get it from? Could it be? Buchanan didn't finish his sentence. Hearing this, the second prince's eyes sparkled with sharpness. His expression immediately became serious. He stood up from the luxurious mahogany desk and looked at Buchanan carefully. Are you sure? Pretty sure. All right, I understand. Barnes and the others probably encountered an accident, but the opponent just finished fighting and wouldn't be able to use the blood essence immediately. Still, in a few days, things might change. According to the intelligence, Prince Everton roughly understood the overall situation. For example, Barnes encountered Ryan alone, who was fighting a void young dragon. Barnes planned to ambush, but didn't wait for Ridgen and Branson to act, and was directly turned around by Ryan. Or, after Barnes and his team gathered, they found Ryan but failed in their mission. If that's the case, then Ryan needs to be taken more seriously. Both scenarios explain well why the Dragonscale Brotherhood's extraction device ended up in Ryan's hands. As for why Ryan returned early, that's easier to explain. The intelligence shows that the Void Young Dragon is very large and likely has some special abilities, such as tearing through weak spots in certain spatial regions of the secret realm, which could cause Ryan to fall during the fight. Immediately have the informant keep watch on Ryan. Once he leaves the astral platform, contact him immediately. Even if it costs more, make sure he trades the blood essence of the Void Young Dragon to us. Understood, Your Highness. But what if Ryan refuses? It might be difficult to act openly within the Imperial capital. Buchanan thought for a moment, frowning. Prince Everton smiled and said, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to fight directly. Have Quinn wait nearby. If communication fails, let her step in. She, who possesses the bloodline of the Shadow Dragon, easily and quietly took a box without anyone noticing. Your Majesty, I never thought of that, Buchanan said with a smile, complimenting him. Buchanan had only met Quinn once, but that encounter left a deep impression on him. At that time, he needed to enter a secret room in a noble's mansion to retrieve an important item. The room was very strong and protected by a first-level magic barrier, making the task quite difficult. However, Quinn seemed to enter an alternate space effortlessly and easily took the item. The thick granite walls and the magic barrier offered no real protection at all. As time quickly passed, the participants in the Secret Realm trial and the remaining task performers were all sent back to the first floor of the Star Mage platform. The Ardos sisters were also transported to the Star Mage Tower through a locating crystal shard. Lord Ryan. The two somewhat nervous women, led by Tadia, arrived at Ryan's lounge door. You're back? It seems you weren't hurt. That's good. Ryan looked at the two women. Aside from some signs of battle on their bodies, they had no obvious injuries. They probably encountered enemies, but managed to resolve the situation smoothly. Yes, we faced two groups of enemies. One was Cliwa, one of the 4 Black Flame Knights of the Black Flame cult, and the other was a legendary strong person from the Plague cult. With Lord Baldwin's cooperation, we successfully defeated Cliwa and the legendary expert from the Plague cult, the older sister, Ardos, summarized briefly. Indeed, Lord Ryan. That legendary plague cult expert's dark plague was really tricky. We almost got infected ourselves. The younger sister, Alita, still looked a bit shaken. Oh, the plague cult? Ryan nodded. This cult had a long history. It was said that some famous plagues in the Empire's history, such as the Black Death, the Undead Plague, and the Insect Swarm Plague, were related to this cult. However, they mainly operated in the southern provinces of the Empire. Ryan hadn't encountered their members much when he was in the Minstar province along the Empire's southern coast. Lord Ryan, your golem is back with only one. There's another. Tadia, the Major General, entered and said, Yes, I understand. Rain waved his hand and smiled. Another figure actually self-destructed. After he was pushed into the void outside by the Void Dragon, he immediately ordered the golem carrying the black-robed girl to explode. He knew very well that the Dying Barnes and his companions had attracted many void beasts. If he left the container of the black-robed girl, the sea goddess Hela, inside the secret realm, in a few minutes, it would attract a large number of void beasts. This process could happen very quickly, and even if Lambert or the Arita sisters returned, it would probably be too late. If the black-robed girl was infected, the consequences could be unpredictable and possibly disastrous. So, Rain quickly decided to have the improved Hellfire Golem self-destruct. By the way, Lady Tadia, this is my sister Arita and my younger sister Alita, who are now my followers. Please help verify their legal identities. No problem, Lord Rain. Leave this to me. It may take 2 or 3 days to complete the process, Tadia said with a smile as she looked at the charming Arita sisters and then at Rain. These two are even more beautiful than in the scene on the oval stone platform. Thinking of Elena, the capable young woman from the Munster branch, whom Rain had transferred over, Tadia couldn't help but think a bit more. Is there a problem? Seeing Tadia's slightly meaningful gaze, Rain asked. Mainly because the identities of the two ladies are sensitive, so the headquarters needs to guarantee the process. But don't worry, Lord Rain, I will handle it within 3 days at most, Tadia said with a slight smile. All right, I'll trouble you then, Lady Tadia, Rain replied with a smile. However, Tatia's words made the Arita sisters feel uneasy, and they immediately began communicating telepathically. Big sister, do you think the Empire will accept us? It shouldn't be a big problem. Look at how respectfully the young female general calls and respects Lord Rain. I think we don't need to worry, Actually, if we really need to worry, I'm more concerned about the serpent cult, Arita said with a frown. By the way, Lord Rain, there's one more thing. Marshal Alfred asked me to pass on a message to you. Oh? Lady Teya, please go ahead. You have spent a lot of effort defeating the embodiment of the Dark Sea Goddess and the Void Dragon for the Empire's benefit, but you did not complete your dragon language seal task. Although this may affect your re-examination results, there is no need to worry. The headquarters will communicate with the assessment committee to ensure you can participate in the final Dragon Knight selection. Your spot is not part of the 6 candidates chosen in this re-examination, so you don't need to worry about causing controversy. Additionally, once you become the Empire Guardian, you can directly communicate with dragons that have not yet signed contracts with the Empire. Thank you, Lady Tataya. Please convey my gratitude to Marshal. Rain slightly bowed. He initially felt a bit disappointed because he had teleported back early and didn't have time to obtain a dragon language seal from any dragon offspring. But this outcome is naturally better. Understood, Lord Rain. A few minutes later, Rain and the sister, Aridia, boarded a luxurious carriage waiting at the door, heading from the Mage Tower to their home. However, just a few minutes after the carriage entered St. Paul's Street in the capital, it gradually slowed down. A small man, Matteo, at the coachman's seat in front, said, Lord Rain, there's a carriage with the royal crest stopped by the roadside. Count Buchanan, who visited you last time, is waving to you. It seems he wants to talk. What do you think? Rain thought for a moment and said, speed up and leave. No need to pay attention to him. He no longer wanted to pretend with the other person, because soon the other side would know about the deaths of Barnes and the others in the secret realm, and their relationship was now completely broken. Suddenly, the carriage braked sharply. Matteo, anxious and angry, said, Lord Rain, the other carriage is suddenly blocking the road in the middle. Lord Rain, this is Buchanan. I have something very important to discuss with you. Buchanan's voice came from beside the carriage. Oh? So, Count Buchanan just stopped my carriage directly on the road? Don't be angry, Lord Rain. The second prince's coachman is quite impulsive. Please forgive him. Buchanan deliberately mentioned the second prince, implying a hidden message. Clunk. The carriage door opened, but Ryan did not get out or invite Buchanan to enter. Instead, he stood with his legs apart, casually watching Buchanan and said, Speak, Lord Buchanan. Ryan's posture clearly conveyed a message, and Buchanan, being clever, understood it well. Although he was annoyed, he kept a smile and said, Lord Ryan, I heard you gained a lot in the secret realm, especially the essence of the void young dragon's blood. He glanced at the box beside Ryan's feet. Buchanan recognized the markings on it, the symbol of the Dragonscale Brotherhood. It seemed the spy's information was correct. Oh, Lord Buchanan's information is quite accurate, Ryan said without confirming or denying. Actually, I want to buy the essence of the void young dragon's blood from you. Are you talking about that? Sorry, Lord Buchanan, I refuse. Ryan waved his hand to interrupt Buchanan and said, Goodbye. With a sharp sound, Alida immediately closed the carriage door again. This made Buchanan furious, trembling with anger. Since he became the steward of the second prince, Everton, he had never been treated like this. But soon, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Buchanan's mouth. He saw a graceful figure disappear into the air ahead. He knew Quinn had made her move. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, a slender hand seemed to appear out of nowhere, lightning-fast grabbing the box at Ryan's feet. Just as the person was about to vanish with the box into the shadows, a loud clang sounded. A large hand, like iron tongs, grabbed the thief's wrist. Then, Ryan shook his wrist, and with great strength, pulled the person trying to slip into the shadows out. The upper body of the figure revealed itself, curvy and elegant. It was a woman in leather armor. Ever since Ryan fused with the Void Dragon's bloodline, his sense of space had become sharper. So, when Quinna's hand just reached out from the shadows, Ryan sensed it immediately. And the surprise in Quinna's heart, when Ryan grabbed her wrist, was beyond words. Because she had measured her own quickness, she could move in about 0.01 seconds, which is several times faster than a cat. Ordinary people cannot see her movements at all, and even for a knight with a special title, this speed is too fast. While a knight with a title can see and react visually in time, adding muscle response makes it almost impossible to react. but the person in front of her surprisingly managed to firmly grab her wrist in an instant. How could she not be shocked? However, Quinn could not just stand there helpless. At that moment, she was pulled out of the shadows, holding a small dagger in her other hand, and quickly stabbed it toward Ryan's stomach. Be careful. Alida reacted very quickly. She grabbed her sword handle and immediately swung her blade at the sudden attacker, trying to stop her. But the resistance from the sword made her realize that the space inside the carriage was too tight. Her sword was cutting through the carriage walls. In a flash of lightning and thunder, Ryan still kept smiling, and suddenly, just like before, he grabbed Quinn's other hand that was holding the dagger. This made Quinn's face change color instantly. She knew she was facing a top expert. Right now, Ryan was holding both her hands, and because of his great strength, she was flying into his arms. Under these circumstances, her only idea for a counterattack was to activate her bloodline transformation. But before she could do that, she suddenly felt herself falling like a meteor. With a loud smack, she pierced through the wooden floor of the carriage. She hadn't even felt the pain on her face yet. Then, with another boom, her pretty face smashed directly into the small granite paving stones of the main road of the capital. Immediately, Quinn felt her face hurt badly, and her whole body felt as if it had fallen apart. Forget transforming. She couldn't even move now. Ryan suddenly sensed a familiar aura rising from her. Knowing she was trying to activate her bloodline transformation, he immediately exerted a little more force with both hands and broke her concentration. The suddenly shattered carriage and the splashing granite fragments caused nearby pedestrians to scream and shout in surprise. As for Buchanan, who was watching Ryan's carriage from a distance, his face froze with a look of shock and disappointment. Because he saw that when the smoke cleared, Ryan slowly stood up, holding Kanina, who was as still as a puppet. Clearly, the operation failed. Not only did they fail to get the box, but Ryan also caught Kanina in the act. At this moment, Ryan turned to Buchanan nearby and said, "Lord Buchanan, so after your communication failed, you sent someone to steal." Lord Ryan, you're joking. I don't know this person," Buchanan replied, his eyes flickering and looking unhappy. "Oh, really? I thought she was one of your people, Buchanan, and I was going to show mercy. But it seems I don't need to. Later, I will take her to the sword-bearer headquarters. I believe she will have some surprises for me," Ryan said with a slight smile. Cough. "That's your choice, Lord Ryan. I have some urgent matters to handle, so I will take my leave now," Buchanan said grimly and turned to leave. "Lord Ryan, do you need another carriage brought over?" Medeo asked respectfully. "No. Go to the Arcane Tower and ask Major Talia to send someone here. Also, arrange a carriage," Ryan replied, still holding someone, "so riding in a carriage is more suitable." "Understood, Lord Ryan." Meanwhile, the commotion also caught the attention of the security patrol team. Soon, a group of guards arrived. Seeing Ryan's impressive presence in that he was carrying someone, the captain of the guard stepped forward and slightly bowed, asking, "Sir, this is... I am a sword-bearer of the Empire. This person attacked me. Soon, someone from the sword-bearer headquarters will come to coordinate with you." Ryan showed his badge with the sword-bearer emblem. "Understood, sir," the captain immediately saluted. At this moment, Erida asked Ryan, "Lord Ryan, do you want to interrogate the other person?" "My sister and I can handle it. We are quite good at questioning." Yes. "Lord Ryan, my sister knows a lot about mind-altering magic, and I am also skilled in some interrogation techniques," said Alida, Ryan's sister, quickly agreeing. As followers, they hadn't played a big role earlier, and now they felt a bit nervous. "Not for now. Let's wait a few days," Ryan said with a smile and nodded. Soon, the carriage from the sword-bearer headquarters arrived. Along with the carriage, there were also Major Tatya and several sword-wielding magic iron-level fighters. "Lord Rain, have you been attacked?" Major Tatya looked over Rain, who had no injuries, and then at the cocoon-like assassin wrapped in hardened mithril lying on the ground. She felt a bit confused. Which foolish group would send someone to attack a semi-guardian lord? It was probably a thief, Lady Tatya. "Please hold him at the sword-bearer's headquarters. I will deal with him in a few days," Rain said as he picked up Quinn, who was already under his control, and directed a few sword-bearers behind Tatya. Rain had already guessed from Buchanan's expression that the answer he wanted was nearby. This female thief was definitely connected to Buchanan. Judging by her dragon bloodline aura, She might be from the Dragonscale Brotherhood. Also, Rain considered that if he imprisoned this female thief at his home, it could attract rescue attempts, endangering his family. So, he decided to have her held at the Sword-Bearer's headquarters instead. No problem, Lord Rain. Soon after, Rain took the carriage arranged by the Sword-Bearer's headquarters back to his home. He learned that the savage girl Lagri was accompanying the beautiful woman Jennifer to Monster. After introducing the Arita sisters to everyone at the house, Rain had dinner with his family. Afterwards, he returned to his study to think carefully about his next steps. First, he needed to choose a new profession. Since successfully switching to the legendary profession Dragonvein Sorcerer, his profession panel had increased from 6/6 to 6/7. Like when he chose to advance from blacksmith apprentice, blacksmith, to master blacksmith, or from tailor apprentice, tailor, to master tailor, and finally to runic tailor, he now wanted to pick a profession with more potential for future advancement. His goal was to gain enough skill points and attribute points. Although these two sets of skills initially had unremarkable professions and their core skills were not very impressive, they provided enough skill points and attribute points. This greatly helped Ryan later learn witchcraft and extraordinary combat techniques. While Ryan was deep in thought, suddenly he heard a servant outside the door. Lord Ryan, Lady Hamadi has come to visit. Hamadi? Ryan immediately remembered who was at the door. Ask her to come into the study. Understood, Lord Ryan. Soon, Hamadi, with a smiling face, arrived in Ryan's study. After some polite greetings, Hamadi took out a dark brown wooden box and said, Lord Ryan, this is a gift from Counselor Trina, brought for you by me. This was actually a pre-planned way of speaking by Hamadi. In Hamadi's view, since Ryan liked the high-ranking and beautiful federal Counselor Trina, he should make good use of this. Even if it was impossible for a noble federal counselor to do anything special, pretending to act on her behalf for convenience was fine. After all, everything was for the Federation. Oh, what is this? Ryan raised an eyebrow and asked. Hamadi smiled mysteriously and immediately opened the wooden box on the tea table. Inside, there were 3 old sheepskin scrolls, each with a stronger magical aura than the last. Lord Ryan, have you heard of witchcraft killing moves? Of course I have. Are these 3 witchcraft scrolls combined to form a killing move? Ryan nodded thoughtfully. Exactly. Once mastered, these 3 witchcrafts can be combined into a powerful killing move. Lord Ryan, feel free to take a look, Hamadi said with a smile. This is too valuable. Even if it's a private gift from Lady Trina, I can't accept it. Ryan shook his head. Ryan knew very well that there was no free lunch. The other party's purpose was either to win him over or to seek something from him. Lord Ryan, Counselor Trina values her friendship with you very much. This is a metal-type witchcraft killing move she spent a lot of effort to find. It's a private gift, Hamadi explained. Counselor Trina is thoughtful. Is this a metal type? Ryan raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit surprised. After all, metal magic is quite rare, with very few passed down, and even fewer that can be combined to form powerful spells. Another reason why Ryan was excited was that he had successfully changed his class to Dragonvein Mage. If he could learn more powerful magic, especially metal magic, it would definitely help improve his strength. He thought for a moment and decided to take a look first. He picked up a magic scroll and started to read. When Hamadi saw Ryan finally picked up a magic scroll and began to look at it, his smile grew even brighter. It was a joke. This was from his superior, Lord Royce, who had worked very hard to get it from the Federation's homeland. If it had been rejected, it would have been hard for him to explain to his superiors. But the fact that the Federation was willing to reach out to someone like Ryan, besides him, was impressive. Ryan was young, strong in battle, and not only a rare high-level metal mage needed by the Federation but also a future dragon rider. Metal transmutation? Ryan didn't expect the first scroll he looked at, which contained magic, to be about metal transmutation. Could it be that Lord Ryan has already mastered this magic? Hamadi was also quite surprised. That's great. It means you'll spend less effort to learn this powerful spell. By the way, Lord Ryan, you might want to look at the second scroll. He had heard from his superior Royce that within the Federation, the number of high-level metal magic spells was limited, only about a dozen types, and the spells that could form the dawn attack were even fewer. Hamadi even doubted whether there were more than 2 types of dawn attack spells in metal magic. In fact, Ryan was also very interested. He opened the second scroll, which recorded a spell he had accidentally obtained in the Cold Wind Tundra, level 2 metal magic, Web of Cutting. Lord Ryan, could it be? As an expert in reading micro-expressions, Hamadi was momentarily stunned. He could tell that Ryan also seemed to have learned the magic recorded on the second scroll. Ryan did not answer Hamadi's question, but excitedly picked up the third scroll containing witchcraft records. Originally, Ryan thought that due to the loss of inheritance, he might not find the follow-up witchcraft for the cutting web or any compatible spells. Of course, not all spells can be combined into powerful techniques, but Ryan always felt that behind the level 2 spell cutting web, there should be more advanced magic. Unexpectedly, this day arrived so soon. He saw large characters on the scroll, level 3 metal spell, Sawtooth Ring. Quickly scanning it, Ryan understood. According to the scroll, the Sawtooth Ring spell involves forming a ring with a special serrated metal wire and spinning it at high speed to attack. The high rotation speed causes the tiny serrations on the wire to produce extremely strong cutting power. Most importantly, the Sawtooth Ring is not just a level 3 metal spell, it is also a key part of the level 4 Dawn attack. This is a clever move, clearly telling you that the first 3 spells of the Dawn attack are free, but the final level 4 spell requires joining the Federation. Even so, honestly, Ryan couldn't find any reason to refuse this gift, especially after he became a Dragonvein mage and gained the core skill Dragon Soul Strike. After a moment of thought, Ryan said, "Lord Hamadi, I like this gift very much. But please, just tell me your true intention, or what I need to pay to accept this gift." While speaking, Ryan looked directly at Hamadi with a slight aura of confidence, which made Hamadi feel a chill. He had initially wanted to say some polite words but changed his mind. His face turned serious as he said, "Lord Ryan, I hope you can find time within the next 6 months to visit the Federation. See for yourself the free, open, and lively country of the Eagle Federation." This condition was carefully considered. He and his superior, Royce, believed that convincing Ryan to join the Federation would be more effective if they took him to the Eagle Federation rather than trying to persuade him with words. Hamadi clearly remembered the first time he arrived in the big city of West Coast, a part of the Federation, and how shocked he felt. He believed that when he later persuaded Rain, it would be much easier and more effective. Furthermore, if Rain agreed to go to the Eagle Federation, it would mean they both brought Rain into the Eagle Federation. If they still couldn't keep him, it wouldn't be their intelligence department's fault. At the same time, this investment or effort would give their intelligence department a good reason to act. Rain carefully considered Hamadi's request. Honestly, this request wasn't difficult. It was very simple. Rain initially thought Hamadi would want him to show support or at least help him in conflicts between certain empires and the Federation as a sign of loyalty. But he didn't expect Hamadi to make such a request. Although it was sensitive for him as a member of the Empire's special department to go to the Federation privately, doing so officially or for a specific mission was quite straightforward. The headquarters of the Swordbearers had some missions that required traveling into the Eagle Federation's territory. So, for Rain, this wasn't a very difficult task. "All right, Lord Hamadi, no problem. I will go to the Federation within half a year. Also, please pass on my thanks to Senator Tarina. I really like her gift." Rain slightly straightened up and said, "You're welcome. Lord Rain, I won't bother you further. You just returned from the Dragon Knight trial, so rest well." Hamadi, seeing Rain accept the condition, felt just as excited as Rain was about gaining new magic. At the same time, he nodded at the end, showing that the Federation had established an efficient intelligence network within the Empire. "Thank you. I'll see you off, Lord Hamadi." Rain naturally wanted to show courtesy to Hamadi, who brought him the new magic. After Hamadi left, Rain couldn't wait to open the sheepskin scroll again and study the level 3 metal element attack magic called Serrated Ring. Although he only had 3 skill points now, it didn't stop him from learning and mastering Serrated Ring. Half an hour later, Rain seemed to understand something, and the system prompt appeared. "You have learned the Serrated Ring, and your related insights have improved. You have learned a new skill, Jagged Ring. Your Jagged Ring skill has improved, gaining +3 experience points." You see Ryan quickly find a new large icon on the Dragonvein Wizard, Legendary, class panel. The icon shows a circular metal wire, which at first glance looks ordinary, but upon closer inspection, you notice it is quite special, covered with fine, sharp teeth. Below the icon, there is a line of small text, Jagged Ring LV1, 1/100, effective Jagged Ring LV1. Consumes a certain amount of mental energy to activate a specific magic model, which energizes surrounding metal particles to strengthen the jagged wire. quickly forming a high-speed rotating ring to attack enemies. Required material, any metal jagged wire. Note: the power of jagged ring depends on the quality of the jagged wire. Note: casting time is 3 seconds. After trying to cast it several times, Ryan finds that, like the level 3 metal magic thorn iron ball, the proficiency of jagged ring increases very slowly, and the difficulty is several times higher than that of level 2 magic, making progress slow. If he doesn't use skill points to boost it, even with his talent, reaching the required proficiency to unleash this combat skill could take years or even longer. This brings him back to the previous question he was pondering: the choice of a new profession. Only by choosing the right new profession can he quickly gain many skill points and rapidly turn the level 3 metal magic jagged ring into a combat-ready skill. Thinking of this, Ryan sits back in his chair and begins to think seriously. Actually, he already has a preliminary plan for a new profession: tanner. This profession is similar to tailor and has a broad career advancement system. Although the core skills of related professions are likely not very strong, like tailoring, this is not important to Ryan right now. He currently has enough powerful core skills, such as Dragon Soul Heavy Strike and Weakness Control, but what he lacks is skill points. After some thought, Ryan decides that early tomorrow morning he will find a skilled tanner, or preferably a master tanner, to learn the craft. The starlight brightened the night sky. This season's sky over the Imperial city of Tamriel was rarely shrouded in thin mist, causing the once bright stars to become hazy. With the end of the Dragon Knight trial, the security level at the Starcraft Tower began to lower, and important information started to spread from there to various parts of the Empire. In the main study of the Second Prince's residence, Buchanan was respectfully reporting to Prince Everton behind his desk. "You just said that Kanina was noticed by Ryan as soon as she appeared and was immediately subdued?" Prince Everton had expected Ryan's refusal, so he had already prepared a backup plan: Kanina, who has the blood of the Shadow Dragon. But hearing Buchanan's description, he couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious and sense something was wrong. He knew Kanina well, especially her rare Shadow Dragon bloodline. Not to mention her talent for attacking from shadows. Even without using her special abilities, her combat strength was at the peak of legend level. She was not sent to the secret realm this time because she had other tasks. It was impossible for her to be so easily defeated by Ryan unless Ryan's strength was much greater than expected. "Yes, Your Highness." It took only about 3 seconds, no, just 2 seconds, before Kanina was pinned to the ground. She's still alive, but she has completely lost the ability to fight back. "I understand," the second prince nodded. "Your Highness, what should we do now?" Kanina is currently held at the Swordbearer's headquarters, and rescuing her will be difficult. Buchanan wiped the sweat from his brow. It's not that he lacked ability. After the purge within the Swordbearers last time, almost no one was left to use at their headquarters. The few spies they could call upon were either too low level or not strong enough. They couldn't be of help this time. "I'll have someone contact them later to handle this," the second prince said, waving his hand. At that moment, a servant hurried in to report, "Your Highness, Lord Buchanan, urgent intelligence." "Huh?" Buchanan immediately took the message, waved his hand to dismiss the servant, and respectfully handed a sealed envelope to Prince Everton. Everton quickly opened it and glanced at its contents, his face suddenly changing. This immediately made Buchanan feel tense and understand that the content of the letter was probably unexpected by the second prince. Otherwise, based on what he knew, the prince wouldn't look like that. Just now, when Quinina's mission failed, it only caused the second prince's smile to fade. "Buchanan, it seems we underestimated Ryan's talent," Everton said as he handed the letter to Buchanan. Buchanan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly scanned the information and gasped. "What?" After transforming, Ryan's strength seems to have reached the epic level? "Your Highness, how accurate is this news?" "This information comes from one of the commanders in this secret realm. It should be reliable," Everton nodded. He stood up and smiled again. "However, this makes me more interested. Ryan's dragon bloodline must be extraordinary. We must get it." The second Prince Everton tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. After a moment, he said, "Is Bowstaff on a mission at the Forbidden Islands now?" "Yes, Your Highness." Hearing Bowstaff's name, Buchanan's heart trembled. He is the only survivor among the second prince's experiments who successfully fused 3 dragon bloodlines. However, due to side effects from the different bloodline fusions, Bowstaff's personality is very violent. so he has been assigned to perform missions outside the Empire's borders for a long time. These missions are always extremely difficult and tricky. Although Buchanan has only seen Bowstaff in his human form, it is said that after transforming, he can defeat epic-level monsters. Bring him back here. As for you, focus on monitoring Ryan's movements. Understood, Your Highness. I will contact Lord Bowstaff immediately. Somewhere within the Empire's interior territory, the headquarters of the Serpent Cult, a middle-aged man in a black robe, who just received urgent intelligence, was carefully reporting to a stern elder holding a red serpent-shaped staff. Although he tried to choose his words carefully, the news was too shocking. In the next moment, the stern elder's face changed instantly. What? You say the Eridar sisters have betrayed the faith? And have become followers of someone named Ryan? The stern elder is the high priest of the serpent cult, Khaled. When he heard this news, he was immediately shocked. It had been many years since such an event occurred within the cult. Erida, one of the top 3 messengers of the 12 serpents, had actually betrayed the cult. At this moment, a third-level dark mage, who was in charge of leading the prayer ritual, ran into the domed hall, spitting blood and looking terrified. He shouted, Your Holiness! Your Holiness! The prayer ritual failed. The great devouring serpent has sent divine punishment. Over 10 elite members of the cult who were praying have all been killed. This third-level dark mage had been leading the ritual for nearly 25 years. Despite offering 3 virgins with special physiques as sacrifices, he couldn't calm the anger of that great being. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. With a loud slap, Khaled, the high priest of the serpent cult, struck the armrest of the giant serpent throne. The ornate metal armrest, carved with a snake head, was shattered. This time, our serpent cult will probably become a joke among other cults. Thinking about the failure of the prayer ritual and the chain of consequences that followed, Khaled, usually calm and emotionless, was trembling with anger. I will make these 2 traitors wish they had never been born. Hearing this, all the guards and servants in the hall changed their expressions and fell silent, trembling with fear. They knew that their leader was truly angry now. He stood up and paced back and forth in the spacious domed hall. It took him 5 minutes to calm his emotions. During these minutes, based on the intelligence reports from the spies, Khaled had also figured out how Erida and her sister had broken their vows and escaped the control of the devouring serpent. As the 12 messengers of the serpent, and as a pair of sisters favored by the great devouring serpent, it was no wonder that the prayer ritual failed after such an incident. Who is this Ryan, the one who persuaded them to pledge loyalty? At this point, Khaled's tone had lost much of its anger, which eased the worried spy's mind. He carefully organized his words and replied, Ryan is a sword-bearer of the Empire's finest metal grade, and he is also one of our cult's key targets for elimination. Hearing this, Khaled frowned slightly, as if he remembered something, and said, I recall now. The report from the church mentioned the person who killed the ice snake, Edmondo, and the mad snake, Icosila? Yes, Your Holiness. Immediately, this sorcerer carefully reported all the information he had about Rain again. Send someone to watch Rain. Since his identity is a swordsman, he must be out and about. Once he leaves Tamriel, have Karat eliminate him. Khaled the Pope said in a deep voice. At this moment, a cautious sorcerer reminded him, Your Holiness, you forgot that Vice Pope Karat just left for Ferdinand Forest. The Mother Tree sect's operation there has already begun, and the conditions are now ready. According to the agreement, we also need to send our elite forces. Karat is already set out? Then let Minos go there. Understood, Your Holiness. The sorcerer carefully looked up at Khaled, bowing slightly, afraid of offending him. For some reason, Pope Khaled's memory was getting worse, his temper more irritable, and even his breath seemed to become a little unfamiliar. 2 hours ago, Drum family residence. Duke, Lambert is outside, a servant hurriedly reported. Oh, bring him in quickly. Duke Drum's eyes lit up. Hearing that Lambert had returned safely, Duke Drum's first thought was that Rain was finished. Because, in his view, only one of Lambert and Rain could survive the secret realm. Now that Lambert had returned safely, what could be said about Rain's fate? Lord Lambert, congratulations on your safe return. Duke Drum immediately saw Lambert, who was crossing his arms and carrying a large sword on his back, and smiled broadly, opening his arms to give a hug. Quick, arrange a grand feast. No, Your Grace. I just came to say that Rain is no match for me. If he hadn't shown mercy, I wouldn't have come back. So, I'm sorry, Lambert said, relaxing his shoulders. What? This caused Duke Drum's smile to freeze instantly, and his arms froze in place. Lord Lambert, please forgive my rudeness. Did you really hold back? Duke Dram asked reluctantly, still feeling dissatisfied. After all, the man in front of him, Lord Lambert, was one of the top legendary fighters just below the Empire Guardian. However, Dram's words caused Lambert to frown and reply, Duke Dram, are you questioning the character of a sword saint disciple? Suddenly, a sharp, powerful sword belief rose into the air centered on Lambert, creating a tangible pressure that swept across the scene. At this moment, a man dressed in black leather armor with a dagger appeared instantly behind Duke Dram, standing in front of him. But Lambert didn't even draw his double-handed sword behind him. He just stared intently. This made the Duke's bodyguard grunt and take a few steps back. Such a level of sword belief. Duke Dram, with his keen eyesight, quickly saw part of the situation and his expression grew serious. He realized that Lord Lambert's strength was much greater than he had thought. Could Ryan's strength be? Sorry, Lord Lambert. I was rude, Duke Dram said with a bitter smile. Lord Dram, Ryan's strength is even above mine. I know your family is protected by the storm cloud, Lord, but I suggest you stop provoking Ryan. If you keep provoking him, I believe even the storm cloud, Lord, might not be able to protect the Dram family someday. After speaking, Lambert suddenly vanished in front of Duke Dram. The Duke, left behind, looked bitter, but inside he felt even more bitter. He hadn't expected that the powerful person he had high hopes for would end up supporting Ryan. This was simply. However, after carefully considering Lambert's words, Duke Dram's heart grew even more tense. Could it be that Ryan's strength was about to reach the level of the Empire Guardian? That couldn't be. It was too unreasonable. The next morning, Ryan was eating breakfast while thinking about learning how to make leather. The merchant guild managed by the beautiful woman Jennifer also owned a leather goods shop. And not just that. There were tailoring shops and blacksmiths. But the problem was, all these shops were in Munster. Last time, Ryan studied tailoring at Julia's tailor shop, also in Munster. Maybe Jennifer should consider expanding her business a bit in the Imperial capital. With his current strength, supporting a small or medium trade guild is no problem. In fact, he could even support a large guild. But for healthy growth, the guild should find a suitable business model. Ryan believes that Jennifer, the talented and clever woman, has a good talent for business. If that's the case, then let's find Luther. Luther's family, the Snyder family, has one of their important trade items, furs from the northern lands. They should have large leather workshops and leather goods stores in the Imperial capital. Ryan quickly thought of who would be a good partner. Inside the inner ring of the Imperial capital, Snyder family residence. Lord Ryan, you want to learn leatherworking? Luther's eyes widened as he stared at Ryan, stunned. Last night, after the retest, he received the latest news. Apparently, Lord Ryan had returned early due to special reasons and didn't make it into the top 6 of the retest. Could it be that he was feeling too down and depressed, so he wanted to learn leatherworking to change his mood? Lord Ryan, actually, the Dragon Knight selection process, given the current trend, might not require waiting 5 more years. Maybe in 2 or 3 years, there will be another chance. You see, I was twice. At first, Ryan was a bit confused by Luther's words, but he quickly understood. He smiled and waved his hand to stop Luther's comfort, saying, Luther, you misunderstood. Although I didn't make it into the top 6 of the retest, it was because I was on a mission for the Empire. I have already received compensation and will have the chance for a final mutual selection. Huh? Then you. Luther was surprised to hear that. Why was that? I want to learn leatherworking simply because I want to learn it. Is that okay, Luther? Ryan said with a smile. Of course, no problem. But, Lord Ryan, you should be prepared. The smell inside the leather workshop can be quite strong, Luther quickly replied. Although he still found it hard to believe that a powerhouse at the peak of legend could want to learn such a smelly craft, Ryan didn't seem to be joking. Luther would naturally do his best to support him. Yes, I have already learned a bit before. Can we leave now? Ray nodded and smiled. Of course. By the way, congratulations on reaching the final selection. Becoming a Dragon Knight is just around the corner. I'm so jealous, Luther said with admiration. Thank you, Lord Luther. I believe in you. And soon you will also become a Dragon Knight. Soon, Rain and Luther took a carriage to a leather workshop located in the 6th ring of the Imperial capital. Because the process of making leather involves tanning and painting, which produce strong, unpleasant smells, Leather workshops are usually built outside the city. Of course, shops that sell leather armor are in busy trading districts. Don't get those mixed up. When Rain got off the carriage, he immediately smelled a very strong bad odor, worse than he expected. Ugh, it smells terrible. Luther, who also got out, frowned and said. The leather workshop that Rain saw was quite large, covering about several thousand square meters. According to Luther's description from the carriage, it was the largest tanning workshop of the Snyder family in the Imperial capital. All kinds of furs from the northern lands are tanned, dyed, processed, and finally decorated or engraved here. At this moment, an old man with rolled-up sleeves and a sturdy build, along with two other people in linen robes, quickly approached and bowed slightly. "Lord Luther, why are you here in person?" they asked. "This is Lord Rain. He wants to learn about leather-making techniques. Your task is to teach him everything you know. Be open and honest with all his questions," Luther explained. Lord Rain wants to learn leather-making?" Old Henry looked at Rain and then at Luther with a surprised expression. What kind of joke is this? This nobleman clearly has an important status, probably as powerful as Lord Luther. Learning to make smelly leather? Is he out of his mind? Is there a problem? Luther asked sternly, turning to Old Henry. "Lord Luther, it's not that I don't want to teach, but leather-making is very dirty work. Lord Rain might." Old Henry, who was straightforward, hesitated immediately. "Master Henry, if I can't handle it, I will stop voluntarily. Is that okay?" At this moment, Rain stepped forward, smiling to reassure him. Old Henry saw Rain's words and realized he couldn't refuse anymore. "All right, Lord Rain, how about we start tomorrow?" Old Henry nodded with some hesitation. He had already decided to get everyone in the workshop to clean up a bit, spray some perfume, and prepare to welcome Lord Rain for learning. "No, Master Henry, let's start now," Rain waved his hand and said. "Now?" Old Henry was surprised. He thought Rain was too eager. "Are you really planning to learn now?" "Yes, with such a large leather workshop, it should operate 24 hours a day, with each part processing leather." Rain pointed to the busy scene of apprentices soaking, kneading, and scraping leather. "Old Henry, let's follow Lord Rain's plan." "Please take us there now," Luther said with a frown. "All right, Lord Luther. Then, Lord Rain, please come with me," Old Henry said helplessly. Although Rain had mentioned that Luther could go back first, Luther was very curious about leather making, so they quickly arrived at the first step, soaking. In a storage room filled with raw hides, apprentices were moving out the skins, shaking them, and placing them into large round water tanks for rinsing. "Lord Rain, these are salt-preserved raw hides from the tundra, which need to soak in water for a day to remove the salt from transportation," Old Henry explained, familiar with the process. Rain looked and nodded. This step didn't require much skill. It was simple and easy to understand. Next, Old Henry began to introduce the next step. This is a deherring tank mainly using a mixture of cow. Although it was also soaking, this time it was soaking in a tanning solution, a mixture mainly of cow, to remove fats and blood. The apprentices also had to rinse the hides quickly in the tanning liquid multiple times. This process involved some skill. The tanning solution used to remove fats and blood from raw hides was quite corrosive, which tested the apprentices' speed and skill. Speed is very important. Otherwise, the skin on the palm will be damaged. This is a softening tank mainly filled with a mixture of pigeon droppings. Old Henry pointed to another row of large tanks nearby and said, "In the softening tank, the skins need to soak for 2 days to soften further and remove hair." Next to him, Luther was already feeling nauseous from the smell. He swore that if it weren't for accompanying Ryan, he would never get so close to this dung tank. Although this was all part of his family's business, honestly, he had never studied the leatherworking process in detail. Because he specialized in his field, as a knight with a title in the hope of the Snyder family, his main focus was on improving his combat skills. Business matters were handled by others. However, when he saw Ryan watching intently with great interest, Luther could only hold back his stomach's churn and persevere, though he couldn't help but think critically. This is the initial step in leather making. During the soaking process to remove hair and dirt, the skins are also scraped repeatedly, Old Henry explained, pointing to a group of apprentices standing on inclined boards, using thick-bladed knives to scrape away fat and residual hair. Ryan looked around and roughly understood the process of turning raw skins into tan leather, which involves about 5 steps: soaking in water, soaking in cow, soaking in pigeon droppings, scraping, and drying. From this, Ryan thought to himself, no wonder I learned blacksmithing first when I was in Silver Gold Town. The leather-making environment is too harsh. If your body isn't strong enough, you could easily get sick. Master Henry, I want to try, Ryan said, pointing to an apprentice washing raw skins in a large round clay vat. When the others saw that a clearly noble person wanted to enter the vat filled with cow to wash raw skins just like them, they were all stunned and stared at Ryan in surprise. Lord Ryan. This. But Ryan just smiled. Before old Henry could react, he took a sturdy waterproof leather apron and put it on himself. Soon, in everyone's amazed eyes, Ryan stepped into the vat and started kneading a piece of sheepskin. Luther also stared wide-eyed at Ryan. He never expected that Ryan really wanted to learn leatherworking, and that he wanted to do it himself. On Rain's side, because the metallic energy particles had long covered his palm, these corrosive liquids caused him no harm. He quickly shook his hand, cleaning the fat and hair off the raw leather. Then he placed the goat hide on a slanted board, gently using a file to remove the remaining hair and dirt. Even though it was his first time, Rain, with his legendary peak physical control and perception, worked more carefully and professionally than those who had been apprenticing in leathermaking for years. Wow, Lord Rain really has a natural talent for tanning, old Henry couldn't help but admire. Don't talk nonsense. Luther stared blankly at Rain's actions, but when he heard old Henry, he immediately snapped back to reality and whispered, yes. Sigh, Lord Luther, I'm just saying. When I reach Lord Rain's level, I've already been learning tanning for at least 2 years. With Lord Rain's control. Never mind, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Old Henry, remember this. Treat Lord Rain with more respect than me. Understood? Understood, Lord Luther. Old Henry nodded repeatedly. It seemed that after fully understanding old Henry's explanation, Rain only scraped a piece of raw sheep leather, and the system prompt sounded. You have tanned the sheep leather, your related insight has increased. You have learned a new skill, tanning your skill in leather tanning has improved, experience +1 congratulations. You have triggered the profession panel, apprentice tanner. Sure enough, it triggered, and just as expected, it's an apprentice-level profession panel. Rain thought to himself. He glanced at the new profession panel. Although apprentice tanner was the most unremarkable white panel among all extraordinary professions, with no glow, he felt quite happy inside. Because this meant that the future path of leathermaking could be similar to tailoring, allowing multiple job changes. In other words, he would soon gain many skill points and attribute points. Lord Luther, you can go back to your own work now, Rain said with a smile, noticing Luther nearby, who was heavily affected by the smell. All right. Old Henry, please take good care of Lord Rain. Luther thought for a moment and nodded. Don't worry, Lord Luther. Lord Rain is honored to learn leatherworking skills from me. Old Henry bowed as he saw him off. Lord Rain, consider this workshop as yours. Feel free to use any materials. It's all on me. Luther specifically reminded him before turning to leave. Next, it was time for Rain's real performance. Since the apprentice leatherworker skill panel was generated, Rain naturally needed to level up quickly. With Rain's stamina, the current process would probably take a week without rest. So, under the blessing of the core skill focus from the enchanted tailor Supernatural, Rain worked on scraping the fur while gaining lots of experience. After Luther left, in just 2 hours, Rain raised his leatherworking apprentice level from 1 to 3, max level, earning 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. The 2 large stacks of cleaned raw hides nearby were his work results. Adding his remaining points, his total skill points reached 5, still 6 points short of upgrading the new spell Serrated Ring, which requires 11 points. Just now, the system also showed a promotion message. Prerequisites for becoming a tanner. 1. Leatherworking apprentice level 3. 2. Dexterity above 5, strength above 5, constitution above 5. 3. Produce 10 qualified tanned hides. Current conditions not met. Promotion failed. Since Rain was just working on scraping hides, he obviously hadn't produced finished tanned hides yet. Master Henry, I will select some sheep skins for the next steps. If there are any issues, please point them out immediately. Of course, no problem, Lord Rain, old Henry replied gladly. He was eager to assist with Rain's requests. Soon, Rain completed the other steps smoothly and reached the final drying stage. Lord Rain, it's ready. Given the current weather, drying for 2 days will thoroughly complete the tanning of this raw sheep hide, old Henry said happily, patting his beard with satisfaction. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but glance at the dozens of apprentices nearby, secretly thinking that if any of them had even half the ability of Lord Rain in front of him, his leathercraft inheritance would truly flourish. Do you need to dry it for 2 days? Rain raised an eyebrow and asked. 2 days is too long. He planned to finish the transformation today. Yes, but, Lord Rain, we can learn the techniques behind it first, like painting and crafting, old Henry explained, not understanding why Rain suddenly frowned. No, I might have another way, Rain replied. The temperature and humidity in the Imperial capital really do require 2 days. Old Henry was momentarily confused about how Lord Rain planned to dry it. Suddenly, a hot air formed around them, and the moisture on the surface of the raw sheep hide visibly evaporated. This is magic. Lord Rain is a wizard? Old Henry was stunned. Because today Rain was dressed in noble hunting attire, he hadn't realized that the other was actually a wizard. Using magic to dry the fur? That's so extravagant. The young apprentices nearby looked on in shock, stopping their actions to watch this scene. But after being surprised, old Henry shook his head slightly. He didn't really believe in using magic to dry because even a first-level wizard would find controlling the temperature of magic very difficult. For example, a fireball reaches thousands of degrees. Lowering its temperature to 60 or 70 degrees to dry raw fur is very hard. In the past, wizards and apprentices from the Snyder family tried but failed. Drying like this, if the temperature gets too high, it's like boiling a soft-boiled egg. Higher heat doesn't mean it cooks faster. What old Henry didn't know was that Rain was using a fire-type magic called high-temperature force field, a fire magic with lower temperatures compared to other fire spells. Plus, with Rain's third-level crystallized wizard mental control, he could precisely control the temperature and quickly dry the raw sheep hide. Old Henry watched with amazement, eyes shining brightly. The level of temperature control was simply incredible. That's enough, Lord Rain. After a few minutes, old Henry wiped the dried fur and marveled at it. As he finished processing these 10 raw hides, the system notification sounded, detected that the host meets the prerequisites for promotion to Tanner. 1. Tanning Apprentice Level 3 maxed. 2. Agility above 5, Strength above 5, Constitution above 5. 3. Crafted any 10 qualified tanned hides. Are all conditions met? Yes/no to promote to Tanner? Note: after promotion, the new Tanning Master panel will replace the previous Apprentice panel. Clearly, there was no need to hesitate about whether to change jobs. Ryan immediately chose yes. Ding. Promotion successful. Promoted to Tanning Master. Strength +1, Agility +1. Gained core skill. Leather Processing Level 1. Leather Processing Level 1. Passive due to frequent handling of hides. Your success rate in processing hides increases. Leather processing? Alright, that's a classic enhancement of tanning skills. Meanwhile, the original apprentice panel disappeared, replaced by the Tanning Master panel, which was also a blank slate. Below it was a new icon with a faint glow around it. Ryan immediately focused on the icon. The symbol depicted a person vigorously shaking a fur inside a large stone basin. Below the icon, there was a line of small text, Core Skill. Leather Processing Level 1, Passive. Leather Processing Level 1, Passive. Effect: increases success rate of any hide processing by an additional 10%. Level 1 is just a 10% boost? Well, better than nothing, Ryan thought with a slight nod. He certainly wouldn't invest precious skill points into leather processing. Master Henry, shall we continue learning the next steps? Ryan was in a good mood and turned to the nearby old Henry, who was carefully examining the rapid drying of the fur using a high-temperature energy field. Oh, yes. Okay, Lord Ryan. I was just watching your magic. Seems different from typical fire magic. The temperature isn't very high, and the airflow is quite vigorous. It's an excellent spell for speeding up drying. Oops. Old man, you can't speak properly. At this moment, old Henry suddenly remembered Lord Luther's earlier reminder. He realized that the young man in front of him was not his apprentice, but a powerful person like Lord Luther. Calling the other's magic arts as perfect for leatherworking was clearly rude and quite offensive. That's okay, Master Henry. You're focused on improving your leathercraft, which is admirable, Rain said naturally, not minding the unintended insult, especially since the other was dedicated to his craft. Lord Rain, shall we continue learning the next techniques, or take a break first? Let's continue, Master Henry. All right, Lord Rain. Then let's proceed. Next, for the fur leather, we need to apply a coating. This is to prevent insects and rot, and also to extend its lifespan. Different paints have different effects. Old Henry explained as he led the way. Applying paint is also a process with a strong smell. But this step was not difficult for Rain, because the most challenging part, the precise mixing of the paint, was something a legendary expert could control far better than ordinary people. Next, they would craft specific leather items using different materials. This is what most people think a leatherworker should do. Generally, a leatherworker specializes deeply in one area, like making boots or armor, which is how these specialized roles develop. It's similar to the blacksmith profession Rain knew before, where mid-level smiths might specialize as swordsmiths or armorers, each focusing on their own field. Lord Rain, which part of the process interests you most? Old Henry asked, pointing to various leather armor pieces hanging on the workshop wall. Rain looked at the different armor parts and quickly found one that might give him a good experience point return, a leather coat. Just this leather coat will do. The coat had many carved patterns on its surface, but that was no problem for Rain. He had seen similar techniques in tailoring before, and the inscriptions were even more complex. Based on his past experience, breastplate and intricate craftsmanship often yielded higher experience points. This is a carved leather jacket. Its difficulty level is moderate, mainly because of the intricate carvings on both sides, which take a lot of time and effort. Old Henry looked at Ryan's expression while explaining. Normally, this kind of carved leather jacket is designed for beginner leatherworkers who have been in the craft for several years. But for Ryan, who has only just started learning leatherworking, Old Henry didn't think it would be too difficult for him, so he began teaching directly. 15 minutes later, Ryan started making the jacket himself. When the finished product appeared, the system prompt sounded, "You have crafted a carved leather jacket, and your understanding has improved. You have learned a new skill, crafting a carved leather jacket. Your skill in crafting carved leather jackets has increased. Experience plus 12. You successfully crafted one carved leather jacket. Leatherworker profession experience plus 10. One success?" Old Henry rubbed his eyes and looked at the carved lines, feeling even more surprised. Even he couldn't produce lines as smooth as those. Fortunately, someone as strong as Lord Ryan wouldn't enter the leatherworking industry to compete for jobs, or everyone would be out of work. With such a rich experience reward, after 2 hours, Ryan's leatherworker profession level increased from LV1 to LV4 690/1000. He gained 3 more attribute points and 3 skill points. Now, he has a total of 9 remaining attribute points, enough to support a high-intensity battle in the 4th form. His remaining skill points are 8, just 3 points short of reaching LV12 for the new spell-serrated ring. But it was already close to noon. Ryan thought for a moment and decided to say goodbye to Old Henry, planning to come back tomorrow. In the afternoon, he planned to visit the academy and meet with his mentor, Magaro. Recently, his mental crystallization speed had exceeded expectations, meaning he needed to prioritize the advanced meditation method Steelheart on the 4th level, compared to the arcane school's base. Inside Magaro's office, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mentor Magaro, rarely serious, said, "Ryan, you're just in time. I wanted Audrey to find you. There's something very important." "Mentor, please go ahead," Ryan said, sitting up slightly. "Here's the improved and simplified version. Here's the thing. The matter I mentioned before about the Iron Heart meditation method's 4th level now has some progress," he said. "Oh, that's good news," Ryan said with a smile, raising his eyebrows. He knew that his mentor, Magaro, looked serious because there must be some difficulty in the next steps. Coincidentally, he was also planning to ask about this matter. Sure enough, Magaro explained, after some initial exploration and clarification, "Our school is confident that there is more than a 50% chance that the complete inheritance of this meditation method is inside the Valzig ruins. However, the ruins are very dangerous. Based on the remaining magic arrays and puppet golems, we believe this place was the main base of the ancient Valzig school. So far, we've only explored the outer areas. Even so, the head of our faction, Moria, was slightly injured during the exploration." "Oh, by the way, Ryan, you haven't met Moria yet, have you? He has been busy exploring the ruins for nearly half a year," Magaro said, patting his head. "There was also a scouting team under the military, but they withdrew 2 months ago for other tasks. Now, only our Bishu Mechanical School is responsible for this. So Moria has been busy there." "Mentor, I haven't met Moria yet," Ryan nodded. "No wonder, the leader of their school has been elusive. Also, Ryan, Moria knows about you joining the school. I contacted him about it a long time ago. Plus, he's a metal-type wizard, so he's very happy about your joining, Magaro said with a smile. By the way, back to the ruins. The main issue is that to enter the core area, Moria concluded that a rare treasure called the Ancient Tree Heart is needed. With this item, he is about 70% confident he can break through the remaining protective magic arrays. Ancient Tree Heart? That sounds like a treasure from the elves, Ryan thought for a moment and asked. He had seen some records about it in old books. Yes, that's right. It's not a big problem, Magaro nodded. Since the Valzig ruins are near Ferdinand Forest, we can try to trade with the elves through secret channels to get this treasure. Is it right next to Ferdinand Forest? Reen was surprised to hear that. He didn't expect the site to be located near Ferdinand Forest. Yes, but the problem is that at least 2 different cult groups have appeared near the site. Also, there are issues with the elves. The people who used to contact our school suddenly have no news. Magaro frowned and said, Is it because of the cults? Reen asked with a slight frown. Yes, that's very likely. But right now, we aren't clear about their goal, whether it's the site or the elves. Magaro nodded and replied. That's also why he approached Reen, because he knew his disciple was a top-tier sword wielder in the Empire, with good knowledge of various cults and rich combat experience. Master, I understand. You want me to go to the site to make sure it's safe for exploration, right? Exactly. Don't laugh, but the strongest combatant among metal-type fighters is probably you. Master, I'm mostly fine on my end. Also, I think I can have the Sword-Bearers headquarters issue a mission about this. That might be better. If there's a chance to find the original version of the advanced meditation method Heart of Steel on the 4th level, that would naturally be Reen's first choice. That would be great. Magaro immediately reacted with joy. Then I'll inform Paimon about the situation later. By the way, Reen, when do you think you can leave? Magaro asked with a big smile. Master, within 2 days, is that okay? Reen thought for a moment and said, he needed to go to the headquarters first to report this matter. At his level, leaving Tamriel capital required approval. Also, he planned to upgrade his Tanner skill to reach 11 points, so he could activate the new spell Serrated Ring for combat. Great. That's wonderful. Half an hour later, when Reen returned to his residence and finished his meal, his dedicated contact, Olenna, came to visit. In the study, Lord Reen, I heard Lady Tadia mention your excellent performance in the Secret Realm. It was truly impressive, the capable young woman said with a warm smile, praising her superior. Thank you. Although there were some issues along the way, I managed to handle them, Reen replied with a slight smile. Sir, I have a few updates to report today. First, some good news. I received word that since His Majesty the Emperor is still recovering from his injuries, the Elder Council has decided to postpone the ceremony for awarding titles of Count and above this year. The new date will be announced later. However, your Count title has already been granted, and the appointment committee should be visiting your residence in the next couple of days. Reen nodded, indicating he understood. Second, 2 days ago, during the opening of the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, there was an attack by cultists in several areas outside the Imperial city of Tamriel. Although they were eventually defeated and cleared out, it was discovered that their main goal was to enter the Secret Realm. As Olenna spoke, Reen nodded thoughtfully. So, everything is connected now. The goddess of the Dark Sea, in her avatar, was attacked and injured by the Empire's guardians before she left. Meanwhile, Lady Menia's dragon partner, the red dragon Tasa, was heavily damaged. Oh, are you sure it was Lady Menia's dragon? Yes, after verification by our intelligence department, it's confirmed. Reen recalled the red dragon scales Lady Menia had given him earlier. Those belonged to Tasa. He wondered if he should visit her soon. Third, the cult activity is becoming more frequent. You mentioned before that we should focus on several provinces near Ferdinand Forest. Now, the situation seems unusual. According to local branch reports, several powerful cultists have led teams into Ferdinand Forest, possibly targeting the elves. Reen raised an eyebrow and sat up straight. This matches what his mentor Magaro had told him. Since Ferdinand Forest is the home of the elves, and, according to the early agreements when the Empire was founded, no one is allowed to enter freely. So, the exact goal of these cultists is still unclear. But intelligence from the Hall suggests that a dominant group among the cults is an ancient organization called the Mother Tree Cult. Their history of conflict with the elves goes back thousands of years. Other cult groups might have been invited by the Mother Tree Cult. How long has this been happening? The Mother Tree cult's activities in Ferdinand Forest likely started several months ago, but they were kept secret. Recently, other evil cult groups have been gradually entering Ferdinand Forest over the past few days. Upon hearing this news, Ryan couldn't help but stand up and walk back and forth in his study. At this moment, his concern was not about the ruins but about Anna. It seemed that Anna's aunt, Lady Delana, might have been injured not by accident but as a result of an attack from the Mother Tree cult or some ongoing. This means Anna's situation is probably not good. Sending the sisters, Erida and others, immediately to Ferdinand Forest? That would be unwise. Because of their high-ranking status in the secret serpent cult, if their whereabouts were exposed, they might be targeted by the cult in a violent attack. Leaving the cult is a serious crime, even within the goddess church, and in the case of an evil cult, it could lead to the death penalty. The sisters might not only fail to save anyone but also put themselves in danger. Has the headquarters made any decision regarding Ferdinand Forest? Ryan stopped walking and asked. Not yet. They are still discussing it because the elf ambassador stationed in the Imperial capital hasn't requested help from the Empire. So, the headquarters' current order is to strengthen intelligence gathering in various provinces, the assistant replied. Contact Major General Tatiana and tell her I want to go to Ferdinand Forest. Understood, Lord Ryan. I will report to Major General Tatiana immediately. Given your current status, if you decide to go, I believe the headquarters will take it very seriously. Also, the situation in Ferdinand Forest is still unclear. If you decide to go, you should be cautious, Elena added before leaving. Thank you. I will, Ryan nodded. After Elena left, Ryan thought for a moment and immediately decided to quickly upgrade the Tanner to level 7 to gather 11 skill points. However, he also needed to visit Old Henry to find a new style of leather armor. Because, once his leather jacket reached level 4 in tanning, the upgrade speed slowed down significantly. I roughly estimated that upgrading the leatherworker from level 4 to level 5 requires making over 100 carved leather jackets. After level 5, the experience needed increases even more, making progress slower. So, Ryan took the carriage again to the Old Henry's leather workshop. He spent half an hour learning a new style of leather armor called the thick leather breastplate. This breastplate also has carved designs at the front and back, but it is much thicker than a normal carved leather jacket. The difficulty lies in this thickness. First, 6 layers of tanned cowhide are glued and pressed together using a special glue, and compressing each layer is very hard for an ordinary leatherworker. Second, sewing the 6 layers together is very difficult, as threading the needle is tricky and the stitches often run. However, once made, this thick leather breastplate offers protection comparable to chainmail, but it weighs about half as much, making it very popular. Of course, these are tough for ordinary people, but for Ryan, they are easy. Since only enough tanned cowhide, glue, and tools are needed for the actual making, Ryan loaded a large pile of tanned cowhide onto the back of his carriage before returning home. When Ryan arrived home and arranged for someone to move the items to the storage room, Elena and Major Tadia came to visit. As soon as Tadia saw him, she straightforwardly said, Lord Ryan, I heard from Elena that you plan to go to Ferdinand Forest soon? Yes, Lady Tadia, I do plan to go. By the way, I heard the headquarters won't send anyone for now? Ryan nodded and asked. Not initially, but since you've decided to go, the situation has changed. The headquarters will send logistics personnel and arrange an airship for you, officially to scout the cult's movements. Thank you. That will be more convenient, Ryan said with a smile. Actually, the headquarters originally planned to send 2 or 3 elite sword-wielding teams to accompany you, Lord Ryan. But due to some special reasons, they disagreed with this plan. So, Augustus wants me to ask for your personal opinion on this matter, Tadia explained. Oh, a different opinion? Ryan looked at her curiously. Lord Ryan, let me first share some secret information the headquarters has about Ferdinand Forest, Tadia said. All right, Ryan nodded. The situation at Ferdinand Forest is quite complicated this time. There has been a high-level traitor within the forest who is said to have been tempted by the Mother Tree cult and has come to believe in the legendary Void Mother Tree. Tatia explained this in detail. Including the Elven ambassador from the Imperial capital, no one has been able to contact the Elven leaders. Although we reported the cult's activities, the core decision-makers of the Empire have not received a formal request for help from the elves, so we are mainly watching and waiting. I understand. In simple terms, while the elves are in chaos, Other cults are also trying to take advantage of the situation. Ryan nodded and asked further, what are the Empire's plans? Will we intervene or keep observing? There is still some debate about this. However, the Empire has already sent 2 guardians secretly to the Don and Guylant provinces. Ryan knows where these provinces are. They are to the east and north of Ferdinand Forest. This means the Empire is prepared but has not yet officially intervened. The Marshal thinks that because of the cult's activity, the sword holders should step in early, but they haven't found the right people yet. If they investigate openly, they can't send too many people, or it might cause tension with the elves and lead to diplomatic issues or conflicts. On the other hand, sending too few people is risky, especially since several cults have sent strong personnel, which could be dangerous. So, when they heard you intended to go, the 2 leaders asked me to confirm with you and to share some secret reports. Ryan nodded. He knew that some secret information at the headquarters was not known to Elena, which explained why Tatia personally came here. But his main reason for going was to check on Anna's situation. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring other sword holders along. His 2 subordinates, Claire and Beyonce, are not as strong. For routine tasks, it's fine, but given the complex situation at Ferdinand Forest, they might face powerful enemies, so it's better for him to go alone. Lady Tatia, please inform the Marshal and General Augustus that I will go, Ryan said. Also, aside from logistics personnel, I will go alone, he added. Understood, Lord Rain. I will report your decision immediately. At this moment, Tatia took out a map from her folder and laid it flat on the coffee table, unfolding it. Lord Rain, this is a copy of the Ferdinand Forest map. Although it was created hundreds of years ago, the general locations, according to Elven customs, have not changed much. This is Ferdinand City. The green dots here represent Elven villages, Tatia explained, pointing to a position slightly south of the center of Ferdinand Forest. The small red dots around the edge of the forest are Elven watchtowers and defensive structures. However, we have received intelligence that more than 10 of these southern defenses have been breached. Oh, did the cult enter from the south? Rain asked. Yes, but the situation now is that the gap has widened. Many of the watchtowers in the southwest and southeast have also been attacked. Rain nodded, realizing the situation was worse than he had thought. By the way, Lord Rain, if you go, besides the cult and Elven rebels to watch out for, there's another force you need to be careful of, the catching teams. The human catching teams near Ferdinand Forest are very strong. Some team leaders are at legendary level, and they are skilled and familiar with the terrain. Many members of these teams are not simple. Some are powerful individuals secretly supported by high-ranking nobles of the Empire, and some are wanted criminals or ruthless fighters who have been recruited into the teams. Rain had heard about this before. It was common for high nobles in the Imperial capital to secretly support these criminals to do dirty work, so they could quickly distance themselves if problems arose. Historically, these catching teams haven't gained much because of the tight defenses of the Elven watchtowers. They could only occasionally catch a few elves. But now that they have such a good opportunity, they will definitely try to take a share. These people are fierce wolves. From what we know, some of the destroyed Elven border watchtowers were not attacked by the cult, but by them. This means that when you enter, the elves might see you as an invader similar to these catchers. I understand the situation. Rain nodded and said, so, there are roughly 3 enemy groups, the major evil cults, the elf rebels, and a sizable human catching team. It's even possible that the official elf forces might mistakenly see me as an invader, right? Yes, Lord Reen. The noble families backing the catching team have influenced the Empire's decisions on this matter, Tatia replied. Additionally, the presence of the elf rebels makes the situation in Ferdinand Forest quite complicated. That's why the Empire hasn't taken major action yet, she added. Understood. By the way, Lady Tatia, I plan to leave tomorrow noon. Reen put away the photocopy of the Ferdinand Forest map. No problem, Lord Reen. Lady Elena and I will take care of everything. Rest assured, Tatia said with a slight bow. Also, this map is for you. Well, Lord Reen, I'll go report back now, she added. Lord Reen, Lady Tatia and I will return to headquarters first, Elena quickly said as she stood up. Good. Thank you both for your trouble. Reen nodded with a smile. After they left, Reen began to think about what Tatia had just said. It's indeed a bit complicated, but to remove these obstacles, it's simple in theory. What matters most is our own strength. And Accurate information. This time, I can bring Tsuchi and Bloodfeather together. Although Tsuchi, the spirit hound, seems a bit outdated in combat now, its keen sense of smell is very useful in the forest, especially for tracking. As for Bloodfeather, the eagle beast's aerial reconnaissance is crucial and needs no explanation. Looks like I should pack my bag a bit and prepare some supplies. Just as Reen was pondering, he suddenly looked up at the window. On the open ground of the estate, a rare flying manta ray was descending, and standing on it was a man with his arms crossed and a large sword on his back, Lambert. A few minutes later, in the study, Lord Reen, I plan to take my leave, Lambert said with a smile. After our match, I gained some insights. I intend to travel around for a while before returning to Tides Bay. Travel? That's a good idea, Reen nodded. He could tell that Lambert was radiating a fierce aura. This was because his belief in the sword had grown explosively, making it hard for him to control his sharp willpower in a short time. Hey, Lord Ryan, are you going out? Lambert, who was here to say goodbye, noticed Ryan packing his bag and asked curiously. After all, Ryan and Lambert had just returned from a secret realm, and going out again so soon to take on a mission seemed a bit frequent. Or are all Imperial gold-level sword users so competitive? Yes, I am planning to visit Ferdinand Forest. Something happened there, involving a friend of mine. It's not an official mission yet, Ryan replied with a smile. Lambert, the young disciple of the Tidesword Saint, seemed to have a bit of a rough start with him before, because of some agreement between the Drain family and Ryan. From this perspective, Lambert was quite a person who kept his promises. Oh, something happened? Lord Ryan, was there a fight? Lambert asked. Well, if there was a fight, I wouldn't mind joining, Ryan said with a smile. After their last battle, Lambert had gained some insights. Now, he wanted to travel and fight strong opponents to improve his sword belief and aim for the Sword Saint title. That might be a bit dangerous, but fights are definitely going to happen, Ryan chuckled when he heard Lambert. Haha, fights are good. But, Lord Ryan, if I join you, I might not get many chances to act, Lambert said, frowning as if he thought of something. Lord Ryan, does your mission require someone to scout ahead? Lambert suddenly asked after thinking for a moment. After a brief pause, Ryan decided it would be good for Lambert to go ahead and check the situation. Also, considering Lambert's speed was extremely fast and his strength nearly reached legendary levels, even if he faced enemies he couldn't defeat, escaping would always be possible. Well, the main reason I'm going is to check on a friend's safety. Her name is Anna. If Lord Lambert doesn't mind, could you go ahead and check on her? She lives in the southeast corner of Ferdinand Forest in a small town called Bashallen. Additionally, Lord Lambert, you need to watch out for cults, elf rebels, catchers, and even official elf forces. If you find any of them, please ensure her safety. I will come to find you. So many enemies? Interesting. Lord Rain, I will set out now. By the way, is there any proof I can show Miss Anna? Upon hearing Rain's situation, Lambert did not feel afraid but instead became quite excited. At that moment, Rain took a green leaf that glowed faintly, shaped like a maple leaf, from a nearby drawer and handed it to Lambert. This seems to be a leaf from the wise ancient tree. Lord Rain, it looks like your friend holds a high position among the elves. This is a leaf given to me by an elf lady. It contains the nature magic, Life Bloom. When Anna sees this, she will know that you are my friend. Understood, Lord Rain. I will set out now. A few minutes later, the swift Lambert rode a flying manta ray, quickly soaring into the sky and leaving Rain's residence, heading toward Ferdinand Forest. After watching him fly away, Rain felt more at ease. Then, he focused on making a thick leather breastplate. 15 minutes later, when the finished product appeared, the system prompted, "You have crafted a thick leather breastplate, and related insights have increased. You have learned a new skill, craft thick leather breastplate. Your skill in crafting thick leather breastplates has improved. Experience plus 31. You successfully crafted one thick leather breastplate. Leatherworking profession experience plus 27. Indeed, the experience points nearly doubled. After several hours, Rain finally raised his leatherworker profession level from 4 to 7, and he had accumulated 11 skill points. At this moment, his remaining attribute points reached 12, enough to support 2 moderate battles in the 4th form, making some preparations for his trip to Ferdinand Forest. Of course, it would be better if he had more attribute points. His golden skill points remained at 203, which was enough for now. Without hesitation, Rain immediately invested 11 skill points and 8 golden skill points into the new third-level metal magic, Serrated Ring. As the level of the Serrated Ring spell increased suddenly from level 1 to level 20, a powerful flood of memories related to the spell rushed into Ryan's mind. In an instant, Ryan felt as if he were in a mysterious space, practicing the third-level spell Serrated Ring for over 100 years. Various insights came to him, and casting the spell became instinctive. A few seconds later, after digesting the memories and preparing to try the spell, Ryan heard a slightly excited voice from outside the door. It was Matteo, a small man. Lord Ryan, a group of guards has arrived outside. The leader, Marquis Javel, says he is here to present you with your noble title. Please ask Lord Javel and his companions to wait in the reception hall. I will come down immediately, Ryan replied promptly. Olenna had already mentioned this to him before, and the report about the noble title had been made months ago. So, Ryan felt quite calm. Perhaps after receiving the rewards from the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, he might even be promoted to a marquis. However, for others in the mansion, this was a very different matter. For example, Matteo's heart was pounding with excitement, and his face was slightly red with joy. Although it wasn't him who was promoted, seeing his master promoted made Matteo extremely happy. Count, Matteo thought. If Lord Ryan is promoted to a count, then I will also be a close attendant of a count. In the reception hall, Ryan saw a smiling Javel and several accompanying people. Lord Ryan, I am here on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor and the Council of Elders to grant you the title of Count of the Empire. Aside from the hereditary titles, you are the youngest among those promoted to count this time, Javel said. Thank you, Marquis Javel, Ryan said with a smile and a bow. The award ceremony will be held after His Majesty recovers fully. The date will be announced later, Javel added. Understood, Ryan nodded. At this moment, Javel signaled to a nearby attendant, who smiled and said, Count Ryan, considering your role as a golden-level swordholder of the Empire, the appointment committee has arranged a new residence for you in the second ring of the Imperial capital, with a spacious training room. When are you available? You can go and sign for it any time. Thank you. Ryan noticed Javel's recent actions and understood that he probably gave a slight push behind him. In the Imperial capital's second ring, there are some noble residences, but most are marquee homes. Newly promoted counts usually get homes in the third ring, similar to his current location. Moreover, there are spacious training rooms and other facilities, which suggest someone is showing favor intentionally. It's clear that Marquis Javel, who works at the Sealing Committee, is behind this. After completing the official procedures, Javel and his accompanying staff didn't stay long. They just arranged a time to meet Ryan again. Count Ryan, we won't bother you further. Congratulations again. Thank you, Marquis Javel. Thank you, everyone, Ryan said with a smile as he saw them off. After Javel and his group left, Ryan thought for a moment and decided to go and take over his new home. Since he planned to go far away this time, moving to the second ring of the Imperial capital, where the high-class noble residences are, would greatly improve safety. With the Arita sisters, who were at the peak of legendary strength, guarding the house, he felt assured. He also had no worries about safety. Ryan called the Arita sisters and his family, and they took 3 carriages heading toward the new residence. His mother Emma and father old Ryan were initially confused until they heard little Matteo's story. They learned that their son had been promoted to an Imperial count, and they were shocked. He had just been made a Viscount less than a year ago, and now he was a count? The 2 elders looked at each other in surprise. Meanwhile, little Mint's eyes sparkled. She always believed her brother Ryan was the best, and his promotion to count was only natural. Though the second and third rings are close, the level of greenery, beauty, and patrol frequency has increased, reflecting the clear class distinctions of the Empire. Nobles of count rank and above have different treatment from lower nobles like viscounts and barons. Soon, everyone arrived at their destination. Ryan's new house is quite large, with front and back gardens. The front yard is bigger, where the main building and auxiliary buildings are located. The backyard is smaller, with stables nearby. The Aird sisters exchanged a quick glance and immediately understood each other telepathically. Big sister, I always thought Lord Ryan's mansion seemed a bit small for his strength, but this house is quite grand. Yes, considering Lord Ryan's power, I think you should live in the inner circle. But let's keep this between us. Don't tell anyone, or it might cause misunderstandings. Got it, sister. I'm not stupid. No wonder Elida was previously annoyed. because Ryan's mansion had a small lawn and an insufficiently large training room. For her, practicing advanced combat skills in such a cramped space was difficult. At this moment, Little Mint happily ran over and asked, "Elida's sister, why are you smiling so happily?" Over the past 2 days, Mint had become very close with the Aird sisters. She was initially curious and a bit shy around the twin sisters, but after getting to know them, she found they were easy to get along with, especially the lively Elida, who quickly became her good friend. Elida and Mint shared a particularly close bond. "Little Mint, because now I have a bigger place to play with you," Elida said affectionately, pinching Mint's soft, delicate face. "Oh, Elida's sister, you're so nice. But please don't pinch my face too hard, or it won't look good." "Don't worry. Mint, you're the prettiest." "Hee. Really? Elida's sister, you're so kind. By the way, I overheard my brother say there's a really big training room on the first floor of the main building. When will you teach me how to use a combat blade?" Mint asked with a bright smile. As Mint grew older, she became interested in combat skills, especially those that looked beautiful. For example, Elida's combat blade, with its dazzling display of swordsmanship, left Mint mesmerized the first time she saw it. "Sure, if you like it, I'll teach you," Elida agreed happily. At first, Elida wondered why Lord Ryan didn't teach his own sister. She initially thought there might be some hidden reason, but later realized it wasn't the case. The real issue was Mint herself. She was more interested in flashy combat skills, while she showed little interest in her brother's more understated but highly practical advanced techniques. Girls are often very emotional creatures. Of course, it's not that Ryan's extraordinary combat skills are not impressive, but his flashy moves are beyond what ordinary people can perform. However, the knife techniques are different. With practice, ordinary people can also master them. An hour later, after the tour, everyone, including Ryan's mother Emma, was very satisfied with the new mansion and decided to move in immediately. This was naturally great for Ryan, saving him the trouble of persuading others. Soon, the servants and guards began the moving process. Ryan took a moment to talk with the sisters, Arietta and her sister, about some matters. "I'm planning to visit Ferdinand Forest tomorrow. You don't need to go, just focus on the safety of the new mansion. In the Imperial capital, the cult of the Hidden Serpent doesn't usually make big moves, so safety shouldn't be a problem. Since you just left the cult, it's safer for you to stay here for a while." Hearing Ryan's words, the sisters couldn't help but feel a little moved. They looked at each other and sensed a warm feeling. Lord Ryan, thank you, but do you really not need any help?" Arietta asked nervously. "This operation is supported by the Sword Holders' headquarters for logistics. I can go lightly, which makes things easier," Ryan replied with a slight smile. "Yes, Lord Ryan. Please be careful. If you need support, feel free to send a message," her sister Elida said. But as soon as she spoke, she suddenly realized she had said the wrong thing. After all, if Ryan couldn't handle the enemies, then their sisterly duo would just be sending themselves to be defeated. "Ugh, sorry. I misspoke, Lord Ryan. Wishing you a safe journey." Elida quickly corrected herself. "Thank you," Ryan said with a smile. He didn't mind Elida's straightforwardness. After spending some time with his family and discussing a few matters, Ryan planned to visit the headquarters to test his new magic. Naturally, he went to the magic testing room there. Soon, Ryan arrived at the Sword Holders' headquarters by carriage. Guided by a young female staff member, Ryan smoothly made his way to the third-level magic testing room. "Lord Ryan, if you have any other needs, just call me," she said. "All right, thank you," Ryan nodded politely. "You're welcome. It's my honor to serve you." The young female clerk smiled politely and bowed slightly, then closed the door proactively. After she left, Ryan didn't rush to test his new abilities. Instead, he began to repeatedly release the spells Metal Transformation, Cutting Web, and Serrated Ring, trying to understand how they connected. Since Metal Transformation was already a natural talent spell, and the other two had reached level 20 with high proficiency, Ryan didn't need to practice them much. Soon, he grasped how to link the 3 spells together effectively. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding. The host has understood the basic form of crystallized killing move. Do you want to spend 79 gold skill points to refine and perfect it? Wow, 79 points? That's a lot. Ryan was surprised. Because these 3 spells could form a crystallized killing move without extra testing, Ryan thought that the system's refining and perfecting probably included personal adjustments. Still, he felt the cost was too high. Suddenly, Ryan seemed to realize something and smiled. If the more I spend, the stronger the killing move becomes, then that's a good thing. Spending more gold skill points is actually beneficial. Ryan remembered that when he previously refined the liquefaction killing move multiple webs, it only cost 42 points. This time, nearly double that amount, so he might get some unexpected gains. As he allocated his points, a powerful surge of magical training memories flooded into his mind, as if he had practiced these 3 spells repeatedly in a mysterious space for over 100 years. When Ryan opened his eyes again, his understanding of the connection between these 3 spells was seamless. Ding! Refinement successful. The host has mastered the crystallized metal killing move Serrated Web. Finally, I have my own crystallized killing move, Ryan said happily after carefully studying his new skill. Before, he only had one liquefaction killing move, multiple webs, and no other spell-based killing moves. There was also a 3rd-level attack spell called Thorn Ironball. However, the power of the first move, if used by a 2nd-level liquefaction mage, was top tier. But among 3rd-level crystallized mages, it was only as powerful as a typical 3rd-level spell. The latter spell mainly relies on single attacks. Although powerful, it lacks flexibility. Even though Ryan has upgraded it to level 20, this magic attack is straightforward and easy for enemies to dodge. It needs to be combined with the Metal Cage spell to fully unleash its power. But now, things are different. This crystallized attack, called Serrated Web, is much more powerful and flexible than the previous 2 spells. Level 1 Talent Spell, Metal Morphing. Level 2 Spell, Cutting Web. Level 3 Spell, Serrated Ring. Crystallized Attack, Serrated Web. Ryan couldn't hold back his excitement and immediately started trying. Level 1 Spell, Metal Morphing. Level 2 Spell, Cutting Web. Level 3 Spell, Serrated Ring. Crystallized Attack, Serrated Web. As Ryan quickly recited the spells, 6 rotating, buzzing metal rings appeared suddenly in front of him. The silver metal rings, about 2 meters in diameter, spun rapidly. Ryan thought about adjusting their direction instantly. Compared to his previous liquid-based attack, Multiple Cutting Web, this attack covers a much larger area. According to the information provided by Nahamati, the normal crystallized attack, Serrated Web, should involve 4 metal rings. However, Ryan was able to summon 6 rings. This is likely because of his exceptional affinity for metal elements, combined with the advanced meditation technique Steelheart at level 3, which caused this special situation. As for its power, Ryan would find out by testing. He waved his right hand, and the 6 buzzing metal rings shot toward a metal cylinder in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The smooth surface of the large metal block was instantly cut with crisscrossing scars. Then, loud crashes echoed, several loud bangs. The metal cylinder, weighing several tons, was sliced into several pieces and fell to the ground. Next to it, on a stone slab, a shocking value appeared, leaving Ryan speechless. 3 question marks? Is this an overestimate? Ryan thought, surprised. He didn't expect that even the level 3 spell testing room couldn't measure the upper limit of his new attack's power. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. A female staff member's voice sounded, clearly anxious. Lord Ryan, is everything all right? Did something happen? Do you need rescue? Sorry, I'm fine here. But I might need you to contact someone to report the repair. The cost can be deducted from my side, Rain said as he opened the door with an apologetic look. Well, okay, Lord Rain, the female staff member replied. She peeked inside through the door and was immediately stunned, her eyes wide with surprise, and she stammered. The next day at noon, on a small airship just taking off from the Sword Bearers' headquarters. Right now, Rain was alone in the cabin, working on a new leather armor, the Merfolk scale chest plate. Since the journey would take a day and a half of flying, Rain decided not to waste time and brought along raw materials and tools on the airship. The Merfolk scale chest plate was made by sewing the scales of mature blackfin fish onto both sides of a thick leather chest plate. These scales are very strong, providing better protection than chainmail, yet they are very light. Of course, making it was quite difficult, but that was exactly why Rain chose it. It would give him a lot of experience points. However, Rain's actions naturally puzzled the logistics staff traveling with him. They had served many sword masters of the gold grade, but this was the first time they saw someone like him. Your Excellency Alina, Lord Rain. Is he interested in something? Claire couldn't help but ask curiously of the capable young woman Alina beside her. This time, both Claire and Beyoncé had come along. They overheard their captain talking about going on a mission during a casual chat with Alina. Immediately, they approached Rain and volunteered to accompany Alina as logistics support for this mission. This left Rain with little reason to refuse. After all, if an almost second-level wizard apprentice like Alina could go, then surely the sword masters at levels of Mithril and Silurium could come too. Don't ask too much about Lord Rain's affairs. Alina gently tapped Claire's smooth forehead and scolded with a smile. Since Captain Rain was often away from the headquarters, Alina and the two women in his team were more familiar with him. Can't you ask? Claire shrank her head and said. This might be a way to adjust your mindset before battle, Alina said softly. Regarding Rain's strange behavior, Alina had noticed it once before. When they were in Munster, her young boss, Lord Rain, was learning tailoring. Later, she researched and found that some fighters use art like painting or singing to improve their focus. It seems Lord Rain might be doing something similar. Is that so? Okay, Claire nodded, seeming to understand, but not completely. Meanwhile, Beyoncé, dressed in tight leather armor and looking very attractive, listened carefully and agreed strongly. After a day and a half of flying, Rain finally stepped out of the cabin and looked into the distance. Thanks to over a day of work, his profession level as a leatherworker had risen to level 9, giving him 2 more attribute points and 2 skill points. Now, Rain had 14 attribute points, 2 skill points, and 124 gold skill points. With 14 attribute points, he could handle 3 moderate battles in his 4 different forms. Look over there. Suddenly, someone excitedly pointed at the ship's side. Rain followed their gaze and saw a vast, endless green forest. It felt like they had entered an ocean of trees, making everyone feel relaxed and happy. But Rain quickly noticed something strange about the distant forest. Huh? What's over there? He stared at a part of the forest far away, looking serious. Because his eyesight was better than normal, he could see clearly that at the edge of the forest several dozen kilometers away from the airship, the trees had an unusual color. They seemed to emit a faint red glow, and were surrounded by wisps of gray mist. Based on the map Rain had seen before, that area should be the southern part of Ferdinand Forest. This must be the earliest breach point, where the Mother Tree sect first launched their attack, Rain thought to himself. At that moment, Olenna stepped forward and pointed to a rocky outpost about a few kilometers ahead, saying, Lord Rain, that's outpost number 7. Okay, Rain nodded. This outpost was built on a small hill, with large rocks forming a 3-story round watchtower, serving as both a lookout and a small airship dock. Rain noticed that the guard post's rocks were special, grayish-white, and looked very sturdy. This type of stone was either brought up from underground by high-level earth mage wizards or transported from elsewhere. Seems like the elves are cautious of the Empire, but at the same time, the Empire also keeps a close watch on the elves, Rain said. Exactly. There are about dozens of such watchtowers, most built hundreds of years ago, scattered around Ferdinand Forest. Their main purpose is to monitor the movements of the elves of a certain size, Elena explained. As the airship slowly landed on the 3rd floor of the watchtower, Rain led the way off the ship. Sir, welcome to Outpost 7. I am the outpost commander, Ian, said a burly middle-aged man in Imperial officer uniform, saluting Rain along with 2 lieutenants at the docking point. While saluting, Ian quickly sized up Rain and his group. He had just received news yesterday that a special Imperial unit commander would arrive soon, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. They only heard yesterday, and today they arrived. At first, he thought it was a sudden inspection by the military headquarters. And also, this lord looks surprisingly young, but his demeanor is quite impressive. A professional woman in uniform standing nearby seems to be his secretary, holding various equipment. It looks like a complete logistics support team. And behind them, there's a beautiful witch and a ranger. Wow, that ranger. Her figure is amazing. For a moment, Ian's mind was quite active. They had hosted many special operations teams before, but such a configuration was very rare. No, it could be said to be the first time seeing this. It seems there's only 1 combatant? Or 3. But there are nearly 20 logistics personnel. Meanwhile, in a suburban estate in the southern part of Tameril capital, the estate is quite large, with the most eye-catching feature being its main building, a somewhat old castle. The castle isn't a watchtower. The main structure has 3 floors, with 4 round arrow towers at each corner. The tops of the towers are surrounded by battlements, giving it a strong defensive look. However, From the grass growing in the cracks of the gray stone walls and the large patches of moss on the surface, it's clear that this castle was built a long time ago. However, no matter what, owning such a rare castle estate on the outskirts of the Imperial capital is not something an ordinary noble can have. At this moment, at the top of the castle's third floor, the second prince's butler, Count Buchanan, is waiting with 2 fully armed guards, looking out eagerly. "Sir, look, that should be Lord Bowstaff's airship, right?" At this time, a servant points to an airship appearing on the distant horizon and shouts excitedly. Although many airships travel in the Imperial capital's sky, this particular style is quite rare. The airship's front and back ends are pointed and oval-shaped, resembling a sharp date seed, and the balloon looks like a pointed gourd. The gondola hanging below is spindle-shaped, and there are 3 propellers at the tail providing strong. If Ryan were here, he would immediately recognize that this design is meant to reduce air resistance and increase speed. And indeed, that is the case. This streamlined airship is specially designed for long-distance travel. Yes, it's this one. Buchanan squints and looks carefully. His usually serious face also begins to smile. Finally, it has arrived. If Bowstaff doesn't come soon, Ryan might already be returning. Missing this great opportunity would make Buchanan regret it deeply. A few minutes later, the airship slowly docked at the castle's northeast corner, where a tower served as a mooring point. Creak. With a sturdy steel boot stepping onto the elongated iron gangway, the thick iron plank creaked loudly under the weight and visibly dented. A tall, muscular figure, over 4 meters tall, bent down and stepped out from the airship cabin. He was a burly man wearing large iron shoulder guards and half-body leather armor. The iron shoulder guards bore several scratches a few centimeters deep, and the leather armor had a few large holes, likely from a fierce battle. However, his exposed skin showed no visible injuries. "What's the plan? Double the thickness of the gangway next time." Buchanan immediately whispered harshly to a nearby attendant. But in the next second, he greeted him with a full smile. "Lord Bowstaff, welcome back safely." "You're too kind, Lord Buchanan," came a deep voice from the other side. Although it was clear that the other person was deliberately controlling their voice, the guards nearby still felt a buzzing in their ears, as if they had heard distant thunder in the sky. Creak, creak. In just 2 steps, the other person had reached the top of a nearly 7 or 8 meter long gangway, but they were holding a long, cylindrical tentacle. The tentacle was dark gray, with various sized round spots on its surface, roughly as thick as an adult man's ankle. Just as Buchanan was about to say something, suddenly, whoosh, Bowstaff's large hand suddenly grabbed, and a strange creature about 20 meters long, with a peculiar appearance, was quickly pulled out of the cabin. The next second, he carefully placed the creature, which had multiple tentacles, on the ground with one hand. Immediately, the guards around became panicked and retreated quickly. Even though the creature was dead, its imposing presence still made them feel uneasy. It was clear how terrifying it must have been when alive. The creature's main body wasn't very large, about 5 or 6 meters long, shaped like a big sphere, with a huge eye in the center. The eye had no eyelids, and beneath it hung 7 or 8 tentacles, each over 10 meters long. The tentacle that Bowstaff was holding earlier belonged to this creature. It was easy to see that when alive, this creature likely relied on its tentacles to stand and walk. "Is this the Soul Snatcher? Lord Bowstaff, you actually killed this creature?" Buchanan was extremely shocked. Usually confident and knowledgeable, he was now visibly flustered. This creature was a sacred being for a native tribe on the Forbidden Island, a totem animal worshipped by tens of thousands of locals. Its origins were unknown. Legend said that it was not from this world, possessing epic-level strength and a hint of divine power from centuries of native worship. The creature called itself the Soul Snatcher. Even among epic-level fighters, it was quite fierce. Surprisingly, Bowstaff had managed to kill it. Buchanan remembered clearly that the second prince, Everton, had instructed Bowstaff to only obtain a part of the creature's body. This was because the dragon bloodline was incredibly powerful, and they considered using the blood of such a strong creature from another world for their own purposes. Moreover, I heard that the Federation also plans to eliminate this monster. Unexpectedly, Bowstaff managed to bring back the complete corpse of the monster, truly impressive. "Well, I wasn't injured at first, but later I ran into some Federation troublemakers," Bowstaff said casually. "Your Excellency Bowstaff, you're amazing. His Highness will definitely be very happy to hear about your success." That's great. This time, let's see how you escape, Ryan. Regaining his composure, Buchanan felt much more confident. Half an hour later, inside the castle's banquet hall, on a long, large dining table, there was a feast of fierce beast dishes. Bowstaff sat shirtless on a special large chair, happily eating and drinking, casually asking, "Lord Buchanan, His Highness called me back so urgently. What's the matter?" "It's like this. His Highness the Prince wants you to help obtain a person's blood essence. The person is named Ryan, very strong, and also has a special dragon bloodline. His transformed form is said to reach epic level. Most importantly, His Highness believes that the blood essence will greatly help advance the final experiment." "Oh?" Bowstaff wiped the red Bordeaux wine from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but smile, though his expression looked a bit fierce. Bowstaff cares more than anyone about the second Prince Everton's experiments because he is a survivor and beneficiary of Everton's research. He knows that if he wants to become stronger, the results of the second Prince's ongoing experiments are especially important to him. 1.5 days ago, we learned that he suddenly headed to Ferdinand Forest. It's a good chance. Otherwise, it will be hard to act once he returns to the Imperial capital. Buchanan began to explain in detail. "I understand. Is the airship ready? I will depart immediately." Your Excellency Bowstaff, wouldn't you like to rest a bit? Let me check if my iron shoulder guards and leather armor are repaired." Bowstaff waved his hand and spoke to a nearby servant. Seeing this, Buchanan didn't try to stop him and immediately said, "All right. By the way, Your Excellency Bowstaff, we have 3 elite hunting teams at Ferdinand Forest. They will handle the search. You just need to make the final decision at the critical moment." "Understood." Bowstaff nodded and took a syringe from a nearby box. He quickly injected it into his arm. After the red liquid was injected, the redness in his eyes faded quickly. Ferdinand Forest, Outpost Number 7. Colonel Ian knew what to say and what not to ask. "Colonel Ian, sorry to bother you this time," Rayner said with a smile, glancing at Ian's shoulder insignia. "This is Lord Rayner from the Sword Holder headquarters. I am Elena, Rayner's dedicated liaison. Rayner's visit to Outpost Number 7 is highly secret. Please keep it confidential, Colonel Ian." Elena's sharp eyes briefly looked at Ian and the two behind him. Since this was a special operation, Elena didn't bother to give more details. "Don't worry, Lady Elena. We are all soldiers of the Empire and understand the importance of secrecy." Ian and the two behind him quickly nodded. "Lord Rayner, Lady Elena, perhaps you should rest for a while. The rooms inside the outpost are simple, converted from our barracks." Rayner waved his hand. "Thank you, Colonel Ian. I won't rest now, but Elena and the others might stay for a few days." Elena smiled at Rayner and then turned to Ian. "Sorry to bother you, Colonel Ian. We can stay on the airship for lodging, but we might need your help with meals." "Not at all." Colonel Ian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Elena's smile. This young woman has charm. She is efficient, speaks well, and in the army, she would at least hold a civilian officer rank. But now, she is just the young liaison for this man. It seems this young man is quite extraordinary. Ian, who has risen to colonel, has good judgment, but he couldn't quite see through Rayner's strength. "Colonel Ian, have there been any new developments at the outpost recently?" Elena asked seriously. Due to the distance from the headquarters, intelligence updates are somewhat delayed, but this person in front of him should have some solid information. "Yes, there are. Would you like to sit in my room? I can give a detailed report," Ian asked after a brief thought. "Good," Rayner nodded. In Colonel Ian's room, Rain, Elena, and Ian sit facing each other across a small table. After pouring each of them a cup of black tea, Colonel Ian begins to speak slowly. "Lord Rain, Lady Elena, recently our outpost at Post 7 has noticed that the number of teams entering Ferdinand Forest has increased several times more than usual. Many of these teams do not look like the usual capturing groups." Rain nods to signal Ian to continue. "Over the past few days, some teams seem to be subtly preparing to attack our outpost. However, after we signal with flares, they quickly disappear. Since their strength appears to be very high, I didn't dare send anyone to follow them. I hope you won't laugh, but although my soldiers are elite, they are usually able to handle typical capturing groups, but not these particular teams." "Yes, acting within your means is a wise decision, Colonel Ian," Rain says with a smile. "Thank you, Lord Rain. We haven't done nothing. We used a magic array to monitor their movement directions, and it seems they are heading towards several elven villages in the southern part of the forest." "Oh," Rain raises an eyebrow. Elven villages? Are they trying to capture elves? Sir, look at this map. Here and here, Ian points to 2 locations. He shows a terrain map near post 7, with several green dots representing nearby elven villages, yellow dots for the elven outposts, and 3 red lines indicating the suspected routes of those teams. As Ian said, their movement is very purposeful, almost directly toward the elven villages. Colonel Ian, do you remember anyone particularly memorable? Olenna asks. Yes. One of the teams has a person whose gaze alone makes me shiver. Their eyes are like venomous snakes, capable of piercing into the soul. I can vaguely see that their robes have snake patterns. It's probably a team from the serpent cult. We have already received related intelligence, but the details are unclear. Lord Rain, I will contact you immediately if I get more precise information, Olenna whispers softly to Rain. Understood. Rain nods. Even from this distance, just one glance from that person can terrify a top-tier knight. Their strength is indeed impressive. There's not much else to see. Because our number 7 post, with the telescope, can survey an area of about 7 or 8 kilometers. So, if anything is farther away, we can only roughly monitor their movements from the magic circle, Ian explained. Ryan nodded. If the enemy plans to capture spirits, the situation on Anna's side might be dangerous. He needed to leave immediately. He decided to first find Anna and Lambert to ensure Anna's safety, then head to the Valzig ruins to meet with Master Moria. Of course, it would be even better if he could find the heart of the ancient tree during the meeting with Anna. Olena, I'm leaving now. Keep the Hellfire Golem here. Claire can control it barely. If not, it should self-destruct, Ryan instructed. Since he needed to find Anna first, he had to keep his movements secret. The Hellfire Golem was too noisy to carry around, so it was better used for guarding the outpost. With Beyoncé, Claire, and the improved Hellfire Golem, the safety of Alina and the logistics team was also assured. Meanwhile, Claire, a top-tier peak wizard, was responsible for communication with Ryan. This time, they brought a small communication device similar to a thin sheet, which could be used to communicate within a certain area. All right, Lord Ryan, I wish you a safe journey, Alina said, understanding the importance of the task and not trying to persuade him otherwise. Colonel Ian was surprised at how quickly Ryan acted, but knowing that the enemy probably had a secret mission, he didn't say much. By the way, Lord Ryan, that forest is strange. There's something odd about the animals, plants, and even the water. After a team of mine was injured there, I thought it was best to guard the outpost and didn't send anyone in again, Ian added, seeming to remember something. Oh, what's strange about it? Alina asked curiously. Those animals act like they've gone mad, with red eyes attacking people. Also, the plants seem alive. They bleed when cut, Ian said solemnly. Understood. Thank you, Colonel Ian. I'll be careful, Ryan nodded and stood up to leave. But instead of heading down, he returned to the top of the outpost. As Rain's mind moved slightly, a large blue-purple bird of prey suddenly burst out from the bottom of the airship's cabin. It let out a loud cry and soared into the sky. At the same time, a huge battle dog affectionately rubbed against Rain's side. Just when everyone thought Rain would ride the blood-feather-horned eagle and leave, he performed 2 floating spells in a row. He then, along with the spirit hound Cookie, leapt from the top of a watchtower over 20 meters high and floated toward the forest. This surprised everyone, including Colonel Ian. Actually, Rain was thinking that he wouldn't ride the blood-feather eagle before finding Anna, because flying in the air would be too noticeable. As Rain and Cookie entered the forest, the spirit hound seemed very comfortable. It sniffed around happily, looking excited. For these 2 intelligent battle pets that communicate telepathically, Rain didn't need to give commands with whistles or gestures. Just a slight thought was enough for them to work together smoothly. After about 10 minutes, as Rain gradually approached the area where problems had appeared, he noticed something strange. The small animals that used to appear frequently in the forest had suddenly become much fewer. The surrounding trees also started to twist and deform in strange ways. Additionally, the ground was dotted with many large holes. These holes didn't look like impact craters from meteor strikes, but more like the result of something being pulled out of the soil. Could it be the Ironwood Guardians of the Elves? Rain thought of the reports from headquarters about a special creature of the Elves, the Ironwood Guardian. These guardians usually disguise themselves as giant trees, almost indistinguishable from normal trees. However, they can move by extending their roots. They are highly defensive, incredibly strong, and can cast nature magic, making them very powerful in battle. Rain observed for a while before continuing forward. A few more minutes passed, and when a large patch of grayish fog appeared ahead, Rain noticed that the trees around him seemed to turn a strange dark red. Even the ground showed a faint red hue, as if it had been washed by blood-colored rain. This made Rain slow down slightly. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly transformed his hand into a sharp blade. He lightly sliced across a large tree that was as wide as two people standing side by side. Shoo! A deep scratch suddenly appeared on the tree bark, and a faint red sap immediately flowed out. At the same time, Ryan could feel a strange ripple spreading from the big tree in all directions. Seems to be infected by some special energy, Ryan thought quietly as he watched this scene. Woof! Woof! Suddenly, the spirit hound Cookie barked alertly, looking around cautiously, then quickly moved closer to Ryan. Ryan looked ahead into the dense forest, sensing that something was happening. Suddenly, Cookie's ears perked up, and he growled softly, showing his teeth. Ahead, a large fan-shaped area was filled with rustling sounds, as if hundreds of small animals were rushing toward them. In the next moment, hundreds of large, dog-sized, bloodless red-eyed squirrels charged at Ryan and his dog. Ryan could sense that these red-eyed squirrels seemed mentally disturbed, with fierce expressions, sharp teeth, and bright red gums, very different from the gentle state they had seen earlier in the forest. It was clear that the cause of this situation was likely a special ritual performed by the Mother Tree cult. Instead of using his new crystallized attack, serrated cutter, Ryan casually pointed, and three dense, silver-glowing metal nets rapidly shot toward the squirrel horde. Swish! The red-eyed squirrels instinctively tried to jump aside to avoid, but the three overlapping metal nets transformed into three horizontally aligned nets, moving together at high speed. Like fish caught in a fishing net, they were quickly trapped. The fine mesh of the metal nets left almost no escape, and a bloody storm immediately rose in the air. Red-eyed squirrel flesh and blood scattered like raindrops. In less than 2 seconds, Ryan's liquefying attack, multiple cutting nets, had killed nearly all the hundreds of red-eyed squirrels. The few survivors were also slain by Cookie, who snapped them with his sharp claws. It was obvious that Cookie disliked these mutated squirrels with exposed flesh. It didn't want to open its mouth to bite. Instead, it was killed with its sharp claws, then discarded disdainfully. This forest has been corrupted, Ryan thought quietly as he looked ahead. Based on what he saw from the airship earlier, this area is quite large, probably tens of thousands of hectares. A large part of this area was likely used for a big prayer ceremony by the Mother Tree cult. They probably used divine power to create the effects we see now. But such a prayer needs many things, rituals, offerings, multiple priests, and more. It seems the headquarters' intelligence was correct. If there are no traitors among the elves, this would be nearly impossible to pull off. After a moment of thought, Ryan continued moving forward. He recalled the map in his mind. Although his destination was the elf town Bashallen where Anna was, there was an elf outpost along the way. He planned to check it out and see if his suspicions were correct. Meanwhile, in a forest clearing between the towns of Bashallen and Ferdinand, something was happening. A large magic circle covered several hundred square meters, with lines forming straight, triangular, and circular shapes crossing each other. The pattern looked very complicated and emitted a faint green glow. This was actually part of a major prayer ritual of the serpent cult. If you looked closely, you'd see a gap in the northeast corner of the pattern, probably caused by a powerful spell or extraordinary combat technique that created a deep crater several meters wide. In the center of the circle, hundreds of handsome, tall, pureblood elves were. They appeared to be of all ages and genders, likely villagers or town residents. Vice-Archbishop queried, "That person's speed was too fast. We couldn't catch him, and he got away," said a man in a black robe with a snake tattoo on his chest, wiping sweat from his forehead, sounding a bit worried. The middle-aged man called Queer was covered in a black cloak and wore a hood, hiding his face. He nodded without blaming his subordinate. The other person's speed was very high, and they were skilled with a two-handed sword. Their strength was impressive, almost at the level of a sword saint. The first time this person appeared was yesterday, in the elf town Bashallen. At that time, they had just taken the small town and were planning to gather the elf prisoners. Unexpectedly, while they were distracted, the enemy managed to rescue a half-elf girl. However, this was not a big deal. Since this kind of mixed blood is not very useful for prayer rituals and is not considered valuable, he didn't pay much attention to it. Although this incident slightly embarrassed his deputy, the vice-archbishop leading the team, it was not important compared to his main mission. But what happened next made him quite angry. Last night and this morning, the enemy launched 2 surprise attacks, interrupting the prayer ritual they were about to complete. They also tried to rescue the pureblood elves. This was a real slap in the face. Of course, he didn't do nothing. He organized several counterattacks, but the enemy still managed to escape. It wasn't because the enemy was stronger than him. Quinn could tell that they hadn't reached epic level. The problem was himself. The gift he received from the original snake prayer was the bloodline of the legendary earth giant snake, Baldwin. This bloodline is known for giant size, brute strength, biting, wrapping, and poison. Compared to others, his weakest point was speed. On the other hand, the enemy seemed to excel in swordsmanship and speed. This made Quinn very frustrated. Has Minus not arrived yet? Quinn asked, seeming to remember something. Lord Minus should be here soon. 2 hours ago, we received a message that he was less than 100 miles away, his subordinate replied, bowing. Minus is the top-ranked among the 12 Serpent envoys. As for why Quinn asked about Minus, it was because Minus is known as the fastest in the entire Serpent cult. If Minus were here, the man carrying the greatsword wouldn't be able to escape. As long as Minus held him for a moment, his attack would surely hit. All right, contact Minus and tell him to speed up, Quinn ordered. Yes, Vice Archbishop, the subordinate in black robes quickly turned and left. But I've already arrived, a figure suddenly appeared. Before his words finished, a flicker of movement was seen. A faint white wave of energy swept outward, and in the next second, the figure appeared in front of Quinn, standing still. At the same time, the loud noise of high-speed movement and breaking the air could be heard. This person is about 30 years old, with curly blonde hair and a tall, slender figure. His legs are especially long, taking up about 70% of his body. In Ryan's previous life, he would have been considered a tall, handsome guy. He is dressed in noble hunting clothes, making it impossible to tell he is a member of the secret snake cult. However, if you look closely at his left hand's back, you can see a connection to the cult. There is a vivid, green snake tattoo on the back of his hand, lifelike and detailed. Vice Bishop Karut, a young man named Minus, smiles slightly, places his right hand over his chest, and bows politely to Karut. Seeing Minus, Quinn's lips, hidden under his hood, show a rare smile. He speaks kindly, Minus, you arrived faster than I expected. Just now, we encountered an enemy. They are very fast. If you had been here, they wouldn't have escaped from me, Minus says. Vice Bishop Karut, you're too modest. Tracking such small matters is better left to me, Minus adds. Which way did they go? Minus asks the black-robed person beside him. Lord Minus, they headed toward Ferdinand City. The black-robed subordinate replies immediately. Minus, their sword skills are excellent. They're close to becoming a sword saint. Find him, Minus instructs. Oh, got it. Vice Bishop Karut, I'll go now, Minus says with a smile. Good. Watch for my signal. Before he finishes speaking, a powerful gust of wind roars through the air. Minus, who remains in place, gradually disappears. Everyone realizes that the Minus in front of them was just a shadow. His real body is several dozen meters away. This speed is truly terrifying. But those familiar with Minus, members of the secret snake cult, understand that besides speed, Minus is also highly skilled in venom. That's why he can hold the position of one of the 12 venom snake envoys. Minus is nicknamed the Snake of Evil. Meanwhile, Ryan, after being attacked by a wave of red-eyed squirrels, has encountered 2 more groups of mutated creatures within 10 minutes. Although he easily defeated them all, Ryan senses something is wrong. It seems that these wild animals are being controlled by someone behind the scenes. If that is the case, Ryan immediately looked up, his sharp eyes scanning the sky through the dappled shadows of the trees. Using Bloodfeather, he confirmed his current location in Ferdinand Forest. Comparing this with the map he had memorized, Ryan realized he was about 7 or 8 kilometers away from a nearby elf outpost. If my guess is correct, the enemy should be near that outpost, Ryan thought, quickly heading in the direction of the elf outpost. Sure enough, the obstacles he faced became more frequent. He encountered twisted brown bears and giant wild boars with sharp tusks, among others. But Ryan smiled, because this confirmed his guess was mostly right. Suddenly, a loud cry of blood feather echoed in the sky. 3 mutated vultures glowing red flew toward Bloodfeather. The 2 sides immediately clashed in a fierce fight. Ryan then thought quickly and commanded Bloodfeather to break away from the fight with the mutated vultures and dive downwards. The vultures naturally chased after him, also diving down. After Bloodfeather landed in front of Ryan, he waved his hand, and a huge silver metal net appeared in front of the pursuing vultures. The 3 vultures, just before, had been diving, but suddenly saw a giant silver net appear in front of them. Before they could change direction, a sharp sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out, and they turned into 3 piles of meat. Immediately, feathers and blood mixed in the air, falling all around. Bloodfeather chirped happily, rubbed against Ryan, then took off into the sky again. It wasn't that Bloodfeather was weak in battle, but Ryan thought that since his master was present, there was no need to let his pet get surrounded and attacked. At this moment, the thin piece on his chest vibrated. Ryan took out the thin piece and poured his mental energy into it. Suddenly, Claire's voice came through. "Captain Ryan, this is Claire." "Claire, it's me, Ryan." "Please go on," Ryan replied. "Captain, sorry to bother you. We received the latest news from headquarters. It seems that because we are in the elf territory, the cult of the serpent has launched a large operation. They sent people including Vice Priest Kurut and the top-ranked serpent envoy." Suddenly, the magic communication seemed to be disturbed. At the same time, Ryan heard distant, ghostly whispers in the void. Although his mental strength can easily resist this level of mental interference, he has a basic understanding of why even the birds in the sky are infected. After all, birds can usually sense danger and fly away easily. Vice Archbishop Kurut seems to be a legendary strong person. Ryan's eyes flickered. Although Claire's words just now were unfinished, he already knew that Claire was trying to warn him. As for the number 1 among the 12 serpent envoys, I think I heard Sister Arita mention him. He has a nickname, the Evil Serpent. Interesting. I hope you are strong enough so I can test the fighting power of the Dragonvan Mage. Hearing this news, Ryan remained calm and fearless. After killing the mutated vulture, Ryan quickly arrived at a collapsed and burned building. According to the map, this was originally an elf outpost, but the ruins before him only faintly showed the remains of a square-shaped house and several long charred logs on the ground. The logs were probably support beams of the outpost. Ryan touched the temperature. There was no heat left, indicating it had been over 24 hours. He looked around but found no elf corpses. However, there were a few clear drag marks and bloodstains on the ground, suggesting the bodies had been taken away. If wild animals had gnawed on the bodies, there would likely be some traces. Suddenly, Ryan stood up and looked toward a part of the dense forest nearby. He heard a hoarse voice, "Catching team? This isn't your place to be. Didn't anyone tell you? You're crossing the line. Get out of here quickly." At this moment, a hooded man in a black robe slowly stepped out of the forest. Clearly, he had mistaken Ryan's identity. This mistake was likely because, in the forest, tracking with the keen sense of dogs was common among the catching team members of Ferdinand Forest. So, although Ryan was wearing a mage's robe, the strength of the catching team was quite high. Mages were not uncommon there. Most importantly, Ryan and Cookie, the person and the dog, unintentionally resembled the appearance of the team members. No wonder this cultist first mistook him. As Ryan sensed the other, he also felt a familiar aura coming from the man. It seems to have a very similar aura to an enemy he once fought. Immediately, Ryan thought of something. Yes, the opponent's aura is almost identical to that of the Flesh Tree Spirit. It looks like the attack on the elf outpost was carried out by the Mother Tree sect. However, judging by their tone, it seems that the catching team here, or at least part of it, has made some kind of agreement with the Mother Tree sect. If that's the case, I can't just kill this guy directly. Maybe questioning him would be a better choice, Ryan thought to himself. When Ryan's dark eyes looked at the other person again, for some reason, a chilling feeling suddenly arose in the black-robed man's heart. The black-robed man is named Samuel, a high-ranking priest of the Mother Tree sect, responsible for defending this area. He had just been promoted to a third-level evil sorcerer during a prayer ritual, feeling proud and confident. If everything went smoothly for the sect this time, he believed his strength could increase further, possibly becoming a leader of a province. At first, when he noticed someone rushing toward this area in the magic array, Samuel didn't pay much attention. Until several waves of flesh and blood creatures failed to stop the intruder, he realized the opponent's strength seemed quite good. But Samuel, having just been promoted, naturally wouldn't back down without a fight. However, now, standing in front of the other person, he felt he might still have underestimated how tricky this young man was. Just as he was about to ask, "Who are you?" he suddenly saw a high-speed spinning silver metal ring appear in front of the young man. The silver ring was over 2 meters in diameter and emitted a buzzing, fast-spinning sound. At the same time, a strong wave of metallic particle energy spread out, indicating this was a high-level, rare metal-based witchcraft. But the problem was, Samuel didn't hear any incantation from the other person. In the next second, the silver ring suddenly disappeared, and Samuel's warning sense rang loudly like a bell. Samuel immediately understood he had encountered a tough opponent. He cursed inwardly and quickly rolled sideways to dodge in a very awkward manner. Next, Samuel, whose hair stood on end, saw a blurry silver ring of light. It brushed past the hem of his still-standing robe and suddenly sliced through it with a swift whoosh. Immediately, pieces of cloth fell, and the two people behind him, who were hugging a large tree, also let out a sharp sound. Even without turning around, Samuel knew that the large tree behind him had been split open by the attack. Still shaken, Samuel reacted quickly, releasing his innate magic and a kind of prayer curse. His body suddenly shimmered with a blood-red protective film, then immediately covered with a thick defense like dried bark. Snap! At this moment, the sounds of a large tree falling and many branches breaking echoed behind Samuel. Luckily, I dodged just in time, almost got hit. Just as Samuel was starting to feel a bit calmer and was furious about Ryan's surprise attack, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Looking down, he saw a silver ring of light seem to shoot out from beneath him and then return to the young man in front of him. Huh? It came out from under me? Can this thing come back? But I have the bark defense and fleshlight protections. Why didn't they work? This can't be happening. Samuel stared in disbelief and immediately saw that the black robe had been cut off at the thigh and fallen to the ground. His exposed thigh was bleeding in several places. Realizing what had happened, Samuel screamed in pain. His legs had been cut off by the jagged ring. He could stay still if he was just cut, but in his panic, he suddenly lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud. Then, his two legs also collapsed. Samuel was lying on the ground, crying out in agony. Not far away, Ryan remained calm. He waved his hand and dismissed the newly learned third-level metal magic, jagged ring, then slowly walked over. A few minutes later, Ryan obtained first-hand information from Samuel, the priest of the Mother Tree sect. Ryan frowned slightly, crossed his arms, and thought deeply. So, it seems that the incident in Ferdinand Forest was truly a grand event. Most of the evil cults came to share the benefits, and several groups of human hunters also participated. Under the coordination of the Mother Tree sect, these cults roughly divided the area, except for Ferdinand City. The group assigned to the elven town Bashallen was the Serpent Cult. They used long-lived, powerful pureblood elves as sacrifices to gain special blessings from the gods. No wonder so many cults were attracted. This method of increasing strength was almost as bugged as a system cheat. Ryan couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. Since he had obtained this information, he naturally decided not to stay nearby. Puff. The hardened mithril in his hand instantly transformed into a sharp spear and pierced into the enemy's head, then quickly returned to its original form. Although Ryan knew that the core stronghold of the Mother Tree sect, which maintained this huge evil magic array, was about 30 kilometers away, he chose not to go destroy it. Instead, he took Tsuchi and hurried toward Bashallen town. According to the information from Samuel, the cult members assigned to Bashallen had already left a day and a half ago. Ryan was confident in Lambert's strength, but that was at the legendary level. Now, with an epic-level powerhouse among the enemies, the situation was uncertain. If viewed from the perspective of Blood Feather in the sky, Ryan's movement was quite unique. His path formed a jagged pattern, weaving around the large trees in front of him. This way of moving seemed to go around, but he avoided all the trees without crashing into them, and his speed was actually faster than charging straight ahead. Looking from behind the spirit hound, it appeared that Ryan's body didn't move quickly, but in reality, multiple images of him appeared in an instant. These were illusions. His real body had already bypassed the obstacles of trees and vines and moved several dozen meters ahead. So, from the sky, Bloodfeather was fine, but on the ground, Tsuchi, who was following Ryan, was exhausted. Soon, Tsuchi was running and panting with its tongue out, white steam rising from its fur, clearly giving it everything it had. Even so, Tsuchi realized helplessly that 4 legs couldn't keep up with 2, and it was falling farther behind Ryan's figure. Fortunately, whenever Ryan encounters leftover campfires or camping traces, he stops to observe for a moment. This gives Cookie a chance to catch up again. Right now, Ryan sees a campsite trail in front of him. There are about 7 or 8 fire remnants on the ground, clearly different from the hidden campsites he saw earlier on the road. This campsite has no concealment. Around the extinguished campfires, there are scattered food scraps and various bottles. It's likely left by a catching team. The disorderly arrangement and abundant food suggest they have many support staff. The catching team and the cultists who just arrived in Ferdinand Forest are very different in attitude and preparation, which is easy to tell. Ryan follows the trail into the dense woods and sees that their route is not toward Bashallen, but heading northwest into Ferdinand Forest. That direction should lead to another elven town, Bellames. Ryan compares their route with the map in his mind and quickly concludes. Just as that guy said, the catching team and the cult have formed some kind of limited cooperation or strange balance, each sharing a part. At this moment, Ryan's communication crystal vibrates again. He takes out the crystal and sends a bit of his mental energy into it. Captain Ryan, please respond when you hear this. Claire's slightly anxious voice comes from the crystal. This is Ryan. Claire, go ahead, Ryan replies. Captain, thank goodness. We finally got in touch with you again. Claire breathes a sigh of relief. It's like this. The cult of the serpent is very cautious. Their vice-archbishop, Karut, is an epic-level expert, and, as for other cult information, we're still gathering it. Claire speaks quickly, worried the message might cut off again. I understand. By the way, Claire, I have 2 situations here. You need to report them to headquarters through Arena. Ryan summarizes the information he obtained. Lord Ryan, I'm right next to Claire. The situations you mentioned are very important. I will report them to headquarters immediately. Arena, a capable young woman, responds confidently from the crystal. All right, let's leave it at that for now. Okay, Lord Rain. Please be careful. Just as Rain ended his call, Lingdi Ward dog Cookie finally poked its head out of the dense forest, panting heavily as it caught up with its owner. But in the next moment, it was stunned again, because Cookie saw Rain, who seemed to have finished checking something and then hurried forward, leaving several afterimages behind. This made Cookie bark loudly and rush to follow. However, such quick movement was not without benefit. Normally, a journey that would take 1 or 2 days was compressed by Rain into less than 2 hours. Now, Rain and his dog had reached the outskirts of the elven town Bashallen. But the large dog following him looked as if it had just been pulled out of water. Its fur was wet and soaked with sweat. Seeing such a fierce beast, known for speed, exhausted like this, shows how fast Rain was traveling. In fact, Rain wasn't pushing himself to the limit. He had stopped several times to observe enemy traces along the way. What he saw ahead in Bashallen was very different from the peaceful and beautiful elven town he had imagined. It looked like it had been caught in a war, with most buildings damaged and many pointed rooftops collapsed. At the end of the main street, the statue in the fountain was badly damaged, and the ground was full of pits and holes, evidence of fierce fighting. This made Rain feel very gloomy. Suddenly, he looked up at a nearby street. He saw 4 people in black robes walking toward him. They had different snake symbols on their robes, clearly members of the serpent cult, and for some reason, they were still here. I thought they were escaped elves, but it turns out they are catchers. They belong to a small team responsible for capturing escaped individuals in Bashallen. Kid, this isn't a place for you to be. 2 of the cult members casually raised their hands to drive him away. Rain only lifted his eyes slightly and immediately sensed their strength. Each was a peak-level 1st or 2nd-tier dark mage. From the intelligence he had gathered, they were just low-level minions. Such opponents weren't even worth questioning. There was no need to track most of their troop movements. Rain could follow their trail easily. So, Rain casually raised his hand, and 4 silver, upright metal rings suddenly appeared. In a flash, they disappeared into the air. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of cutting sounds followed. The others immediately sensed danger, but before they could shout, the 4 spinning silver rings swept past them like a whirlwind. Each person was hit by a jagged ring. Thud, thud. After Rain and Cookie quickly passed by, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground followed. The 4 people had been cut neatly in half from head to toe, then their bodies fell to the sides like 2 slices of bread in a sandwich. As for any special magic or skills, they were instantly broken by the jagged ring attack. But just as Rain was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. He felt a faint sense of being watched. This feeling wasn't like a threatening enemy's gaze. It was more like a harmless, gentle animals look, like a small deer hiding in a secret corner. This made Rain even more curious. Could there be something else in this empty elven town? Rain focused carefully and smiled slightly. He walked toward a beautifully carved wooden house on the street. The arched, pointed roof was broken, but the structure was mostly intact. Soon, Rain reached a room on the second floor. He slowly approached a wardrobe near the window facing the street. He had just sensed that faint gaze of observation, which seemed to be coming from this window. The wardrobe was about 2 meters tall, with intricate carvings of flowing curves and plants, full of elven style. The doors were half open, revealing everything inside. It was empty, but Rain was sure that the weak gaze was coming from here. If the eye can't see it, then it must be because something is blocking it. Rain reached out and pulled the wardrobe door open with a creak. This action seemed to disturb a small hidden life inside. With Rain's strength, he could easily sense any movement in the empty space before him. He waved his hand and immediately lifted a kind of protective magic that covered the wardrobe. At that moment, a small elf girl, about 6 or 7 years old, appeared inside, looking at Ryan with wide, frightened eyes. It seemed completely unexpected that Ryan could actually find her. "Hello," Ryan said, stepping back slightly and smiling, instead of moving closer. The girl still looked very scared, hugging her grass skirt doll and shrinking back, but her big eyes showed a hint of confusion. Ryan quickly realized that this elf girl probably didn't understand his common language. Children her age likely only learn their own language. Elf language. "Hello, I am not your enemy. I am looking for my friend, named Anna, a half-elf," Ryan said, using his somewhat rusty elf language. He had learned some of this language from Anna. Though not fluent, his pronunciation was clear. The elf girl seemed stunned by his words, but then she hugged her doll tightly and relaxed a little. She answered in elf language. "Hello, are you really here to find Big Sister Anna?" "Yes," Ryan nodded with a slight smile. "I believe you," the girl said, looking at Ryan and then at Cookie, who was sniffing her curiously. She nodded. Cookie looked very comfortable and happy. "Do you know where Anna is? Was she taken by those bad people?" Ryan asked, noticing her calmer mood. "No, at that time, a human with a big sword came and saved Anna. Then he took her in that direction." The girl shook her head and pointed northwest. "A human with a big sword?" Ryan's face lit up with joy. It was clear that the person was Lambert. He then looked in the direction the girl pointed. But that was toward the center of Ferdinand Forest. This made Ryan confused. Lambert should have protected Anna and helped her leave Ferdinand Forest. Why would he head toward the more complicated forest center? Ryan felt puzzled. However, now is not the time to think about that. He just needs to catch up with the two people. Lenny Ward dog Cookie naturally remembers Anna's scent, so Ryan immediately asked Cookie to use its highly sensitive nose to find Anna's trail. Soon, Cookie circled around nearby twice and barked twice to indicate it had found Anna's trail. Ryan looked at the small elf girl in front of him, feeling hesitant for a moment, unsure whether he should bring her along. She might have a treasure that can cast concealment magic, but staying here isn't safe for her. First, once the treasure's energy runs out, she won't be able to cast the magic anymore. Second, if the enemy is strong enough, they could still find the girl. After thinking, Ryan decided he couldn't leave such a young elf girl alone here. Her eyes looked very much like his sister Mint's, innocent and pure. "Let's go find Anna together, okay?" Ryan said with a smile, reaching out his hand to the girl. "Mm." The girl blinked her big eyes, looked at Ryan for a moment, then nodded firmly. "Come on, I'll carry you." Ryan gently lifted the small girl, who was very light, with one arm. Then he strolled along behind Cookie, the spirit war dog. The two of them, human and dog, quickly moved through the forest again. But this time, the dog was in front, and the person was behind. The dog wasn't even panting from exhaustion. "Big brother, you're so amazing," the elf girl, lying on Ryan's shoulder, said as she felt the wind rushing past. "Thank you. Big brother, I heard that humans have mercenaries, those who get paid to help with tasks. Is that true?" she suddenly asked. "Yes, it is. Why do you ask?" Ryan replied, feeling a bit surprised. "Big brother, can I hire you?" The girl continued. "Hire me?" Ryan was surprised. "Can I give you this pendant as payment? My mom said it's a magic tool that can release a concealment spell, and it should be worth a lot. Can you help me defeat those bad people? Those people killed Brother Damon, Uncle Severin, Sister Eland, who all treated me well. And my dad too. And they even took." As she spoke, her mood sank, and her eyes turned red with sadness. They and the big brother you just killed are all wearing black robes with various snake patterns. Is that okay? For a moment, Ryan didn't know what to say. Clearly, the little elf girl outside the window saw him use the new magic spell, Jagged Ring, to instantly kill the 4 people. However, Ryan slightly lowered his head, looked carefully at the girl's hopeful and reddened eyes, and immediately nodded, saying, "Okay, I agree. But this pendant was given to you by your mother. You need to take good care of it. Can I exchange it for something else as a reward?" Ryan asked gently. The girl looked a bit shy. She didn't know what the powerful human brother in front of her was interested in. Ryan gently brushed her hair and took down a wooden-colored hairpin, saying, "Use this as the reward, okay? But this isn't worth much." The elf girl looked confused. "It's enough. You don't understand. In hiring, there is a principle of equal exchange. Since the people you mentioned aren't valuable, killing them with this hairpin is enough as a reward." "Oh, thank you, big brother." The girl looked a bit stunned. She was starting to understand a little. Although she didn't know how to argue with Ryan, she could feel the kindness in his words. "Big brother, my name is Aishiya. What's yours?" The elf girl took the initiative to tell Ryan her name, even though her mother had warned her not to talk to strangers or tell them her name. "My name is Ryan. 1 hour ago, deep in a forest several kilometers away from the large prayer ceremony held by the serpent cult, 3 iron trees, about 4 or 5 meters tall, resembling human figures, stood behind a man and a woman. Their rough trunks bore the faces of elderly humans, and on each side, a particularly thick branch extended out like arms. These are the Ironwood Guardians of the Elves. However, they consume a lot of energy when moving, so they usually stay in a resting state, rooted underground, slowly absorbing nourishment from the earth. The elves also use the characteristics of Ironwood Guards. Besides regularly casting nature magic to help plants grow, they also place Ironwood Guards in important areas of Ferdinand Forest to hide and defend against invasions. This is one such Ironwood Guard outpost. Lambert, who had just returned from a surprise attack, was talking with Anna. "Miss Anna, I'm sorry I couldn't save your people," Lambert said with some regret. No, Lord Lambert, please don't say that. It was because the enemy was too strong," Anna quickly replied. She looked at the 2 holes in Lambert's light-colored linen clothes and knew he had done his best. There was an epic-level fighter among the cultists, which no one expected. Because of this, Bashallen's defenses were quickly destroyed by the cultists. If Lambert hadn't saved her, her fate might have been the same as the other elves, used as a sacrifice during the cult's prayer ritual. So she was actually very grateful to her friend, Ryan. However, Anna found it hard to accept just giving up on saving her people. Her Aunt Drina was among those captured. Since her mother disappeared, Aunt Drina was her only family. Also, although some pureblood elves looked down on mixed bloods like her, many pureblood elves still took good care of her. So, Anna felt very conflicted right now. It was nearly impossible to rescue her people on her own. But she couldn't bring herself to ask Ryan, her friend, to try rescuing them again. "Miss Anna, I will go again later. I can at least disrupt their ritual and delay their prayer time. As long as your people are alive, we still have a chance to save them," Lambert said after thinking for a moment. "Also, I believe Ryan should be arriving soon." Lambert remembered clearly that Ryan had told him he was leaving a day later, so he was probably already in Ferdinand Forest. In fact, Ryan might already be heading this way. Hearing Lambert mention that Rain would also arrive, Anna's beautiful eyes immediately flashed with a glimmer of hope. But then, she showed a very worried expression and whispered softly, "Rain facing that person, I'm afraid it won't be easy." In Anna's memory, although Rain was very strong, he was not yet an epic-level fighter. She worried that he might not be able to handle that person. Most importantly, she didn't want Rain to risk himself or her people because of her. During the sudden crisis earlier, Anna wanted to send a message to Rain immediately. But after thinking it over, she gave up that idea. She underestimated the enemy's strength at the time. She believed that with the power of the elves, they could surely withstand the attack. But she didn't expect the enemy to be so strong. Later, when the battle started, Anna never had another chance to contact Rain. That's why Rain in the Imperial capital had not received any messages from Anna. "Don't worry, Miss Anna, once Lord Rain arrives, these difficulties won't be problems anymore. That guy will be defeated, and your people will be saved," Lambert said confidently. Although the epic-level enemy from the Secret Snake cult was very powerful, Lambert had seen Rain fight in the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, transforming into the Sea Goddess. Naturally, he had great confidence in Rain. At worst, once Rain arrived, he could also take the opportunity to save all the elves. Lord Lambert, perhaps it's better if you continue to distract the enemy here. I will go to Ferdinand City to report what happened in Bashallen. Look, my injuries are already fully healed, Anna said, standing up to show her legs, which had recovered completely. During the previous battle to protect Bashallen town, she had injured her left shin bone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in this hidden place to recover first. Well, although your injuries healed quickly, your stamina hasn't fully recovered, Lambert shook his head and said. Miss Anna, considering the serious events in the southern forest, Ferdinand City still hasn't shown any movement. Don't you find that strange? Actually, if you think about it, you'll realize that something must have happened in Ferdinand City too. So, rushing over through many obstacles might not be very useful. Lambert's words suddenly enlightened Anna greatly. Compared to her lack of combat experience and social skills, Lambert naturally knew much more and saw issues clearly. But, just as Anna was anxiously thinking about what to do, who's there? Suddenly, Lambert's face grew serious as he looked toward the dense woods. Clang. In the next moment, Lambert drew his sword lightning fast to block something. On the ground, a small feathered arrow stuck with a sharp sound. Indeed, he's very fast. At this time, a young man with blonde hair dressed in noble hunting clothes appeared faintly in the woods, holding a long blowpipe. But Lambert was annoyed by this sneak attack and clearly sensed that there was only one such person nearby. Since that was the case, the fighting area couldn't be here. Remember, he promised Ryan to protect Miss Anna, so it was better to move the battlefield farther away. Miss Anna, hide behind the ironwood guard, Lambert said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Lambert disappeared in a flash. Just as Minos, the evil serpent, was about to say something, his pupil shrank suddenly. Lambert's double-edged sword was already close, moving faster than he expected. This made Minos tip onto his toes and quickly retreat. From Anna's perspective, she only heard two swooshing sounds as both figures vanished into the depths of the woods. She only heard the roaring sound of high-speed wind and the breaking and falling of many trees from that direction. The metallic clash she expected only occurred a few times. Less than 10 seconds passed. Suddenly, a familiar figure darted out from the woods. Lambert. Anna's face lit up with joy, thinking Lambert had defeated his opponent, but her expression changed again. Because on Lambert's left shoulder, he was biting a small green snake about the thickness of a thumb. Swish. Lambert, expressionless, swung his sword and instantly cut off a piece of flesh along with the small snake. However, this green snake's venom seemed very potent. Although Lambert acted decisively, the blood flowing from the wound was bright red mixed with a strange faint green glow. Not good. It's highly toxic. Anna hurried over, looking pale with fear. Before Lambert could speak, Anna immediately used her first-level natural magic, healing, and a small tornado of light green leaves formed around Lambert, enveloping him. The tiny green leaves, like moss flying into a flame, kept rushing into Lambert's wound, attaching themselves and quickly forming a green light shield. However, contrary to Anna's hopes, Lambert's wound did not heal. Fresh blood was still flowing. Her bright green natural energy seemed unable to remove the dark green poison remaining on the wound. Just as Anna was about to cast another spell, Lambert waved his hand to stop her and said, "The poison from the enemy is very strong. Miss Anna, there's no need to waste more energy. We must move immediately." Although Lambert couldn't use magic, his strong body was already as effective as healing magic. Still, he couldn't withstand the poison's strength. He knew the poison was very deadly. Anna's next attempt had little effect, but stabilizing the poison was already a good result. But the enemy is also injured and won't dare to come back soon. What I worry about is that person, Lambert said, shaking his head. Lambert was confident in his strength. As long as the opponent wasn't at the epic level, a nearly full-power sword strike from him would definitely hurt them badly. Moreover, although their fight was brief, they had already assessed each other's strength. Lambert also saw from the opponent's techniques that there was a close connection between the opponent and snakes. Clearly, the opponent was a legendary peak expert from the cult of the serpent, and was allied with the serpent cultists who had attacked Bashallen. With this analysis, Lambert understood that he and Anna needed to change location immediately. "Yes, Lord Lambert. I know of a hidden refuge nearby that should be safer," Anna nodded. Several kilometers away, Minos, the evil serpent, was also in a bad state. "It looks like the Tidesword Saint style. He's quite strong." Minos licked his lips, his face flushed with an unusual red glow. His right hand was clutching his abdomen, where a narrow wound still emitted a faint white light, evidence of Lambert's sword faith lingering there. Because of this, Minus's body was prevented from healing quickly. After finding a safe place, Minus took out a bottle of medicine from his chest and applied it to his wound. Then, he immediately launched a signal flare into the sky, a green snake-shaped firework signal. It appeared instantly in the air. Not far away, Vice High Priest Kurut and his group saw Minus's signal flare right away. Kurut couldn't help but smile and said, as expected of the top-ranked, evil snake among the snake cult, he found that guy so quickly. Yes, Lord Minus is very efficient, a cult member nearby agreed with a smile. Send the search team in that direction and release a swarm of mutated flying snakes. Once they track that person, immediately fire another signal flare. Meanwhile, others should continue repairing the ritual device, Kurut ordered while standing up. Understood, Vice High Priest, the cult members responded respectfully. Just as Kurut decided to head toward the signal, he paused after taking a step. He suddenly looked to the left into the dense forest, smiled, and said, Looks like we have visitors. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, dozens of arrows and spears shot rapidly toward the cult members setting up the ritual. But they were quickly blocked by a large, faint black membrane shield that suddenly rose up. Although these arrows and short spears were very sharp and thrown with great force, they couldn't the black membrane. This showed that the attacker was not as strong as Lambert, who could cut through the shield with a single sword strike. At this moment, the cult members turned around and released their magical powers to respond. They also saw clearly that the attackers were a group of tall centaurs. These centaurs were over 2.5 meters tall, with the upper body of a strong human and the lower body of a four-legged horse, mostly brown or gray fur. However, the leader was a white centaur over 3 meters tall, with a middle-aged man's face, a mustache, tied-back hair, holding a spear and a shield, looking very strong. It was also him who had just successfully pierced a cult member with a spear and killed him. Intruders from outside, prepare to die. The centaurs launching their surprise attack quickly realized that their ranged attacks were ineffective. They shouted loudly and charged fiercely toward the followers of the serpent cult, seemingly aiming for close combat. With 4 legs, they moved very fast. Several dozen centaurs charging together gave the impression of thousands of cavalry rushing forward. The members of the serpent cult were initially stunned when they saw these centaurs because such creatures are rarely seen outside the elven tribes. They are considered minor allied races and are mostly found only in Ferdinand Forest. The unknown always brings uncertainty about strength. So, when the serpent cult followers saw the imposing charge of the centaurs, they momentarily showed fear. Is it a centaur? Good. I believe the blessings from the prayer ritual will be greater, said the vice cult leader, Quinn, upon witnessing this scene, and he started to smile. Is it the late stage of the legend? Quinn looked at the white centaur and his smile grew even brighter. Suddenly, he flickered and appeared in the middle of the battlefield, standing alone right in front of the charging centaurs. The charging white centaur leader was momentarily stunned by Quinn's sudden appearance, but then his right arm suddenly swelled to twice its size, and he threw his spear fiercely at Quinn. The centaur leader believed that any enemy facing his charge would dodge, giving him a chance to break into the enemy camp and rescue the elves. But the outcome was unexpected. The metal spear he was caught tightly by Quinn with a loud snap. But that was not all. In the next moment, the centaur leader watched in horror as Quinn raised his hand, lifting the spear-wielding arm with ease. Quinn single-handedly supported the white centaur leader, who was moving at hundreds of kilometers per hour and weighed over half a ton, in his charge. Such strength. Suddenly, a very bad premonition arose in the centaur leader's mind. Indeed, immediately after, a terrifying radiance of willpower burst out around them. In an instant, each centaur was covered with a thick, dark, snake-like pattern that looked like a large, thick-bodied serpent. These patterns began to twist, coil, and tighten around them. Screams of pain echoed as the strong centaurs fell to the ground. Despite this, they still fought desperately against the giant snakes. The size of these serpents seemed to match the strength of the centaurs. Stronger ones had larger, more intimidating patterns. Especially, the white centaur leader faced a giant snake that was as thick as a millstone and over 10 meters long. This is a domain. You are an epic-level fighter. At this moment, the white centaur leader finally understood. The seemingly insignificant hooded black-robed person in front of him was actually an epic-level expert. Yes, right. But it's too late now. As Kyrat clenched his right hand, all 30-plus centaurs present were suddenly seized by the rapidly strengthening giant snake, breaking their bones with loud cracking sounds. The sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the area. Vice Pope Kyrat's giant snake domain is getting more powerful. Yes, the centaur leader looks very strong, but unfortunately, he couldn't withstand it. Of course, His Excellency the Vice Pope's strength is undeniable. Otherwise, we wouldn't have taken the elf town so easily during our attack. Many followers of the serpent cult immediately praised. I've always heard that in Ferdinand Forest, there are centaur tribes long extinct elsewhere. Now, I finally see some alive. Go, imprison these centaurs. During the prayer ritual later, we will sacrifice them together. Kyrat was in a good mood, pointing at the fallen centaurs lying on the ground and giving orders. Understood, Your Excellency the Vice Pope. The serpent cult followers also looked happy, bowing respectfully. Although the greatest benefits during the prayer ritual went to the high-ranking leaders of the cult with strong power and status, the lower ranks could also gain some advantages. They participated in the prayers and could improve their strength significantly. Of course, their improvement couldn't compare to the high-level leaders. But they still gained something, didn't they? That's why, compared to practicing cultivation, they preferred holding prayer rituals more, because as long as the offerings were of good quality, their strength could increase very quickly. Therefore, initially, most serpent cult followers saw the various powerful creatures emerging in Ferdinand Forest as obstacles hindering their actions. But now, they realized these creatures were actually resources for their strength. Meanwhile, tens of kilometers outside the number 7 outpost, in the sky, a slender airship about the size of a jujube seed suddenly appeared, immediately catching the attention of the logistics team left behind at the outpost. Lady Beyoncé, come look. This airship seems unusual. A logistics officer responsible for lookout on the airship immediately spoke up. At the same time, Colonel Ian inside the outpost received a report from his subordinate, saying an unknown airship appeared. Suddenly, everyone's attention focused on this airship. Then, the sleek, streamlined airship suddenly slowed down and gently stopped in midair a few kilometers away from them. That's a long-range airship. Beyoncé's companion, Elena, immediately widened her eyes in surprise. Such airships are very expensive, usually used for long-distance travel or trips to the Federation, and require high craftsmanship. Clearly, the other side has a notable background. Moreover, they stopped only after arriving at this distance, without signaling or sending any messages, making it very likely they are enemies. At this moment, the main hatch of the airship suddenly opened, and a tall, strong figure appeared in the line of sight of everyone using a copper telescope. The person did not stand up but sat, yet even sitting, they were taller than an average person standing. That's Beyoncé and Claire, the strongest members of the logistics team, suddenly felt a wave of unease. Because they were the strongest, they sensed a powerful will probing them, like a scan, sweeping over the tower and everyone on the third-layer airship. However, after glancing once, the other side seemed uninterested and, in the next moment, closed the hatch again. Head to the rendezvous point. The enemy isn't here, Bostov, after closing the hatch, said in a deep voice to the cockpit. Understood, Lord Bostov. Under the intense watch of the logistics team and the station personnel, the streamlined airship restarted and flew toward the depths of Ferdinand Forest, seemingly unconcerned about how conspicuous it might be. But at this moment, everyone's thoughts, besides feeling relieved, turned to another question. Who exactly is the other side? Quickly contact headquarters and send the airship model and the appearance features of that person. Ask the intelligence department to investigate as fast as possible, Olena said sharply, regaining her composure. Understood, Lady Orina. A logistics officer immediately turned to make contact. At this moment, Beyoncé slowly exhaled, seeming to regain her composure. She then asked Claire beside her, Claire, did you sense it? Yes, the enemy is hostile towards us. That person is really frightening. Claire's face turned pale, and she looked worried. As a powerful mentalist, Claire was very sensitive to hostility. She sensed a hint of it in the opponent's mind. Exactly. Their strength is incredible, even more terrifying than our captain. But I can't understand why, if they are hostile, they don't attack us? Beyoncé's serious face showed a slight frown. I guess. They probably think we're too weak to be worth their effort. Orina, who had just finished her preparations, joined the conversation with Beyoncé and Claire. This is common in the intelligence reports at headquarters about divine projections and avatars. Some gods don't attack ordinary people or those with weaker power, Arena added. Lady Arena, do you mean that they see us as mere ants? Beyoncé asked with some anger, her chest rising and falling. But after thinking for a moment, Beyoncé felt a bit discouraged. The mental force from the enemy's surveillance post was so overwhelming that, for her, it was like the difference between an elephant and an ant. She felt powerless to resist. By the way, do you think the enemy might be here to find the captain? Claire suddenly thought of something and raised her eyebrows. Because the captain isn't here, so they left? Beyoncé's eyes also moved, and she started to connect the dots. Exactly. That must be it. Oh no. Arena's face paled immediately. Lord Claire, please contact Lord Rain right away. Although we don't know the enemy's identity yet, we should prepare him early. Understood, Lady Arena. In a dense forest about 10 kilometers from the Serpent Cult camp. No, Miss Anna, we should. Go around and then head to the camp where they are setting up the ritual. Lambert suddenly had an idea. He waved his hand to dismiss Anna's suggestion of hiding somewhere. First, he is fairly certain that the purpose of that signal flare is to summon reinforcements. But who are the reinforcements? This is easy to figure out. The cult of the mysterious serpent has no one else who could pose a serious threat besides that person. Given the enemy's epic strength, if they really came, it would be hard to guarantee that they have any completely hidden tricks. At that point, they would be at a disadvantage. Second, the tactic of circling around before heading to the camp seems a bit suspicious. It's not that the enemy wouldn't think of it, but earlier they were retreating toward Ferdinand City. Suddenly heading to the camp, Lambert believes the enemy would find it hard to react quickly. Maybe they could take the chance to rescue the pureblood elves. Later, he and Anna could also leave safely amid the chaos. When Anna heard this, she was happy and nodded repeatedly. She saw no reason to refuse a plan that could save her people and help them avoid the enemy. Good idea, Lord Lambert. So, the two of them quickly moved in a wide arc toward the cult of the mysterious serpent's camp. A few minutes later, several mutated flying snakes, over a meter long, swiftly flew past. Soon after, Minus returned to the scene. He immediately saw that the two had already left. Just as Minus was about to carefully examine the enemy's trail, he turned his head to look into the forest behind him. He saw Vice High Priest Kurut with 5 or 6 subordinates arriving. Minus, are you hurt? Vice High Priest Kurut, the enemy just left. I was slightly injured, but they didn't fare well either. That person was struck by my green snake kiss, Minus said with a bow. Kurut nodded slightly. He then turned to the cult members behind him and asked, had the mutated flying snakes been released? Yes, they have, Vice High Priest. Especially toward Ferdinand City, we should be able to find the enemy's trail soon. Good. A few more minutes passed. Minus sensed something was wrong and asked, still no sign of them? No. Lord Minus, the cult members responsible for releasing the mutated flying snakes shook their heads. It shouldn't be possible. Minus pondered deeply. Flying snakes can fly very fast and spread out in a fan shape when released. Even if they can't catch up, they should be able to observe something from the air. Next moment, he suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened as he looked at the nearby Vice Pope Kurut and said, not good. Vice Pope Kurut, I think I know where the enemy is heading. The enemy probably used a distraction and has returned to our camp. Kurut was momentarily stunned, but then his face became serious. He quickly understood the situation and waved his hand, saying, everyone, head back to the camp. Suddenly, several thick vines on the ground wrapped around the crowd, which was the attack launched by 3 Ironwood Guardians. But in the next second, these 3 Guardians were entangled by a giant snake the size of a millstone. After a crackling sound, all 3 Guardians were broken into pieces and scattered on the ground. Quirit's expression remained unchanged. He spoke in a deep voice, Minus, you are the fastest. Please go ahead first. Make sure those pureblood elves are not rescued. If those elves were rescued, all their efforts over the past few days would be wasted. Yes, Vice Pope Kurut, leave it to me. The evil snake, Minus, looked at the remains of the 3 Ironwood Guardians, slightly bowed, and in the next moment, he disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a deep pit on the ground. At this moment, Lambert and Anna, who had transformed into a large horned deer, were quickly moving through the dense forest. Thanks to Anna, who knew the terrain well and led the way, they reached near the secret snake camp again after a few minutes. Miss Anna, wait a moment. I need to check the situation first. If the person isn't there, I will attack immediately. Then you can take the opportunity to rescue your people during the chaos, Lambert said, stopping Anna from rushing ahead. "All right, Lord Lambert. Please be very careful," Anna replied seriously, nodding. "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Lambert quickly moved to a side position and prepared to attack the secret snake camp from behind. A dazzling sword light flashed, and in the next moment, the large, faint black membrane shield above the camp reappeared. Many of the secret snake followers who were repairing the ritual immediately sensed danger and shouted, "Enemy attack! Not good. It's that guy again. Send a signal flare immediately." As several signal flares soared into the sky, the scene continued. A few kilometers away, the evil snake Minus narrowed his eyes and thought, "Sure enough, he's turning around to attack the camp." Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and Minus's speed increased again. The white energy around him grew even stronger, causing the trees nearby to shake loudly. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the camp, Ryan, who was following Cookie to find Anna, immediately saw a dense signal flare in the distance. Signal flare from the cult of the serpent. Since that's the case, Cookie doesn't need to keep tracking, Ryan thought silently. The signal flares from the cult of the serpent are easy to recognize. They all look like various snake-shaped fireworks. "Ashia, maybe Big Brother has already found the bad guys. You can hold on tight," Ryan whispered. "Okay." "Yes, Ryan brother." Ashia nodded cutely and snuggled into Ryan's chest. Ryan raised his hand, and 3 silver metal nets appeared in front of him, rushing forward rapidly. The dense forest ahead was instantly torn open, creating a tunnel. Ryan also suddenly moved with 9 afterimages, fully unleashing his top-level skill, Shadow Step. If you looked carefully, you would notice that Ryan was actually right behind the 3 metal nets, not falling far behind. This speed was truly terrifying. At the same time, in midair, Bowstaff had just arrived on the airship, talking with a captain from the catching team. "Lord Bowstaff, we finally waited for you. Now that you're here, we have some confidence." Zoe smiled and flattered. Bowstaff looked around and asked loudly, like a bell, "Where are Ackman and Romero?" He was referring to the other 2 captains of the catching team. "Hiki, the 2 captains are attacking the elf town together. I'm responsible for helping Lord Bowstaff track Ryan," the captain explained. Bowstaff looked out the window and saw the signal flares from the cult of the serpent clearly in the air. "Sir, these are signal flares from the cult of the serpent. Let's go and take a look." Lord Bowstaff, you might not know yet, but before your arrival, we had an unofficial agreement with those cults, dividing the area. You said it's unofficial. And anyway, that's your agreement with them, not mine." Bowstaff looked at Zoe with a blank expression and said, "Yes." Although Zoe had strong abilities, he felt a bit nervous from that look. When he thought about Bowstaff's terrifying strength, he decided not to say anything more. At the Misha Snake cult camp. Whoosh. The thin protective shield was cut open by Lambert's sword, which was filled with a strong belief in swordsmanship. A gap over 2 meters high appeared. Lambert quickly moved through it. In an instant, it was like wolves attacking a sheep. Although the cult members were not weak, Lambert's strength was about to reach Sword Saint level. Even though he was badly injured by poison, they couldn't stop him. But the next second, a white wave of energy shot into the camp, heading straight for Lambert. Clang! Lambert swung his sword to block, and he was pushed back several meters by the impact. The attacker spun in the air 360 degrees, then landed after absorbing the shock from an earlier collision with Old Rain. Lambert glanced at the attacker, his eyes sharp. "Not good." He noticed so quickly? "Aha, I knew you all came here." The person was Minus, the evil snake. Just as Lambert was about to fight back even if he got hurt again, he suddenly felt a chill. Lambert quickly turned sideways. A hooded figure appeared on the other side of the forest, trapping him from both sides. "I heard you were trying to save this woman before? It seems she means a lot to you." "Good, then I'll start with her," Minus said, glancing at Anna, who was trying to untie her people's ropes, and licking his lips. Minus hated Lambert for hurting him badly. He planned to take revenge. In his mind, attacking someone he loved was the best way. It could shake the others' fighting spirit and make them suffer greatly. But just as Minus rushed toward Anna, he suddenly stopped. He looked back toward the southern forest. Everyone there also looked south. A shining silver light suddenly shot out from the forest like a bright shooting star. It was a young man holding a child. What's going on? Still fighting while holding a kid? Everyone watched this scene and couldn't quite understand what was happening. Reen showed no intention of stopping. He clearly sensed that the person rushing toward Anna was moving very fast and needed to be defeated quickly. With a quick thought, Reen activated his Dragon Soul Heavy Strike for the first time in battle. He swung his right hand, and a silver glowing metal ring appeared out of nowhere, humming as it shot toward the injured, evil snake Minus. Faced with this sudden attack and an unexpected opponent, Minus was furious but forced to smile. He thought, "They believe I am hurt, so I am an easy target that anyone can take down?" Holding this idea, Minus didn't try to dodge Reen's attack. Instead, he planned to block Reen's physical magic attack with his dagger, showing his strength and preparing to counterattack. Clang! But when Minus crossed his daggers to block the silver ring, his face suddenly changed dramatically. He felt a deep, bone-aching pain, like someone had cut into his soul. The injury might not be deadly, but it was extremely painful, piercing his heart. This was the special effect of the Dragon Soul Heavy Strike, dealing real damage. Although Minus was very strong and reacted quickly, it took him less than 0.2 seconds to recover. Suddenly, he felt as if the entire world had changed. Why does the world suddenly feel upside down? Why is my head hitting the ground? This headless body still looks familiar with its crossed daggers. Isn't this me? At this moment, Minus suddenly realized he was looking at his own headless body. From an outsider's perspective, the evil snake Minus was hit by Reen's metal ring attack, then froze for a moment before being cut down by Reen's sword. The snake cult members nearby stared with wide eyes, stunned by what they saw. Killing someone so casually seemed like killing a chicken. But the problem was, the opponent was the evil snake. He was the top-ranked among the 12 snake cult messengers, and he was killed as easily as killing a chicken. The shock was no less than a thunderbolt for everyone present. Lambert looked on in shock at the scene. He glanced at the rolling head of the evil serpent on the ground, then at Ryan, who was calm and holding a child. Lambert's lips moved slightly, but he said nothing. "No, Ryan, I know you're strong. But this guy isn't that weak. Is he really dead?" Indeed, Minus's strong life force allowed his lonely head on the ground to barely speak, saying his magic. Suddenly, his voice stopped because Minus noticed a dog's head in front of him, an actual dog head. Cookie had grabbed the other's head and swiftly dashed into the forest. Ryan's appearance made even the epic-level Vice Pope, Quirrell, narrow his eyes. Because even he couldn't defeat Minus with one move. Minus was a human, not a wooden. He could dodge and run away. When faced with a stronger opponent, he would just escape. So, defeating Minus with a single move truly surprised Quirrell. Plus, what Minus said before his head was taken made Quirrell hesitant to act immediately. He watched Ryan with a flickering gaze. "Who are you?" But Ryan didn't answer Quirrell. Instead, he turned to Lambert and spoke seriously. "Lord Lambert, thank you for your help this time. I will handle the rest." Lambert was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Lord Ryan, you're too polite. I was just doing what I promised. Now, I'll leave it to you." As he spoke, Lambert coughed up some blood. His face looked pale because of lingering poison, and after the fierce battle just now, his condition was not good. "Try this potion." Ryan nodded firmly and took several bottles of medicine from his pocket, handing them to Lambert. These were antidotes and healing potions provided by the Sword Bearers' headquarters, made by master alchemists from the Royal Alchemy Academy. They worked very well. Since even the Sword Bearers' main group didn't have many of these supplies, they only gave them to a few priority members. "Thank you." The elf girl Aya was gently lowered from Rain's arms. It seemed she had received Rain's instructions and was quickly running toward Anna. At this moment, Rain slowly stood up and turned to look at the others. Colette, who had been waiting for Rain's response, looked increasingly unhappy. He had never been ignored like this before. Even though he still didn't understand the meaning of Minus's last words, he decided to make a tentative attack. Suddenly, a solid-like mental energy field began sweeping toward Rain, Lambert, the captured elf, and the centaur. In the next second, except for Anna and Aya, who were farther away, everyone within the energy field saw a huge, striped phantom snake appear on their bodies. In an instant, the phantom snakes started wrapping around and tightening on their prey, including Rain. However, Rain's steel armor protected him from the attack. Sensing Rain's strong power, the phantom snakes grew thicker, and even the steel armor formed by third-level combined magic began to creak under pressure. Such a powerful domain. It must be an epic-level expert, Rain thought. Since the opponent was an epic-level master, he saw no need to hide anymore. Rain's muscles rapidly expanded, dark dragon scales appeared on his skin, and suddenly, a pair of fleshy wings grew from his back. His tailbone protruded, and a strong, thick tail swung casually. His height soared to about 14 meters. The phantom snakes wrapped around him seemed to be about to grow larger, but perhaps had a limit. During range transformation, the ropes that bound him snapped apart like being suddenly torn, disappearing into nothingness. At the same time, as the third form of the Dragon King, range strength also reached epic level. A powerful aura blocked and resisted Colette's mental domain. It was like a huge reef standing firm on the coast for thousands of years, resisting the crashing waves. An invisible energy field fiercely clashed in midair, like two giant bubbles squeezing each other, causing scattered leaves caught between them to burst into dust. While the group originally surrounded by the shadow of the giant snake now, thanks to its sudden disappearance, all look relieved and are catching their breath. Lambert and Anna are fine. They have some understanding of Ryan's strength. However, the newly rescued pureblood elves and centaurs are shocked. They are staring at Ryan, who is 14 meters tall, and then at the normal-sized hooded black-robed person across from him. They seem to be starting to change their view. Right now, this scene makes the young human man who saved them look more like a villain or a monster. The little elf girl, Aishia, opens her mouth wide in surprise, her big eyes wide open, staring in amazement. She asks, "Anna, sister, is this Ryan brother a monster?" Of course not. When we judge a person, we shouldn't just look at their appearance. We need to see their heart, right? Anna says, hugging Aishia and shaking her head. Even though she is talking to Aishia, her beautiful eyes are fixed on Ryan without blinking. Yeah, that's what my mother taught me too. I think Ryan brother is a good person. In the center of the field, bloodline transformation, close combat dragon human, Imperial royal family. Ryan's transformation makes Kurut think a lot quickly. As the vice high priest of the serpent cult, Kurut has many sources of information and is very well informed. So he knows that people with dragon human bloodlines are likely to be from the Dragoon Empire royal family. He has also heard of rare cases where ordinary people have dragon human bloodlines, but such cases are extremely rare and almost not worth considering. Of course, if only bloodline transformation grants epic level power, Kurut doesn't see his opponent as very dangerous. What he cares about more is the opponent's royal status. Because Kurut knows the weakness of transformation, it can't last too long. No matter what kind of bloodline transformation it is, it will quickly drain a large amount of energy stored inside the body. Once the energy runs out, the transformation will be forcibly cancelled, and the person's strength will drop sharply, returning to their original state. This is true even for those with dragon-human transformations from the Dragoon Empire royal family. More importantly, if during the prayer ritual there is an Imperial royal family member as a sacrifice, the blessing will become even richer. Additionally, as someone who possesses the legendary mortal giant snake Sladlin bloodline, he is also very skilled in close combat. So, just as Ryan transformed, Quirrell suddenly expanded rapidly. He saw his figure grow taller quickly, and the hood covering his head tore open, revealing a middle-aged but sinister face, which then instantly transformed into a snake head. In just a second or two, a huge, patterned giant python coiled up and appeared before everyone. This snake's head was as large as a carriage, and its body stretched over 30 meters long. At this moment, its height on the ground was already equal to, or even taller than Ryan in his Dragon King form. Its massive, mountain-like body made everyone feel cold with fear. The sudden change in size again made the onlookers' hearts race. Whoosh! The transformed Quirrell immediately launched an attack. The giant snake's head shot toward Ryan like lightning. At close range, its bloody maw suddenly opened wide, and for a moment, Ryan could almost smell the foul stench coming from its mouth. Faced with this biting attack, Ryan's back wings flapped, and the entire dragon person was instantly knocked back, avoiding the strike. Boom! The giant, carriage-sized patterned snake head plunged into the ground, creating a huge deep pit about 5 or 6 meters in diameter, with dust and smoke rising everywhere. This casual bite was so powerful it was truly terrifying. Only Ryan's expression remained unchanged. His decision not to use the 4th stage Dragon Beast transformation was not because it consumed too much energy, but because he had never properly tested the power of his Dragon Soul Strike after advancing to Dragon Lineage Wizard. Earlier, in the magic testing room, he had directly blown up the testing device with a spell, and that was without activating the Dragon Soul Strike. Previously, just by activating it briefly, he had instantly defeated the top-ranked evil serpent among the 12 secret snake masters. It wasn't a proper test. So, this time, Ryan unusually chose not to go in for close combat, but to retreat and cast magic instead. He wanted to test the power of the Dragon Soul Strike. He quickly began casting spells from a distance. Thorny Iron Ball. A massive thorny iron ball with a diameter of over 2.5 meters suddenly appeared in front of Ryan. Sizzle. Sizzle. On the surface of the iron ball, there are many sharp spikes of varying lengths, sparking as they scrape the ground. Although it looks very powerful, compared to Quirit's current size, it's about the size of a basketball. Quirit's massive body suddenly straightened up, looking at Ryan, who was casting magic, with a puzzled expression. Huh. Dragon people don't usually fight hand-to-hand? I've never heard of the royal dragon bloodline in the Dragon Empire having this kind of situation. In an instant, Kurut felt like he had taken off his pants just to have his girlfriend get her period, an awkward feeling. Meanwhile, over on the other side, with a flick of Ryan's dragon claw, a loud whoosh sounded as the giant thorny iron ball shot out sparks in a straight line, rushing lightning fast toward Quirit's transformed giant snake body. Then, Ryan continued to cast spells in quick succession. Level 1 Magic, Metal Morphing, Level 2 Magic, Cutting Web, Level 3 Magic, Serrated Ring, Crystallized Killer Move, Serrated Web Cutter. 6 silver metal rings spun rapidly and suddenly appeared in front of Ryan, following the thorny iron ball, rushing toward Kurut. This made Kurut take the situation more seriously, as the magical energy fluctuations from Ryan's spells approached the power of a 4th-level spell, which was quite formidable. Of course, Kurut had already thought of how to respond. When the iron ball came close, he planned to use his tail to swipe it back, like bouncing a ball, and use Ryan's magic to counter his own spell. It was a perfect plan. But just as his massive snake tail swung to hit the thorny iron ball, Quirit's huge snake body suddenly trembled. Because at that moment of contact, he felt as if his soul was pierced, a sensation like being struck by lightning, causing his whole body to stiffen for a moment. When he regained his senses, pain shot through his body in multiple places, as if 6 lightning bolts had struck him all at once. Roar. This finally pushed Kurut over the edge, and he let out a terrible scream, looking up to the sky. From an outsider's perspective, Quirit's huge snake tail did hit the thorny iron ball, but his large body twitched slightly. Then, unguarded, he received all 6 spinning silver rings head-on. In an instant, the 6 silver rings sliced into his body. Chick-chick. A large, bright-scaled snake was shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The rotating jagged metal ring had already penetrated nearly half a meter into the giant snake's body, yet it continued to move. At this moment, Kurut finally understood what the evil snake Minos had been trying to say. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. In an instant, Kurut was heavily injured. It wasn't a physical injury, but a deep, painful wound to his soul that was hard to heal. Meanwhile, Rain had truly tested the power of the Dragon Soul Strike. Clearly, the effect was extraordinary. Of course, the Dragon Soul Strike also had its drawbacks, that it consumed too much mental energy. Just now, when he used the crystallized killing move while activating the Dragon Soul Strike, the double mental energy cost almost drained a third of his mental strength. But seeing the other person's pain, Rain was confident that with 2 more uses of the crystallized killing move, he could defeat the Vice Archon of the Serpent Cult. A few minutes earlier, in the southern sky of Ferdinand Forest, a sleek, long-distance airship was flying quickly. Because the airship was so fast, it didn't take long to reach the sky above Bashallen. At this moment, Quirit's loud roar made Bowstaff frown and say, "That roar." Zoil immediately looked outside through the porthole, and in the next second, he looked surprised and exclaimed, "What a huge snake." No, wait, that location is the Serpent Cult's camp. I understand now. That's Vice Archon Kurut transforming into his bloodline form. As one of the leaders of the 3 catching teams, Zoil was well informed. He knew that the person leading the Serpent Cult's forces this time was Vice Archon Kurut. Inside the camp, there was another giant snake, and its imposing presence suggested that only Kurut himself could be so formidable. That dragon man fighting Kurut. Isn't that Rain, the person Lord Bowstaff is looking for? Zoil exclaimed again. Yes? Bowstaff immediately looked in the direction Zoil was pointing. Sure enough, even from dozens of kilometers away, a huge snake was still clearly visible, fighting against a dragon man. This is a 3-stage dragon-human transformation, and this form and the color of the dragon scales seem never to have been seen before. No wonder. Bowstaff understood something. He realized why the second prince cared so much about Rain's bloodline. Go. Speed up. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, just as Rain was about to press the attack, the blood feathers in the sky suddenly cried out. Rain turned to look and saw a very long airship flying quickly above the camp, casting a huge shadow. At that moment, others also looked up at the suddenly appearing airship. Suddenly, the hatch opened, and a tall, strong human figure appeared in the doorway. The person was very broad and tall, almost filling the entire hatch. In the next second, everyone watched in shock as the powerful figure jumped down from the airship, which was dozens of meters high. Boom! A loud rushing sound followed as if a meteorite had fallen to the ground. Everyone felt the ground shake, and then a circular dust shockwave swept outward. Ugh! Ugh! A few shocked members of the secret snake church accidentally swallowed some dirt. But they couldn't care about that now. They looked worried because, from the style of the airship, they knew it wasn't their own sect's craft. It was probably Imperial reinforcements. As the dust settled, a giant man wearing large iron shoulder armor and half-leather armor appeared. He grinned and looked at Rain, saying, "Are you Rain? Although I don't want to team up with the trash from the secret snake church, if I can finish the task easily, don't blame me for taking the opportunity to act. Remember my name, Bostaff." He raised his hand and threw a huge spear from the airship. The spear was about 12 or 13 meters long, with a nearly 2-meter-long single-edged tip at the front and a long handle at the back. Seeing such a long weapon, others were surprised. In the next second, Bostaff charged at Rain. Every step he took caused his body to change dramatically. His height shot up, red dragon scales appeared on his skin, his muscles expanded, and soon he transformed into a giant dragon human about 17 or 18 meters tall. The opponent also has wings, almost identical in shape to the current form of Rain. However, the color of their dragon scales is noticeably different. Additionally, a special detail is that the opponent has 3 reverse scales on their chest, colored red, yellow, and green. At this moment, everyone realizes that the length of the blade spear matches the opponent's height perfectly. Another enemy with epic-level strength? Lambert looked at this scene and felt a bit speechless. At first, he thought it was a guardian from the Empire coming to help, but it turned out to be an enemy. Rain, your strength is impressive, but your ability to provoke opponents is also top-notch. When Rain saw Bostaff's transformation effect, he slightly narrowed his eyes, and he began to guess the opponent's background. He also noticed something strange. During the transformation, the opponent's aura was chaotic for a moment. Normally, if the opponent was a descendant of a red dragon, their transformed aura would be as hot and fierce as molten lava. If they were a yellow dragon descendant, it would be heavy like the earth. But after transformation, the opponent's aura became more chaotic. This made Rain think of something. Could the opponent have achieved epic-level strength by relying on? While Rain was pondering, Bostaff rushed toward him at high speed, swinging his blade spear down heavily. A fiery slash over 10 meters long suddenly appeared, heading straight for Rain. This attack is a hybrid technique that combines the fire talent of a red dragon with extraordinary combat skills. Meanwhile, Quinn, badly injured, took the opportunity to curl up his huge serpent body. He then turned to look at his fellow believers and took a deep breath. With a scream, shadows and blood were drawn from the bodies of the cult of the dense serpent followers, all of which were swallowed by Quinn's blood-filled jaws. In an instant, although his soul was still wounded and unable to fully heal, his physical wounds were mostly healed. Quinn's venomous snake eyes fixed deadly on Rain, and in the next second, he suddenly lunged forward. Faced with the combined attack from the giant serpent Quinn and the Dragonman Bostaff, both epic-level powerhouses, Rain's eyes flickered as he quickly made a decision. He raised his dragon claws to the left and right, and suddenly 4 metallic kite-shaped shields appeared in front of him, lined up in a straight row across his path, blocking Bostaff's fiery slash. Meanwhile, 6 silver, buzzing metal rings appeared and swiftly shot toward Kurup behind Ryan. Having just suffered from this attack, Quinn's huge snake-like eye shrank suddenly, and his pounce froze. He thought Ryan's move was some kind of secret weapon that couldn't be used casually or that it had a cost, but now it seemed not to be the case. He didn't expect Ryan to be able to use it repeatedly. This made Kurup immediately stop his attack and biting, curling up tightly, while quickly casting a black misty protective shield around himself. The previous pincer attack was instantly broken by Ryan. Now, Ryan only needed to deal with Bostaff alone, so the pressure was greatly reduced. Ryan thought quickly and, with a mental command, The 6 silver metal rings that were attacking Kurut suddenly changed direction and headed toward Bowstaff in front of him. Actually, in this situation, Kurut, fighting alongside Ryan, could have warned Bowstaff. But firstly, because of the fragile and awkward alliance between the cult and the catching team, he didn't consider giving a warning. In Quirit's view, if that strange dragon man had a chance, he would definitely kill Ryan and then take him out too. Secondly, he shared the same idea. If both dragon men were seriously injured, he could profit from the chaos. Another reason was that he had just suffered from Ryan's move, and he felt it was unfair if the other dragon man didn't take some action. Of course, he couldn't let this guy named Ryan kill the opponent. So, Kurut took a deep breath, as if preparing to launch a long-range attack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bowstaff saw the 6 silver metal rings approaching and sneered. In his view, these rings could not possibly harm him. He held a blade gun in his hand and instantly performed a lightning-fast 360-degree spinning slash. A bright silver arc flashed across, hitting the 3 metal rings at the front. In an instant, just as Bowstaff predicted, the 3 metal rings couldn't withstand his whirlwind slash with the blade spear and shattered suddenly. Because of their jagged metal design, their thickness and hardness couldn't remain intact under the attack of an epic-level fighter. But at the moment the rings broke apart, Bowstaff felt something inside him shatter. Or rather, a small part of himself broke. Immediately, a sharp pain from deep within his soul struck him. Bowstaff twitched violently, his eyes wide open as if struck by lightning. This pain, like a knife cutting into his soul, hadn't even eased when he was suddenly hit by 3 more metal rings from behind. Thanks to the powerful defense of dragon scales, the wounds didn't seem very deep. But in an instant, Bowstaff's forehead veins bulged, his huge eyes rolled back, and he shivered like a leaf, as if having a seizure. Fortunately, this strange state didn't last long, less than half a second. When Bowstaff regained his senses, he looked at Ryan with a shocked expression, as if he had seen a ghost. With a loud sizzle, his huge legs gouged deep trenches in the ground, stopping his charge abruptly, and he quickly retreated. Your attack just now was. What exactly? Bowstaff asked, confused and suspicious. No wonder Bowstaff was surprised. As a being infused with the bloodlines of 3 great dragons, he had a very high resistance to various types of magic. In past battles, he could ignore most spells below level 3. Even spells at the crystallization level of 3 only caused minor injuries, and he could resist them easily. But Ryan's spell just now was extremely strange. It seemed to have not only the power of magic but also a damage that struck directly at the soul. On the other side, seeing Bowstaff stumble and stop his charge, Kurut felt secretly pleased. It was a darker kind of satisfaction. Like a bystander walking at night who falls into a manhole cover but doesn't warn others, instead climbing out and watching others fall in too. The more people who fall, the happier he feels. But when he saw Ryan pursuing Bowstaff after his stumble, he didn't just stand by and watch. Instead, it started spewing indiscriminately at Rain and Bowstaff. As for the ally who just suffered a setback, whether he can withstand it is not his concern. As long as he can hurt the young man named Rain, his goal is achieved. Dark green toxic fog, like fireworks, kept spraying from Quirit's large mouth. This poison was very thick, between gas and liquid, and a strong rotten smell reached him before he got close. Rain, facing this attack from behind, naturally chose not to fight head-on. He saw his wing flap, and he moved sideways to avoid the fog. Several strong centaurs he rescued couldn't dodge in time and were covered by the fog, immediately making hissing sounds as they dissolved and cried out in pain. Before others could help, only bones and a pool of yellow-green pus remained. If looked at carefully, even the bones were being corroded and softened, showing how strong the poison was. Bowstaff was not afraid of the toxic fog at all. His dragon scales suddenly changed color. In an instant, they turned from red to green. Then, a thin green shield covered his whole body. When the fog reached him, it had no effect. Rain secretly thought, is this the green dragon's immunity to poison? It matches my guess. But Quirit's attack was not just that. When the fog failed to harm him, a dark area like a spreading ink pool quickly expanded. Bowstaff's eyes flickered, and he rushed toward Rain. They clashed heavily. Although Bowstaff was taller than Rain, the collision didn't give him any advantage. Instead, Rain pushed him back several steps. Rain didn't retreat at all, but the impact slowed him down for a moment. Then, Quirit's ink-like domain attack spread over Rain. Next, Quirit's huge snake body lunged at Rain again. Rain planned to use his last crystallized attack on Karut, but suddenly he sensed something was wrong, because he felt that the surrounding energy particles, including the closest metal-based energy particles, were very difficult to manipulate. This time, the opponent released a very special domain, almost pushing all energy particles out of this specific area. Your strength after transforming only reaches the epic level, but you have one big weakness: no absolute domain and no dawn killing move. An absolute domain is different from a normal domain. It is more pure and exclusive. Within this domain, even energy particles from the mysterious side are pushed out. Of course, using an absolute domain is very difficult and consumes a lot of willpower. Even epic-level fighters can't use it multiple times in one battle. Not all epic-level fighters can use it either. It's like not all level 4 Dawn mages have dawn-killing moves, some only master level for magic. A moment of hesitation caused Ryan to be wrapped by endless black snakes. In the next second, Karut's giant snake body, several tens of meters long, coiled around Ryan, the Dragon King. Karut confidently said, "Within my absolute domain, your magic won't work. You can only fight with your fists. Enjoy the feeling of being strangled." As soon as he finished speaking, Karut's huge snake body began to shrink and tighten. His eyes also gleamed with satisfaction. But in the next second, Karut noticed that Ryan's expression seemed a bit strange. Because Ryan looked very calm, as if he was not about to die soon. It was more like a spectator who already knew the answer, watching a clown perform tricks. Fighting with fists. What makes you think my fist fighting is a weakness? Ryan asked when he heard the vice priest of the secret snake, slightly surprised, but he quickly regained his composure and started to smile. While Karut was still trying to understand what Ryan meant, suddenly he felt that he couldn't quite wrap around Ryan's much smaller body. For a moment, it was like he was tangled around a volcano about to erupt. Even in his full, giant snake form, he couldn't contain Ryan's expanding and erupting power. Roar. With Ryan's dragon roar, his body instantly grew larger again, and his stance changed dramatically. Unlike his previous muscular dragon-human form, this time his belly began to swell, and his height suddenly soared to nearly 20 meters. His thick, increasingly terrifying arms slowly forced Karut's giant snake body apart. Slowly but with strong determination. Karut's snake eyes nearly bulged out in shock. How can he be so strong? In the next second, Ryan quickly freed himself from the loose coils of the giant snake. Then, grabbing the tail, he swung the 30-meter-long snake in a full circle, spinning it straight and hard, before forcefully smashing it onto the ground. Boom! Immediately, a deep, tens of meters long and several meters wide trench appeared before everyone. A powerful shockwave followed, along with a cloud of dust rising into the sky. Not good. This is the 4th stage of transformation. Bostav, usually calm, now looked a bit flustered. He finally understood why the second prince, Everton, valued Ryan's blood essence so much. The opponent could actually transform through 4 stages. Even he, and the 2 others merged within him, could only reach the 3rd stage before. Based on current experimental data, even after merging, he was still slightly weaker in strength and speed than the 4th stage, though the difference wasn't large. Seeing Karut's state now, Bostav knew he had to act. Otherwise, if Ryan finished dealing with the opponent, the situation would completely fall apart. Whoosh! Bostav, holding a blade gun, dashed like lightning toward Ryan's back. Just as he aimed a simple but well-practiced at Ryan's vest, Ryan suddenly spun around like lightning, grabbing the top of the blade gun with one hand, and looked at him with a faint smile. In the next moment, a giant claw suddenly struck down fiercely toward Bostav's head. Not good. Unable to move the blade gun, Bostav quickly decided to let go of the gun's handle, crossing his hands over his head to block the claw strike. Bang! A powerful shockwave suddenly swept around him. A towering beast about 17 or 18 meters tall, Bostav, was suddenly struck like a nail hammered into it. Most of its body was driven directly into the ground, sinking about 8 or 9 meters below the surface. This shows how powerful that strike was. At this moment, Bostav's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were bleeding heavily. His head was buzzing, and all the dragon scales on his arms had burst open, revealing bloody, muscle tissue that looked like threads. Impossible! How can it be so strong? He roared inwardly. It should be about the same as me. How can it be so powerful? He thought in shock. Bostav's eyes widened as he shouted inside. He didn't know that Rain had a system that could absorb the blood essence of other dragons or dragon-blooded creatures, which helped increase his own dragon bloodline power. Before Rain fought the Void Dragon, perhaps their strength was quite close. But after Rain absorbed the blood essence of a whole Void Dragon, the gap started to grow. From the current situation, it seems the gap has become quite large. While Bostav was shouting in his mind, Rain's attack didn't stop. He struck again with a lightning-fast claw. Bang! The second strike landed. Another shockwave swept around, creating a crater where Bostav stood. This time, after his dragon scales burst, most of his thick, blood-red muscles exploded into pieces, and his bones broke. Only his stubborn will kept his broken, bloody hands in a crossed position. The color of his dragon scales changed rapidly, yellow, then green, then red, showing that his body was in some kind of uncontrolled state. However, after 2 attacks in a row, the ground had become more compacted. Bostav didn't sink much into the ground this time. Huh? Rain seemed to let out a soft sound of surprise. He didn't expect Bostav to hold on so stubbornly, but he didn't want to wait any longer. He needed to finish this. If he kept delaying, Colette from the secret snake sect would come again, and in his four-formed state, Rain's stamina was draining quickly. So Rain launched his third attack. Bostav roared with all his might, shouting to the sky. He knew that as long as he held on a little longer, the other side's secret snake cult Kret would recover and come to support him. Then he could survive. But Bostav suddenly froze because he didn't see the shadow of Ryan's giant claw. Instead, he saw a familiar gunshot. This time, Ryan's attack wasn't with his claws. Bostav's spear was heavily pierced by Ryan's other giant claw. It stabbed through Bostav's open mouth, passing through his head, neck, chest, and abdomen like a skewer, and stuck straight into the ground. Bostav's eyes were wide open, his whole body twitching. His broken arms still crossed high, as if he couldn't understand why the third strike wasn't a claw attack. It couldn't be a claw attack. He was unwilling. His huge dragon-like body twitched a few times, then hung motionless, his head tilted back on the straight spear. A few minutes ago, just after Bostav jumped off the airship, the hovering, streamlined airship immediately lowered more than 10 quick-deploy ropes, and many fully armed personnel slid down one after another. Some of them, based on their clothing, seemed to be members of the capturing team. Led by a strong man, they planned to surround the recently rescued pureblood elf and centaur. However, the current battle scene left them all stunned. Many kept rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They saw that Lord Bostav, who had rarely been defeated before, was suddenly shot through and pinned to the ground by the enemy. This was a huge shock for those who knew Bostav well. Remember, Bostav had also served in the capturing team for several years, with an excellent record. Later, he was transferred to the Imperial capital, and soon after, it was said he reached epic level. But now, such a renowned figure had been killed instantly. What was going on? Especially Zoil, one of the capturing team leaders, whose face was pale and lips twitching with shock, felt numb. He was more informed than his subordinates behind him, so he fully understood how terrifying Rain's strength was. Rain was Lord Bostav and the Vice Pope of the Serpent Cult. 2 epic-level experts working together still couldn't take down Rain. Zoil, stunned for a long time, finally snapped out of it. He hesitated, glanced around uncertainly, and quietly began to retreat to the back of the team. He planned to run immediately. Staying meant certain death. But at this moment, a teasing voice sounded. "Sir, where are you planning to go?" The speaker was Lambert, who had just taken the potion given by Rain. Thanks to the combined effects of the antidote and the powerful healing potion, his injuries had almost fully healed. Whoosh! The subordinates, including the capturing team, all looked at their leader with shock. "This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We are from the capturing team, and we have nothing to do with anyone here," Zoil stammered with a nervous smile. "Oh, well, just wait and see. By the way, there are your people on the airship, right? Send a message and have the airship land quickly. If not, I'll be embarrassed. I wonder if this long-range airship can withstand my sword." Lambert swiftly swung his sword like lightning. A bright sword light cut through the air with a sharp sound, splitting a fleeing member of the catching team in half. "Quick, have the airship land nearby." Zoe looked at Lambert with wide eyes. From that single strike, he could see Lambert's strength clearly. He was another very powerful fighter, probably just one step away from reaching epic level. What a strange day. Rarely seen characters kept appearing one after another. Very good. Let's wait here. Lord Rain will finish his next battle soon. Seeing that the opponent was somewhat cooperative, Lambert nodded with a smile. He crossed his arms and continued to watch from the side. Right now, only Rain and Quirrell remained on the field. Quirrell had originally planned to save Bowstaff, but he didn't expect him to die so quickly. This made Quirrell retreat his huge serpent body a little, curling back up. Quirrell naturally sensed that Rain, after transforming again, had an even stronger energy fluctuation than before. The irregular energy rings on his body, flowing like electricity, were his energy field. Even if he used his absolute domain again, he couldn't suppress Rain now. But hand-to-hand combat? Quirrell looked again at Rain's increasingly muscular build and realized he didn't have much confidence. Looks like I have no choice but to try that method. Just as Quirrell made a decision, his face suddenly froze. Because he saw that after Rain killed the strange dragonan named Bowstaff, he didn't immediately turn around to attack him. Instead, he stepped forward again, approaching the dead dragon man. What is he doing? Quirrell looked confused. In the next moment, Rain's sharp dragon claw suddenly pierced into Bowstaff's chest with a splash, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing this, many people around, whether friend or foe, gasped in horror. Because the opponent was clearly dead, yet Rain was still whipping his corpse, such behavior was excessively brutal. Lord Rain is checking if he's truly dead? That's unnecessary, Lambert thought to himself. After all, at their level of strength, they can sense whether the opponent is truly dead or not, so there's no need to do such things. Anna, who was holding Aisha, didn't see anything wrong with this. She naturally believed that Ryan had a reason for his actions, such as making sure the opponent was really dead or for safety reasons. In the eyes of lovers, everything their partner does seems perfect. This is probably one of those cases. They will find all sorts of reasons, reasonable or not, to justify their loved one's actions. Colette, who saw this scene, felt a chill in his heart, sensing that Ryan was becoming colder and more cruel. His large snake-like eyes flickered, and a ruthless expression crossed his face. Taking advantage of the moment, he quietly moved his body, slowly transforming into a snake shape and slithering toward the center of a large altar nearby. The altar was relatively intact because it was far from the main battle area. On Ryan's side, his action of stabbing Bowstaff in the heart had a clear purpose. Sure enough, a system prompt appeared, ding. The host has touched unknown dragon blood essence and detected some absorbable dragon gene fragments. Would you like to absorb them? Note, absorbing these dragon gene fragments can increase the host's dragon bloodline concentration. As expected, Ryan smiled and immediately chose yes. Suddenly, he felt a warm current flowing from the large dragon claw he had stabbed into, quickly spreading throughout his body. The process lasted only about a second or two before ending quickly. Although Ryan could sense some changes and improvements deep within his body, he glanced at his attribute panel and saw that his mutated dragon bloodline still showed as high grade, meaning his bloodline level hadn't changed. He had anticipated this situation. After all, the higher the bloodline level, the harder it is to improve. Moreover, as he absorbed more dragon gene fragments, the less effective the lower purity dragon offspring's bloodline essence became for him. In other words, after multiple absorptions, the gene fragments of weaker, less pure dragons overlap too much, reducing their effectiveness. However, any improvement is good, especially increasing bloodline concentration, which would enhance the power of his Dragon Soul Strike. Ryan remembered clearly that the system panel's note on the Dragon Soul Strike said, the true damage power is proportional to the dragon bloodline concentration, mental strength, and the power of sorcery. The connection between true damage and the concentration of dragon bloodline is the most important. That is why Ryan chose to absorb Bowstaff's dragon blood essence immediately instead of turning to fight Quirrell. At this moment, Ryan suddenly sensed strange energy fluctuations coming from behind him. He immediately turned around and looked at Quirrell nearby. Is this? Within a few seconds of absorbing Bowstaff's bloodline essence, Quirrell, the vice pope of the serpent cult, was quick to seize an opportunity. He was relying on a large ritual to perform a prayer. O great devouring serpent, your faithful follower Quirrell, I offer my body to gain your power's blessing, so I can defeat strong enemies in this tough battle and spread your supreme light. A giant serpent over 30 meters long, with a deep voice, recited the prayer. The scene felt very strange to everyone. But no one dared to laugh. Because near the large ritual, everyone, Whether remaining serpent cult followers or centaurs who hadn't yet run away, had bloodlines piercing into their bodies, centered on Quirrell's massive serpent form. If the centaurs looked fearful because of the bloodlines and their faith, the serpent cult followers showed signs of overexertion and fanatic obsession. They knelt on the ground, chanting loudly along with their Vice Pope Quirrell's prayer. Suddenly, a powerful and majestic force seemed to descend through layers of space onto the large ritual and above Quirrell's giant serpent form. An invisible pressure swept over like a tsunami. The centaurs, despite showing fear, panic, anger, and reluctance, bowed down toward the ritual's center. Anna and most pureblood elves, who had escaped earlier and kept their distance, were unaffected. Something's wrong. This is summoning divine power. Lambert, standing nearby, changed his expression and swiftly struck Quirrell with a sword. But the swift and dazzling sword light was blocked by an invisible force, slowing down in midair. After 2 seconds, it suddenly vanished into the air. Seeing this scene, Ryan initially wanted to step forward and interrupt, but suddenly a flash of insight crossed his mind. It seems, this might not be a bad thing. Based on past experience, as long as I can fight, the remaining energy from these divine projections or incarnations can be absorbed and used by the system. This energy is of very high level and quality, which can greatly speed up my crystallization progress. In the past, Ryan was somewhat uncertain, but ever since he gained the core skill Dragon Soul Heavy Strike that can cause real damage, he has become much more confident when facing divine projections or incarnations. However, before that, I need to recover some mental strength. Ryan's hesitation made Quirrell mistakenly believe that Ryan was intimidated by the immense power of the divine descent. This made Quirrell feel quite pleased. Although the cost of this prayer was high, as long as he could defeat his opponent and survive, he could slowly recover later. Quirrell, who had transformed into a giant python, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, interrupt my prayer? It's too late. Soon, you and everyone will feel what true despair is. Before he finished speaking, Quirrell's body suddenly expanded again, from about 30 meters to over 50 meters tall. The snake body also began to turn bright red, with 2 loud puff sounds, 2 thick human hands suddenly extending from the front third of the giant snake. Immediately after, the same sounds echoed from the 2/3 mark of the snake's body, and 2 short, thick human legs also suddenly grew out. This strange 4-legged serpent form caused everyone present to feel a sense of fear and trembling. Even though Ryan was in his 4th stage dragon beast form, nearly 20 meters tall, he appeared quite small compared to Quirrell's current size. From a melee perspective, the size difference put Ryan at a disadvantage. But surprisingly, Ryan had no intention of rushing forward. Instead, with a raise of his dragon claw, 6 silver metal rings suddenly appeared in front of him, rushing toward the rising Quirrell. Seeing the buzzing silver rings, Quirrell instinctively felt a hint of fear. But in the next moment, he realized that with his current size, these metal rings would cause much less damage to him than before. There is no need to dodge. Pop, pop. As silver metal rings pierced into the giant snake's body, Quirrell felt a sharp pain and dizziness, but he quickly endured it. Kiki, this is your secret weapon, right? But how many times can you use it? Once, or maybe twice. The pain you give me, I will double it back to you. Facing Quirrell's increasingly fierce and rushing attack, Rain smiled. Logically, Quirrell's judgment was correct. At his peak, his mental strength could activate the crystallized attack serrated web 3 times. But the key was, he could restore his mental strength just by adding points. Moreover, his remaining attribute points far exceeded just 1. If 1 time wasn't enough, then 2. If 2 still weren't enough, then 10. So, with Rain raising his hand, 6 silver metal rings appeared again and shot toward Quirrell like lightning. This scene made Quirrell's eyes twitch. He could resist, but it didn't mean it didn't hurt. It's like most people can withstand a bee's sting, but it still hurts. He wanted to dodge, and he still wanted to dodge now, but after his body grew even larger, he couldn't dodge the super-fast metal rings. Pop, pop. As the 6 rings pierced into his giant snake body again, his huge snake pupils welled with tears from the pain. I want you dead. Just when Quirrell thought this would be the last time Rain could use this secret weapon, his snake pupils suddenly widened. Because at this moment, 6 more metal rings were coming at him again. How can you use this attack endlessly? Quirrell roared. The opponent didn't perform any prayer rituals, nor did they use any magic tools. They hadn't even taken any mental strength recovery potions. How could the opponent do this? Kuei-Lu couldn't figure it out at all. But the metal rings wouldn't wait for him to understand. Pop, pop. The 6 silver rings pierced into his huge snake body again, breaking scales and splattering blood. But at this moment, Kuei-Lu realized that what followed was truly the time of. Because as Ryan repeatedly adds points and casts spells in his mind, he sees 6 metal rings approaching Colette from all directions. 12 rings? No, much more than that. After completing his point allocation and using his crystallization attack 3 times, Ryan adds points again and casts again. 8 times in a row. For a moment, through Colette's huge snake-like eyes reflected in the rings, it was clear that nearly 50 metal rings were coming at him. Now, Colette's massive snake body, about 50 meters long, trembled in fear. People aren't afraid of a single wasp. Even if bitten, their anger makes them want to kill the wasp. But people are afraid of a swarm of wasps. Even if only bitten once, they immediately think about running away. So, Colette turned and ran. But he forgot that these metal rings weren't just magic attacks. They carried a terrifying, soul-penetrating true damage. Externally, it looked like once hit, there would be a slight stiffening effect. So, after being hit by 1 ring, Colette fell into continuous stiffening and intense pain. After enduring 48 rings, Colette's huge snake body twitched constantly, then suddenly collapsed with a loud crash like a mountain falling, smoke and dust rising everywhere. Throughout the process, Colette didn't make a sound. Not because he was brave, but because his soul was shattered like glass struck suddenly and violently. With Colette's thunderous fall, the large ritual on the ground suddenly erupted with strong fluctuations and vibrations. Blood-red and black energy beams, like boiling lava, shot straight into the sky. Then, the glow receded like a tsunami retreating into the ocean, gradually calming down. Ryan sensed that Colette was truly dead, then walked toward the fallen giant snake. As he approached, Ryan detected a special aura emanating from it. This aura was full of evil, bloodthirsty, majestic, and grand feelings. This familiar scene made Ryan smile. After several experiences defeating divine projections and incarnations, Ryan has gained some knowledge about this. Basically, as long as the enemy has a slight connection to a god, he can absorb a small amount of high-quality energy through his system. The system prompt confirmed Ryan's suspicion. Ding. Unknown high-quality energy that can improve the crystallization of mental power detected. Would you like to absorb it? Note, system absorption can remove impurities. Part of it? Ryan's eyes lit up immediately, as if he had an idea, and he silently decided yes. At the same time, to avoid others noticing anything unusual, he suddenly stabbed his huge dragon claw into the vital spot of Quirit's giant snake body. This scene made everyone look shocked. Truly brutal. Meanwhile, Ryan instantly felt the immense aura around Quirit's giant snake body being absorbed. It seeped into his body and rushed to his mind. The originally thick silver liquid in his mind now seemed to freeze solid. Of course, this was an illusion. In reality, the crystallized particles in the silver liquid had exceeded a certain threshold, causing the whole state or nature to almost completely change from liquid to solid. A few seconds later, Ryan glanced at his system panel. Mental power, 176, crystallization 94%. Since he had just added 10 points to his mental attribute, Ryan's mental power increased from 166 to 176. Previously, the crystallization progress was 76%, and now it's 94%. That's an 18% increase. That's a very fast improvement, Ryan thought happily. Also normal, since the system used the word small amount before, but this time it says part. In fact, if I weren't in the late stage of crystallization, the increase would be much more than 18%. After all, the harder it gets to improve mental power crystallization in later stages. Feeling very pleased, Ryan sensed his surroundings again, confirmed there were no hidden enemies, and immediately reverted to his dragon beast form. In fact, Ryan also knew that after several evil cults had been eliminated in Ferdinand Forest, the snake cult's forces in this area would no longer exist. Once Ryan returned to human form, he turned and headed toward Anna's location. Seeing Ryan walk over, whether a pureblood elf or a centaur, both looked slightly stiff and unnatural in their expressions. After all, this young human man was not only an epic-level expert, but his recent battle performance was also very fierce. At this moment, Anna, unable to contain her excitement and joy, like a light butterfly, quickly rushed into Ryan's arms and hugged him tightly. Ryan naturally smiled slightly and gently held Anna's slender and lively body. Seeing this scene, the person who felt the most deeply was Anna's aunt, Delana. She was watching from nearby with a small smile on her face. Initially, she didn't think highly of Anna and Ryan's relationship and even strongly opposed it. One reason was that Anna's mother, her sister, had a poor choice in partners, which made Delana have a very negative view of human men. Another reason was that she had seen Ryan with a beautiful barbarian girl through the window, which made it even harder for her as an elf to accept. Finally, there was Ryan himself. Delana never imagined that the small-town boy could become an epic-level expert. This was more exaggerated than the ancient heroes recorded in elven texts. It was only now that she realized that applying her past experiences to the people and events in front of her might not always be correct. As for Anna and Ryan, they should handle their relationship themselves. Meanwhile, Lambert, standing nearby, watched the scene with a smile, secretly thinking, indeed, Miss Anna and Lord Ryan seemed to have a close relationship. After a while, Anna finally realized that a large group of her people, including Aunt Delana, was watching her. Driven by curiosity, she raised her flushed face and hurriedly asked, Ryan, how did you come here? I mean, how did you know something was happening to me? And your strength, how is it so powerful? That person is an epic-level expert. Ryan gently ruffled Anna's hair and smiled, saying, you have so many questions. Which one should I answer first? First, I want to criticize you. With such a big incident here, why didn't you contact me? Under Rain's intense gaze, Anna shyly lowered her head again. She softly said, I didn't want you to know because I was worried you might take risks to come find me. The enemies are too strong. Hearing Anna's explanation, something deep inside Rain seemed to be touched. He remembered the first time he saw the girl in front of him in Flash Gold Town, sitting on the steps in the sunlight, nibbling on a wheat bran biscuit, looking very satisfied. She was small and thin, but her heart was kind and strong. Fool, Rain said gently, do you know now who is stronger? Yeah, Anna nodded firmly. What should you do if this happens again? Rain asked again. Find you, Anna replied. Good. Remember that answer, Rain said affectionately, kissing Anna's smooth forehead. This gesture made the half-elf girl blush shyly. Don't. Rain, Aunt Drina is right there, Anna said, hiding her face in Rain's chest like an ostrich, clutching his sleeve nervously. At that moment, Rain realized it wasn't just him and Anna here. When he looked around, everyone, including the captured enemies, immediately looked away, pretending nothing was happening. Only the elf girl, Aishia, kept staring intently at Rain and Anna with big, bright eyes. Seeing Rain's gaze turn toward her, Aishia quickly ran over. Rain gently released Anna, crouched down, and smiled. Aishia, I've finished your task, so this hairpin is my reward. Thank you, big brother Rain. Aishia replied happily. Meanwhile, Anna watched curiously, not quite understanding what hiring meant. Rain then stood up and carefully placed the wooden hairpin into Anna's left hair strand. Smiling, this hairpin is for you. He turned to Aishia and asked, Aishia, does Anna look pretty with this hairpin? Of course she does. Aishia exclaimed happily, her big eyes smiling like crescent moons, because she loved that Rain gave her favorite hairpin to her beloved sister Anna. While Anna was holding Aisha and learning about what it means to be hired, Ryan smiled and walked into the middle of the pureblood elves. He slightly bowed to Drina and said, Ms. Drina, I am sorry for being late. No, Lord Ryan. Facing an epic-level strong person, all races show respect. Although Drina felt a bit uncomfortable, she quickly changed her words. Please, Ms. Drina, you are Anna's elder, so you are also my elder. Just call me Ryan. Ryan waved his hand, stopping Drina from speaking. Hearing Ryan, the surrounding pureblood elves looked at Anna, Drina, and Ryan with curiosity again. It wasn't out of vanity. Being looked at with curiosity and respect by their own race made Drina feel strangely happy. In the past, some of her own people in Bashallen town had spoken about Anna's half-elf identity, with some gossip and strange looks. But now, all of that had disappeared. All right, Ryan. We should thank you for your help this time. Ms. Drina, it's what I should do. After a brief exchange with Drina, Ryan turned to Lambert and slightly bowed, saying, Lord Lambert, thank you for your effort this time. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Lord Ryan, you are too kind. I only did what I promised to do. Also, entrusting me with protecting Miss Anna shows your trust in me. I am very honored and happy. Lambert felt a bit overwhelmed when he saw Ryan bowing to thank him. After the recent battle, it was clear that Ryan was now an epic-level strong person, just like his teacher, Tidesword Saint. And just now, he had received a promise from an epic-level expert. This made Lambert feel very happy and thought the risks he took earlier were totally worth it. At this moment, Ryan suddenly turned to the pureblood elves and asked, "By the way, what exactly happened in Ferdinand Forest? Do you know?" Hearing Ryan's question, the pureblood elves looked at each other, then focused their gaze on an old elf. The elf elder is a handsome old man. Aside from his snow-white hair and small wrinkles around his eyes, which reveal his true age. "Sir, Lord Rain, I am Aldelin, the town mayor of Bashallen. Perhaps I can answer your questions." Rain looked at Anna and Delana beside him. Both nodded, so he said to the elder, "Mayor Aldelin, please go ahead." "Well, Lord Rain, a few days ago, urgent news arrived from Ferdinand City. Our Ciderland prince was attracted and corrupted by the supreme mother tree of the mother tree cult. Ferdinand City has fallen into chaos, and we need to recall the high druids who were originally stationed in various towns immediately." What? The pureblood elves and surviving centaurs immediately became agitated. The Ciderland prince has betrayed his faith in the moon goddess. Oh my, is this true? No wonder. Even now, Ferdinand City hasn't sent any reinforcements. Clearly, most of the pureblood elves in Bashallen town were unaware of this news. Hearing their town mayor mention it, they were all shocked. To keep everyone's emotions stable, the high druids agreed to keep this secret for now. But now, well, there's no need for that anymore, Aldelin sighed. Rain nodded. This news was probably true. It matched what the sword-holder headquarters had learned. Earlier, the headquarters suspected that there was a high-level rebel among the elves. But now, it seems the problem is even more serious than they thought, because the Ciderland prince is not just any elf leader. From what Rain knows, he seems to be the only prince among the Ferdinand Forest elves. With the Ciderland prince's cooperation, dozens of elven watchtowers along the Ferdinand Forest border were destroyed. It's easy to understand how the subsequent chaos caused by the cult invasion led to heavy casualties for the elves. How is the situation in Ferdinand City now? Rain asked. Well, I don't have the latest information, but Ferdinand City has 5 ancient defensive crystal towers that have been around since ancient times. It shouldn't be so easy to take them down. Currently, relying only on the power of the elves to repel the cultists and restore order will be very difficult. If this process continues for a long time, our already small population will become even fewer. So, Lord Ryan, could you please go to the Imperial capital of the Dragon Empire, Tamriel, and help contact our elf ambassador, Lux, stationed there? Ask him to seek help from the Empire. Of course, rest assured, we will reward you generously for your help. Huh? Ryan initially thought that the town mayor of Bashallen would directly ask him for help, maybe to Ferdinand City or somewhere similar. But he didn't expect it to be just contacting the elf ambassador. That was very easy for him. Mayor Aldi, this is a simple matter for me. You don't need to pay me. Instead, perhaps you can tell me a piece of information. My guild needs a heart of the ancient tree. I heard it's a treasure of the elves. Can you tell me where I might find one for trade? Hearing Ryan's words, Aldi paused briefly, then smiled and said, Lord Ryan, I plan to give you 2 hearts of the ancient tree as your reward. I hope you won't refuse. The elf elder Aldi took a small box from another male elf nearby and handed it to Ryan. Ryan raised an eyebrow and smiled again. What a coincidence. He originally wanted to ask the elf elder for trading information, but unexpectedly, it was arranged directly. At this moment, a thin sheet on Ryan's body vibrated. He stepped aside, took out the sheet, and infused a bit of mental energy, saying, This is Ryan. Please speak. Captain Ryan, we've finally contacted you, came a relieved voice from Claire on the other end. As Ryan answered, he could almost hear Claire's breath of relief. Claire quickly and anxiously said, Be careful. A very powerful person, possibly at the epic level, seems to be on their way to find you. The purpose is unclear, but it likely carries ill intent. The details are being checked with headquarters by Lady Aurora. By the way, the other side is riding a sleek long-range airship, heading quickly toward the town of Bashallen. Claire, are you talking about someone riding an airship, about 4 meters tall, with large iron shoulder guards? As soon as she finished speaking, the people on the other side of the communication device fell into brief silence. Yes. Could it be that you've already seen the other person, Captain? Claire's mind was a bit confused. Could that person be a friend of Captain Ryan? But judging from various signs, it doesn't seem likely. Well, I've seen him, I suppose. Ryan turned his head and looked at Bowstaff, who was still stuck on the spear and unmoving. Is he your friend? Claire asked carefully. No. Then you should be careful. The other person is very strong. I don't think I need to be careful anymore. He's right next to me now and can't threaten me anymore. Huh? For a moment, the three women on the other side of the device looked confused, their foreheads showing questioning expressions. Simply put, I have already defeated him, Ryan added, sensing Claire's surprise. Immediately, there was a long silence on the other side. After a few seconds, Orina coughed and took over the device, saying, Lord Ryan, I'm very sorry. Because of communication issues, we couldn't send you the information in time. It's okay. Also, I've killed the vice-archbishop of the snake cult, named Karut, who was an epic-level stronghold, and I rescued the pureblood elves and centaur tribes in Bashallen town. Hearing this, the three women on the other side were stunned and didn't know what to say anymore. So, Lord Ryan, what do you need us to do? Orina, who had seen many things, now sounded uncertain. Yes, Orina, please contact headquarters. I've learned about the situation in Ferdinand Forest. The mayor of Bashallen town, Aldi Lawn. After Ryan shared the information he had gathered from Aldi Lawn and other pureblood elves, there was a pause before the response came. Lord Ryan, the information you've obtained is extremely important to me. With your intelligence support, I believe decisions at the Sword-Bearer headquarters and even the Empire's high levels will become much easier. Through Olena's trembling voice, it's clear she is very excited right now. Yes, Olena, please inform Marshal Alfred of this news as soon as possible. By the way, Anna might bring pureblood elves and centaurs to rest temporarily at Outpost Number 7 later. Please prepare in advance, Ryan said thoughtfully. It seemed that hearing Anna's name made Olena pause briefly, but she quickly responded, Understood, Lord Ryan. Is it Miss Anna and her people? I will make proper arrangements. And you? I will then part way first. Then, I plan to visit the nearby Valzig ruins. Also, Olena, please keep an eye on any cult activity near the ruins. Yes, Lord Ryan. After ending the communication, Ryan headed toward where everyone was gathered. Supporting the elves was best handled by the Empire's official forces. He also knew that high officials had already assigned 2 Empire guardians nearby. His visit to Ferdinand Forest was a personal matter, mainly to ensure Anna's safety. Later, with coordination from the Sword-Bearer headquarters, it became a reconnaissance mission. It seems that, given the current information, this reconnaissance has been successfully completed. Additionally, with his mental strength crystallized to 94%, he was ready to challenge the level 4 Dawn Mage. However, his Steel Heart meditation method was still not settled. Coincidentally, he had obtained 2 ancient tree hearts, so he planned to visit the Valzig ruins. As for Anna, Lambert, and others, they could first take the long-range flying ship to Outpost Number 7 for a temporary rest. Ryan then spoke to the Elven Elder Aldelin. Mayor Aldelin, I think your people should find a place to rest first. Once the situation is clearer, you can decide what to do. I recommend a place near Ferdinand Forest, Outpost Number 7. But since this involves leaving home, perhaps it would be better if you, as the leader, handle the communication? Okay, I share the same idea, but with so many people, Lord Rain, do you think the outpost you mentioned can accommodate everyone? Aldi-Lan initially felt happy, but then frowned and asked. It should be fine. Rain looked around and saw that most of the surviving high elves from Bashallen town were old, weak, women, and children. Few adult males remained, likely lost in the previous defensive battle. That's why Aldi-Lan, the elf elder, didn't suggest a counterattack or request aid to Ferdinand City earlier. It's not that he didn't want to, but he and the remaining tribe members had little fighting ability left. Supporting or fighting back was difficult, and even protecting themselves would be a problem if Rain and Lambert left. That's great. Lord Rain, I will handle this. I'll communicate with the tribe members right away. Only by surviving can we rebuild our home. Exactly, Rain nodded with a smile. Anna, you and Lady Drenna should go to Outpost 7 to rest first. It will be much safer there. Lady Olena, whom you know, is also there. She will arrange everything. Rain, what about you? Anna's bright eyes looked at Rain with concern. Just now, she overheard Rain talking about ruins or something similar. When I was in the Imperial capital, I joined a wizard school. Now, the school is exploring the nearby Valzig ruins. I need the heart of the ancient tree because it can break ancient wizard arrays and access the core of the ruins. Thinking for a moment, Rain decided not to hide his exploration of the ruins from Anna. Rain, can I go with you? Anna asked eagerly. By the way, I've learned to transform into a giant bear as a druid. I can fight too. Worried that Rain might not trust her, Anna immediately began chanting a spell beside him. But Rain gently patted Anna's shoulder to stop her, shook his head, and said, Anna, it really isn't safe. I know you've improved a lot, but the ruins might have ancient wizard arrays and other dangers. I can protect myself, but if you come along. With Rain's strength, he'd be safer alone, Lady Drenna said at the right moment. All right then. Rain, you must be careful. In Anna's big eyes, there was a clear look of disappointment. Don't worry, Ryan said, seeing Anna feeling a bit down. He hugged her and gently kissed her forehead in front of Delana and everyone else. Wow, Anna exclaimed shyly, burying her face in Ryan's chest and not daring to lift her head. Her earlier sadness had disappeared completely. After comforting Anna for a while, Ryan turned to Lambert. Lord Lambert, your injury isn't fully healed. Why don't you take this airship to rest at the nearby Empire Outpost 7? With you here, I feel more at ease. Thank you, Lord Ryan. And what about you? Lambert asked with a smile. I'll you part of the way on my blood-winged hawk, but I need to leave later. The Academy has some matters nearby that I must handle. All right, Lord Ryan. Don't worry, with me here, Miss Anna and everyone else's safety is assured. Lambert patted his chest and said happily. Soon, the original long-range airship, which belonged to Bowstaff, took off again. This time, it headed toward the outskirts of Ferdinand Forest. Ryan rode on his blood-winged hawk to them. He planned to ensure the airship's safety first, then head to the Walzig ruins. On the Bloodwing, Ryan casually checked the previous system battle notifications. Congratulations! You defeated a powerful enemy and gained 58 gold skill points. Congratulations! Your willpower, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations! Your Dragon Vein Mage, legendary, class level has increased. Congratulations! Your Dragon Vein Mage, legendary, class level has increased. If defeating the Evil Serpent in one strike was considered a battle, then the subsequent victories over Bowstaff and the Karut of the Serpent Cult were 3 consecutive fights. Especially the latter two, both true epic-level strong fighters. This caused Ryan's legendary class, Dragon Vein Mage, to level up 8 times, jumping from level 1 to level 9. Ryan gained 8 attribute points and 8 skill points. During the battles, Ryan added a total of 10 attribute points to recover his mental strength. After this exchange, he currently has 12 remaining attribute points, 10 skill points, and an impressive 277 golden skill points. Thanks to the rapid level up of the Dragon Vein Wizard, legendary, class, Rain hasn't become richer through fighting, but his remaining attribute points only decreased by 2, enough to support more than 2 medium-intensity battles. This makes Rain very confident about his upcoming trip to the Walzig ruins. Half an hour later, the capital of Dun Province. Inside a luxurious mansion in the city center, a strong man with a rough face and long blonde hair stands by the window on the 3rd-floor study, looking out over a dense forest to the west. Lord Lhasa, urgent Imperial military news. It's about Ferdinand Forest. A guard quickly approaches and bows, handing over a report. Oh, finally, some news. Lhasa, the strong man, quickly scans the report and his expression changes sharply. Has the elf Prince Seterin been lured and corrupted by the Mother Tree cult? To make a legendary level strong person fall without divine power involved is almost impossible. Is it the so-called Supreme Mother Tree targeting the elves? It seems the elves in Ferdinand Forest are in big trouble this time. Lhassa's mind turns briefly, and he speaks in a deep voice. Send out orders. Prepare everyone in the airships. We leave in 15 minutes for Outpost 1 in Ferdinand Forest. Understood, Lord Lhasa. Then 4 guards enter one after another, helping the strong man put on full knight armor. The armor has intricate gold patterns, like some kind of inscription symbols. Once dressed, the man, as fierce as a lion, picks up a knight's longsword and a large shield hanging on the wall. The shield is rare, square-shaped, 2 inches thick, made of a black-purple metal. The most striking feature is the 18 sharp spikes on its surface, each like a deadly dagger. If struck forcefully on the head or body with such a shield, the scene would surely be intense. The lion-like man is named Lhasa Elliot, an old protector of the Dragon Empire, known as the Empire's Barrier. After a quarter of an hour, a large airship with a shield bearing 18 spikes slowly took off from the Dun City airship dock. At the same time, the capital of the Gylant province. At the highest point of the city's airship dock, there was also a large airship heading towards the first outpost in Ferdinand Forest. 2 hours later, at the top of the Ferdinand Forest first outpost, 2 large airships arrived one after the other. The station soldiers inside the outpost were very busy, and they never expected that today 2 guardians of the Empire would come consecutively. The highest-ranking officer among the soldiers, a middle-aged man in a senior officer's uniform, was not even allowed to attend the meeting. He was serious and standing guard at the door of the meeting room. The spacious meeting room, which could seat over 40 people, was crowded after nearly 20 strong figures in armor, robes, and uniforms sat down. Everyone's presence was very powerful, and although they were spaced apart, the room still felt full. Everyone, just now, we received top-secret information from the Empire. A major incident has occurred in Ferdinand Forest. The prince of the Forest Elves, Cedrin, has been seduced and corrupted by the Mother Tree sect. Now, Ferdinand City is in chaos, said Lhasa, a knight in golden-patterned armor, in a serious tone. As soon as he finished speaking, many people gasped in surprise. Wow, Prince Cedrin, isn't he from the Forest Elf tribe? His strength is said to be at the epic level. This is quite tricky. No, you didn't hear Lord Lhasa properly. He said Cedrin was seduced and corrupted by the Mother Tree sect. I think the most difficult part is probably the Mother Tree sect, said Ruth, a friend of Ryan, nicknamed the Chimera Knight. Exactly. I agree with Ruth. An unknown enemy is the most terrifying, others nodded. Meanwhile, inside the Empire's first outpost, an emergency combat meeting was being held. In the central area of Ferdinand Forest, a huge city with over 80% of its area covered in green vegetation was suffering from some evil invasion. A certain defensive plant, similar to a giant vine that has been magnified dozens of times, is growing around the large city. At this moment, a section of the vine wall on the southern side of the city, several meters high, has been broken. Many of the large vines at the broken points are still being corroded by some flesh and blood energy and flames, emitting a strange, burnt smell. Looking inside through the gaps, you can see that most of the buildings in the city are made of wood, spread across lawns and atop large tree branches. However, due to damage, fire, and decay, they now look broken and ruined. Sounds of fighting, clashing weapons, screams, and magical explosions continue to echo from afar. Following the broken streets toward the city center, you can see a beautifully carved white marble building. The building resembles a temple, grand and stretching for several kilometers, and it is the palace of the Forest Elf Ferdinand's royal family. In the middle of the palace, there is a huge tree that looks like a banyan, but it is hundreds of meters tall, with a semicircular canopy like a giant umbrella. This giant tree is called Andahil, known as the crown of Ferdinand Forest. Right above the tree, there is a brilliant green barrier shield covering the palace and the main buildings of Ferdinand City. From the sky, you can see 5 crystal-shaped structures, each over a meter tall, floating at the bases of the 5 sides of the palace. These 5 crystals shoot beams of light, half a meter in diameter, into the sky, which gather together to form a green hemispherical shield. If the mayor of Bashallen town, Baldwin, were here, he would immediately tell Ryan why there has been no news from Ferdinand City. Because, at this moment, Ferdinand City has activated its last defense, the crystal barrier. Once activated, the 5 emerald crystals, which have stored energy for thousands of years, can resist attacks from demigods for a limited time. However, there is a small problem: it cannot send or receive messages. Not only are creatures like griffins, carrier pigeons, and bloodhawks unable to enter or leave, but even high-level magic communication is blocked by the powerful energy fluctuations. While this ensures absolute safety for a certain period, messages cannot be sent or received. In simple terms, the palace and nearby core areas have become an isolated island. Not far from the green barrier, a group of people is discussing something. The leader is one of 4 men, 3 of whom are old men dressed in black robes with large tree patterns. The other person is tall and slender, wearing dark leather armor. He is handsome, with pointed ears indicating he is an elf. In front of him floats a small, transparent, spherical membrane containing a golden tree. A very tiny tree. If Ryan were there, he would immediately remember the small golden tree from the night in the Forest of Night Songs, which had the same aura as the one before him. Prince Ceterin, if you destroy 3 of these 5 crystals, the ancient magic array from long ago will break on its own, right? Asks one of the black-robed elders on Ceterin's right. Yes, the crystal barrier can only be broken from the inside. When fewer than 3 crystals remain, the barrier will automatically fail, Ceterin replies. When he shares this secret information, his expression is strange, and his voice sounds hollow, as if he's lost in his own world. If you look closely, you'll notice his eyes are fixed on the floating golden tree, as if he's admiring a rare treasure or a stunning beauty. Perhaps because he's been staring too long, Ceterin's eyes strangely emit a faint dark red glow, and his sclera are filled with bloodshot veins like worms. Besides you, does anyone else know about this secret passage? Asks another black-robed elder on Ceterin's left, with a happy expression. He continues, worried about possible ambushes when entering through the secret path. No, even the high druids and leaders do not know. This is a secret of the elven royal family, Ceterin says while still staring at the tiny golden tree with a hollow look. Great. Once we break the crystal barrier, the great mother tree Ganeshir can descend directly from the void into our world, the elder says with a slightly disdainful look, glancing secretly at Ceterin, who remains mesmerized by the tiny golden tree. Since a few months ago, after establishing a secret connection with the great mother tree Ganeshir in the void, Ceterin has been subtly changing. Half a month ago, the other side finally became a loyal supporter of the great mother tree. Your Highness, the moment you've been hoping for and waiting for, the rebirth of the Ferdinand forest crown, Ganeshir, will happen immediately. The old man in black said this with a sly glint in his eyes, his gaze lowered. A faint smile curved his lips. It is not easy to make an epic-level strong person change their belief and embrace the supreme mother tree. If it weren't for a detailed plan and the obsession of Prince Ceterin with bringing the nearly dying Ganeshir back to life, it would be very difficult. Even the power of the supreme mother tree alone would hardly influence a steadfast epic-level believer in the distant void. Meanwhile, after Ryan safely delivered Anna and the pureblood elf on the long-range airship, he controlled Bloodfeather to fly toward the nearby Valzig ruins. Having completed his main goal, ensuring Anna's safety, Ryan relaxed his concealment of his trail. He rode Bloodfeather swiftly through the sky. He planned to land and walk once he was close to the destination. Flying fast in the air and weaving through dense forest created a big difference in speed. In about half an hour, Ryan began to slow Bloodfeather's flight, while he quickly compared the map he had memorized and started descending slowly. It's near here, about 3 kilometers northwest, and we'll reach it, Ryan thought as he looked around from the air. This location, strictly speaking, had already left the Ferdinand forest. When he was in the air, Ryan saw a destroyed elven outpost several kilometers away. Of course, the geography wouldn't change much just because of human boundaries. It was still a dense forest area, with rolling hills, thick shrubs, and lush vegetation. The only difference was that this place now belonged to the Empire. A few minutes later, Ryan looked at the dense forest in his view and sighed inwardly. An open plain, with no signs of any man-made structures or ruins. If it weren't for Minter Magaro informing me, I would find it hard to believe that the underground site here was once the location of an ancient large wizard school. Suddenly, the thin piece in Ryan's hand vibrated. I am Ryan, he said, taking out the device. Lord Ryan, we have received news from Miss Anna, her people, and Lord Lambert. They are all settled now, came Alina's voice through the device. At the same time, Ryan faintly heard familiar, clear female voices whispering in the background. Lord Ryan, I will let Miss Anna talk to you. Okay. Soon, Anna's soft, slightly shy voice came from the device. Ryan, we have arrived at Outpost 7. Lady Alina was very thoughtful and arranged all the rooms, food, and medicine for everyone in advance. She really thought of everything. Also, Miss Beyonce and Miss Claire are doing very well, Anna added. Hearing Anna's familiar voice softened Ryan's heart. Apparently, the whispering voices earlier were Anna and Claire talking. Then rest well. If there's anything with your people, just ask Alina for help. I might be entering the ruins soon, and the signal may not be very good. Contact me again when I come out, Ryan said after some thought. Yes, Ryan. Please be very careful, Anna replied. I will. Don't worry, Ryan assured her. Inside Outpost 7. After Anna finished her call with Ryan, Claire and Beyonce exchanged a glance. Then, they kindly took Anna's small, fair hand and said, "Hee, Miss Anna, this is the first time we've heard the captain speak so gently. It seems he really cares for you. Besides, someone as beautiful as you truly deserves the captain's affection." While speaking, Claire looked up and down at Anna, who had already regained her true appearance. She couldn't help but feel amazed at how favored Anna was by fate. As a half-elf, Anna was not tall or aloof like most elf beauties. Instead, she perfectly combined the cuteness and charm of a human girl with the beauty and nobility of an elf. Therefore, when Alina mentioned that Captain Ryan's girlfriend was coming to Outpost 7, both Claire and Beyoncé were very surprised and interested. "Please don't say that, Miss Claire. You are very beautiful too," Anna blushed and looked down shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed. "That's right, Miss Beyoncé and Lady Orina are also very beautiful," Anna quickly added, thinking it wouldn't be right to praise only one person. Giggle haha. Suddenly, all three of them started laughing. "Miss Anna, you're so cute." "No, I plan to sleep with you tonight. I want to enjoy the captain's treatment too," Claire said with a sly smile, her eyes twinkling. "All right, Claire, let Anna rest for now. Later, during dinner, we can let her tell us how she got close to the captain," Beyoncé said with a mischievous grin. The two women exchanged teasing words, making Anna blush even more and feel a bit flustered. But she could tell they meant no harm, just joking around. Meanwhile, Ryan had followed the token given by his mentor, Magaro, a crystal shaped like a prism from the Shirku Engineering School, and arrived at an underground cave entrance hidden by bushes on a hillside. At first glance, the entrance looked like a bear's den, just a round hole in the ground. When Ryan pushed aside the bushes and followed the route indicated by the crystal, after passing several forks and narrow tunnels, about half an hour later, he reached the meeting spot Magaro mentioned. In the distance, Ryan saw a large, open underground hall at the end of the tunnel, glowing faint green. But before he fully entered, he suddenly stopped, sensing something. His nose twitched, and his expression grew serious. Such a strong smell of blood. Could it be the team from the school in trouble? No, this blood smells strange, not like human blood. Also, there seems to be some strange particles in the air, trying to force their way into my armor. Ryan's sharp senses immediately picked up that something was wrong ahead. This place feels a bit strange, he thought. After a moment of hesitation, Ryan activated his steel armor technique and slowly moved inside. The faint green glow of the hall looks like the emergency lights that come on after a power outage, but much dimmer. However, with Ryan's sharp eyesight, he could see everything clearly. The hall is very tall, with a large broken stone statue in the center. Around it, there are dozens of stone balls about 1 or 2 meters in diameter. What caught his attention more were the remains of strange humanoid creatures on the ground. The recent blood smell probably came from these creatures' blood. Ryan then crouched down beside a corpse to examine it carefully. After a close look, he realized these remains resembled the stone jaw monsters described in ancient books. Stone jaw monsters are a special group of cave dwellers, similar to ape men, with canine teeth, limbs ending in claw-like hands, and a body covered in stone-like skin. Their back is the thickest part, which is their main feature. But Ryan still looked thoughtful. Because the size of these stone jaw monsters didn't match the descriptions in the old texts, they were much larger. According to the ancient books, these creatures should be about 1.5 to 1.7 meters tall. But the dead ones before him were over 2 meters tall. Also, their fur seemed to have fallen off in large patches for unknown reasons. Some of these bodies were just bones, some had only recently started to decay, and many were very fresh, having died within the last 24 hours. Ryan was a bit confused. He stood up and looked around the hall again. On both the north, according to the ancient books, these creatures should be about 1.5 to 1.7 meters tall. But the dead ones before him were over 2 meters tall. Also, their fur, the dome, pillars, and marble tiles on the floor showed signs of high craftsmanship. Thinking about it, he realized the tunnel he entered earlier was probably dug by others later. Also, the building style of the hall was completely different from that of the Empire, old-fashioned, but with a hint of advanced craftsmanship, creating a strange contrast. Wow, the precision of these spheres. Ryan thought as he looked at the stone sphere beside a pillar. The sphere was nearly perfect. The dome, pillars, and marble tiles on the floor showed signs of high craftsmanship. Thinking about it, he realized the tunnel he entered earlier was probably dug by others later. Also, the craftsmanship exceeds our school by at least 2 levels. Indeed, it is the work of an ancient large wizard school. Suddenly, Ryan's eyes narrow slightly. Whoosh, whoosh. Faint sounds of air braking surround him, approaching slowly from 3 different directions. He still knows to attract attention in front and sneak attack from behind. He's quite clever. But such strength is still too weak. Ryan shakes his head slightly. In the next moment, the craftsmanship exceeds our school by at least 2 levels. Indeed, it is the work of an ancient large wizard school. Suddenly, Ryan's eyes narrow slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, because they see their prey appearing right in front of them. From 3 directions, nearly simultaneously, sounds of blades piercing flesh ring out. If you look carefully, you'll see 3 identical Ryan figures, each holding a transformed knight's longsword, stabbing into the foreheads of the 3 Stonejaw monsters. In the next instant, the 3 figures vanish abruptly, while Ryan's original body seems to remain still, maintaining the previous posture because they see their prey appearing right in front of them. From 3 directions, nearly simultaneously, sounds of blades piercing flesh ring out. If you look carefully, you'll see 3 identical Ryan figures, each holding a transformed knight's. As the surroundings quiet down again, Ryan, following the secret signal within his school, injects a strand of mental energy into a crystal. Soon after, a wall several square meters wide in the north quickly shifts aside, revealing a tunnel with a square cross-section, like a subway tunnel. A middle-aged man, holding a short staff and dressed in a robe similar to those of the engineering school wizard, looks around and at Ryan with great caution. Are you Ryan sent by the metal department of our school? Come in quickly. The middle-aged wizard is clearly surprised by Ryan's youthful face. When he notices the silence around him, he immediately shows a puzzled expression and mutters, "Did you encounter any mutated Stonejaw monsters inside? You're lucky. But why did the metal department send you? At such a young age, what can you do to help?" The wizard mumbles as he quickly presses a mechanism after Ryan enters, closing the wall again. After all, the mentor only told him to come pick up someone, mentioning that Ryan is a sword wielder of the Empire with a high affinity for metal and exceptional talent. In Albert's understanding, even the most talented wizard needs a long time of practice and hard work to turn their talent into real strength. That was his situation. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at Ryan carefully, stammering slightly. Why you? You are actually a level 3 crystallization wizard? Are you really one of our school? Because they had been far apart earlier and Albert's attention was focused on observing outside. Now that Ryan had come closer, he immediately sensed Ryan's powerful mental energy fluctuations. Albert's strength had already reached the late stage 2 liquidation wizard. At his age, even within the Empire, he was considered highly talented, and within the Baishu construction school, he was a top-tier genius. But compared to Ryan, there was still a huge difference. So, he looked at Ryan with a shocked expression, stunned for a long time. What was going on with this person? Such a young level 3 crystallization wizard? Could he be a spy sent by another school or an enemy organization? The real Ryan had already. Seeing the stiff expression and the growing wariness in Ryan's eyes, Albert couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Hello, I am Ryan. I joined the school less than half a year ago. It's normal if you haven't seen me before. My mentor is Magaro." After asking a few more questions, Albert finally relaxed but then became a bit cautious and said, "Hello, Lord Ryan. I am Albert, a disciple of Lord Moria. I will take you to meet our mentor now. I believe you will be very happy to see you." "Okay, thank you." Ryan understood Albert's nervousness. After all, in the wizard world, status is based on strength. Albert immediately led Ryan along a winding internal tunnel. The walls were covered with marble, clean and tidy, clearly not dug out by stone-browed monsters. "By the way, Lord Albert, are those monsters outside stone-browed monsters? They seem a bit different from what is recorded in ancient books," Ryan asked casually. "Yes, that's right. So, our mentor defines them as mutated stone-browed monsters. As for the reason, Lord Rain, have you sensed that there is a special energy radiation in the air here?" "Yes, I have. It seems that after entering this place, the concentration has increased. At this moment, Rain can clearly feel that because he is going deeper, the energy radiation is becoming stronger. However, he is protected by a 3rd-level defensive spell called Steel Armor, so he doesn't need to worry about this level of radiation affecting him. Abel nearby also has a protective spell on him. The other side is affected by this radiation, which is why they have changed so much. Has the cause of the radiation been investigated?" Rain asked further. "Yes, Based on clues we found over the past 6 months, several thousand years ago, the Valzik school experienced a big explosion. We also discovered the reason. It seems to be from a dangerous experiment conducted by a senior Dawn mage at that time. According to damaged notebooks found on the remains of some Valzik school mages, a mage named Magneil discovered a metal with special energy in a certain mine. He believed that if this special energy could be used, it would greatly increase his chances of reaching the 5th level full moon mage. So, he started a passionate experiment. Rain nodded. For any Dawn mage, if they find a chance to become a 5th level full moon mage, they would do everything to hold onto it. This strange metal extracted from the ore is silver-white and emits a strange energy radiation. It is highly penetrating, but in small amounts, it doesn't harm the body much. Radiation? Silver-white? Hearing this, a flash of insight crossed Rain's mind, and his eyes brightened, as if he had thought of something important. Could it be uranium? It's the raw material used to make atomic bombs in the past, the radioactive isotope extracted from ordinary uranium or uranium-235. But upon further thought, Rain shook his head slightly. It might not be uranium-235, it could be another radioactive metal element. After all, the world is different now, and he's not sure if the periodic table still applies. Even if it does, he hasn't studied whether there are more elements beyond those on the table in this world, so he's not very clear about that either. Next to them, Albert did not notice Ryan's strange expression. He kept walking and talking. That morning sun wizard named Magneil spent many years trying and finally found a dangerous but effective way to refine. Some other wizards suggested trying it, but it didn't work. Sadly, one day, an accident happened during an experiment, causing a big explosion. The school was severely damaged and soon disappeared. The stone-headed monsters we see seem to have been attracted by the explosion, which opened a cave underground, drawing the monsters living beneath the surface into the Valzik school. Even more surprising, these monsters actually like the strange radiation that caused so much harm. From what we've observed over the past 6 months, a stone-headed monster that was only a knight level has, after months of radiation, grown significantly stronger, up to the peak of a knight or even a grand knight. And for the leader of these monsters, who can tolerate more, the increase is even more terrifying. Look, do you see that? Albert suddenly stopped and pointed toward the end of the tunnel. They had reached the tunnel's end, where Ryan saw several horizontal iron bars about the width of a small arm blocking the way. Through these bars, he could see a large platform about 10 meters below, crowded with stone-headed monsters. They were lying on the north entrance of a passage, looking relaxed and greedy, as if soaking in a warm winter hot spring. Some monsters even fought over the better positions, low growls echoing. One of the biggest monsters, leaning against the frontmost thick metal bars, was over 3.5 meters tall. Its hair was white, and it seemed to be sleeping peacefully in the best spot. That is the stone-headed monster leader, Albert continued. After being exposed to radiation, it now has the strength of a late-stage legend. If it were just this one, it wouldn't be hard to deal with. But the real problem is, there are so many of them. In half a year, we've already killed thousands, but new ones keep appearing. It seems endless. This is also one of the reasons we've been stuck here so long, Albert sighed. Lord Rain, let's not discuss that now. The mentor and the other members of the exploration team are inside the room. At this moment, Albert spoke while turning around and pressing a mechanism on his left. The wall suddenly slid open, revealing a hidden door. Inside the room, it was quite spacious. In the center, there was a large magic circle about 10 meters in diameter, emitting a faint green glow. A light green leaf floated up and down in the middle of the circle. Within the magic circle, a man and a woman dressed in wizard robes were busy with their tasks. When Rain entered, he felt a fresh breeze in the air. It turned out that the radiation from outside was blocked by the glowing green magic circle. The person controlling the magic circle seemed to be the female wizard, as she was drawing new runes in one corner of the circle. She was about mid-stage crystallization in strength, with a dignified profile, but her eyes had crow's feet, and her hair was starting to turn gray, indicating she was quite old. What caught Rain's attention even more was an elderly man nearby, assembling a device that looked like a backpack. He had thick eyebrows and sharp, lively eyes. Judging by his aura, he was at the peak of crystallized wizardry. This was likely Moria, the leader of the Shirku construction school. Albert slightly bowed to the old man and respectfully said, "Minor, Lord Rain has arrived." Really? Moria and the older female wizard looked up at Rain upon hearing this, but they didn't stop their work. However, in the next moment, they both paused. Their expressions were exactly the same as Albert's initial shock. Eyes wide, mouth slightly open. Are you Rain? And you've already reached the peak of crystallization? Moria suddenly stood up quickly and walked over to Rain, examining him from head to toe. He said, "This can't be true. Magaro told me that you only entered the second-level liquefied wizard stage a few months ago." This. The older female wizard also stood up, smiled slightly at Rain, and greeted him out of respect for his strength. Meanwhile, Albert was completely stunned. Because he initially only felt that Rainer's strength was stronger than his, he thought Rainer was at most in the early or middle stage of crystallization. He never expected that Rainer was already at the peak of crystallization. This is almost on par with his mentor, Morlia, the leader of the construct school. This made Albert look at Rainer with some envy. With such strength, is it really necessary to join a medium-sized wizard school? If he joins, he should at least choose a large wizard school. Rainer had already anticipated the reactions of the others. He carefully considered whether to reveal his wizard abilities. His decision was to inform the school about his progress reaching the peak of level 3 crystallization. First, if he shows that he is at the peak of crystallization, the school might lend him resources if they discover the 4th or 5th layer of the Steelheart meditation method in the ruins. They might even open related knowledge to him proactively, without him needing to ask. This could include some rare level 4 wizard spells. Level 4 Dawn wizard spells are extremely valuable and are considered the foundation of a wizard school. Second, for him, showing his crystallization progress is not the same as revealing his true strength. Much of his strength comes from core skills on his profession panel, like Dragon Soul Heavy Strike, and from his bloodline transformation as a mutated dragon, along with mastery of top-tier secret techniques. Compared to that, a level 3 peak crystallization wizard's strength does not make up a large part of his overall power. So, revealing his crystallization progress does not mean exposing his true strength. Most importantly, Rainer's current strength is enough to handle most people who might have ill intentions or envy him. Therefore, Rainer prepared some explanations in advance, such as the ancient Dragon Soul Potion and his series of plans to enter the Dragon Valley Secret Realm, and polish them before speaking. After hearing Rainer's words, including Morlia, the three others were amazed, both envious and admiring. Dean Battleove of Winter Fortress Academy, although I haven't seen him in many years, I know he's been collecting materials for the ancient Dragon Soul Potion. I never thought he would succeed in the end. But Ryan, it's amazing that you managed to get a bottle of the ancient Dragon Soul Potion, which the Battleove values as a treasure, from him. If it were me, I probably couldn't trade even the rarest treasure for just one bottle, Moria said with a bitter smile as he recalled. Oh, right, Ryan, I forgot to introduce you. This is Ms. Fiona, the deputy head of the school. Moria finally remembered and pointed to the older witch nearby, smiling as he introduced her. Miss Fiona, nice to meet you, Ryan said with a slight smile and a bow. Mr. Ryan, hello. Although this is our first meeting, I have a very deep impression of you, Fiona politely complimented. After some small talk, the group sat inside a green glowing magic circle and discussed serious matters. Moria explained, the strange radiation here has a special and strong effect on Stonejaw monsters. Luckily, this boosting effect decreases as their strength increases. At the early stage, the improvement is the fastest. When they reach the quasi-legendary level, progress slows down a lot, requiring 10 or even dozens of years of effort. As for legendary Stonejaw monsters, relying on this level of radiation to improve is even slower. The only way is to go deeper into areas with stronger radiation. Moria pointed outside the iron-barred window at the crowded entrance below, filled with Stonejaw monsters. I see, that explains why so many Stonejaw monsters gather at that entrance, Ryan nodded. Even with so many monsters, he could only rely on transforming with his dragon bloodline, which would cost him many attribute points. Exactly, that's the problem. This is also the main route to the core area of the Valzik school. Although we've planned a way to lure away most of the monsters, some will still remain, Moria continued. Currently, the radiation level requires a mid-level second stage wizard to use protective magic and fully counter it, he said. Imagine, if we can reach the core area, even a third stage crystallized wizard would find it very difficult to handle the radiation. Over the past 6 months, we have used small puppet probes to explore inside the entrance. Besides some protective magic formations, there are also rare war golems that can still be controlled and attack outside enemies, with impressive power. This means that if we go deeper, we will likely face increasing radiation and sudden combat situations. Even a level 3 crystal mage's mental strength wouldn't last long under such conditions. At this moment, Moria signaled to the deputy leader, Fiona, to continue explaining. Fiona said, Lord Moria and I have thought of many ways and conducted many magic tests. We found that natural magic provides the best protection. She then smiled slightly at Ryan and continued, this is an ancient tree leaf. When activated by the magic formation, it can balance against the current level of radiation, reducing the need to constantly use mental energy for protective spells. This is how we can stay here for a long time. Fiona pointed to the green leaf floating at the center of the magic formation. She added, this also proves that our idea is feasible. Of course, if we want to go further inside, we need more powerful natural treasures. For example, we estimate that the ancient tree heart can greatly reduce or even completely block the radiation damage in the core area. I see, Ryan nodded. No wonder Moria urgently needs the ancient tree heart. Unfortunately, the elves seem to have encountered some trouble recently. Our original contact suddenly disappeared. Our exploration team, which had 2 members, has been sent nearby to investigate. Moria frowned inside. It's frustrating to spend so much time and effort finding a solution, only to be blocked by material shortages. Lord Moria, maybe I can help. I brought the ancient tree heart this time, Ryan said with a slight smile, pulling out a small wooden box from his pocket. It was the wooden box given to him by the elf elder, Mayor Bashallen of Baldwin. Hearing Ryan, the 3 of them looked puzzled. But when Ryan opened the box, 2 oval objects emitting strong natural energy waves immediately answered their questions. They weren't mistaken. This is truly the heart of the ancient tree. There's no mistake. Such a strong natural energy fluctuation cannot be matched by other heart of ironwood or ancient tree leaves. Vice Leader Fiona exclaimed in surprise. Haha, that's great. It's even better that there are 2 of them. Ryan, you are really lucky for our school. Your arrival has solved our biggest problem, Moria said happily, patting Ryan's shoulder. At that moment, Ryan felt a slight vibration in his pocket. He slightly bowed and apologized, saying sorry. He walked to the side, took out the small piece of material, and injected a bit of mental energy. I am Ryan. ZZZ, Lord Ryan. ZZZ. You. Area. Plague. Messenger. It seemed that the strong radiation interference here made it hard to hear the voice from the other side of the small piece clearly. Hello? ZZZ. ZZZ. The call was cut off. However, Ryan managed to catch a few keywords: area, plague, and messenger. Thinking back to what he had asked Elena to do earlier, investigating the cult activities near the Wartsage ruins, Ryan immediately guessed something. Could this be the activity area of the plague sect? He wondered silently. When Ryan turned around and sat down again, Moria was already working on placing the heart of the ancient tree into a backpack-like device he had made earlier. As soon as the heart was placed inside, a visible spherical protective barrier appeared, about 3 meters in diameter, enough to protect one person comfortably. The heart of the ancient tree is very valuable. I thought you had already exchanged for one, which was quite good. But I didn't expect you to have 2. Ryan, would you like to come in with me? Moria invited with a smile. Ryan looked at Vice Leader Fiona beside him. She had spent a lot of effort exploring the ruins earlier, so he thought she should go first. But before Ryan could say anything, Fiona smiled and said, Lord Ryan, I will go. Moria is quite experienced, and your strength is even greater than mine, so it's more suitable for you. All right then. Just as Ryan was about to speak, suddenly, footsteps sounded at the door. The wall was moved aside again. Master, something's wrong. 2 male wizards dressed in standard school robes hurried in and spoke. We found out that the nearby elf town, Rutherland, has been taken over by a plague cult. It's unlikely we'll be able to get the heart of the ancient tree. What? Moria and Fiona both looked surprised, not because of the heart of the ancient tree, but because the situation was more serious than they had expected. The cult's plan was very large. As the 2 male wizards moved closer, suddenly, Ryan frowned and raised his hand to stop them. Wait, it seems like you 2 are carrying some kind of mental energy mark, Ryan said. Yes? Who are you? The 2 looked surprised, clearly not recognizing Ryan. Something's wrong. You 2 are cursed, Fiona said seriously. At this moment, Under the faint green light of the magic circle in the room, a faint black mist about the size of a fist appeared above their heads. This made their faces change drastically, as if they remembered something. But before they could explain, suddenly, their faces turned red, and they began to cough up blood. Boom! A loud explosion followed. The wall of the room near the tunnel was suddenly blown apart. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that following those two little fish, we would find an ancient wizard school site. A horse-teasing voice came from the other end of the long tunnel. Then, 5 figures dressed in black robes with hoods appeared at the opening of the destroyed wall. Plague cult. Moria looked at the large bubbling cauldron symbol on their robes and said seriously, "Eh? Peak crystallization?" The leader in the hooded black robe saw Moria and Ryan and changed his expression, whispering. Clearly, he didn't expect to encounter 2 high-level peak crystallization wizards while following 2 second-tier late-stage liquefiers. However, as one of the 3 great plague messengers, Jelski, who was also at the peak of crystallization, the battle suddenly broke out. Curse of the Plague Messenger. Jelski immediately cast a spell. He waved his bone staff, and 5 clusters of black fog, about the size of millstones, rushed toward the 5 members of Ryan's group. However, as the black fog entered the central area of the light green magic circle, its speed immediately slowed down. It also seemed that because of the black fog, the green leaves in the middle of the circle dimmed visibly. Too arrogant. Moria quickly cast a spell. Ryan also raised his right hand, and a silver metal ring appeared in front of him, shooting rapidly toward the black-robed man across from him. It seemed that the leader, Jelsi, sensed the power of Ryan's magic and shouted, "Get back." The 2 black-robed men responded quickly, but the other 2 were a bit slower. Perhaps they thought that the black swirling protective magic shield would keep them safe. But suddenly, with a sharp hiss, the black swirling shields of those 2 men seemed to vanish as they were instantly pierced through. Naturally, their bodies were not spared either. The 2 black-robed men felt a sharp pain in their waists and stomachs. They looked down in disbelief, trembling all over and crying out in pain. Thud, thud. 2 heavy objects hit the ground. Their half-bodies fell to the floor, but their strong life force kept them from dying immediately. They continued to struggle and scream in agony. Seeing this, everyone on the scene, whether friend or foe, looked at Ryan in shock. It was as if to say, the power of that silver metal ring is just too great. As for Jelsi, the plague messenger, his heart sank suddenly. He knew very well the strength of his 2 subordinates, especially since, before entering, they had both cast a 3rd-level defensive spell called Shadow Guard. But even so, it couldn't block that silver metal ring for even a second. No wonder he immediately felt alarmed when he saw the young man wielding the silver ring. While everyone was amazed at the power of Ryan's magic, suddenly, a black-robed man who had hidden behind the wall let out a scream again. At the same time, the wall hissed as it split open with a horizontal. The silver metal ring passed through once more and returned to Ryan's front. This scene immediately caused everyone, including Moria and the scholars, to gasp in shock. The power and flexibility of this magic are incredible. The key is, such difficult magic, practiced to almost instant casting, is very hard. Jelsi felt angry when he saw this scene. In just 2 seconds, the magic cast by Rain instantly killed 3 of the elite members he brought, leaving only him and 1 other person. However, he didn't think he would lose because their plague cult specializes not in single-target magic, but in group spells and curses. Cloud of Plague. Jelsi's skull-shaped staff suddenly exploded at the top, and immediately, a large, dark green fog appeared out of nowhere, quickly drifting toward the group from the Bashallen construction school. The fog was very powerful, and as it passed, it eroded most of the already dull green magic array. Then it continued flying toward the group. "Everyone, get out of the way," Moria shouted and quickly dodged sideways. He knew very well that some of the plague cult's dark magic was a wide-area attack, very vicious and difficult to deal with. If hit, it might not be immediately deadly, but it would put them in a very disadvantageous position. Snicker, snicker. The large mass of dark green fog was extremely corrosive and toxic. Although it didn't hit Rain and the others directly, after hitting the far end of the room, it caused a big hole several meters wide in the wall of the other room. This room was like a suspended crane arm extending into the air, hanging directly above a platform. In the past 6 months, the cult members had been very cautious operating inside the room. but the intense magical energy fluctuations from the recent battle had already caused hundreds of Stonejaw monsters below to become restless. Even the giant Stonejaw leader, who was half-closed and leaning on the railing at the entrance, opened his fierce yellow-brown vertical pupils and looked toward the room several meters above. Suddenly, over 1,000 vertical pupils focused on the air. Boom! Just as the thousands of Stonejaw monsters below, stronger than the great knights, stared at the corridor extending into the air, the outer wall of the room suddenly exploded again. A man in a black robe, with a look of relief on his face, jumped out from the gap. But he was in midair and seemed completely unaware that outside the wall of this side of the room, it was actually hanging in the air. So, when he looked down, his eyes widened to the limit, showing an expression of shock. Because he had just jumped out of the room to avoid Ryan's saw-toothed ring, hoping to gain more space to dodge and move quickly. Unexpectedly, this jump did give him more room to escape, but it also led him onto an irreversible path. Just as the black-robed man screamed in pain, the plague messenger, Jealousy, also leapt down from the same opening in the room. After killing 3 subordinates in a row, Jealousy knew this battle was hard to win, especially since there was a powerful crystallized peak wizard watching nearby. So, when he saw the last subordinate retreat through the other side of the wall, he followed quickly. But at the same time, when Jealousy looked down from the air, he immediately felt a chill. Luckily, as one of the 3 great plague messengers, his strength was naturally far beyond his subordinates. For his subordinates, this was a hopeless situation, but for him, it was different. In such a dangerous moment, Jealousy's brain worked even faster, and he quickly thought of a plan. He cast a floating spell on himself, then recited a spell and released the cloud of plague again. Suddenly, a large amount of dark green fog appeared in front of him. But this time, he didn't send the plague cloud downward or toward the stone-browed monsters nearby. Instead, he hid himself within the fog. As he approached the ground, the stone-browed monsters that had been surrounding him and waiting for his descent wavered and appeared unsteady on their feet. Some of the closer monsters even grabbed their necks and foamed at the mouth. When the green fog touched some of the stone-browed monsters, their tough, rocky surfaces visibly bubbled and rotted. The bubbles, varying in size, soon burst on their own, spilling large amounts of foul yellow pus. Immediately, the screams of the stone-browed monsters filled the air. The monsters that had planned to attack and tear apart the intruder also retreated in fear. So, just after landing, Galaxy was within a 7 or 8 meter radius of thick dark green fog, which left the area clear. At this moment, Galaxy felt a big sigh of relief. He looked up through the fog and saw the room in midair and several people, including Ryan, with a slight smile of satisfaction. Meanwhile, inside the room, including Moria and others from the school, they looked at Galaxy disappearing into the large mass of dark green poisonous clouds below, with some regret. He's really quick to run away. Yes, with so many Stonejaw monsters below, we probably couldn't catch him anyway. No, he can't escape, Ryan said with a slight smile. Before he finished speaking, he leapt out of a gap in the room's wall and chased after the plague-bearer Galaxy. Don't go down, Ryan. There are so many Stonejaw monsters below, Moria shouted in alarm. Too many, Ryan replied. Galaxy, who had just relaxed, suddenly heard a breaking sound above his head. He quickly looked up. What he saw made his heart race again. The figure that terrified him appeared once more. Because Ryan's silver metal ring left a deep impression on him. Wow, is this young man crazy? He's still chasing after him. Galaxy stared at Ryan's figure, his eyelids twitching, confused about what Ryan was relying on to deal with so many Stonejaw monsters. But what was even more excited and angry than Galaxy was the large group of Stonejaw monsters below. They saw another human jump down fearlessly and all showed a look like, the black-robed person has poison fog, but I can't kill you without poison fog? They crowded below Ryan, eager to attack. Suddenly, Ryan's figure in midair expanded sharply. His muscles bulged, dragon scales appeared, and his body length rapidly increased from about 2 meters to 3, 4, and up to 14 meters. Immediately, a powerful pressure spread across the scene. The Stonejaw monsters below seemed to see a massive meteorite falling from the sky at high speed, only to be overwhelmed by a huge black shadow suddenly appearing before them, followed by intense pain. Boom! Dust and smoke erupted everywhere. When Ryan landed, the noise of his landing crushed 7 or 8 Stonejaw monsters into meat pulp, and the shockwave and air blast sent other nearby monsters flying more than 10 meters away. Transforming into the third form, Ryan's goal was to finish the fight quickly. Epic. It's an epic-level strong opponent. This is a dragon bloodline transformation. As a top legend of the Plague Sect, Galaxy immediately sensed Ryan's terrifying aura. It's all your fault. In a critical moment, Galaxy knew that if he didn't use a life-saving move, he would probably die here. He quickly tore off a green crystal pendant hanging around his neck and began silently reciting something. This was a high-level evil artifact called the Toxic Aura Pendant, blessed during a prayer ritual by the highest power. When activated, it releases a toxic aura, a powerful dark magic that only a 4th-level Dawn Mage or higher could use. It harms all living things within about 100 meters, causing poisoning, weakness, failure, and fever. Even epic-level fighters are significantly threatened by it. If you stay too long within the toxic aura, you could die. Using this advanced dark magic also drains Galaxy's mental strength and life essence. But he believed this move would cause Ryan great trouble. Galaxy's body suddenly emitted a strong energy wave, followed by a dark green circular glow that swept across the battlefield. Ryan saw this and was slightly surprised, thinking about whether he should transform into the 4th stage. But he quickly realized that with his above-average poison resistance and dragon scales, he felt some discomfort on his skin and in his breathing but could still endure it. This was something Galaxy didn't expect. Ryan's transformation wasn't just a normal dragon bloodline change, it was a mutated dragon bloodline, with a crucial special ability, poison resistance, enhanced by the deadly poisoner fusion. Feeling his energy waning, Galaxy suddenly blacked out and lost consciousness completely. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like Ryan's lightning-fast claw strike had turned the plague messenger Galaxy into a pile of meat. However, when Ryan looked around, he was slightly stunned. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Because the toxic aura didn't do much damage to him, it instead completely wrecked over 1,000 Stonejaw monsters. The range of the toxic aura was too large. Basically, all the Stonebite monsters below are now surrounded. They used to have sharp vertical pupils, but now they look scattered and unfocused. Their steps are shaky, and their bodies start to sway. Although no blisters appear on their skin, a strange reddish glow shows through. Soon, they develop boils, swellings, and begin to melt. Yes, melt, like candles melting in the flame. This terrifying scene makes the Stonebite monster chieftain, who was about to attack, shout in fear and immediately turn to run into a nearby cave. But the boils and blisters on its body seem to indicate it won't escape either. A few minutes later, when Ryan returns to the upper room, the 3 scholars stare at him as if trying to see through him. Ryan, is this the dragon bloodline talent you awakened further in the Dragon Valley secret realm? Is this already a 3rd-stage dragon-human transformation? Moria, the leader of the Bichu construction school, is experienced and knows many royal secrets. She quickly recognized Ryan's dragon-human transformation. Considering Ryan's earlier explanation about rapid strength growth, Moria now has no doubt. Or rather, she has enough reason to believe it. Beside her, Albert looks surprised and says, I see. No wonder. It's because of the dragon bloodline. People often feel a bit jealous if someone else is luckier than they are. But if the other person's power comes from ancestral blessing or bloodline inheritance, it's easier to accept. Yes, exactly, head of the school, Ryan says with a slight smile, without giving too many details. By the way, how are these two? Ryan glances at the 2 unconscious scholars nearby and asks. The situation isn't good. They need a proper place for treatment. We had a protective magic circle to block radiation, so they could be treated inside the room. But now, to fully repair the magic circle, it will probably take at least 2 days. Fiona frowns and looks at the mostly damaged radiation-proof magic circle, sighing. Moria looked thoughtful but quickly made a decision. He turned to Ryan and said, Since that's the case, Ryan, do you need to rest a bit? My idea is that it might be safer for us to leave now and head straight into the core area. I'm worried there might still be plague cult members coming. Look, the stone-headed monsters that used to trouble us are now mostly dead or injured. We also have 2 radiation protection devices. Now is the best time to go in. As for Lady Fiona and Albert, they can take them and leave the ruins to rest nearby at the Empire's outpost number 5. I don't need to rest, and I agree with the leader's plan, Ryan said after thinking. Thinking about the people involved in the cult of the serpent, Ryan added, the cult members coming into Ferdinand Forest might be more than just these. Considering the cult of the serpent, besides the legendary evil serpent, there is also the epic-level vice pope, Karut. If that's true, the cult could also have epic-level strong fighters leading the team. Hearing Ryan, Moria looked at Fiona and Albert. Seeing they had no objections, he immediately agreed. All right, let's do it that way. Quickly retreat. Everyone. We split up and act now. So, the team split into two groups. Fiona and Albert, along with two injured members, quickly left. Moria and Ryan each carried a backpack-shaped radiation protection device and went to the entrance below. Because of the high-level natural treasure, the ancient tree heart, which served as an energy source, Ryan didn't need to use mental power to cast magic to resist the radiation. Suddenly, Ryan sensed something and looked northwest. Just now, he felt a very strong energy fluctuation. Moria also paused slightly and looked in the same direction. Then he looked at Ryan and asked, "Ryan, did you feel that too?" "Yes, very clearly. It seems to come from the center of Ferdinand Forest." Ryan nodded. "Judging by the distance and the intensity of the energy fluctuation we sensed, it's probably at a demigod level. It looks like the situation with the elves is worse than we thought," Moria said thoughtfully. Meanwhile, at Outpost 7, Lambert, Anna, and Olena all looked surprised. They quickly looked out the window toward the center of Ferdinand Forest. Even from such a distance, a visible green beam of light shot straight into the sky. Then, it slowly shrank and became calm, but the strong energy waves spread out like a tsunami. Such an energy fluctuation. Even Lambert, the strongest, was quite shocked. This is bad. This energy wave. It must be the ancient defense crystal tower that was destroyed, said Elder Aldelin, a wise elf, with a look of shock. What? Elder Aldelin, does that mean? Anna covered her mouth and exclaimed. Not necessarily. I once heard a high elf general say there are 5 defense crystal towers. As long as 3 stand, the crystal barrier won't disappear. In the sky in front of Outpost 1, heading toward Ferdinand City, a large airship was flying quickly, guarded by 2 teams of Griffin Knights. When they suddenly saw the intense energy waves and the green beam in the distance, the front of the ship was suddenly filled with powerful knights and wizards of various kinds. Leading them was Lhasa, known as the Imperial Fortress. A wise old man with white hair slowly approached Lhasa, looking serious. He said, "Your Majesty Lhasa, according to top-secret Imperial intelligence, the strong natural energy fluctuation is most likely caused by an explosion of the Elf's defense crystal tower. The term, Your Majesty, is a more respectful way to address someone, often used for royalty and protectors of the Empire." The old man held a short staff and wore a plain light gray wizard robe. Others barely sensed his mental power. He looked like a typical neighbor's grandfather, but he was actually a rare level 4 Dawn mage. Specifically, he specialized in earth magic. His name was Reginald, with the title Earth Pulse, and he was the second Imperial protector sent by the high officials. Your Majesty Reginald, it seems we need to speed up. However, what I am more curious about is the true purpose of the Mother Tree cult's recent actions. Lhasa nodded seriously and spoke. Inside the Valzig ruins, as Moria recited a slightly lengthy spell, there was a loud click, and a large metal grate in front of him loosened at a latch. Immediately, a series of dense gear noises sounded. The thick metal grate slowly moved aside, revealing an entrance about 4 or 5 meters wide and over 10 meters high. Don't underestimate this metal grate. Although we are metal-type wizards and know metal transformation magic, this grate has been strengthened with special inscriptions. Plus, inside the passage, there are solidifying magic arrays. It's almost impossible to break through with just metal transformation magic. Fortunately, earlier we found a diary in the relics of some wizards from the Valzig school that recorded a passage spell, Moria whispered to Rain as they moved. Rain nodded. He had sensed it just now. The dark, thick metal grate in front of him seemed unusual, covered with subtle and complex inscriptions. This was probably why, after so many years, many stone-browed monsters had failed to destroy it and enter the core. When Rain stepped inside, he saw a wide, empty corridor. The wall lamps inside had long since failed, but with Rain's dark vision, he could see everything clearly. On both sides of the corridor were dull gray stone walls, with artificial indentations every few meters or 10 meters apart. He even saw some round tube-like holes resembling gun muzzles. At the deepest part of the corridor, there seemed to be a door, guarded by two huge golems over 8 meters tall. The golems were made of a special kind of stone, with very thick limbs and bodies. They had no weapons, but their clenched stone fists were enormous, like two giant millstones. Do you see those two golems? They are Rage Fist War golems. The detailed blueprints have been lost for many years. If the old rock-type wizards from our school saw them, they'd probably be thrilled. But they are a problem for us. Earlier, when I used a small puppet to scout here, I triggered the Rage Fist War golem, which is probably at the peak of legendary strength. Ryan, later you handle the left golem, and I will take care of the right one. Try not to damage them too badly. Moria looked at Ryan and softly said, "Leader, maybe I don't need to be so complicated. Just leave it to me." Ryan smiled slightly and stepped forward. However, after just a few steps, Ryan felt as if he had entered a faint detection magic array. Soon after, he heard the sounds of a device being activated inside the two war golems with angry fists. Unknown intruder detected. Arcadian language, initiate destruction protocol. Arcadian language, two cold, deep, mechanical male voices sounded. They used the ancient Arcadian language, which Ryan understood naturally. Although Leader Moria had warned him beforehand, Ryan was still amazed by the magic construct's craftsmanship. The craftsmanship of the golems before him was almost at the level of robot manufacturing from his previous life, even surpassing in some ways. Remember, this was only a product of research from an ancient wizard school thousands of years ago. Ryan's mind was quick, but his hands moved just as fast. Level 1 magic, metal morphing. Level 2 magic, cutting net. Level 3 magic, serrated ring. Crystallized attack, serrated cutting net. As Ryan quickly recited the spells, 3 silver metal rings appeared out of thin air in front of him, each humming and spinning rapidly. All 6 silver rings flashed forward in an instant. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The 2 angry fist war golems had just been activated and hadn't taken a step yet when the 3 silver rings pierced through their bodies instantly. Suddenly, both towering over 8 meters tall, the war golems stopped moving. A closer look revealed that both golems had been cut in half. They were divided into 4 sections, cut at the neck, the energy device in the chest, and the waist. Thanks to the precise timing of the cuts, the golems still maintained a posture leaning against the wall, not yet fully destroyed. With the wall behind them for balance, they remained intact. This scene immediately surprised Moria, who was behind Rain. Clearly, the outcome was a bit unexpected for him. Just moments ago, he thought Rain would use his dragon bloodline transformation again and was about to remind him. Although the bloodline transformation is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy and stamina. Since they still had a long exploration ahead in unknown areas, they needed to save their strength. But unexpectedly, Rain used a crystallized metal attack he had never seen before, and it was extremely powerful, comparable to a level 4 dawn magic. Such power is rare even among other crystallized attacks he knew. It instantly defeated a heavily armored war puppet, even with Rain's advanced mental focus boost from his steel heart technique. That was a bit too much. The only reasonable explanation is that Rain's talent in metal magic might be even better than he thought. At this moment, Rain turned back, smiled, and said, "Master, I just cut off their energy core and vital parts. The main structure is mostly intact. When the rock magic masters from the school come next time, they should be able to study it carefully. Maybe, even without blueprints, they can reverse engineer it from the finished product." Hearing this, Moria couldn't help but smile. "Rain, you've surprised me again. I didn't expect you to achieve this level. By the way, that last attack was a crystallized metal spell, right?" "Yes, Master," Rain replied. Seeing Moria's intense gaze, he suddenly remembered that Moria was also a rare metal magic user. Could he be eyeing? Probably not. Moria's thick eyebrows and broad face didn't look like the kind of person to do that. After Rain's answer, Moria frowned slightly and looked thoughtful, as if making an important decision. This made Rain feel a little nervous. After all, Moria was the leader of his faction. If he really made such a request, it wouldn't be easy for Rain to refuse. Then Moria spoke. "Rain, your talent is the rarest I've ever seen. Have you ever thought about becoming the leader of the school someday?" Rain's eyes widened in surprise. Was Moria thinking about this just now? Should I be the envoy? But I am not sure. Moria waved his hand and said, "Nothing else matters. The most important thing is strength. In the foreseeable future, the situation in the Empire will become more unstable. At this time, having a strong pillar of combat power is especially important for the Bishio Construction School. If you agree, the school's resources, including the benefits from this exploration, can be directly allocated to you. Basically, as long as the school has it, you can learn or use it directly. Seeing Ryan seem a bit stunned, Molia patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Of course, now isn't the time to discuss this. But Ryan, I think you should seriously consider it." Before Ryan could reply, Molia took the lead and walked forward. Ryan also sighed with a wry smile and followed behind. As Molia said, now is not the time to talk about this. Molia first observed at the door for a while, then began to look around. It was clear that Molia was very experienced in exploring ruins. Within 2 minutes, he found a device behind 2 angry hammer war golems, and with a quick turn, there was a click. Snip. The stone door slowly opened a small gap. "Be careful." Suddenly, radiation, much stronger than outside, burst out from the gap. The faint green protective film made of ancient tree hearts on their bodies shook violently and was quickly pushed to its limit. Fortunately, when the green protective shield was less than 10 centimeters from their skin, it stabilized. This made Ryan feel a shock in his heart. Such intense radiation. No wonder even Valzik, with the background of an ancient large wizard school, had no good way to repair it. They could only give up on this base, which had taken a lot of time and effort to build. Fortunately, Ryan, you brought 2 ancient tree hearts. If only one had been used, the high radiation inside would have wasted a lot of our energy. Through the gap, the scene behind the door shocked both of them, leaving them stunned for a long time. In front of us, there should have been a relatively open experimental area where many wizards once worked. However, the scene before us looks like a ruin forgotten by time. Starting from the entrance, the floor of the underground hall is covered in thick dust. The walls around are marked with fiery metal explosions and burn scars radiating outward. Near the entrance, you can still see about a dozen damaged experiment tables and a pile of strange, deformed laboratory equipment. Deeper inside, within Ryan's line of sight, most of the area appears shattered or powdered, making it impossible to recognize anything. On the left and right sides of the door, there are dark, long corridors leading to unknown areas. Based on typical wizard school layouts, these probably lead to storage rooms, libraries, or living areas. The explosion must have happened right in front of us, in the test zone. Its power was beyond my imagination. Nothing here seems to have survived. "So, let's check the storage area on the left first," Moria decided after a moment of thought. "Okay," Ryan agreed without objection. From Moria's tone, it seems he already has some idea of the Valzik school's layout from previous clues. If there's anything to find, the data room or storage area outside the explosion core is most likely. So, the two of them stepped into the dusty, radiated zone, one after the other. But as they entered, the scene of explosion marks and shattered wreckage was so tragic that it almost made ordinary people feel suffocated or crazy. Ryan felt a bit down. "Should be just ahead," Ryan said. "Hey, it looks like the dust-removing magic array here is still working," Moria said, sounding surprised. Ryan looked down and saw that the marble floor of this corridor was spotless, as if new, a stark contrast to the dusty section just outside. "The dust-removing array is simple to draw and needs very little energy. It's working normally," Moria murmured thoughtfully. "Reen, from now on, we need to be more careful. Perhaps even in the core area, some defenses or alerting magic arrays are still working." "Understood, Master." Reen nodded in agreement. Being cautious is always wise. The defensive magic array of the ancient wizard school might have strange ways of defending against enemies. Even with his bloodline transformation as a backup, it's best to stay cautious. There are only a few doors on both sides of this corridor. Soon, Moria and Reen arrive at the first door. The door is on the right side of the corridor and is slightly open. The sign on it is written in Akkadian, saying library. This makes Reen very happy. Before coming here, Reen had thought about a question. If the 4th level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method still exists, where would it be? Most likely, it would be in the library. However, when Reen looked inside through the door, his heart sank. The joy he just felt disappeared in less than a second, replaced by what he saw. Inside, there were many bookshelves, but they were all neatly fallen to the left side. Because this room is close to the explosion area, a large part of the wall on the right side has been completely torn through, almost connecting with the experimental zone. On the ground, there are scattered scrolls, ancient books with sheepskin, hard covers, or iron covers. Reen's face grew serious as he quickly stepped closer and tried to pick up a scroll. But unexpectedly, as soon as he touched it, the sheepskin scroll slipped through his fingers like flour. He didn't even apply much force, yet the scroll turned into powder. Moria also bent down to pick up an ancient book with an iron cover. But the sturdy book, decorated with metal, also shattered into powder, leaving only a few rusted, thin iron pieces that hadn't fully broken apart. Ah, what a pity. These old books have been affected by high radiation for thousands of years. Their material has completely dried out and aged. I'm afraid. Moria looked disappointed and sighed. But Reen was not willing to give up. He moved further inside. Usually, the wizard school would store more important materials using magic tools like memory crystals. Logically, there is still a small chance that some of these materials could have survived under such intense radiation. Although, hope seems quite slim. Sure enough, when Ryan reached the back of the room, he found that even the innermost cabinets had fallen over. The floor was scattered with broken crystals, clearly damaged. Let's go and check the next room, Moria said regretfully. Ryan also felt disappointed. This was both about the advanced meditation method of the Steelheart and the knowledge of the ancient wizard before them. Obviously, if these scrolls and books were intact, once the scholars of that school came to take over, they could be very useful. After all, in a past life, there was a saying, science and technology are the primary productive forces. In this world, it would be magical experiments are the primary productive forces. So, the two continued down the corridor. This time, on the left side, they found a door. Both Ryan and Moria looked happy about this, because this place was farther away than before, and the door was still closed. It seemed the contents inside might still be well preserved. The sign on the door was written in Akkadian, storage. If the most likely place for the advanced meditation method was the library, then this was the second most likely place. Moria first checked the door, then took out an old brass key from his bag. He inserted it into the lock. With a slight mechanical sound, it seemed the key was quickly transforming to fit the lock. Click. The door opened. Moria slowly pushed the door open, but at the next moment, he stopped in his tracks. Ryan looked inside as the door opened. Although it was dark and almost pitch black, his dark vision allowed him to see clearly what was behind the door. In front of him was a large hall, several tens of meters high, with 2 levels connected by a stone staircase. They were on the upper level and needed to go down the stairs to reach the lower level. But none of this surprised Ryan the most. What shocked him was a giant magical statue located near the front center of the hall. It was over 30 meters tall. Unlike the 2 stone-bodied war golems they saw earlier, this statue seemed to be made of a dark metal, shining faintly. Behind it were 4 large pipes like train whistles. At first, Ryan thought he had encountered a transforming robot. Upon entering the hall, Moria's eyes never left the enormous golem. This. It's incredible. This must be. As the leader of his faction, Moria was so excited that he was almost speechless. But before he could finish, suddenly, a mechanical sound rang out. Intruder detected. In Akkadian language, immediately after, the heads of 2 giant golems, about 30 meters tall, lit up with 2 large red lights the size of a human head. Watch out, Ryan. Be careful. Moria shouted immediately. But before he finished speaking, a huge steel fist, several times larger than a millstone and dark gray in color, struck down like lightning. Boom. In an instant, the hard marble floor was shattered into a large crater several meters wide, with scattered stones flying like bullets around. Clang clang. The stones hit the metal armor on their bodies, producing a harsh clashing sound. If Ryan and Moria were not peak crystallized metal mages, the residual shockwave and splashes of debris would likely have pierced through their defenses with simple secondary magic shields. And that was just the impact of the giant steel fist. What surprised Ryan even more was the speed of the attack. Normally, such a huge metal golem should move clumsily, but the punch just now was unbelievably fast. If he hadn't been using his top-tier shadow step to move at lightning speed, he probably wouldn't have dodged in time. Most ordinary crystallized mages would have struggled to avoid that strike, and trying to withstand it head-on would be like fighting a train, likely to be turned into a pile of debris. Most probably, they would have been shattered into pieces, instantly killed. Ryan narrowed his eyes and noticed that at the end of the golem's small metal arm, near the elbow joint, there were 2 small, tube-shaped exhaust vents, emitting white gas. This meant that during the steel fist attack, some turbo-like boost had been applied. No wonder the giant iron fist was so swift and powerful. Retreat quickly. Moria pulled Ryan, planning to withdraw first. In situations where they had a choice, no one would want to confront this giant creature head-on. Naturally, both of them wanted to leave the hall immediately and return to the corridor they had just come from. Because, judging by the other person's size, it was impossible for them to be chased in the narrow corridor. However, as Molly turned around, she was shocked to see that the iron door they entered through had already disappeared. Instead, there was the loud clanking of gears turning and the shifting of multi-sided metal walls. It turned out that when this giant figure was activated just now, the iron door and walls behind them also changed at the same time. In other words, this was a complete defensive system. When an intruder was detected, the huge metal golem would be activated, and the escape route would be blocked. During this brief pause, the enormous golem roared and took a step toward them. A heavy punch was coming, clearly already on its way. In a flash of lightning, Ryan spun around to face the approaching giant. His body suddenly expanded and grew taller, surpassing 20 meters, surrounded by rings of dark gray energy. This time, Ryan did not hide his strength, but chose to go all out, transforming into his strongest form, the dragon beast form. A powerful, oppressive aura immediately caused Molly, standing nearby, to step back several paces. Watching Ryan's transformation into an even more formidable dragon spirit form, Molly felt excited, shocked, happy, and very worried all at once. Even though Ryan's current aura greatly exceeded that of most epic-level fighters, perhaps reaching a seasoned epic level, Molly still lacked confidence. From his size alone, it was clear that Ryan, just over 20 meters tall, was still far from the 30-meter-tall giant golem charging at him. If the opponent was like a heavy truck, Ryan was like a small van. If the opponent was like an adult man, Ryan was like an 8- or 9-year-old child. Ryan, don't fight head-on. The opponent is an ancient top-tier metal golem destroyer. It's a super powerful golem that can tear apart dragons with its bare hands. Molly shouted loudly from beside him. However, Molly didn't know that Ryan, daring to face the enemy directly, must have his own methods. This time, Ryan's dragon beast form was different from before. At this moment, it seemed as if a new thing had grown on Ryan's neck, a translucent giant dragon's head. This was the special ability called Double Head, which he gained after defeating and absorbing the essence of the Void Dragon's bloodline. Suddenly, a huge metal fist, belonging to the destroyer, slammed down with a loud roar, shaking the air as it descended above Ryan's head. However, Ryan's two claws forcefully closed around it, gripping tightly. This 30-meter-tall destroyer statue's iron fist, about the size of a train engine, was more powerful than any enemy Ryan had faced before. He struggled to hold it for the first time. Ryan's thick leg muscles were almost fully tense, and his dragon scales on his skin nearly burst apart. The marble ground, reinforced by a solidified magic circle, was soft and muddy, and Ryan left a deep footprint nearly a meter long in an instant. Did he stop it? Seeing such a spectacular scene, Moria was stunned. He couldn't believe Ryan had actually blocked the destroyer's attack. Quickly regaining his senses, Moria cast a spell to attack the destroyer's head, trying to distract it from attacking Ryan. But 10 or more sharp metal spikes hit the destroyer's head and neck, with little effect. There were tiny dents, but as a dark gray energy flickered across the destroyer's surface, these dents quickly healed. Ryan saw this clearly. His expression grew more serious. The magic Moria just used was among the top-tier level 3 spells, yet it had almost no effect. It showed how strong the destroyer's defense was. Its attack power was unmatched, and its defense was extremely tough. No wonder it could tear apart a giant dragon with its bare hands. It seemed that exploring ancient wizard relics like this was not easy. Suddenly, realizing that a single punch wouldn't defeat the enemy, the destroyer raised its other giant steel fist and slammed it heavily toward Ryan, who was in his dragon beast form. "Huh!" Ryan roared angrily. His claws, which had been closed in defense, loosened one hand and struck out, lightning fast, grabbing the destroyer's incoming left fist. Bang! Ryan's dragon claw nearly tore and bled, but his muscles bulged as he held the destroyer's fist tightly. Meanwhile, his lower body was deeply embedded in the hard marble ground up to his knees. But in the end, he managed to hold on again. This scene deeply shocked Moria. It was not just Ryan's impressive strength, but also his fighting spirit, which made Moria even more impressed. When the destroyer saw his iron fist being clenched, suddenly his eyes glowed red, and a mechanical voice sounded again. Target threat level increased. In Arcadian language, full load operation activated. Overlocked strike initiated. Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but smile wryly. It looks like he has to fight with all his might. Just now, he had already gone all out, barely managing to block 2 of the opponent's punches. Now, with the destroyer running at full capacity. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, dense and huge iron fists, accelerated by turbo elbows, rained down on Ryan in his dragon beast form, like a storm of raindrops. The iron fists, as big as a carriage, swung with countless afterimages, showing how brutal this attack was. If hit directly, he might turn into pulp. Moria was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, his heart pounding in his throat. But all the methods he could think of had little effect on this ancient super-giant metal golem, the Destroyer. From another perspective, if a peak 3rd-level crystal mage could cause big trouble for the Destroyer, how could it possibly fight a dragon? It's a paradox. Vaporize. With a loud shout from Ryan, instantly, in his dragon beast form, Ryan's whole body became semi-transparent, as if he wasn't really in this world. If Ryan felt anything different now, it was that this was his first time using the dual-head ability in his 4th form, and he felt his mental energy drain like a flood. But the effect was very noticeable. Most of the terrifying attacks from hundreds of heavy train-like impacts seemed to hit only air. It was as if they were transmitted to the subspace. In reality, even though Ryan used Vaporize, he still felt a stabbing pain in his arms. After all, Vaporize doesn't completely immune to damage, only about 90% of physical damage. Even if the Destroyer's physical damage was only 10%, if it rained down like raindrops, it would still be quite significant. Oh no, my mental energy is running out. Just as Ryan was about to add some points, he suddenly noticed that the Destroyer Golem's punching speed had slowed significantly. Huh? It really did slow down. Ryan was sure of it. In just 1 second, the opponent's punching speed changed from peak Tyson level to that of a 70-year-old man. Charge. Charge. At this moment, the Destroyer began making mechanical sounds, and its movements became more clumsy. On the ground, large energy conduction patterns lit up, clearly indicating some kind of charging magic circle. Ryan's heart tightened. After adding a bit more to his mental attributes, suddenly, the energy conduction patterns on the ground dimmed again, as if caused by a malfunction, preventing energy from flowing here. This dramatic scene made Ryan and Moria feel tense, but then their hearts relaxed instantly. Energy malfunction, about to go into sleep mode. A few seconds later, the Destroyer Golem's movements completely stopped. After carefully observing the Destroyer Golem and confirming that its energy was truly depleted, Ryan canceled his 4-form Dragon Beast transformation. Returning to his human form, he let out a long sigh. This was the most dangerous situation he had faced since mastering the Dragon Beast transformation. Moria, meanwhile, quickly looked down at the hidden patterns on the ground. After destroying a few key nodes with magic, she explained, "It seems our luck is good. The energy pool used for charging is probably the same as the one in the testing area. Due to the explosion during the experiment, it's likely damaged. Otherwise, this Destroyer Golem, which doesn't have a large furnace core installed, could cause us quite a bit of trouble. Now that I've destroyed some key nodes of the conduction magic circle, it should be safe." Moria finally let out a deep breath. Lord Destroyer Golem, could you please give a brief introduction?" Ryan raised an eyebrow and asked. The giant metal golem before him was truly impressive. It was the first time Ryan had been so passive in a 4-form transformation. Of course, this is one of the top works among ancient metal golems, Destroyer. According to ancient texts, this supersized golem has multiple records of fighting and killing adult dragons in close combat. Wow, that's impressive. Rain couldn't help but gasp in surprise. After a moment of thought, he nodded slowly. If he hadn't used the phasing technique just now, he might have been seriously injured by the opponent's lightning-fast steel fist combo. Rain believed that as long as the Destroyer Golem had enough energy, it could really fight a mature dragon. However, normally, a Destroyer Golem is driven by a large furnace core, but this one seems to use some kind of energy device. I guess the reason is that the large furnace core can't be started or stopped quickly, and the loud noise during operation isn't good for a storage environment. So, the wizard Valzig came up with a compromise. If the Destroyer's energy runs low, the conduction magic array in this area can instantly transfer energy from the school's energy pool to it. But unexpectedly, the energy pool was destroyed first by a big explosion. Looking in the direction Moria indicated, Rain saw that the abdomen of the destroyer golem indeed had a hollow spot, as if a cylindrical object could be placed there. However, that's a good thing. It shows the storage didn't get much damage from the explosion. Besides that, just this destroyer golem alone is worth a lot, Moria said excitedly. Oh, Lord Pi, can we control this destroyer golem? Rain raised an eyebrow, surprised and pleased. If he could control this, then fighting a dragon. Well, he wouldn't need to ride one. Technically, yes, but it needs reprogramming. Also, if you want to control the destroyer outdoors, the large energy furnace must be reinstalled. It'll take some time, but it can definitely be done. Moria nodded confidently. By the way, Rain, if you agree to what I just mentioned, the rights to use this destroyer golem will belong to you. What do you think? Well, Rain hesitated, feeling like he wanted to refuse. But looking at the giant, 30-meter-tall destroyer golem in front of him, he found he really couldn't say no. After all, this is a kind of mech from this world. Man, who wouldn't want to pilot a mech? Especially since he's the most suitable for metal-type mechs. All right, then, okay. I agree, but first, I want to clarify that I won't manage the main group. I can only be an honorary leader, Rain thought for a moment and said. Haha, no problem. Let's make a verbal agreement first. When we go back, we will follow the proper contract process, Mariah happily replied. Okay. By the way, leader, shouldn't we hurry to find some things? Rain reminded him. Yes. Mariah finally realized. However, a few minutes later, after quickly searching the warehouse, Rain's face showed mixed emotions. Although most of the rare materials were there, many had lost their usefulness due to radiation and time. Only the rare metals category mostly remained intact. But the advanced meditation method called the Steel Heart was not in the warehouse. Rain felt disappointed, which was natural. His goal was to find the 4th level of the Steel Heart advanced meditation method, but the current situation suggested that hope was probably gone. Let's go, Rain. Let's check the office area. Maybe we will find something there, Mariah said, noticing Rain's disappointment and trying to comfort him. High-level wizards like us usually keep important manuscripts and documents in the office safes. Oh? Rain turned to look at Mariah. Since it was his first time exploring an ancient ruin, he didn't know many details. Hearing Mariah say this, he felt much calmer. He trusted Mariah, an experienced crystallized wizard, much more than himself. 5 minutes later, they arrived again near the entrance. This time, they planned to explore the corridor on the right side of the entrance, which was the office area. This area was likely the workspace of the Academy's senior wizards and high-ranking members. Just as Rain was about to try opening the first office door in order, Mariah stopped him and shook his head, saying, Rain, generally speaking, the higher up inside, the more likely it is to be the office of a senior wizard. So, let's change our approach and start searching from the innermost offices outward. Rain thought for a moment and agreed that Mariah's idea made a lot of sense. If the advanced meditation method of the Iron Heart is really kept by a wizard in his office, it must be the Dawn Wizard. Or perhaps it is most likely in the office of a deputy leader or even the leader of the Vaultsic School. So, the two of them walked toward the deepest part of the right corridor. Head of the experiment zone. Head of the warehouse zone. Deputy leader's office. Leader's office. Just now, they saw that many rooms were half open, with tables, chairs, and documents all in chaos. Clearly, after the explosion, many surviving wizards immediately retreated. But because these rooms' doors were not closed, after thousands of years of radiation, the documents inside had become completely unreadable. Only rooms with intact doors might still hold some valuable items. This is the one. Molia and Ryan looked at the door signs as they approached the room at the very end of the corridor. The door was tightly closed, and Molia took out an old brass key, inserting it into the lock. With a click, the door opened. Suddenly, Ryan's pupil shrank, because through the end of the door he saw what seemed to be a shadow flickering inside the room. Ryan was sure he saw something just now. But when he tried to sense again, he found the other person had disappeared. Normally, with his perception, he shouldn't miss anything in a room of over 100 square meters. But strangely, the figure had vanished into thin air. Leader, I feel something is wrong. Be careful, Ryan whispered to Molia, who was about to enter. Molia had just opened the door and didn't notice the fleeting shadow inside. However, after experiencing several dangers, his trust in Ryan had greatly increased. Hearing Ryan's warning, his face grew serious. Like what? Just now, I think I saw a shadow. A vengeful spirit? That's quite possible. But since they had come this far, they naturally didn't give up. Since they knew there might be something unusual inside the room, they were cautious. First, they cast protective spells, then used hardened fine gold to shape multiple metal clasps, fixing them onto the wall to keep the door open. This way, if they needed to escape quickly, they could do so. After entering the room, they found it was over 100 square meters. Directly opposite the door was a row of bookshelves. To the left was a sitting area with a coffee table and 4 sofas. Further back was a large desk. Indeed, this is the master's room, one of them said. At that moment, Ryan seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned to look at the door behind him. There, a faint blue shadow was standing. The shadow was a human-shaped figure, wearing what looked like a butler's coat. Its face was clear, appearing to be about 40 or 50 years old, but its expression was strange, and its eyes were fixed tightly on Ryan and Moria. Strangers, this is the master's room, the shadow said. Although no sound was heard, both Ryan and Moria understood the words through some kind of mental connection. They looked at each other, feeling a bit worried. Could the shadow be a spirit that survived in some form? That would be troublesome. Logically, a place without people is called a ruin. If there are people here, it means they are the outsiders. The shadow's voice echoed again, saying, "You shouldn't be here. Since you are, surrender now. When the master returns, he will judge you." Surrender? Judgment? Ryan found this amusing. After thousands of years, exploring ruins was a normal thing for them. Just as Ryan and Moria were about to say something, the shadow suddenly reached out its hand toward them. In an instant, 2 strange light blue arrows shot toward them. Huh? They look like ice arrows, but this energy isn't typical of ice magic, Ryan thought. Both Ryan and Moria had protective spells like steel armor, but they were cautious about unknown magic effects. They quickly dodged instead of resisting directly. However, the shadow's attack was aggressive, and Ryan responded immediately with a counterattack. As Ryan raised his hand, a large, silver-glowing metal net shot toward the pale blue figure. Just as Ryan thought the opponent would cast a spell to defend or dodge, he was surprised to see that the other did not move or avoid the attack. Shoo! The silver net passed straight through, leaving a fine grid-like mark on the stone wall. Strangely, the pale blue figure trembled slightly, like water rippling, and emitted a faint glow as if water was being stirred. Then, it was completely still again. It seemed his magic did not harm the other. No, perhaps it did, but only very little. This shouldn't be right. Spiritual beings are usually immune to physical attacks, but not necessarily to magic energy attacks. The metal particles attached to the net should have caused some damage, even if the opponent was a spirit. Huh? Even spirits shouldn't be immune to magic damage, Moria frowned and whispered. He also realized the problem. Moria knew how powerful Ryan's net attack was, yet it failed completely. This was strange. I'll try something else. Moria cast a water arrow spell, raised his hand, and shot a water arrow rapidly at the strange shadow. Shoo! The pale blue shadow rippled like water again, just like when Ryan used the metal net. The water arrow passed through, but it clearly didn't do much harm. At the same time, Ryan threw a small metal spear at the figure. The spear went straight through and stuck into the wall behind the shadow, causing no damage. This scene made both of them frown deeply. Their magic was weak, and physical attacks were useless. How could they fight? It felt like a stronger version of the phasing skill from the Void Dragon, but phasing only reduced magic damage by about half. The shadow before them was reducing damage by at least 90%. Although Ryan and Moria's attacks were mostly ineffective, their actions seemed to further anger the shadow. Intruders, you are provoking me. Perhaps, before the master returns, I should deal with you myself. Came a voice with a mental shockwave. A faint blue shadow appeared again, launching 2 blue arrow-like attacks toward Ryan and Moria. This time, Ryan could clearly sense that the attack was strange. The blue energy arrows were not pure. They looked like tangled yarn, with chaos embedded in the icy energy, containing some scattered radiation. When these blue arrows hit one side of the bookshelf, the wooden shelf seemed to decay instantly. This strange attack effect made both of them furrow their brows. They were worried because if they were hit, the consequences could be unpredictable. More importantly, if they couldn't stop the attack and it hit the valuable parchment scrolls and books on the shelf, the loss would be huge. Their progress in exploring the ruins would be greatly affected, possibly leading to no gains at all. While dodging the enemy's attack, Moria quickly said to Ryan, "It seems we only have one way now. The enemy isn't completely immune to magic. We can use frequent magic attacks. Over time, the small hits will add up." "Leader, let me try again," Ryan said with a flicker in his eyes. Although Moria was a bit confused, she quickly nodded and moved to the other side, casting different types of magic like wind blades and fireballs. One reason was to attract the attention of the blue spirit, giving Ryan a good chance to attack. The other reason was to see if the enemy was more sensitive to certain types of magic. He glanced sideways and saw Ryan casting a metal net spell again, looking puzzled. Hadn't he just tried that? It hardly worked. Why was Ryan trying again? This time, when the silver metal net pierced through the spirit, the blue spirit's face suddenly showed shock. At the same time, Moria could clearly see the spirit becoming more transparent, and its energy fluctuations weakened significantly. Moria's mouth opened slightly, wanting to ask something but not knowing how. If Ryan was strong before, like transforming into a dragonman, it made sense. But what was that just now? The same silver metal net initially had no effect, yet the second time, it was astonishingly effective. "Intruders, you only dare to bully me when the master is away. However, do you think that means you've won? Although I am not as strong as the master, I have my own abilities." Snowstorm. The opponent's face showed fear and anger. After sending 2 words through continuous mental waves, they suddenly raised both hands again. A large cloud of blue began to appear out of nowhere at the top of the room. "Quick, Ryan, Snowstorm is a wide-range spell. When he releases it, we might be okay, but these ancient books might be in danger." Moria's expression darkened with worry. Yes, seeing that the Dragon Soul Strike was effective earlier gave Ryan confidence. Next, it was just about using a little more mental energy. True damage is really a powerful weapon. As Ryan kept tapping his fingers, 3 more fine, silver-glowing metal nets formed into a grid and rapidly shot toward the faint green shadow. The opponent seemed to instinctively sense danger and tried to retreat, but 1, the snowstorm spell he was casting was a guiding spell, and 2, Ryan's spells are cast instantly. Shish, shish, shish. In less than a second, 9 delicate silver nets passed through the opponent's body one after another. The faint blue shadow rippled like water waves, gradually fading away. Finally, the opponent kept dropping a sentence, "Wait and see. When the master returns from the new continent, he will come for you and kill you all." "The new continent?" Ryan looked thoughtful. "Yes, a few thousand years ago, the new continent where the Eagle Federation is located was just discovered. It seems that the Valzig ruins happened during the Great Exploration period. During that time, most wizard schools sent exploration teams of all sizes to the new continent. Some even sent their entire forces. It looks like the head of the Valzig school back then also went to the new continent. And from the signs before us, it seems they never returned. Yes, at least they haven't come back here again. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many books on their desk and shelves left untouched," Moria explained as she pointed to various books on the shelves. "Yes, that's right, head of the sect. If that thing was a spiritual entity just now, then why haven't we encountered such strange spirits in other rooms?" Rain asked with a doubt. "I think that thing is probably a mutated spirit caused by radiation. We can temporarily call it a radiation spirit," Moria said thoughtfully, frowning. "The conditions for forming such a radiation spirit are likely very strict. Look at the ground in this room. There's a protective magic array. It weakens the radiation. Also, in front of the spirit, there is at least a 2nd-level wizard with liquid-level magic. Otherwise, they wouldn't have control over a spell like Blizzard. Plus, the obsession before death created a balance of sorts, which led to the appearance of this strange spirit. I'm just not sure if an ice affinity is necessary to form this kind of radiation spirit," Moria pondered quickly, analyzing. "But that's not the main point. We'll study this more later." "Rain, quickly check if these books are damaged," Moria said with a smile, calling to Rain. A few minutes later, both looked disappointed. "These books are all damaged." "Yeah, that makes sense. There's radiation here, but it's weakened. These books and scrolls can't be preserved either," Moria sighed. Hearing Moria's words, Rain agreed but felt somewhat unwilling. After all, this was the room of the sect leader. If there's nothing here, the chances of other rooms having anything are even lower. But then, Rain suddenly remembered something. He quickly walked to behind the desk and suddenly smiled. He looked very happy. "Head of the sect, there's a safe here." "Huh? A safe?" Moria immediately walked over quickly. Yes, I didn't think of that. Advanced meditation techniques wouldn't just be left on a bookshelf. Seeing a safe under the desk, Moria patted his thigh in surprise, looking excited. With Moria pulling out an old brass key, a few seconds later, the safe clicked open. Inside, there were 2 scrolls, a black leather diary, and a crystal. Moria looked excited as he quickly took out one of the scrolls. Nothing broken. That's great. As soon as he received it, Moria excitedly shouted at Rain. Rain couldn't help but smile. Immediately, Moria carefully opened the sheepskin scroll. Found it. This is the one. The sheepskin scroll records the advanced meditation method of the Iron Heart from the 1st to the 4th level. Both Moria and Rain are metal-type wizards. They are very excited to find the 4th level of this advanced meditation method. Rain also looks very happy. They didn't find it earlier in the warehouse or the data room, but they found it in the office. Indeed, exploring ruins like this really requires professionals or someone in charge. Otherwise, he might have left after searching the warehouse and data room. By the way, since the first sheepskin scroll is so important, what about the second one? Rain immediately focused on the second sheepskin scroll. The same idea naturally appeared in Moria's mind. He quickly opened the second sheepskin scroll. Surprisingly. There's even a metal-type morning attack technique. Moria's left hand, holding the other scroll, was trembling. Ha, Rain, with the 4th level of the advanced meditation method and this morning attack technique, the spring of metal-type wizards has finally arrived. If it were just the 4th level of the Iron Heart meditation method, Moria, as the leader of a wizard school, wouldn't be so excited. But with this morning attack technique, the significance is completely different. In today's world, where 5th level full moon wizards are almost extinct, having these 2 means that metal-type wizards' combat power could rival the mainstream schools that specialize in fire, water, or earth magic. Morning attack technique, Steel Forest. Requires 4th level wizardry Steel Thorns Forest, 3rd level wizardry Thorn Iron Ball, 2nd level wizardry Iron Thorns Path, and 1st level wizardry Iron Thorns. However, as Moria softly recited, the next moment, his brow furrowed immediately. 4th level wizardry Steel Thorns Forest is recorded in the Sheepskin Scroll, and the 3rd level wizardry Thorn Iron Ball School exists, but the 2nd level wizardry Iron Thorns Path and the 1st level wizardry Iron Thorns are missing. This is really, Moria said with a bitter smile. This. Ryan's mouth was slightly open, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. It was like wanting to make a scallion braised sea cucumber, but after getting the sea cucumber, realizing there are no scallions. However, this makes sense. Because of its importance, the level 4 magic was stored in a safe. Meanwhile, level 3 and below magic, which are less important, were kept in the library. Due to the explosion and radiation, everything in the library was destroyed. It's really... Sigh, Moria shook her head helplessly. Even for just level 1 and 2 magic, collecting them is very difficult. Hearing Moria's words, Ryan also looked very speechless. After all, for a dawn attack, the hardest magic to find, level 4 and level 3, were already secured, but the simpler level 2 and level 1 magic became the bottleneck. At this moment, Moria handed Ryan a sheepskin scroll of the 4th layer of the Steel Heart meditation technique, smiling, and said, "Ryan, you can look at it first. As the next leader of the faction, you have the right to browse freely, without worrying about contribution points." Thank you, faction leader. Ryan took the 4th layer of Steel Heart, but didn't immediately start reading. Instead, he followed Moria's gesture and looked at the black leather diary. He was naturally very interested in the diary's contents. Most of the diary recorded the writer's opinions on major events within the sect at the time, so there wasn't much worth noting. But as he flipped to the last part, some information caught both their interests. March 11th, I received a report from the sect's new continent expedition team, saying they found clues to the ancient Goblin Empire's capital. However, the report also mentioned that the Harshe sect and several other large sects had discovered the same clues. Perhaps, for other wizard sects, the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire's capital are just an ordinary exploration. But I know how important this is for the Valzik sect. If we can find the ancient goblin constructs, we will definitely be able to create golems at the level of a 5th level full moon wizard. So, I decided to personally go to the New World, also to show other wizarding schools that the Valzik school is determined to succeed. However, leaving the school was a big decision. Before I left, I needed to discuss things with McGonagall and Snape to arrange the school's affairs. On March 12th, I finished talking with them, but we had major disagreements. Snape thought my plan was too rushed and risky, and he didn't agree. McGonagall was busy studying strange stones he found somewhere and didn't care much about managing the school. I admit McGonagall's strange minerals have some special energy, but for our school, which mainly focuses on constructs, it's not very useful. I believe McGonagall has gone down the wrong path. But McGonagall is the second most talented in the school after me and has the best chance to reach the peak of dawn and challenge level 5 full moon wizards. Banning his experiments directly might cause conflict, and trying to persuade him might be too late. Forget it, let him continue his research. When he hits a dead end, he will naturally give up. I am a bit worried about his current state, but I can only leave it like this for now. Some pages were torn out, perhaps records of some arguments? Ryan and Moria weren't sure, but that wasn't the main point. They kept flipping through the pages. On March 17th, I decided to leave. Since McGonagall thinks studying that strange mineral is very important to him, let him do it. Snape will handle daily affairs. That's better to avoid conflicts. Also, according to the rules, as the leader, I must carry the 5th level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Technique, and the school's library still has a copy of the 5th level. By the way, I also need to leave the Destructo Crystal. Usually, it's better to lock it in my safe, so Snape won't use it to control the Destructo out of the blue. Mordial will keep the key for me. He's very loyal. I think I'll leave this diary here. The new world is very dangerous, and even I don't have complete confidence. Level 5. There's really a 5th level. Ryan, do you know what this means? Moria's excitement was unusually intense, almost bordering on madness. Yes. Ryan nodded firmly, feeling just as thrilled inside. He didn't expect that during this trip to the Valzic ruins, he would not only find the 4th level of the advanced meditation method of the Steel Heart, but also discover clues about the 5th level. Yes. Although it's just a clue, it's a huge progress. Previously, it was believed that the 5th level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation method had long disappeared into history and was almost impossible to find. So, having a clue is a big step forward. It's like moving from 0 to 1. But, is it the ruins of the Goblin Empire's capital? Ryan couldn't help but think back to a long time ago when he obtained a map of the ancient Goblin Empire city, Lamberton, and handed it over to the Empire Navy. It seems that the territory of the ancient Goblin Empire was probably centered on the new continent, which is now the Eagle Federation, radiating outward. What a huge empire, Ryan thought with a sigh. But don't worry. The exploration of this new continent, meaning the Eagle Federation, can wait until we reach the Dawn Mage stage. Moria paced back and forth, trying to calm her excitement. After a moment, she said, even the high-level Dawn Mages at the peak haven't returned safely from the new continent. If they didn't die in conflicts among the mage schools, it means the ruins of the ancient Goblin Empire are far more dangerous than we imagined. Exactly, Master. I think so too, Ryan nodded. He hadn't even reached level 4 Dawn Mage yet, so thinking about the 5th level was still too early. Even in recent ancient times, level 5 full moon mages were rare, and over the past thousands of years, they have almost vanished. If climbing to level 4 Dawn Mage is like climbing Mount Tai, then becoming a level 5 full moon mage is like climbing Mount Everest. However, it seems that this is the control crystal of the Destroyer. Moria's eyes lit up as she looked at the crystal in her hand. Although hundreds of years had passed, the radiation from the dual protective magic arrays inside the room and the safe was not significantly affecting the control crystal inside the safe. Ryan, you can just watch for now. I think if we can get this big guy running, we won't need to worry about any cults coming to us. When mentioning the last part, Moria couldn't help but smile. Thinking about the destructive power of the Destroyer, Ryan nodded immediately. If they could activate this giant machine, it might not be about fearing cults, but about them being able to confront the cults directly. So, after setting up a warning spell array and placing 2 small puppets at the door, Moria focused on controlling the crystal and carefully studied the control manual. Meanwhile, Ryan was flipping through the sheepskin scrolls of the Ironheart's 4th layer. In the middle of Ferdinand Forest, a large airship was flying fast through the sky. Suddenly, a faint golden beam about the size of a bowl shot from the ground ahead. Its speed was so fast that just as the legendary knights and wizards on the ship reacted, they saw the beam was already very close. Upon closer look, everyone was shocked because they realized it was a leaf, about the size of a palm, glowing faintly gold. Yes, a leaf. Seeing this, their first thought was, a leaf? How can it be moving so fast? Their second thought was, don't worry, Lord Reginald and Lord Lhasa are here. Nothing will happen. In an instant, a semi-spherical yellowish protective shield appeared in front of the huge airship, shielding it. But with a sharp sizzle, the golden leaf forcefully broke through the shield and hit the airship's large balloon. Whoosh! Though small, the leaf caused significant damage, piercing a hole about 4 or 5 meters wide in the balloon. Immediately, the balloon deflated rapidly, like a punctured balloon, and the airship started to fall quickly. Suddenly, large yellow wings appeared on both sides of the airship, restoring its balance, and it slowly glided forward. At this moment, everyone saw that Reginald and Lhasa, the two protectors of the Empire, had somehow come from the cabin to the front of the ship, both looking seriously at a spot below. Just a single leaf broke through my level 4 protective magic, the Earth Barrier. It seems this leaf is. It probably is. However, Your Highness Reginald, this also shows that the other side is worried we might ruin their plans, isn't it? Lhasa, holding a large shield, smiled. Yes, Your Highness Lhasa. Reginald also showed a slight smile. As the airship slowly descended into the dense forest, suddenly many trees around began to shake violently. Then, huge roots like human legs stepped out of the ground, and faint faces appeared on the tree trunks. If Anna were here, she would immediately recognize that these were a group of Ironwood Guardians. What was even more striking was a tall, slender male elf dressed in a beautiful robe, appearing among the Ironwood Guardians. He walked toward the falling airship, staring directly at Lhasa and Reginald, speaking in common. Humans, this is Elven territory. According to the Ancient Alliance, without our permission, you cannot enter. Reginald looked at him with a slight frown and a hint of confusion. However, Lhasa spoke loudly. Sir, we didn't want to come here either. We received a plea for help from your ambassador, saying you were attacked by a cult. That's why the Empire sent us as reinforcements. Humans, thank you for your kindness, but we can handle the cult ourselves, the elf replied. His words immediately annoyed Luther and the others, who had come a long way to support them. They felt unappreciated. Such proud elves. What nonsense. If it weren't for the Empire's orders, who would want to come here? Lhasa's brow also furrowed. If they continued to advance under these circumstances, a direct conflict was inevitable. However, Reginald, standing nearby, seemed to understand something. He suddenly smiled at the elf and said, Actually, you don't represent all elves, do you? You're a follower of the Mother Tree cult. What? Everyone looked at him in surprise. The tall elf's expression turned serious. I don't know what you're talking about. Hee, from the attack you just used, I sensed a faint aura from the Mother Tree of the Void. Even your body carries a faint scent of the Void Mother Tree, well hidden. If you are not a follower of the Mother Tree, then how do you use the leaves from the Void Mother Tree? Or perhaps, you curse the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir right here and now. Although you are a powerful hero, you should show respect to the Great Mother Tree. The male elf, hearing Reginald call out the name of the Void Mother Tree, couldn't help but feel angry. But his reply was basically admitting that he was a follower of the Void Mother Tree, which caused a stir among the legends present. Clearly, although he was in High Elf, he had long become a member of the Mother Tree sect without anyone knowing. So it was this guy who shot down the airship. Suddenly, at that moment, all the Imperial personnel, including Lhasa and Reginald, looked up at the sky ahead. The High Elf also immediately turned his head to look behind him. A thick green beam of light shot up from the center of Ferdinand Forest, not far away. Oh no, this is the second one. Reginald's face turned serious. Haha, it's too late for you to rush over now. The Great Void Mother Tree will descend upon this world. The High Elf turned his head to the crowd, his eyes gradually turning dark, flashing with pride and madness. Seeing such a crazy look in a High Elf who values nature and balance was truly shocking. So, among the Imperial legends, including Luther, everyone stared at the other, seemingly wanting to know, how exactly does that so-called Void Mother Tree tempt the elves? Human, goodbye. I have more important things to do. Oh, and by the way, I advise you, if you don't leave Ferdinand Forest soon, you won't be able to leave later. Meanwhile, at the 7th outpost, the elf elders Aldalin, Drenna, Anna, and other pureblood elves suddenly turned pale, their faces filled with fear. They quickly rushed to the window of the outpost, looking toward the center of Ferdinand Forest. Another visible green beam of light shot up into the sky. Impossible! How could the second crystal tower be destroyed so quickly? Aldalin looked terrified, disbelief written all over his face. Grandpa Aldi, does this mean that if the green light pillar appears again, Ferdinand City will be completely. Anna covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. Because Aldi had previously said that once the third crystal tower was destroyed, the ancient witch formation, the crystal barrier, would be completely shattered. That's right. Aldi nodded heavily. But in the next second, something even more shocking happened to the pureblood elves. With the appearance of the green light pillar, it seemed that the entire Ferdinand forest was trembling with some residual energy and a kind of whispering. Or perhaps murmuring. In an instant, all the pureblood elves, including Anna, a half-elf, felt a call from their mother deep in their hearts. It was as if a constant whisper in their ears, "Children. Danger. Help. Help me." At the same time, all the pureblood elves felt a deep fear, terror, and trembling from their innermost souls and bloodlines. This is a call from the mother tree and hill, Drenna said with shock. A crisis of extinction is about to happen. It was the first time she heard a plea and call for help from the mother tree. But instinctively, she immediately understood what the mother tree was trying to say. At this moment, an unknown female pureblood elf stepped out from the group. Her beautiful face showed determination and resolve as she said to Aldi and Drenna, "No, we must go back and help the mother tree, and Ale. Although we don't have much strength, we can pray for her." Then, one by one, other pureblood elves stood up and gathered behind her. There were elders, children, and elves with bandaged wounds that had not yet healed. But all the elves had firm eyes, because the mother tree, Andahil, is truly the mother of all pureblood elves, literally. Elves are a very magical race. They can reproduce in a way similar to humans, but they can also give birth through the mother tree, just like other plants blooming and bearing fruit. The fruits born by the mother tree contain the very essence of elves. Children cannot refuse their mother's call and plea for help. All the elves, led by Aldelin, prepared to leave the room and head to Ferdinand City. Seeing this, Elena's face changed naturally. She exchanged a worried look with Claire, and both saw concern in each other's eyes. Elena quickly approached Anna and said, "Miss Anna, Lord Rain will be very worried if you go now." "Yes, Miss Anna. Maybe you should wait until Captain Rain returns." Claire also stepped forward, gently holding Anna's fair hand. Hearing the name Rain, Anna's figure slightly trembled, and her steps paused. But then, she showed determination, shook her head, and said to Elena, "Lady Elena, I believe if Rain were here, you would support me going." Next, Anna carefully withdrew her hand from Claire's and said, "Lady Claire, I enjoyed our time together, but this matter is very important, and I must go." Suddenly, Elena smiled and said, "Wait, everyone, if you really want to go, why not take our airship? Anna, we have a communication device on board. Once Rain's signal stabilizes, we can contact him anytime." This caused everyone, including Anna, to hesitate. Clearly, they didn't want to get involved in elf matters or drag Elena and Claire into it. "If you want to go to Ferdinand City, traveling by airship is undoubtedly the fastest, isn't it?" Elena continued. Elena's sudden change in attitude surprised Claire and Beyonce, who were nearby. They couldn't quite understand why she acted that way. Then we'll trouble Lady Elena, but we hope you ensure safety." "We don't want you to encounter danger," said Aldelin, nodding to Elena. "Everyone, don't leave me out." After all, the journey to Ferdinand City isn't very safe. Lambert crossed his arms and smiled slightly. "Of course, if Lord Lambert is willing to go with us, that would be perfect," Elena said with a smile. At this moment, Elena waved to Beyonce and whispered a few words in her ear. Beyonce looked surprised, then quickly left in a hurry. Meanwhile, 1 hour ago, at the Valzig ruins, Ryan was seriously studying the advanced meditation method of the Steel Heart, 4th level. Unlike the 3rd level, which was made up of 108 will runes in a 3-dimensional pattern, the 4th level Steel Heart model was composed of exactly 256 will runes. Moreover, from the overall structure, these 256 runes were packed more tightly than the 3rd level's model. From a broad perspective, it was like a multi-layered tower, with the top layer smaller but more dazzling and finely carved than the lower ones. "Wow, 256 will runes. This is really difficult," Ryan muttered. Still, as he thought about the description in the scroll about the effects of the 4th level, he immediately felt the urge to try and master it quickly. Once mastered, the boost effect would be very impressive, more than 60% better than the 3rd level, actually doubling the power. Any metal-based magic would have its power doubled, and that effect needed no further explanation. Ryan looked at his remaining attribute points, 12 in total. He thought about saving 5 points for a major battle, leaving him 7 points to use. But he still felt it wasn't enough. Even though he knew it was unlikely he could master it all at once, he still wanted to try, at least to see if he could. From another angle, if he really managed to master the 4th level of the Steel Heart meditation, his power could rise so much that he might be able to face epic-level enemies with just his wizard abilities. After all, he held the core skills of the Dragon Vein Wizard. The greater his magic power, the higher his real damage. Looking at his 12 attribute points, he thought he could put almost all of them into this. Of course, it would be safer to keep a couple of points in reserve. With this in mind, Ryan's eyes lit up. If he had 10 points as backup, he felt confident enough to give it a try. He then began visualizing the 3-dimensional model of the 4th level of the Steel Heart in his mind, starting with the 1st Will Rune, then the 30th Rune, and finally, the 199th Will Rune. Phew, Rain took a deep breath. His first try ended with a score of 199. This difficulty is a bit extreme. It's quite far from 256. But Rain was not someone who gave up easily. So he tried again and again, until he felt a dull pain in his temples. Of course, the results improved significantly. On his last attempt, he managed to sketch 212 Will Runes in one go. Next, it was time to add some points. He repeated this process, and after adding points 3 times, the progress on the 4th layer model reached 237 runes. There were still 19 runes left to reach 256. Not bad. I might be able to finish it. Rain's eyes grew brighter. At this moment, although Moria, the envoy, was carefully studying the control crystal of the destroyer nearby, he suddenly seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked at Rain, who was sweating on his forehead, and was surprised. He quickly warned, "Rain, you. Don't tell me you've already started trying?" Huh? For a moment, Rain didn't know how to answer Moria. He wasn't just trying, he was almost mastering it. "Don't worry, just observe and get familiar with it," Moria said seriously. Apparently, the 4th level of all advanced meditation methods involves secrets of the Dawn Wizard, making it extremely difficult to master the Iron Heart at this level. "It requires years of focus," Moria added. Okay, envoy." Rain nodded after thinking. What more could he say about the Elder's concern? He was grateful for Moria's care, and he knew Moria was right. But he also understood that his situation was different from others because he had a system. Suddenly, both Rain and Moria looked up in the same direction. The wave just now, was that the second time? Moria's expression darkened. "Yeah, the second time," Rain nodded. "It seems the cult's attack this time is much stronger than I expected." "Rain, let's go to the warehouse again." "Envoy, have you already mastered the control method?" Rain looked at Moria in surprise. Even people who don't know much about construction understand that controlling a supergiant magical golem with epic power is not easy. Well, the main problem with the destroyer golem isn't control, but energy. According to the records in the control crystal, there's a large furnace core prepared in a secret room inside the warehouse. But after so many years in radiation exposure, it's probably no longer working properly. So, I want to see if I can fix it. "I see," Ryan nodded. Immediately, the two quickly returned to the warehouse. As Moria headed toward the secret room, the thin plate on Ryan's chest vibrated again. ZZZ. ZZZ. However, due to radiation interference, he couldn't hear what was being said, not even a word. This gave Ryan a bad feeling. He sensed that something was happening. Logically, Olenna already knew he was exploring the ruins. If there was nothing important, she wouldn't have contacted him. Meanwhile, in the middle of Ferdinand Forest, the Empire's airship was slowly landing. "Want to leave? Since you've become a member of the Mother Tree cult, you can't represent the elves anymore. And for heretics, our Empire's idea is consistent. That is to completely eliminate them," Reginald said sternly, his normally kind face suddenly serious. His firm words made the High Elf, who was already turning to leave, stop and turn to look at Reginald. But before he could say anything, his face suddenly changed. A vine quickly wrapped around him, lifting him into the air. Nearby, the Ironwood guards rushed toward his position, seemingly trying to block something. But in an instant, the ground where the elf was standing trembled violently. A huge, roughly 10-meter wide, earth-colored hand suddenly reached out and grabbed him from the air. "Ah!" the High Elf shouted in terror. Green vines mixed with faint blood red wrapped around him, forming a ball. At the same time, the vine ball shot out thick, leaf-like vines in all directions from his body. These vines are either wrapping around or piercing into the large yellowish-brown hand, seemingly trying to block its deadly attack. But in the next moment, the vines that are wrapped around are instantly broken by the expanding fingers of the large hand. The vines that had pierced in are shattered like willow branches hitting concrete. Suddenly, broken pieces of vines fall from the sky. The large yellowish-brown hand gets closer and closer to the vine ball, which is centered around a small spirit. When the vine ball finally falls into the palm of the hand suddenly clenches into a fist. A loud popping sound is heard. It's like a small tomato being squished, with red and green liquid slowly seeping out from between the fingers of the large hand. Then, the hand relaxes and quickly disappears, falling back to the ground. A mass of flesh and blood, blurred and unrecognizable, also drops onto the ground. This high-level elf was ordered to use a leaf from the Void Mother Tree to destroy the Empire's airship and slow down their movements. But the smooth execution made him forget that this power came from the Void Mother Tree. As for himself, he was naturally no match for the Empire's guardians. "Your Majesty Reginald, your Earth Hand is becoming more skilled," Lhasa said with a slight smile when he saw this scene, speaking to Reginald beside him. Only a few people in the entire Empire can release such a powerful level 4 Earth magic instantly and attack enemies with ease. "Thank you, Your Majesty Lhasa. Since they already know we are here, maybe we don't need to hide anymore." "Exactly. Everyone, summon your flying mounts and head quickly to Ferdinand City," Lhasa turned and told the others behind him. "Understood, Your Majesty Lhasa," replied the legendary Empire fighters, including Litha, as they summoned their flying mounts from the bottom of their airships. Roar! Suddenly, a large yellowish-brown dragon burst out of the ground, spreading its huge flesh wings and shining with golden light under the sun, looking like a golden dragon. This was Reginald's dragon companion, Ted. In an instant, more than 10 powerful flying mounts, along with 2 teams of griffin riders, flew rapidly toward Ferdinand City, led by the yellowish-brown dragon. Their speed was almost as fast as the original airship. Fortress Number 7. The sword-wielding airship carrying Olenna is now fully loaded and heading toward the center of Ferdinand Forest. The sleek long-range airship captured from Bowstaff is flying toward the ruins where Rain is located. On the long-range airship, it is Beyoncé. Following Olenna's instructions, Beyoncé is on the faster long-range airship heading to the Valzig ruins to inform Rain, while the others are on the sword-wielding airship heading to Ferdinand City. If everything goes smoothly, both groups will arrive at Ferdinand City around the same time. At this moment, inside Ferdinand City, a group of black-robed people surrounds a high elf, standing in front of a large, deep pit several meters wide, chatting happily. "Prince Sadrin, thanks to your help this time, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to enter the palace after the crystal barrier opened, let alone destroy the 2 crystal towers so easily. Now, only 1 crystal tower remains," said an old man in black robes with a smile that couldn't be hidden. At this moment, Prince Sadrin furrows his brow and makes a soft sound of surprise. "Did something happen, Prince Sadrin?" The old man naturally notices the unusual expression on the prince's face and asks. "Nothing much, just Patrock's mental imprint suddenly disappeared. It seems there's a problem on his side." 3 other old men in black robes look serious at the same time. They know that the person named Patrock is insubordinate of Prince Sadrin and also a high elf who has thrown himself into the embrace of the Void Mother Tree. His task is to block the Imperial reinforcements. It seems the Imperial support is already on its way. "Prince Sadrin, it looks like we need to speed up our progress," the old man in black robes says. "All right, let's go," Prince Sadrin replies as he moves forward, his slightly hollow eyes still fixed on the floating, mini golden tree in front of him. As the black-robed group continues to move forward, the leading old man nods to the other 2. Soon, the 2 old men understand and turn to leave. The leading old man looks ahead and reveals a meaningful smile. In the distance, not far ahead, there stands a giant tree about several hundred meters tall, resembling a banyan tree, with a green semicircular canopy. This is the mother tree of the elves, Underhill. At this moment, as they get closer, the size of the tree becomes even more impressive. However, the green spiral canopy at the top of the tree has noticeably faded and become thinner. This is clearly because 2 crystal towers have been destroyed, greatly reducing the energy supply to the crystal barrier. But the old man's gaze is not on the mother tree itself. Instead, he is looking beyond it, past the green spiral canopy, into the sky. In the distant sky, a faint golden glow flickers. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse secret chamber at the Valzig ruins, Ryan sees a large furnace core. It is a small, disc-sized, precise energy device with many complex metal tubes on its surface. It looks like a scaled-up engine, about 5 or 6 times larger. Moria fiddles with it for a while, then frowns, shakes her head, and sighs. It can't be started at all. I brought a lava heart, but it can only serve as a medium-sized furnace core starter. I need to take some time to modify it. Ryan, this will take a while. Please help me keep watch in the hall. Also, you can look at the 2 scrolls in the black leather journal. There are some words in the journal that I think will be very inspiring for every peak-level crystallized wizard. Morning sun, representing the rising sun and endless possibilities. When we go back, we can explore and try together. The chances are great, especially for you. Moria pats Ryan's shoulder and smiles. No problem, boss. Ryan's mind is focused on meditation magic. When he hears about keeping watch and reading the scrolls, he naturally agrees. Actually, if Ryan paid a little more attention to Moria, he might think of something. If a legendary energy source like the lava heart is available, then the epic-level energy source he has, an abyss fire crystal, seems even more suitable. Inside the hall, Ryan carefully reads the black leather journal. Although the above is just a collection of scattered notes, as the leader of the ancient Valzig school and a high-level wizard likely reaching the peak of the 4th-level dawn stage, even these few words are very inspiring to Ryan. They even serve as a key insight. The 4th level of advanced meditation differs from the first 3 levels. The first 3 focus on refining mental strength, so learning earlier or later doesn't matter much. For example, Ryan thought about this sentence and realized it was true. He started practicing the 3rd level of the Steel Heart Advanced Meditation only after reaching 1% crystallization and becoming a 3rd-level crystallized wizard. Learning it later wouldn't be a problem. It would just mean he might be stuck at 1% crystallization for a while. But the 4th level is different. It relates to whether he can advance to the 4th-level Dawn Wizard, so it must be learned and mastered during the peak of crystallization. This is also the first difficulty mentioned in the Blackskin Diary. When mental strength approaches perfection, the 4th level of meditation is needed to make the final compression of mental power, which is the hardest part. Finally, during this process, a model of the 4th-level talent wizardry must also be outlined. These 2 sentences from the Blackskin Diary clearly point out the 2nd and 3rd difficulties in advancing to the Dawn Wizard. With these 3 challenges stacked together, the difficulty can be imagined. Ryan suddenly understood. No wonder even someone as talented as Dean Badalov of Winterford Academy is stuck at the peak of crystallization, waiting for an opportunity to step into the 4th-level Dawn stage. However, with the Dragon Soul Potion and other preparations this time, Badalov should be able to try again to reach the 4th-level Dawn realm. Originally, Moria wanted Ryan to review the Black Skin Diary carefully to approach the matter of advancing to the 4th-level Dawn Wizard more cautiously. But unexpectedly, after reading it, Ryan became even more eager to try. Because he was not very confident before, but after reading the diary, he understood the exact process for promotion. For someone with a system, having a clear step-by-step plan makes everything much easier. While Moria was busy in the secret warehouse, Ryan used the activation spell in the hall to activate 3 combat puppets for guard duty. Then he continued to try the 4th level. After several hours and 6 skill upgrades, Ryan finally succeeded in creating a complex model made of 256 willpower runes for the advanced meditation method of the Steel Heart, all at once. At this moment, a strange feeling appeared in his mind, and the complex 3-layer crystal in his mental sea also changed. He saw that at the bottom of the 3-layer crystal, the circular base was now larger in diameter and thicker, making it more stable. The mental sea, which was almost like ice crystals, now looked like a collection of tiny diamonds with no water inside. Then, the system prompt appeared. You have practiced the 4th layer of the advanced meditation method of the Steel Heart. Your understanding has improved. Your skill, Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method, has been upgraded. Experience plus 11. Meanwhile, Ryan looked at the Steel Heart icon on his Dragon Vein Wizard Legendary Profession panel to see the change in description. The new description read, Steel Heart Advanced Meditation Method LV10, 1/20,000, with the special effect Metal Control LV4, Metal Control LV4, Passive, Effect. Your ability to control metal energy particles has doubled. Not easy. Finally succeeded. LV4 Metal Control. The system's description changed from significantly improved to doubled. This is... Suddenly, Ryan's eyes widened. Because after reading the system prompt and the description change, he casually glanced at his attribute panel and found that his mental power value had changed significantly again. Mental power, 186, crystallized 97%. It wasn't about the increase in mental power, since he had just added 10 points to his mental attribute, so having 186 mental power was normal. The key was that the crystallization progress had jumped by 3 points. This was during the most difficult peak of crystallization, where even a 1% increase took a long time of hard practice. Clearly, the only reason for this was his recent mastery of the 4th layer of the Steel-Heart Advanced Meditation method, which caused the crystallization progress to surge rapidly. This also shows that the 4th level of advanced meditation has a very strong effect on compressing and refining mental energy. Exactly. Without this effect, how could I compress my mental energy to the limit when facing the dawn? Unfortunately, I still need 3 more points, otherwise. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Ryan's mind, and he smiled immediately. The 4th level of meditation corresponds to display levels 10 to 12, but I'm only at level 10 now. This means there is still great potential for refining mental energy. If Ryan upgrades his advanced meditation to level 12, the effects of refining and compressing will become even stronger. Without hesitation, Ryan invested 2 more skill points into the Steel-Heart Advanced Meditation technique at level 10. As the Steel-Heart Advanced Meditation technique advanced from level 10 to level 12, a surge of memories about practicing the 4th level flooded into Ryan's mind like a mighty wave. In an instant, Ryan felt as if he was in a mysterious space, experiencing decades of hard practice at the 4th level of meditation. A few minutes later, when Ryan tried to sketch the model of the 4th level again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the time needed for visualization was nearly cut in half. Most importantly, the effects of compressing and refining mental energy had greatly improved again. At this moment, the crystallization progress displayed a perfect 100%. Well, as expected, a higher-level attack is powerful. Ryan couldn't help but feel excited and exclaimed. Using the 4th level of meditation to improve the crystallization process is like using a sledgehammer to a nut. Overkill. Suddenly, the thin sheet in Ryan's hand vibrated again. Ryan. Captain. Sizzle. Aunts. Ruins. Up. A familiar but rarely heard voice came from the thin sheet. Is that Beyoncé? This signal was much clearer than before, and Ryan immediately recalled the fragmented keywords just now. Ryan raised an eyebrow and quickly understood what was happening. Beyoncé? Above the ruins? Why not Claire or Olena? Could it be that they got into trouble, and only Beyoncé escaped? Ryan's expression turned serious as he quickly connected many possibilities. Quickly appeared at the door of the secret warehouse room, ignoring whether he was disturbing Morlia, who was fully focused on repairing something. He said, Morlia, my friend might be in trouble. The airship from the Sword Bearers has probably arrived above our ruins. I need to go out and check. Oh, wait a moment. I will go with you. Morlia paused his work and looked serious. All right. Soon, the two of them stepped out from a hidden entrance and immediately saw an airship floating nearby in the sky. However, the first thing that caught Rain's eye was that the airship looked familiar. Wasn't it the captured long-range airship from Bostav? I am Rain. He quickly showed a small card. Great, Captain Rain. I am Beyoncé. Oh, I see you. Beyoncé said excitedly as the airship slowly moved toward their location. Since they were close, Rain soon saw Beyoncé waving from the ship's side. Beyoncé performed a quick wind spell and lightly jumped down from the 20-meter-high airship. As a nearly legendary ranger, she could do this easily. Captain, Miss Anna and the pureblood elves received a call from the mother tree of the elves, Underhill. They are now heading to Ferdinand City. Beyoncé, wearing tight leather armor that showed her full and tall figure, said with some urgency. What? The call from the mother tree of the elves? Morlia exclaimed in shock before Rain could speak. Rain looked thoughtful, wondering why Anna insisted on going to Ferdinand City now, even though it was a key target for the cult attack. Clearly, the call from the mother tree was very important. Morlia, is there any explanation for this? Rain asked immediately. Hearing Rain call him Morlia, the woman beside him paused slightly and paid more attention to him. But she sensed something strange. Although Morlia's aura was strong, it seemed to be only slightly above that of the captain. According to ancient records, the mother tree of the elves, Underhill, has survived for over 10,000 years. The key point is, when it calls the elves to come, it must have sensed a powerful enemy it cannot resist approaching. Before I contact you, I mentioned the mother tree cult. It is very likely that this time, the void mother tree they worship will appear directly. Molia said in a deep voice. Appear directly? Ryan's face changed. There is a possibility, but at least it will be a powerful clone. Beyoncé nodded and said, the headquarters also thinks so. Just a few minutes ago, Lady Olenna contacted me. She received urgent intelligence from the Empire sword bearers, saying that the Mother Tree cult has almost mobilized all their forces for this attack on Ferdinand Forest. One religious leader and 2 deputy leaders have come to Ferdinand Forest. In other words, just the Mother Tree cult has 3 epic-level strong fighters. They are definitely planning something big. Master, it seems I can't stay to explore the ruins with you. I must go immediately. Wait, Ryan, even if you're strong, you may not be able to handle 3 epic-level fighters, not to mention one more. God. Molia stopped Ryan and said seriously. Just as Ryan was about to speak, Molia waved his hand and continued. I'm not stopping you from going, but wait a moment. Why don't we bring that big guy with us? After saying that, Molia gave a mysterious smile. Huh? Master, do you mean you can repair the large furnace core in a short time? Ryan was a bit confused. After all, Molia just said that repairing the large furnace core isn't something that can be done quickly. No, but I can replace it, Molia said, pointing at the distant Voyage airship above. The Voyage airship uses a medium-sized furnace core, but inside it has a heart of flame, which has a higher energy level than the lava heart. If we take it out and put it into the large furnace core, it can be powered. Of course, it still can't fully operate the destroyer at full power, but it can at least reach 50% of its combat strength. Wait, Master, you mean? I have a piece of abyss fire crystal. Could it be? Ryan suddenly remembered something. He took a box from his waist pouch and handed it to Molia. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Of course, we can do that. Molia's eyes widened as he looked at Ryan. I just remembered. Did you get it from the Flame Gorge? I remember a few months ago, there was a mention of a school sending a message. I was busy preparing for an exploration site, so I didn't pay much attention. Yes, that was the message from the school, about that event. It's quite simple then. Ferdinand City. 2 black-robed elders, both vice leaders of the Mother Tree cult, left. They crossed underground tunnels and, after leaving the palace, quickly arrived at a pre-prepared camp. In the center of the camp, there was a huge ancient tree, barely alive. Its thick trunk bore an old face, looking pained. If an elf had been there, they would have immediately recognized it as a war ancient tree, second only to the Mother Tree. For some reason, it was bound here. What was even more terrifying was that all the green leaves growing on the tree's branches had been replaced by elves of all ages and sizes. Each branch was painfully stabbing into an elf's chest or abdomen. Bright red blood was slowly flowing down the branches, gathering on the trunk, then continuing down into the roots below. Strangely, even though the elves should have been in great pain, they all had their eyes closed, smiling, with arms open as if welcoming something. Smiles and blood. Welcome and stabbing. This created a frightening, trembling, and eerie atmosphere. Around the bound ancient war tree, dozens of black-robed people stood, their chests marked with a golden tree symbol. When the 2 vice leaders arrived, the leader immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, Vice Leader Perseus, Vice Leader Paxson, everything is ready. Good, then let's begin, said the old man named Perseus, nodding. Hee. Everyone, elves, the Empire, and other cults, think we need to break the 3rd crystal to start the prayer. They're all wrong. It seems my lord will become the first divine avatar to descend, chuckled Paxson, looking proud. The divine avatar represents a clone carrying over 30% of the deity's true spirit. At the command of the 2 vice leaders, a grand prayer ritual began. One black robe after another started chanting loudly. From above, it was clear that the camp had 5 sites arranged in a huge inverted pentagram formation. Boom. Bright green beams of light shot into the sky one after another, totaling 5 slanting rays. High above, thousands of meters in the air, the 5 beams converged into a thicker, more powerful light column that shot straight into the sky. The target was clearly a shimmering spot glowing with a faint golden light. In the next moment, a magnificent golden tree silhouette appeared in the sky, filling half the sky with its grandeur. A special, powerful energy field covered an area of several square kilometers. At this moment, all the elves within a large area beneath the golden tree, whether legendary or ordinary, looked up with shocked and confused expressions, as if their hearts had been struck hard, staring at the sudden golden tree in the sky. The already dim crystal barriers suddenly emitted cracking sounds like glass breaking, such as snap. Or, inside the palace, several elven elders responsible for the last 3 crystal tower defenses, wearing flower crowns and armor covered with fern-like plants, saw this and immediately changed color. As druid elders, they understood what this meant. This power is too strong. If all 5 crystal towers were still standing, we might try to hold on. But now, with only 3 left, the crystal barriers are about to break. We must think of a way. Is there any other option now? The crystal barriers are our last hope. This strange phenomenon in the sky naturally drew the attention of the Empire's support team. At this moment, the group approaching the outskirts of Ferdinand City suddenly felt a huge pressure coming from the sky. Then, they witnessed a scene most would never forget. A giant golden tree, occupying half the sky, suddenly appeared overhead. It looked close, but upon closer perception, it seemed far away, like a giant golden painting of a tree hanging above. The golden tree was so beautiful that every branch was detailed and lifelike. Even the veins on the golden leaves could be seen clearly. This captivated Ruth and the other legendary warriors, who couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Only the 2 Imperial guardians riding on yellow-brown dragons had their faces changed drastically. "Quick, don't look at it," Reginald shouted angrily. The warning from the Empire Guardian's mental shockwave echoed in the minds of every legendary warrior, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. Gods cannot be directly looked at. They all knew this phrase. But sometimes, unknowingly, they would become captivated by it. Although the golden giant tree in the sky might not be the real body or possess the true divine power, it likely has at least the strength of a half-god. Half-gods should not be stared at for long either. Otherwise, even legendary warriors like them would be drawn in involuntarily, hearing the whispers of the divine and gradually falling into obsession. Only those with the ability to compress their mental strength into a point, like the level 4 Dawn Sorcerer, or epic-level warriors like the Sword Saint who refine their faith to the utmost, could resist this kind of influence. The sudden appearance of the golden giant tree in the sky also caused the flying mounts of the legendary warriors beneath to wobble as if burdened by heavy loads or drunkenly tilting, beginning to descend slowly. Roar. Even Ted, the yellow-brown dragon, felt the immense pressure. It roared angrily, trying to continue flying, but Reginald patted its neck, signaling it to descend slowly. This level of pressure has already reached at least half-god strength. It's clear that their goal isn't just a simple sacrifice, but to summon the avatar of the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir, or even have the true body descend. Lord Lhasa, I'm afraid this isn't something we can handle alone. To be safe, we should contact the Empire immediately, Reginald said solemnly. Yes, but it won't be so easy for the other side to fully summon her. Look, our allies are still resisting. I think we should delay their arrival as much as possible. Lhasa pointed to the huge green vortex ahead. Reginald examined it carefully and was surprised to find that after suffering heavy pressure, the green vortex seemed to gain some internal support, greatly slowing its cracking speed. Not far from Ferdinand City, in Madeira, on the sword-wielding airship, Alina, Anna, Claire, and the pureblood elves looked on in shock, staring blankly at the massive change in the sky ahead. The appearance of the golden giant tree and the terrifying fluctuations of energy caused a deep, soul-shaking fear among the pureblood elves present. At the same time, the pureblood elves quickly understood why the mother tree, Andril, was calling them. Shoo! A huge sword behind Lambert swung out like lightning. The sharp sound of breaking the air seemed to cut through some kind of barrier. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. Elena, with a pale face, slightly bowed to Lambert and said, "Thank you, Lord Lambert. Just now, I almost couldn't wake up." "You're welcome. Luckily, we were far enough away. Otherwise, not only would I not be able to help you, but I might also be affected myself," Lambert said with a serious expression. Lambert's words naturally drew the attention of Elena, Anna, Claire, and others. "Lord Lambert, even you are affected by that," Anna exclaimed in surprise. Since Anna had seen Lambert's strength before, she knew that Lambert was already at the peak of legend level. If even he was affected, then the being in the sky must be terrifying. Imagine how powerful it is. Yes. The golden giant tree in the sky is probably at the demigod level, Lambert nodded. Demigod. Elena, usually calm, hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. Claire, immediately contact the sword-bearer's headquarters and report the situation. Yes. Yes, Lady Elena. I'll go right now. Claire steadied herself, nodded quickly, then turned and left to contact the command room. In the center of Ferdinand City, while the druid elders were at a loss, suddenly, their bodies emitted a faint green glow that enveloped them all. Is this? All the elven elders looked on in shock, turning to look at the nearby mother tree, Interrogating. At this moment, it was not only the druid elders glowing. The elven guards in ornate light gold armor nearby also radiated green light, and even the distant elven sentinels were doing the same. Even the women and children hiding in a secret place inside the palace, who seemed to have little fighting ability, looked up in surprise at their glowing bodies. Within a range of dozens of kilometers, some elven rangers still fighting cultists also emitted a faint green glow. While the sword-wielding airship was rushing toward Ferdinand City, Anna and the pureblood elves on board were glowing faint green. For a moment, it seemed that elves within several dozen kilometers, or half-elves like Anna, received a strong call signal. In the next second, it appeared that the elves were being pulled by an unseen force or controlled by an invisible hand, moving directly to the ancient elf tree, Andril. Suddenly, green light-covered orbs shot out from all directions like lightning, flying swiftly toward the elf tree. Anna and the pureblood elves also turned into streaks of green light and disappeared from the sword-wielding airship. Oriana and Claire watched this scene in shock, unsure of what to say. Is Miss Anna being called away? This is bad. If Lord Rain finds out, it could be trouble, Claire said anxiously, stomping her foot. Pureblood elves are one thing, but Miss Anna is a half-elf. I really don't understand why the elf mother tree would summon a half-elf. In the Imperial capital, Tamriel, at the Star Mage Tower, in the hall on the second floor, Archmage Dalian and a group of Star Mages looked at a projection of the Empire's territory on an oval stone platform. A small golden dot was visible over the southwest part of the Empire. Golden. This. Lord Dalian. Some Star Mages exclaimed in fear. Everyone looked toward Dalian, the highest-ranking mage. Energy fluctuations at the demigod level. Without a doubt, a divine avatar has arrived, Dalian said worriedly, nodding. At that moment, a messenger hurried over and whispered, the sword-wielder headquarters red line, Ferdinand Forest, the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir's avatar has arrived. I understand. Quickly relay this information to all departments. I will be gone for a moment, Dalian said after glancing around at everyone. Although no one quite understood why the great mage was leaving at such an important moment, they wisely chose not to ask questions. Dalian then entered a secret room within the Star Mage Tower. On the floor of the secret room, there is an ancient-looking teleportation array with intricate lines, flickering faint blue light intermittently. Dalian steps forward, and in the next moment, his figure disappears. This is the dragon's nest. The great Archmage Dalian reappears. He nods familiarly to a tall, red-scaled dragon guard nearby, then walks inside. Following a long corridor glowing with dark red light, Dalian arrives at a spacious hall. A huge red dragon is sleeping peacefully. On the ground, there is a large magic circle, with 6 level 3 fire mages controlling it to heal the dragon. The dragon's chest should have a very fierce wound. Although the skin is healed, the scales have not grown back, leaving a noticeable scar. Next to them, a beautiful red figure sees Dalian and frowns slightly, asking, Lord Dalian, how's the situation? Princess Menia, it's worse than expected. The clone of the Mother Tree of the Void, Ganeshir, has arrived. Judging by its strength, it's probably not an ordinary clone. That was expected. Prepare the ancient teleportation array. I will wake Lord Straz and Tasa immediately and set out now. Everything is ready, Princess Menia. We can teleport at any moment, Dalian says with a slight smile. Using the ancient teleportation array requires rare elemental crystal cores, and only in very important situations will the Empire consider using it. Valzyke Ruins. Reen, Moria, and Bionts all sense a powerful energy wave coming from the center of Ferdinand Forest. They see a golden tree in the northwest sky, seemingly falling from the sky. From their perspective, the golden tree looks like a setting sun that hasn't fully gone down. Not good, this is. Reen's eyes narrow, and he feels a chill. Although far away, he recognizes this aura. It's exactly like the small pale gold tree he once absorbed using his system, definitely the aura of the Mother Tree of the Void, worshipped and revered by the Mother Tree cult. What this scene means is obvious. The Mother Tree cult has summoned the avatar of the Mother Tree of the Void, no, at least its clone, into this world. Master Pi, I will first ride the blood feather horned eagle beast over. You, Ryan said solemnly to Moria immediately. Wait, the speed of the long voyage airship should be faster than your blood feather horned eagle beast, Moria said after a moment of thought, waving his hand. Then, we will hang the destroyer directly below the long voyage airship and go straight over, Moria added. Ryan was slightly surprised by this. How will you adjust the large furnace core? After all, Moria had just received the Abyss Fire Crystal Stone I gave him and hadn't installed it into the large furnace core yet. Haha, don't worry. We can do the adjustments while flying, Moria said with a laugh. Let's go and get the destroyer out first. A few minutes later, Beyoncé suddenly felt the ground beneath her tremble rhythmically. In the next second, her eyes widened. She saw a few dozen meters ahead, the ground covered with bushes suddenly open into a huge hole several dozen meters wide, and she naturally looked into the depths of the hole. Inside the below, the scene resembled a giant library, but in the center of the space stood a colossal golem, towering majestically. The golem's surface had a metallic shine, and its appearance was fierce. Beyoncé only took a quick glance and felt a wave of fear from the bottom of her heart. No wonder Lord Ryan and this. Lord Moria want to bring this. What is it called? The Destroyer Golem. With such a gigantic golem, the cultists are probably doomed. Thinking that this fierce, supersized golem was an ally, Beyoncé felt much calmer. Even the influence of the golden giant tree in the sky seemed to diminish a bit. Ryan and Moria quickly used metal transformation magic to fix several metal hinges the thickness of arms onto the waist, chest, and back of the destroyer. Then, the long voyage airship immediately started to operate at full power and take off. A sleek, streamlined airship was seen flying toward the direction of the golden giant tree, with a huge, fierce metal golem hanging beneath it. The speed was increasing rapidly. On the body of the supersized metal golem, there was a tiny figure busy with something, talking to itself. It's time for the destroyer to come out. Higi, let's see who dares say that the repair construction school has no depth. Now, the destroyer golem is the foundation of our school. Inside the ship cabin, Ryan carefully examined a parchment scroll about the level 4 Steelthorn's forest magic. Considering the serious situation he might face, Ryan decided to learn and master it first. After all, if things become very dangerous, he plans to use the Steelthorn's forest as his level 4 innate magic to directly advance to dawn. Half an hour later, Ryan's face showed happiness. According to the scroll, the normal diameter of the Steelthorn's forest is about 50 meters. But Ryan just sensed it slightly. He didn't cast it fully, yet he could control a field expanding to about 120 meters in diameter, more than double the original size. At this moment, the system prompt appeared. You have learned Steelthorn's Forest, and your understanding has improved. You have gained a new skill, Steelthorn's Forest. Your Steelthorn's Forest skill has been upgraded, experience plus 12. At the same time, a new icon appeared below the Dragonvein Mage Legend panel. The icon shows a figure in a mage robe, striking the ground with one hand, surrounded by rising steel shrubbery with sharp thorns. Below the icon, small text reads, Steelthorn's Forest LV1, 1/100, Level 1 effect. Uses a certain amount of mental energy to activate a specific magic model that draws metal energy particles around, forming a Steelthorn field in a specific direction or all around, piercing all targets within the area. Note, casting time is 3 seconds. A field-type magic? Ryan couldn't help but be very happy, because, from a strict perspective, this is the first field-type magic Ryan has mastered, which fully makes up for his regret on the night path. Although improving proficiency in level 4 magic is very difficult for Ryan, this isn't a problem. As long as he successfully advances to Dawn Mage, this level 4 magic will become his innate magic. Meanwhile, the team led by the Empire Protector, Tasa, and Reginald had already arrived in Ferdinand City, but they were stopped at this moment. Ahead of the group, 2 old men in black robes suddenly appeared. Gentlemen, you are not welcome here. I advise you all, my lord is about to descend. It's still possible to leave now, or else you may all be trapped here forever. Neither Tasa nor Reginald responded to the words of the 2 elder priests of the Mother Tree cult. They simply looked at each other with slight disdain. This look of contempt clearly hurt Perseus and Paxson, but before they could say anything, suddenly there was a loud rumble. The ground cracked open, and two huge yellowish hands burst out, reaching toward the two elders of the Mother Tree cult. You. The arrogant attitude of the Imperial team and the sudden attack made Perseus and Paxson, the vice-high priests of the Mother Tree cult, turn red with anger. They stared at Reginald, clearly furious. The two quickly chanted spells and raised their hands. Two blood-green spherical shields appeared instantly, protecting them. Can you stop this? Reginald, the Imperial Guardian, showed a meaningful smile. He extended both hands and clenched them tightly. Suddenly, the two large yellow hands also clenched at the same time. Creak. Splurt. The blood-green shields that Perseus and Paxson hastily cast only lasted half a second before bursting apart like watermelons, shattered instantly. Seeing this, Reginald simply let out a slight huh with a hint of surprise on his face. In theory, the two should have been either killed or seriously injured. But suddenly, two strange vines flashed like lightning and pulled them away. Nearby, Luther and other legendary Imperial warriors, who had been watching with smiles, also noticed this. Their faces froze in surprise. The two elder priests of the Mother Tree cult suddenly appeared about 20 meters away. This meant that just moments ago, they had escaped from Reginald, the Earth Pulse Guardian, using some strange method, an almost instant cast of the level 4 Earth magic, Earth Hand. Hiki, an instant Earth spell. I believe you are the Imperial Guardian Reginald, known as Earth Pulse. I admit, outside, we wouldn't be your match. But unfortunately, this is not the outside, Paxson said with a grin. Percy loudly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps sounded with a thud. A giant humanoid tree, dozens of meters tall, with branches carrying two people, strode forward confidently. Ancient War Tree. In Luther's team of legendary fighters, someone immediately recognized the creature and asked in confusion. This was originally supposed to be an elf's ancient war tree, but now it was strangely controlled by the Mother Tree cult. As the humanoid tree approached, everyone looked surprised. Many gasped in shock and exclaimed, "How did the elf's ancient war tree become like this?" The giant tree's trunk and branches were oozing with flesh and blood, as if the bark couldn't contain the blood and meat inside. Many of its branches hung upside down, with elves smiling but with their eyes closed and tears of blood flowing down. Hiki. These elves were thin and gaunt, with sunken cheeks, seeming almost just skin and bones. Their originally fair skin had turned a strange bluish-gray. Despite this, they moved very quickly, laughing as they swung and jumped on the tree, playing as if they were having fun. See? Under my lord's light, even the elf's ancient war tree is serving us. Since you refused to accept our kindness, let my lord's improved war tree play with you. Percy and Paxson spoke in unison. A blood-green aura spread rapidly from the fallen war tree in all directions. In the next moment, the ground beneath Luther and the others was suddenly wrapped by wildly growing blood-colored vines. Then, the strange elves on the war tree, like monkeys, hung long vines behind them and rushed toward the group. Earth Spike Field. Faced with this scene, Reginald took out a small stone staff for the first time. He quickly chanted a spell and pointed at the enemy. Suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from the ground around him in dense clusters, forming a fan-shaped area that extended forward. In an instant, the strange elves, unable to dodge in time, were pierced like candied hawthorn sticks. The earth spikes continued to extend until they were about 10 meters in front of the fallen war tree, then reached a balance with the blood-green aura emitted by the ancient tree, stopping their advance. Clearly, Reginald, the protector of the empire known as the Earth Pulsation, is even stronger. However, when they saw this scene, Percy and Paxson did not look worried. Instead, they exchanged a strange smile and said, "Wow, such great strength. You can withstand the attack of the ancient war tree. Truly a protector of the empire. Let's add 2 more trees. Hope you enjoy the game. What do you think?" Hiki. As soon as they finished speaking, heavy footsteps sounded, and beside the fallen war tree, 2 more tall and strange war trees appeared suddenly. Huh? Reginald's expression became serious. This scene also made Lhasa, who was watching nearby, squint his eyes slightly. 3 ancient war trees at the epic level are quite powerful. Even he would feel pressure trying to resist them. Your Majesty, Reginald, leave this to me. You should find a chance to lead your team inside. Lhasa stepped forward and approached. Your Majesty, Lhasa, you. Reginald looked at Lhasa with a questioning expression. Don't worry. Remember my title. Maybe I can't defeat them, but that doesn't mean I will lose, Lhasa said with a smile, raising his sharp shield to signal. All right. Lhassa's words made Reginald smile. Oh, Paxson, listen. The two gentlemen in front of us, under this situation, still want to break through our defenses. What do you think we should do? Percy said sinisterly. They really don't take us seriously. Percy, then let's stop hiding, Paxson chuckled. Their conversation immediately made Lhasa and Reginald feel a bad premonition. From the confident tone of the enemies, it was clear they had support. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, two more strange fallen war trees approached with big strides and stood beside the three trees. For a moment, the 5 fallen war trees stood in a row, showing their power. This made Luther and others look shocked. Remember, those 2 old men in black robes are also epic-level beings. If so, that makes 5 plus 2, a total of 7 epic-level strong fighters. Even though they are confident in the 2 Empire Guardians, Lhasa and Reginald, the other side also. Seeing this scene, Lhasa's face grew serious. Your Majesty Reginald, it seems we are in trouble. It's not exactly trouble, just that it's hard for us to break through, Reginald said quickly as he began to chant a spell. Suddenly, a thick, earth-colored protective shield covered Lhasa. The Empire sent these 2 because they valued this point. A knight who has integrated faith into his shield, with domain power focused on defense and protection, plus a Dawn Mage skilled in earth magic, also good at defense. Together, their attack power might not be very high, but their defense is probably at a very high level. Swish, swish. A swarm of strange, controlled spirits rushed toward the Empire's team. Greenish halos layered one after another, creating immense pressure even for legendary fighters like Luther. Boom. Lhasa's momentum surged as he combined with the earth-colored land shield, temporarily blocking the halos of 5 fallen ancient war trees. But judging by the twitching blue veins on his forehead, Lhasa was using all his strength. Once their domain barely balanced, the 2 sides clashed in battle. The fight was intense and uncertain. Perseus and Parkson watched this scene, smiling slightly. They knew they didn't need to defeat the team led by the 2 Empire Guardians, just delay or stop their advance if possible. When the Great Void Mother Tree truly arrives, these Empire strongmen will vanish completely. In the sky some distance from Ferdinand City, on the Empire's sword-wielding airship, Elena, Claire, Lambert, and others watched as the green dot, carrying Anna and a group of pureblood elves, sped away rapidly. For a moment, they felt a bit lost. Huh? Lady Elena, look over there. Is that the Empire's team? Lambert, arms crossed, squinted and suddenly asked Elena nearby. Huh, it does look like the Empire's team. They seem to be fighting against some cultists. Claire immediately looked in the direction Lambert indicated, excited. Since Elena was the weakest, she quickly picked up a copper telescope to observe. Before long, she excitedly said, Great. It must be the support team led by the 2 Empire Guardians. Half an hour ago, she received news from the Sword Bearers' headquarters about the Empire support team. Now everything is falling into place. Then there's no problem. We will meet up with them immediately. Elena felt very confident. Also, Miss Claire, please contact Miss Beyoncé right away and report the situation here to Lady Anna as soon as she sees Lord Rain. Understood, Lady Elena, Claire replied, her face brightening with hope now that the Empire reinforcements had arrived. The situation might not be so simple, Lady Elena. Maybe we should prepare the airship for battle, Lambert said, a bit of a cold tone in his voice. Hearing this, Elena immediately understood what he meant and quickly picked up her copper telescope to check again. As the airship approached, she finally saw clearly that even though the Empire team had 2 guardians, they still couldn't break through the evil cult's defenses. Oh my. There are 1, 2, 5 epic-level monsters. Elena didn't know exactly what that huge humanoid tree was, but from the greenish blood circles around it, it was clear this was some kind of domain. In other words, these were monsters with epic-level strength. No wonder the Empire team was blocked here. Hey, Lord Luther is also here. This time, Elena saw a familiar figure, Luther, riding a 2-headed chimera, weaving around the humanoid tree. All personnel, prepare for battle at level 1. Prepare the side cannons. Commands were quickly issued. On both sides of the ship, 3 rows of dart gun barrels appeared, 36 on each side, totaling 72 heavy cannons. As the exclusive airship for sword holders, it naturally had strong combat power. In fact, it was a battle airship designed to resemble a battleship's side armor. Fire. Boom. 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 The flames from the heavy cannons kept spewing out nonstop. Although the Fallen War ancient tree is very powerful, its large size makes it an easy target. With a height of over 30 meters, it is almost like a living target that doesn't need aiming. In an instant, smoke from 6 or 7 explosions burst out from the 5 Fallen War ancient trees. Many of their fleshly branches were broken off, and 2 of the trees had large dents about the size of a basin, revealing writhing red flesh inside. At the top of the ancient trees, Percy and Paxson were momentarily flustered and quickly cast protective spells on themselves. It's not that they fear cannons. Heavy artillery may be human weapons, but if hit directly without warning, even they could suffer serious damage. You're asking for death. Percy looked angrily at the suddenly appearing Imperial airship in the distance. He pointed his hand, and a greenish energy arrow shot rapidly toward the airship where Alina was. However, it was blocked by Reginald's large yellowish hand. Lhasa turned to look back. This is the mark of the Empire's sword carriers. He quickly recognized the symbol on the large balloon of the airship behind them as the mark of the Empire's sword carriers. Luther, take a few people and protect the airship. Facing the plans of the Mother Tree cult, Lhasa naturally wouldn't let them succeed. Moreover, with the heavy artillery on the airship restraining the enemy, the battle would be more favorable for them. Meanwhile, on the long-range airship, Beyoncé received a message from Claire. What? Hearing Claire's report, Beyoncé's eyes widened in surprise. Whether it was Anna and the pureblood elves being taken to the elven Mother Tree as green light spheres, or the reinforcement led by 2 Imperial guardians being blocked outside Ferdinand's core area, Beyoncé was deeply shocked. It was as if suddenly, the level of fighting in Ferdinand Forest had risen to a point where even a near-legendary figure like her couldn't intervene. Thump, thump, thump. Captain, this is Beyoncé. I have urgent news about Miss Anna. Come in. Rain, who had just mastered the 4th-level magic, Steel Thicket, looked up at Beyoncé, who was walking quickly into the cabin with a serious expression. Captain, Miss Anna turned into a green light ball and was. While the support team led by the Empire Guardians was blocked at. After hearing this, Ryan felt a chill in his heart, but he took a deep breath to calm himself and slowly said, I understand. How much longer until we arrive? 5 minutes. No, if we push too hard, we can get there in 3 minutes. All right, get ready for battle. Yes, Captain. After Beyoncé left the cabin, Ryan also stood up and went to the bottom of the airship. Ryan, are we going to fight? Perfect. I've just finished repairing everything. Moria had just come down from the hanging destroyer golem. Leader, let me do it. Ryan thought for a moment and said seriously to Moria, are you planning to personally rescue Miss Anna? Fine. Here's the control crystal for the destroyer. Just infuse it with your mental energy. Moria seemed to think of something and smiled immediately. Young people like to be heroes and save the day, I understand. Of course, such opportunities should be given to the young. Moria cheerfully handed the destroyer control crystal to Ryan. Ryan took the crystal and, hearing what Moria said, immediately understood that he might have misunderstood her. But since time was tight, there was no need to explain. All right, leader, I'll be careful. At this moment, Moria remembered something and reminded him. However, Ryan, you should be careful. Using peak crystallized mental energy to control the destroyer will consume a lot. I suggest you finish the battle within 10 minutes. Also, there's a hidden cavity on the back of the destroyer that can fit a person. Got it. Outside the core area of Ferdinand City, the battle was in full swing. Although the Empire's forces hadn't been defeated, the problem was they were being held here. If the golden giant tree above truly completes its arrival ritual, the consequences. Just as Lhasa and Reginald were at a loss, a clear female voice echoed through the airship, amplified by magic. Everyone, Captain Ryan will be here soon. Hold on a little longer. Even in the middle of the fight, Lhasa and Reginald both showed a hint of surprise. This young girl must be quite unwell. She's the captain? Captain of the sword bearers? Even if he is a gold-tier sword bearer captain, what use does he have against the current situation? The legendary Imperial warriors beside him, each one is at least a gold-tier sword bearer captain. However, Luther, who is fighting, hears the name Reen and excitedly shouts, that's great. As for the 2 vice-bishops of the Mother Tree sect, they also hear Claire's voice amplified through magic, but they don't take it seriously and instead smile mockingly. Unless another Imperial protector arrives, A legendary warrior? Probably just joking around. Time passes second by second. Suddenly, a sleek, streamlined airship appears in the sky, carrying a huge metal golem. It is taken from Bostaff's long-range airship, which has heavy cannons on both sides. These cannons are even larger in caliber than those on Elena's sword-bearer airship, making them more powerful. As soon as the people on the ground see the airship, it quickly tilts and aims one side's heavy cannon at the battlefield center. Then, gunfire roars, flames spitting out. But what draws more attention is the giant metal golem suddenly falling from dozens of meters above. Thud, thud. The terrifying golem crashes to the ground, slightly bending to cushion the fall, then rushes toward the battlefield center. Every step causes cracks, tremors, and groans on the ground. From landing to charging, the golem's control seems to be improving, and its speed is increasing. Seeing this, Pellis and Paxton's eyes widen in shock. They are even more confused. Is this the sword-bearer captain that girl just mentioned? Because there's no need for detailed sensing, just from the golem's exaggerated size, even bigger than an ancient war tree, and its overwhelming momentum as it rushes forward, it's clear that this is an epic-level combatant. Definitely not easy to deal with. Quick, you and I each summon a war tree to block him. Pellis immediately exchanges a look with Paxton and says, "Yeah, I've never heard of such a powerful golem in the Empire." Paxton nods while cursing at the sudden change of events. The situation was already under control. They only need to hold off the Empire's reinforcements to wait for the arrival of the Great Void Mother Tree, which will sweep everything away. But now, two ancient war trees released their group of vines, then took advantage of the gap, stepping forward quickly toward the destroyer controlled by Ryan. Because the three giant beings were moving toward each other at high speed, they were close within seconds. Faced with the attack from the ancient war trees on both sides, Ryan narrowed his eyes. He commanded the destroyer's golem to accelerate again, leaning slightly forward, with his arms flashing out like lightning. Iron Fist combo. As Ryan whispered, the twin turbines on his arms and the main turbine on his back roared loudly. The fists, as big as carriages, repeatedly flickered like lightning, creating afterimages of fast movement. The powerful wind they generated was like an 18th-level typhoon, roaring past. Such a huge disturbance naturally caused both sides to stop fighting involuntarily. Even the two Empire Guardians, Lhasa and Reginald, after disengaging from battle, exchanged surprised and puzzled looks, seeing the other's eyes filled with amazement. Since when did the sword-bearer have such a terrifying supergiant golem? And is this the strength a team leader with a sword should have? Luther, who thought he knew Ryan's strength well, was stunned and muttered to himself, This is a bit. Before he could finish, boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled more intensely, with continuous thunderous sounds like exploding bombs. Circular shockwaves spread out like a tsunami, and two mushroom clouds suddenly erupted into the sky. When the dust settled, two huge depressions resembling meteor craters appeared on the scene. The ground was solidified to a metallic texture, and the two fallen ancient war trees were cut in half on the spot. At this moment, Luther's incomplete sentence finally escaped his lips. That's too exaggerated. Everyone from the Empire looked on with amazement at the supergiant golem, the destroyer, standing among their allies. They had all heard the clear female voice from the sword-bearer's airship just now. At that moment, I had no real hope. After all, even if the sword-wielding captain was of a top-tier rank, having one more or one less didn't matter much to the current situation. But the person in front of me, the surprise was just too great. It almost felt like a shock. Farther away, on the sword-wielding airship, Elena and Claire looked at each other in shock, their eyes wide open. When did our leader bring such an enormous magical golem? Could it have been taken from the Valzik ruins? Even Lambert, who is usually obsessed with swordsmanship, was slightly open-mouthed when he saw the destructive power of the giant golem. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. If it weren't for his strong will, seeing this scene might have shaken his belief in swordsmanship. After all, the giant creature controlled by Ryan might still be no match for him even if he truly reached the level of a sword saint. But the question is, how hard is it to become a sword saint? Compared to controlling this huge golem, which has power comparable to a sword saint, the choice is obvious. Such temptation is too great. Further away, on the distant Voyage airship, Beyoncé's small cherry-red mouth was forming an O shape, and she hadn't closed it for a long time. Although she had imagined the power of the destructive giant golem when she first saw it, Beyoncé realized that sometimes her imagination was a bit lacking. The shocking display of violence was deeply etched into her mind. Haha, great. With the destroyer, in a few days I will apply to the Empire to upgrade our school to a large school. I'll see which school dares to oppose me then. Next to her, Moria looked at the scene and almost shouted with excitement. Because the Bishio Construction School had no level 4 Dawn mages on duty and no epic level combat power, they had no chance to apply for a promotion to a large mage school. No wonder Moria was so upset. It's important to know that, compared to medium-sized mage schools, large mage schools receive much more resources, and medium schools face heavier tasks assigned by the Empire. Of course, the most important thing is the difference in status and influence. At this moment, the fallen ancient trees of the War of Destruction, located in the large pits on either side of the destroyer golem, have been cut in half. Their semicircular crowns are shattered and scattered, yet the broken trunks quickly sprout fine, fleshy tendrils. It seems as if they are trying to reconnect the broken parts of the trees. Be careful. These fallen ancient trees of the War of Destruction have very strong healing abilities. Luther, the two-headed chimera, warned Ryan quickly when he saw this scene. He was worried Ryan might accidentally let the trees recover again. However, Luther's concern was a bit unnecessary. Before he finished speaking, large blue irregular electric currents surged from the destroyer's massive steel fists, accompanied by a sharp crackling sound of electric arcs. In the next moment, two clusters of electric current, each several meters in diameter, detached from the destroyer's fists and shot like lightning toward the large pits where the fallen ancient trees were trying to restore their bodies. Boom. After a dazzling blue arc of lightning flashed, a smell of burnt flesh spread through the area. The two fallen ancient trees had become two large pieces of charred wood, with all flesh and tendrils destroyed, and even their crowns were bald from the electric attack. Clearly, these two fallen ancient trees had lost all vitality and could no longer recover. After completing this, the destroyer's supergiant golem controlled by Ryan slowly stood up and looked toward the positions of Porcius and Paxson. Porcius and Paxson, witnessing this scene, were naturally shocked and angry. Porcius wanted to ask Ryan who he was, but just as he spoke, he realized that Ryan's focus was on them, which made his heart turn cold. "Hurry, Paxson. Contact the Pope immediately," Porcius whispered. At the same time, he quickly ordered the other three ancient trees of war to adjust their formation and quickly defend in front of him. Meanwhile, in Ferdinand City, inside the palace, a group of robed figures led by an old man was gathered around a high-level elf, standing before a massive floating green crystal. Around them, the bodies of many elven guards lay scattered. On the ground directly in front of the green crystal, several high druids wearing leaf-shaped shoulder armor were also present. Clearly, the Mother Tree cult, with Prince Cedrin's help, has successfully taken over the third defense crystal. At this moment, the old man in a black robe, Minna, the cult's high priest, suddenly frowned as if sensing something. He casually pointed his finger in the air. A blood-green mirror quickly appeared before him, showing the anxious face of Vice Priest Parkson and sighed. "Your Holiness, the Empire has sent reinforcements. We won't be able to hold out much longer." "Huh? Are there several guardians from the Empire again?" Minna asked with some confusion after hearing Parkson. "That shouldn't be. In this operation, they sacrificed a lot, and other evil cults promised to respond. The forces the Dragoon Empire could send to Ferdinand Forest should be very limited in a short time." "No, it's not the Dragoon Empire's guardians. It's a golem, an extremely terrifying golem." "Golem?" Minna looked even more confused. As far as he knew, most of the Empire's golems were legendary-level fighters, with only a few reaching epic-level strength, which was already impressive. You two, plus 5 Fallen War ancient trees, are equivalent to 7 epic-level fighters. How can you tell me you can't stop a golem?" Minna said, feeling helpless. "We really can't stop it, Your Holiness. We urgently need support. Oh no, that terrifying golem has launched another attack." Before he finished speaking, Parkson's face turned pale in the mirror, and then the scene shook violently, as if a battle was happening on the other side of the mirror. "I understand. Things are about the same on my side. I'll have Prince Cedrin come to help you right away. Hold on just a little longer." Minna sighed. He thought to himself that his 2 deputies were really too useless. "Prince Cedrin, sorry to trouble you. As you heard, someone is hindering my master's arrival. Since everything is fine here, could I trouble you to move and help block the enemy a bit?" Minna smiled and spoke to the prince beside him. "Your Holiness Minna, You're too kind. In that case, I'll go now, said Prince Cedrin, still focused on the small, pale golden tree in front of him, his eyes looking somewhat vacant. Haha, then I'll trouble you, Prince. Seeing the situation, Minna smiled and immediately arranged for her subordinate to take Prince Cedrin to the defenses of Perseus and Paxson. After the prince left, Minna turned her gaze back to the green crystal in front of her. Now, we just need to destroy this last crystal tower. With a wave of her hand, 5 black-robed sorcerers stepped forward and began to pray quickly. Based on their previous experiences, this time the sorcerers looked more confident. As they chanted in deep voices, 5 balls of blood-green energy gathered in front of them, growing larger until they formed roughly a basin-sized sphere. Next, these 5 blood-green energy balls floated slowly into the sky, merging into a larger, more powerful sphere about the size of a millstone. Judging by the energy radiating from it, it was highly compressed energy. In the next moment, Minna raised both hands, took control of the huge blood-green sphere, and threw it forcefully toward the green crystal about 100 meters ahead. Whoosh! Boom! A large mushroom cloud suddenly rose. A green beam of light shot straight into the sky. Rolling waves of air and shock waves spread outward, growing stronger like a tidal wave. Immediately, more than 10 black-robed guards around Minna, responsible for the protective magic circle, were knocked down by the explosion's force. Many coughed up blood, seeming injured by the blast. But Minna, with her epic-level strength and protected by her magic circle, remained safe. She kept her hands raised high, smiling as if she were basking in the light and heat before her. A few seconds later, the green protective shield visibly started to fade. First, the top became hollow like a broken eggshell, then it completely disappeared. At this moment, the giant green crown of the mother tree of the elves, Andahil, was clearly visible, towering hundreds of meters high. More importantly, from Minna's point of view, this also meant the enemy had lost their protection. The arrival of the Great Void Mother Tree was now just a countdown away. Outside the core area of Ferdinand City, due to the addition of the destructive supergiant golem controlled by rain, the Empire's strength greatly increased. Meanwhile, on the side of the Mother Tree cult, they had just lost 2 fallen War Mother Trees. Suddenly, the balance of victory and defeat on the battlefield shifted dramatically. In just a short moment, rain destroyed another ancient fallen war tree. Lhasa and Reginald also pushed back Perseus and Paxson. But suddenly, the nearly breached enemy defenses, the Imperial soldiers, all looked up at the sky. They saw a third green beam of light shoot into the sky. A strong energy wave spread out, followed by a huge mushroom cloud. Because this was closer than before, Rain clearly sensed the quickly disappearing green swirling shield, the crystal barrier. This immediately made Rain's expression turn serious. About Anna. But in the next moment, a strange change occurred. Suddenly, a dazzling, enormous green pillar of light shot up ahead. The pillar was so wide, nearly dozens of meters across. Under the glow of the pure green light, the previously faint green crystal barrier rapidly thickened and became denser. In just a few seconds, the green swirling shield seemed to return to its original state before being broken. If someone looked at the bottom of the green light pillar, they would see thousands, even tens of thousands, of elves kneeling on one knee around the mother tree, Andoril, with their right hands over their hearts, praying earnestly. Including Anna, streams of green energy continuously flowed from the elves into the mother tree, Andoril. This scene resembled a form of nourishment or support. As children and descendants of the mother tree, all the elves were doing their best to help the mother tree fend off the enemies at this moment. Meanwhile, the Imperial capital, Tamriel, second floor of the Star Mage Tower. While the Star Mages were busy with their tasks, suddenly someone exclaimed, "Quick, look over there." Following the direction indicated, they saw that within the Empire map on the oval stone platform, 6 or 7 small red dots suddenly appeared. The golden dots represented semi-divine level energy fluctuations, while the red dots indicated epic level energy fluctuations. Not good, immediately informed the Grand Star Mage, Dalian Crown. The invasion event happening in Ferdinand Forest is not an isolated action by the Mother Tree cult, but involves multiple evil cults working together in secret. Dragon's Nest. The Grand Mage Dalian slightly lagged behind, dressed in a red wizard's robe. Alongside the slender and graceful Minia, they headed deeper into the Dragon's Nest. Although Minia and Dalian are both protectors of the Empire, Minia is a woman and also holds a special status. She is the current emperor's aunt. Therefore, other protectors of the Dragon Empire, including Dalian, naturally respect Minia more. How much longer will His Majesty take to recover? Dalian asked, his deep eyes looking toward the long, tall passage ahead. Just a little more time, but it should be soon. The cultists timed their move very well. Minia replied, shaking her head. As they spoke, the two quickly reached a huge hall larger than the previous lair of the red dragon Tasa. The hall surrounding slender natural stone pillars resembled a cave. However, the temperature here was unusually high, likely caused by flowing magma that had eroded the space. At this moment, Dalian and Minia's attention was focused on the large creature ahead. In the center of the hall, a massive red dragon was sleeping peacefully. Its size was at least twice that of Tasa, Minia's red dragon companion. This was a nearly 100-meter-long red dragon. It was also the largest dragon in the Dragon Empire, named Stras. Known as the King of Flames, it was once the dragon companion of the previous emperor, King Carlos I. After his death, Stras became the companion of the current emperor, King Carlos II. During the last Imperial City battle, Stras was also injured, but as a dragon, its recovery was faster than that of humans, so it healed before Carlos II. Just as Minia was about to wake the dragon, Dalian suddenly moved his eyebrows slightly and said, "Please wait a moment, Princess Minia." After speaking, Dalian gently pointed at the mark on his wizard's robe at his chest. A faint starry glow spread out immediately, forming a circular star map in front of him. In the starry sky pattern, a worried-looking middle-aged star mage suddenly appeared and quickly said, "Your Highness Dalian, there are abnormal energy fluctuations in the Man Province, Moser Province, Sava Province, and about 7 or 8 other provinces. Initial investigations suggest that a cult is performing a prayer ritual. It's very likely that evil creatures will revive, or evil gods will project or manifest. I recommend that the Guardians immediately go to handle the situation." Huh? The cults are working together? Minia, wearing a red wizard robe, also heard this. No, their goal is simply to spread their beliefs freely within the Empire. Most of these cults are sworn enemies of each other. Dalian shook his head and said, "Based on the recent intelligence, the major cults are just more active within their own territories, not truly united. Since that's the case, Your Highness Dalian, once I awaken Lord Stras, there's no need for others to go with me," Minia said after a moment of thought. Originally, the plan was that, to face the arrival of the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir, the Empire would send not only the powerful half-god Red Dragon King Stras but also gather 5 other Guardians to go together. The goal was to wipe out the main forces of the Mother Tree cult and severely damage the Void Mother Tree. However, given the current situation, for the stability of the Empire's territory, other Guardians would naturally not be dispatched. Isn't that a bit risky? Don't worry. With Lord Stras present, there's no need to worry. Remember, Lhasa and Reginald are still there, plus the epic-level elves, so it shouldn't be a problem. All right, Your Highness Minia, please awaken Lord Stras, Dalian said after thinking for a moment, unable to think of a better plan. Yes, Minia nodded. Great protector of the Empire, the mighty dragon, Stras, heir of dragon, awaken now. Facing the threat of evil gods, your authority is needed to deter the evil. As Minia softly recited the oath, Dalian could feel the ground tremble slightly. At the same time, a terrifying aura rose within the giant nest. As a Grand Star Mage, Dalian naturally knew many secrets of the Dragon Empire. For example, only the direct descendants of the royal family could rely on a contract oath to awaken the Red Dragon King, Stras. If someone else tried to wake him, the result would be quite dangerous. It's known that dragons awakened by disturbance are usually not friendly, and red dragons are among the most aggressive. Most likely, they would kill the awakener immediately. Additionally, Dalian knew that Stras, as the king of red dragons, was also called the Flame Throne, and his strength was extraordinary. At his peak, he was a semi-divine level powerhouse. Even now, after many battles and some hidden injuries, he was undoubtedly at the peak of the Dragon Empire's combat power. Of course, such a powerful red dragon king willingly guarding the Dragon Empire must have a special reason or a deep connection. To trace it back, one must look to the founding of the Dragon Empire. While Dalian's thoughts drifted, suddenly, a pair of enormous vertical pupils, as large as windows, snapped open. At the same time, a deep voice sounded, "Minia." What has awakened me? Honorable Red Dragon King, Flame Throne, Protector of the Empire. In Fady Forest, the avatar of the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir is descending. Facing a semi-divine evil god, we urgently need your help. Minia quickly explained the situation. As a dragon who was once her brother's companion, she knew his fiery temper well. So she kept it brief. Hearing Minia's report, Straz's dragon eyes grew more serious. He slowly stood up. His massive, mountain-like body moved casually, causing the ground to groan and shake. The surrounding dragon guards looked visibly frightened, a natural feeling of pressure coming from their bloodline. Mother Tree of the Void Ganeshir? I haven't heard that name in a long time. Since that's the case, let's go, Minia. Ferdinand City, outside the core area. The crystal barrier suddenly shattered just now, and a green light beam appeared immediately afterward, supporting the barrier again. This caused Perseus and Paxton's faces to change quickly, like chameleons. They went from surprise to a grim, almost watery expression. They thought the situation was under control and that the great Mother Tree of the Void would arrive soon. But they didn't expect that the already weakened elves still had a hidden trick up their sleeves and managed to hold on once more. Perseus, it's time to fight hard. Prince Ceterin will arrive soon. We just need to hold on a little longer, Paxton said in a deep voice. Relying only on the two of them and two ancient war trees that were about to be defeated, they couldn't stop the Imperial team. But if Prince Ceterin joined, it would be different. The Ceterin Prince of the Elves was among the strongest epic-level fighters in the elf race, ranking at the top and considered one of the best. This was why, during their internal planning, they chose to lure the fallen candidates with the Ceterin Prince. Meanwhile, the people of the Empire, including Lhasa, Reginald, and Rain, experienced a roller coaster of emotions just now. We need to speed up. This green light beam probably won't last much longer. Reginald, a dawn mage with sharp senses, could feel that although the green beam was powerful and surging, it still seemed a bit lacking compared to the golden giant tree overhead. At the same time, he faintly sensed that the golden giant tree was still slowly descending. In other words, the green light beam hadn't completely changed the situation. It only delayed the Mother Tree Ganeshir's arrival a little. Rain squinted his eyes. Inside the destroyer, he naturally heard Reginald's words and immediately launched another attack. Bang! Bang! The enormous golem of destruction rushed toward Perseus and Paxton at high speed, roaring with turbines. With every step, the ground trembled, cracked, and groaned. Lhasa and Reginald attacked from the left and right, each heading toward their respective fallen war ancient tree. Faced with the powerful destroyer, Percy and Paxton's faces changed dramatically, and they immediately cast magic. Percy took out a half-arm-length pale gold root from his chest, grimacing as he recited a spell, then quickly threw it into the air. The pale gold root seemed to swell with the wind, growing rapidly out of nowhere. It started as thick as a thumb, then instantly thickened to the size of a wrist, and soon expanded to the size of a grown man's thigh. The number also increased from 1 to dozens, then hundreds. In a moment, countless cracked, red, fleshy roots shot toward the giant destroyer golem where Rain was. Paxton clenched his teeth, pulled a round pendant from his chest, revealing a finger-length pale gold branch inside a crystal ball at the bottom of the pendant. This was Paxton's greatest treasure from his prayer ritual, his last resort for survival, also a gift from the Mother Tree Ganeshir. Paxton quickly recited a spell, then pointed heavily at the destroyer where Rain was. The pale gold branch instantly expanded to over 10 meters, like a golden spear shooting out lightning fast, as quick as a streak of gold lightning. But what was even more surprising was that behind the two of them, a green torrent suddenly lit up, making a dense, whooshing sound as it tore through the air, heading straight for the destroyer golem where Rain was. If someone looked closely, they would see these weren't just green torrents, but countless green energy arrows. Because of their speed and quantity, they created this illusion on the retina. At the source of the green torrent stood a tall male elf, drawing a bow as if preparing to shoot an arrow. Percy and Paxton turned to look back and cheered happily. Haha, Prince Ceterin has finally arrived. Now, the advantage is back on our side. Faced with the attack of 3 epic-level strong fighters, Rain naturally couldn't choose to fight head-on. He commanded the destroyer to leap heavily into the air. But in an instant, the initially cast pale gold roots grew densely from below, lightning fast, like guided missiles with tracking devices, quickly entangling the destroyer's legs, then pulling hard. Boom. The destroyer was pulled back to the ground again, just as the golden branches and green arrow streams were close at hand. Ryan's heart immediately sounded the alarm. Nearby, Lhasa and Reginald tried to help, but were suddenly caught in a fierce struggle with the ancient war tree. Two fallen war trees refused to give up, enduring two deadly attacks from them to hold them back. Clearly, this was to support Perseus and Parkson in their attack on Ryan. On the distant airship in the back. Not good. Moria, who was preparing to join the fight, saw this scene and immediately changed his expression. The destroyer needs the Dawn Mage to fully unleash its power. A peak crystallized mage can control it, but their agility and strength are much lower. Actually, there was one more thing Moria didn't say. The situation was even worse than he described because Ryan had just used the electric ball strike repeatedly. For a peak crystallized mage, controlling the destroyer to perform special attacks consumes a lot of mental energy. He had mentioned 10 minutes before, but that was without controlling the destroyer for special attacks. So, even if Ryan managed to withstand the enemy's attacks, his mental energy was probably close to exhaustion. Lord Moria, what should we do? Viance, standing nearby, turned pale upon hearing this. You command the gunship to attack. I will go help. Moria said this and was about to cast floating technique to jump off the airship. His only thought now was that once Ryan's mental energy was depleted, he could quickly take over and control the destroyer golem again. However, at this moment, a special wave of mental energy suddenly emanated from the destroyer golem. Immediately after, a blue light sphere enveloped the destroyer. This caused Moria, who was about to leap out, to freeze. He suddenly looked up sharply, staring ahead with eyes filled with disbelief, surprise, and joy. Thomas' spiral shield. How is this possible? A blue energy shield appeared on the surface of the destroyer, blocking the dense attacks from the golden branches and green energy arrows. Viance looked confused. She didn't quite understand. Was it strange that the golem could cast an energy shield for protection? Although the Thomas rotation shield is one of the special abilities possessed by the destroyer, to activate it, the controller must be a Dawn Mage, Molia murmured. Hearing Molia's words, Beyoncé finally understood what was happening. Her beautiful eyes widened, her small mouth slightly open, as she looked in shock at the huge figure in the distance. Oh my, Lord Molia, does that mean the captain? Yes. I don't know how Ryan managed it, but the only explanation I can think of is that he just reached the level of a Dawn Mage. However, even so, Molia was a bit confused about how Ryan achieved this. A few seconds earlier, faced with a deadly attack, Ryan knew that to avoid heavy damage to himself and the destroyer, he should use the Thomas rotation shield recorded in the control manual. It is said to be a special protective shield that can withstand all epic level attacks. But it has a requirement. The controller must be a level 4 Dawn Mage. Only with the mental strength of a Dawn Mage can the destroyer golem be activated to perform this top-level defense. Since that's the case, I must break through. Ryan narrowed his eyes and made a quick decision. He needed to eliminate his enemies quickly to rescue Anna. As for whether the level 4 spell Steelthorn's Forest is the best choice for innate magic, it no longer mattered at this moment. At this time, the system prompt sounded, starting promotion. Undergoing transformation. Instantly, Ryan felt the intense change happening in his mental sea, where the 3-layer mental crystal was located. He saw that on top of the original 3-layer crystal, a smaller but more complex 3-dimensional structure appeared. This was the level 4 metal magic Steelthorn's Forest. Around the crystal, the silver crystalline sand like diamond dust suddenly turned into a sphere and rapidly collapsed inward, compressing. Is this what they call mental energy particleization? Ryan thought silently. Then, the system prompt sounded again. Detected that the host is breaking through to level 3 mage. Unlock the restrictions on the level 3 innate spell Steel Armor. Yes or no to upgrade this spell. This upgrade will consume 37 gold skill points. Note, the improved version of the talent magic will be better suited for the host, with increased power, attack range, or other aspects. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately chose yes. Suddenly, a large amount of memory about the upgraded 3rd-level talent magic steel armor technique flooded into Ryan's mind. At the same time, the 3 layers of mental crystal in his mental sea were also synchronized and fine-tuned. Soon, the system prompted again, ding. The host has completed the upgrade of the 3rd-level talent magic steel armor technique. The new magic model has been successfully adjusted, increasing magic power by 14% and reducing mental energy consumption by 17%. The upgrade of the third-level talent magic was just a small part of this promotion. The system kept flashing messages. Host's mental strength has greatly increased. Activating particleization. Ding. Successfully promoted to level 4 mage. Mental plus 50. Gain level 4 talent magic. Steelthorn Forest. In an instant, Ryan's perception of his surroundings became clearer, sharper, and more profound. At this moment, he could clearly sense the hundreds of emerald green energy arrows, each flight path, and the figure at the bowstring source. He could also sense that even though the destroyer activated Thomas's shield, the golden branches in front of him were still slowly piercing through. He could even perceive that the huge green light pillar in the sky nearby was gradually retreating in the fight against the golden giant tree. Although the green light pillar still surged with energy, vast and continuous, it was beginning to weaken, seemingly running out of steam. But Ryan understood that none of this mattered, because next, it was his turn. In Acadian, detected controller as a Dawn Mage of Metal type, control authority upgraded to level 1. Removing plasma cannon weapon restrictions, shape-shifting restrictions, and more. In the control room, Ryan immediately heard a mechanical voice. At the same time, Ryan sensed that he could now control several new abilities of the destroyer. In the blink of an eye, he had no time to carefully check system prompts, and instead, with a thought, he directed the destroyer to respond to the enemy. Whoosh! A circular arc suddenly appeared and flashed from the top of the destroyer's head to the bottom in an instant. This arc is one of the destroyer's new abilities, called Free Arc, which can break most immobilization spells. Clap, clap, clap. There was a series of loud cracking sounds of roots breaking. The dense blood and flesh roots that originally wrapped around and immobilized the destroyer's golem suddenly snapped apart, releasing a burnt smell. This scene shocked Perseus and Paxson instantly. Perseus exclaimed in surprise, "How is this possible? This is just a small piece of root given by my master, yet it can't even restrain the opponent?" Perseus, not believing it, bit his finger to draw blood, intending to activate the roots with his own blood and re-immobilize Ryan. Paxson, hurry. I can't control it anymore. Actually, without Perseus's reminder, Paxson knew what to do. Although it would be better to wait until the golden branches pierced into the giant golem's body and then explode, it seemed too late now. The effect was almost there. Boom. Paxson shouted angrily and pointed heavily at the golden branches. But before he finished speaking, the destroyer controlled by Ryan, with its huge exhaust pipes behind, suddenly roared faster. In an instant, the massive metal golem, which was so huge, shifted from complete stillness to extreme movement, like a top-tier sports car revving and drifting, instantly leaping more than 10 meters away. Boom. The golden branches, which had been struggling with Thomas's rotating shield, suddenly exploded. However, a giant metallic figure with a shiny surface emerged almost unscathed from the mushroom cloud explosion. Clearly, Paxson's explosion was a failed attempt. This scene made Perseus and Paxson's faces turn pale. They had used all their secret tricks, but the result was that the opponent somehow dodged away and remained completely unharmed. How could they continue fighting? For a moment, both of them lost their fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the fallen ancient trees blocking Lhasa and Reginald, which were weaker in strength, also quickly lost their momentum after a brief burst and their power greatly diminished. Plus the series of heavy injuries earlier, they were now completely unable to stop Lhasa and Reginald. Just as the two of them delivered the final to the fallen war ancient tree opposite, intending to support Ren, they looked again and were momentarily stunned. Reginald watched as the destroyer golem's speed increased by at least 40%, yet it remained unharmed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. There was no need for them to support anymore. If support was needed, it was because those two members of the Mother Tree cult needed help. Just now. If I didn't sense it wrong, the mental energy field that erupted earlier seemed to be at the Dawn level. Could it be that the young girl calling out to Captain Ren earlier is actually a Dawn Mage? But that seems impossible. There are only a few Dawn Mages who are sword bearers. Reginald quickly thought to himself. No matter how he tried to recall, he was at a loss and had no clues. However, his curiosity about this unknown Captain Ren grew even more. Ren, who easily dodged the Mother Tree cult's combined attack, naturally began to counterattack. Snap! Suddenly, two thick panels on the chest of the destroyer golem slid down, revealing 3 gun barrels, totaling 6 dark openings. Electroplasma burst. Ren silently thought. Bang! Bang! A series of blue plasma clusters, like hundreds of blue electric snakes bound within a sphere, spun and flickered as they bombarded the positions of Porcius and Parkson. Feeling the destructive energy contained within, both of them turned pale and quickly tried to escape. But they didn't expect that this plasma burst was a carpet-like bombardment stretching hundreds of meters, instantly covering Porcius and Parkson, who were panicking and fleeing. 100 meters away, Prince Cedrin's figure flickered. He had just rushed out to go to their rescue but suddenly vanished and returned to his original position. Clearly, even he didn't dare to confront the power of the plasma burst head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions sounded like heavy rain hitting banana leaves, mixed with deep thunder during a storm, creating a continuous roar. This caused Lozer and Reginald, who had planned to flank the two from the side and rear, to give up their pursuit. The ground continued to shake, and the growing mushroom cloud alarmed the group of elves praying inside the green spiral. They were awakened and looked toward the direction of Ryan. This included Anna as well. Somehow, perhaps because of her sharp intuition, Anna felt that the recent explosion was related to Ryan. Even if it is Ryan. The girl looked up at the golden giant tree in the sky. Her bright eyes, which had just lit up with hope, dimmed again, as if she was both hopeful and worried. However, the elves' distraction caused the green energy threads gathering in front of the mother tree, Underhill, to weaken slightly. At the same time, the terrifying pressure from above suddenly increased. This startled the elves and half-elves, including Anna. They quickly bowed their heads and began to pray earnestly. The scene of the destroyer golem firing continuous plasma beams was shocking to Elena, Claire, Beyoncé, Moria, and others on the nearby airships. This is a level 1 permission plasma barrage. It must be Dawn. Only Dawn mages can perform this move. Moria, familiar with the destroyer's control manual, trembled with excitement. For a moment, a wave of happiness filled Moria's heart. He felt that, in his decades as the leader of the mechanical construction school, today was the happiest day of his life. From acquiring the supergiant destroyer golem to Ryan, a disciple of the school, stepping into Dawn, though he still didn't understand how, each surprise was greater than the last. Promotion to a major school? No, this is just the beginning. The future of the mechanical construction school is as vast as the stars and the sea. In the center of the battlefield, after the dust settled, the tragic figures of Perseus and Paxson appeared before everyone. Perseus was blackened all over. His black wizard robe, once decorated with gold thread, was now tattered and torn, revealing his skin and blood flowing from the broken fabric. Most importantly, one of his legs had been completely shattered, with the thigh bone protruding out, blood and flesh mangled. His left palm was also blown off. Now, he was clutching his left hand with his right, vomiting blood and wailing in pain. Parkson stood nearby, looking no better. His robes were torn and smoking, with black smoke rising from his body. One of his eyes was destroyed, likely shot out by shrapnel from an explosion. His legs below the knees had completely disappeared, as if amputated. At this moment, Parks could only crawl and struggle on the ground. From an outsider's perspective, surviving the intense plasma explosion was already a sign of great strength for both of them. Thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached. Percy and Parks struggled to lift their heads to look at the towering, menacing metal statue shining with a metallic glow. Their throats moved as if they were begging for mercy. But unfortunately, Ryan didn't give them a chance. The next moment, everything went dark before their eyes. They lost consciousness. From an outsider's view, Ryan controlled the destroyer and efficiently lifted the heavy, several hundred-ton statue's leg, then stomped down the two. It was like an elephant crushing ants on the roadside. This scene seemed to slightly narrow the dark area in Prince Cedrin's eyes, as if he was regaining some clarity. He spoke in common language. Humans of the Dragon Empire, I am Prince Cedrin of the Elven race. What has happened here has nothing to do with the human empire. According to the Ancient Alliance, I hope you will leave quickly. At this moment, Lhasa and Reginald had arrived beside the destroyer controlled by Ryan. After hearing Cedrin's words, they exchanged a glance and immediately smiled. Prince Cedrin, look at the golden tree above your head. Do you really still have the face to represent the Elven race? Reginald said with a hint of sarcasm. The Elven race is suffering so greatly because of you. You are a traitor to the elves. Traitors are always despised by both humans and elves. Humph. What do you know? Regaining some composure, Cedrin was clearly hurt by the word traitor and immediately retorted. The life of the Mother Tree Underhill is coming to an end. Only the great void Mother Tree Ganeshir can bring hope to the elves' future. Just as Cedrin was about to say more, Ryan had no intention of listening to his nonsense. He directly launched a plasma ball at the opponent. Prince Ceterin reacted quickly and with great speed. It seemed like a figure stayed in place, but the real body had already moved back over 100 meters to a spot not far in front of the green spinning shield. The three of Reen quickly moved closer. Although Prince Ceterin was fallen, he only had a false idea in his mind about a hero who could save the elf race. His fighting instinct and strength were not really affected. After witnessing the destructive power of the destroyer golem's plasma cannon, Prince Ceterin knew that fighting head-on would likely lead to failure. Besides, the enemy had two other epic-level guardians besides the golem. As an elf epic-level ranger, fighting from a distance was his best way to win. He also had a reason for retreating to this position. Under the blessing of the golden giant tree Ganeshir above, his strength could be further increased. Beast Horde attack. Prince Ceterin shot a thick green energy arrow into the sky. In the next moment, the arrow exploded like a green firework. Then, countless green light spots rained down from the sky like a storm. Each green light spot hit the ground and instantly transformed into fierce beasts like glowing green minotaurs, giant bears, wild boars, and other charging monsters, all made of vines, bushes, flowers, and trees. In an instant, thousands of these green illuminated beasts charged toward the group. Absolute barrier. Lass's front appeared a huge human-shaped shadow. A large spike shield, enlarged dozens of times, was planted into the ground, blocking in front of him. No matter how these energy-created beast hordes attacked or exploded, they couldn't break through. Reginald created a large, yellowish semi-spherical energy shield around himself. Then, he used the earth hand to punch away the green fierce beasts from both sides. Both of them focused on defending their positions, but Reen was the only one acting differently. Reen's destroyer was unafraid of these energy beasts and charged straight toward Prince Ceterin, like a bowling ball smashing into a group of ants. Seeing this, Prince Ceterin was slightly surprised. He immediately changed his attack method. He drew his bow again, aiming at the destroyer golem. The tip of his green arrow began to form a rotating cross-shaped energy vortex. As he gathered power, the cross-shaped vortex spun faster and faster, growing larger with each rotation. Next moment, chew! With a sharp breaking sound, a bright green arrow, carrying a cross-shaped energy vortex at its tip, shot forward at lightning speed with unstoppable force, aiming at the destroyer golem where Rain was. Be careful, it's the vortex strike. Lassa shouted loudly. He naturally knew Prince Ceterin's strength. Shortly after joining with Reginald, the Earth Pulse Mage, he received top-secret Imperial intelligence that the fallen among the elves was actually Prince Ceterin. The Vortex Strike is Ceterin's most powerful single-target attack, with incredible piercing ability. Even someone with the title Imperial Fortress would not willingly face this attack head-on unless necessary. But Rain, controlling the destroyer, showed no sign of dodging. Instead, a blue Thomas spiral shield appeared again on his body, and he slightly raised his left arm. Shoo! The green arrow instantly struck the light blue Thomas spiral shield, creating a large dent, as if someone had poked a balloon with their finger. The cross-shaped vortex at the top of the green arrow had extraordinary piercing power, managing to most of the Thomas spiral shield, which even Dawn magic couldn't pierce. However, in the next moment, it was blocked by a metal shield that suddenly appeared on the destroyer's left arm. Sizzle! The green arrow pierced nearly half a meter into the metal shield, but that was all. Compared to the thickness of the destroyer's arm shield, it only damaged the surface metal of the arm beneath, leaving a small dent. Meanwhile, the destroyer, still moving without slowing down, unexpectedly reached less than 100 meters in front of Ceterin. The plasma cannon activated again, with a dark opening and blue arcs flashing inside. Not good. Prince Ceterin's eyes narrowed, a cold feeling rising in his heart as he prepared to dodge. Suddenly, two large yellowish hands shot out from the ground, grabbing him tightly, as if swatting a fly. The attacker was Reginald, the Earth Pulse Mage, known as the Earthquake. Perhaps it was difficult for him to fight Ceterin alone, but attacking from the side to slow him down was no problem at all. It wasn't that Ceterin could be trapped by these Earth hands for long, but in that brief moment, countless blue plasma balls already engulfed him. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous roar echoed once again around them. A few seconds later, the explosion stopped, but the smoke and dust had not yet cleared, and no one knew if Prince Ceterin was alive or dead. At this moment, the people of the Empire all looked up toward the front side, because just now, Besides the grand prayer of the elves, they also heard another prayer mixed in. On the right side of the green swirling shield, dozens of followers of the Mother Tree religion, dressed in black robes with gold leaves, branches, or tree symbols on their chests, gathered around an old man in a black robe, praying loudly, "Great Mother Tree of the Void, your light. Only your protection can. We pray for your arrival." Suddenly, a thick, blood-green beam of light shot straight into the sky. For a moment, the void sounded like glass about to break under too much pressure. The golden giant tree, which occupied most of the sky, seemed to have taken a big step closer to this world, and its aura suddenly grew stronger. Even the green giant swirling shield, which had been fighting the golden giant tree, now showed a noticeable indentation at the top. The hemispherical green energy shield was pressed into an oval shape, giving everyone a feeling that it might break at any moment, trembling and unstable. While the Mother Tree religion's high priest, Minna, proudly watched the sky, suddenly he sensed a warning in his heart. He quickly turned his head and saw a group of powerful Empire warriors riding various flying mounts, led by two guardians, rushing toward them. In the middle of the group was a huge creature that made him feel shocked and scared. No wonder Perseus and Paxson couldn't stop them. Turns out the Empire has a supergiant golem, such a deadly weapon, even Prince Cedron isn't a match. But you're too late now. Minna's lips curled slightly, thinking to himself. Meanwhile, Rain, controlling the destroyer, immediately charged toward the green barrier ahead, while Lhasa and Reginald quickly headed toward the Mother Tree religion's prayer area, which was clearly nearing its end. Suddenly, a fierce beast roar erupted from the area filled with smoke, plasma cannon explosions. Next, a completely blackened, heavily scarred, earth-yellow giant bear roared angrily and charged out of the smoke and dust, rushing toward the destroyer golem. The giant bear was over 25 meters tall, with strong, powerful limbs. Even compared to the destroyer, its size was not much smaller. Clearly, this was a special transformation performed by Prince Cedron. Bang! The giant bear leapt into the air and heavily slashed at the destroyer where Ryan was. However, a shiny steel fist moved faster than the eye could see, slicing through the air like lightning and striking the bear's abdomen hard. The bear's fierce expression suddenly froze, and a noticeable dent appeared in its belly. Its spine then snapped with a loud. At the same time, without the support of its sturdy spine, its back suddenly puffed up into a huge bulge. Then, the bear was propelled backward at a faster speed than before. While in midair, the bear's form changed dramatically. It first shrank rapidly, then transformed into a human shape, Prince Cedron. Boom! Prince Cedron crashed heavily onto the ground and slid several dozen meters, leaving a long trench behind before finally stopping. Ugh! After coughing up several large mouthfuls of blood, the area around Prince Cedron's eyes, covered in black, shrank again. He looked around, seeming a bit confused, but then he fainted. Meanwhile, Ryan didn't have time to check on the elf prince's condition. He quickly headed toward the location of the Mother Tree. He needed to find Anna immediately. On the other side, at the Mother Tree cult's headquarters, facing the attack of the two Imperial guardians, Lhasa and Reginald, the High Priest Minna suddenly raised both hands high and shouted passionately the final words, "Come forth." With a cracking sound, the huge green protective shield shattered again. Immediately, a powerful gust of wind burst outward, scattering in all directions. This time, the damage to the green shield was even more complete than before. In the sky, the golden giant tree suddenly moved closer again, resembling dark clouds pressing down during a summer thunderstorm. If one looked carefully, they would notice that the lowest golden branch of the giant tree was almost touching the green canopy of the ancient elf tree, Anderhill, which was several hundred meters tall. The circle of elves praying around the Mother Tree Andril all collapsed and fell to the ground, exhausted and weak. Clearly, the failure of the combined effort to resist the golden giant tree had severely injured the elves, including Anna. Suddenly, everyone in the Empire was terrified. Is this the end? Crash. When the golden branches finally touched the green canopy of Mother Tree Andril, a terrifying aura descended upon the world, making everyone present feel chills. The massive green canopy, over 200 meters in diameter, quickly turned a light gold color. It was like pouring ink into clear water, rapidly polluting it. The huge green canopy changed from green to gold from the top down, spreading quickly. Within seconds, about a third of the area had turned gold. The surrounding elves, including several epic-level druid elders who had already been badly wounded in the previous fight, could only watch helplessly as this scene unfolded. Many elves began to cry. "Ha ha, my master has arrived. You will all die. But this is your honor. As the first sacrifices for my master's arrival, if you surrender now, I will give you some mercy, like choosing a noble way to die." Ha ha. High Priest Minna of the Mother Tree cult was desperately defending against the attacks of Lhasa and Reginald, laughing wildly. Suddenly, Minna's smile froze. It was like a wild dog suddenly being choked by someone. Following his gaze, he saw two huge dragons flying toward the distant sky, one large, one small. The big dragon was especially enormous. Yes, it was exceptionally large. Because the normal-sized red dragon beside it looked tiny, like a 3-year-old child next to a strong man. At this moment, the destroyer swiftly rushed toward Ryan below the mother tree, eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized that the red dragon of normal size was one he had seen before. If he remembered correctly, it should be Tasia, the dragon companion of Princess Minia, the Red Queen. He also had a dragon scale gifted by the other. Although I don't know exactly what that especially large red dragon signifies, it is clear that it is a strong ally from the Empire's side. Great. It's the King of Red Dragons, His Majesty the Flame-Throned Stras, Lhasa said with relief. As the Imperial Reinforcements commander facing the approaching Void Mother Tree Ganeshir, he felt the heavy pressure that others might not understand. Yes, and Princess Minia, the Queen of Red. Reginald nodded and smiled slightly. Reginald and Lhasa had just finished dealing with the High Priest Minna of the Mother Tree cult, and then moved to stand beside the Destroyer Golem where Ryan was. The Flame Throne? Ryan thought to himself. Because whether from the wizard records he checked earlier or from casual talks with Moria during their visit to the Walzig ruins, Ryan knew that anything with the word throne as a suffix was very powerful. These words indicated that the opponent had reached the level of a level 5 full moon wizard. In other words, a semi-divine being. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called throne. Roar. An outsider deity. This world is not for you to covet or interfere with. Along with a thunderous dragon roar, a heavy and powerful voice echoed in everyone's mind. Although it was heard in everyone's heart, everyone knew that this voice was not meant for them but for the golden giant tree in the sky. In response to the warning from the flame-throned Stras, whether because it couldn't understand or because it felt some threat, the golden giant tree representing Ganeshir did not reply. Instead, its golden light intensified and suddenly sped up its invasion. The lush green canopy of the elf mother tree Andahil was quickly overrun by the infection, emitting a bright golden glow. This caused Andahil to let out a painful groan. On the massive trunk of the banyan tree, about hundreds of meters tall, a human face that could not be distinguished as male or female appeared vaguely. King of Red Dragons, Stras, please stop him from occupying my body. Faced with the elf mother tree's cry for help and the accelerating invasion, the normally hot-tempered King of Red Dragons, Stras, was clearly angered. Foreign gods, my flames will burn you to ash. With a shout of anger, a huge, continuous burst of fiery breath erupts from the body of the nearly 100-meter-long Red Dragon King, Stras. In an instant, the air within several hundred meters seems to ignite, oxygen quickly running out. The blazing flames burn fiercely, completely covering the golden giant tree Ganeshir, which was just halfway down from the sky, and even affecting part of the crown of the mother tree Andahir below. For a moment, it's as if half the sky is set ablaze by the supreme flames of the Red Dragon King, Stras. Next to him, the Red Queen Minia calmly watches this scene. This is the power of the Red Dragon King. Facing the evil god Ganeshir, a mother tree associated with plant growth, flames might be the most damaging energy. That's why, after the Empire learned of the Mother Tree cult's actions, they discussed and hoped she would summon the Red Dragon King, Stras, to intervene. At this moment, golden starlight, leaves, and even flaming golden branches fall from the sky. Clearly, these are all coming from the golden giant tree in the sky. When the cult leader Minna sees this, her face twists in disbelief, and she whispers, "No, my lord will not fail." She keeps repeating this phrase over and over. Then, as if trying to boost her confidence and that of her followers still fighting behind her, Minna's voice grows louder until she suddenly screams, "No. Even the Red Dragon King cannot defeat a true deity. I'm not sure if Minna's passionate cry has awakened the mother tree Ganeshir from the void, or if Ganeshir is truly feeling pain. A strange, hollow voice, sharp and clear, comes from the golden giant tree in the sky, inferior. Crawling. How dare you harm the great? Suddenly, Ryan, who is very close to the mother tree, senses something is wrong. Because at this moment, he keenly noticed that although the flames of the King of Red Dragons still burned fiercely on the opponent, the golden starlight falling from the sky strangely no longer descended. Instead, it began to hover in midair. In the next second, hundreds and thousands of golden points of light, like streaks of shining meteors or guided missiles searching for their target, densely attacked the massive figure of the King of Red Dragons in the sky. The speed was unmatched. In an instant, the King of Red Dragons, Straz, was surrounded by golden light. Then, the gathered golden points exploded like a nuclear bomb, creating a dazzling shockwave halo that suddenly flashed by. Boom! Followed by a deafening explosion. Accompanied by the fierce roar of the dragon, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly appeared in the air. This scene not only shocked the Empire but also stunned everyone of the Mother Tree sect. On the Empire's side, neither Queen Mania nor Lhasa, Reginald, and others expected such a sudden turn of events. Choosing to attack at the critical moment of the enemy's arrival was considered the best choice, just when the enemy couldn't handle both the rejection of this world and the flames of the Red Dragon King. Even gods would be defeated. But the problem was, it seemed that because the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir was heavily injured and exhausted her true spirit, the opponent, in their fury, disregarded the loss and severely wounded the King of Red Dragons, Straz. Simply put, it looked like the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir was getting too angry. But the more dangerous situation involved the pureblood elves closest to the energy shock. Quick, get out of the way. Lutha and the other flying knights immediately shouted to the elves. Clearly, the aftershocks of the semi-divine battle were not something ordinary people could watch. However, most of the elves, exhausted from their previous intense prayers, were now too tired to retreat from the core area of the battle between the two semi-divine powers. They couldn't escape in time. Among the elves, Anna's slender and fair hand tightly held the hand of her aunt, Delana. Delana held Anna in her arms and gently said, "Child, don't be afraid. If this is the fate of all elves, then we must bravely face the final moment." Anna nodded, leaning on her Aunt Delana without saying anything. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, but her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she was recalling memories or expressing her inner unrest. For some reason, she felt safe in Delana's embrace, yet tears silently welled up at the corner of her eyes. Perhaps it was regret. In an instant, many past moments flashed through Anna's mind, her mother's gentle companionship, the difficult times of living alone, and most often, scenes of reign together. Facing the surge of powerful energy spreading out, the members of the Mother Tree cult dressed in black robes, who couldn't dodge in time, looked like snow under the blazing sun. No, like frost. In an instant, they vaporized. They didn't even have time to scream before vanishing into smoke along with their black robes. This was a battle between semi-divine beings. Even though it wasn't in the core area, the energy dispersing from it was too much for legendary or lower levels to withstand. At this moment, a blue protective shield suddenly appeared in front of Anna and Delana. At the same time, a towering figure blocked above them and nearby pureblood elves. Elsewhere, yellowish shields and large spiked shield illusions appeared, protecting many of the pureblood elves. Huh? Anna, feeling no pain yet, trembled and opened her beautiful eyes. But in the next second, she saw a huge metallic glossed figure covering the sky. Is this? Delana also looked confused. It's me. A familiar voice quickly responded. Reen. How? How did you come here? Anna's eyes widened with surprise and joy. At this moment, the enormous red dragon in the sky, with broken scales and trembling, seemed about to fall from the sky. However, Straz barely flapped his large wings to stabilize himself and swiftly turned to fly away into the distance. The golden giant tree in the sky suddenly shattered and slowly disappeared. Just when everyone thought that the two half-gods had hurt each other and were at a standstill, the mother tree of the elves, and Hill, suddenly emitted a golden glow all over her body. This scene made the desperate Minna widen her eyes in surprise and exclaim, "Ha ha ha. I knew it. My lord can never be defeated. My lord has arrived." This scene naturally caused a big change in the expressions of the Imperial crowd present. How powerful is a half-god? Even just the aftershock of their recent clash had already shown how strong they are. Even the noble, Red Queen Minia, who was very close to the Red Dragon King Straz, was instantly heavily injured by the aftershock of the attack from the empty mother tree Ganeshir, which was like 1,000 golden meteors crashing down. Right now, Minia and her dragon partner Tasa were struggling to stand on the falling ground, both in very bad shape. On the scene, only a few Imperial protectors remained unharmed, including the Imperial barrier Lhasa, Earthquake, Reginald, and Reen, who had just finished setting up Anna and Drina. But the enemies included a deeply mysterious new deity, the Mother Tree Ganeshir, and Minna, the High Priest of the Mother Tree sect, whose strength was not inferior to Reginald. Of course, everyone's main focus was on the former. Relying on the power of defeating the Red Dragon King Straz, no one dared to test her strength at this moment. Hurry! When she arrived, she was attacked by His Majesty Straz, so her arrival wasn't complete. Even if she managed to come here, her strength would at most be at the peak of an epic. If she fully recovers, then. At this moment, Minia, wearing a red wizard robe and clutching her chest, staggered to her feet and anxiously said, Minia's condition was very poor right now. If it weren't for the several defensive magic devices she usually wore that automatically protected her, she might have been seriously injured or even fallen. What hurt her even more was her dragon partner Tasa, who had just recovered from his injuries a few days ago but was heavily damaged again. Now, he was groaning in pain. Upon hearing Minia's warning, the two Empire Guardians, Lhasa and Reginald, quickly exchanged a glance and decided to go up and test the situation first. If the opponent was at the peak of the epic level, there might still be a chance to fight. Of course, to be cautious, Reginald immediately cast a level 4 Earth defense spell called Earth Shield on Lhasa, who was holding a sturdy shield and was good at defense. With both shield and magic protection, Lhasa rushed quickly toward the recently arrived Mother Tree Ganeshir. Meanwhile, Minna, the High Priest of the Mother Tree sect, naturally wanted to stop him, but was blocked by Reginald's Earth Hand. Surprisingly, just as Lhasa charged forward, the attack was actually launched first by two airships. It was unclear whether it was because the fighters were fearless or because they heard Minia's warning. Both the sword-bearing airship where Elena and Claire were, and the long-range airship where Beyoncé and Moria were, had formed a line in the air, turning their sides toward the giant golden tree and firing intensely. For a moment, the ship's sides spat out flames, and heavy cannons roared loudly. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, these high-speed shells exploded suddenly when they were just tens of meters from the golden giant tree. A huge golden hemispherical shield appeared, completely protecting the hundreds-meter-tall golden tree. It was clear that, as ship-mounted cannons, hitting the front might seriously injure a legendary-level fighter, and surprise attacks could even hurt an epic-level opponent. But making the approaching Void Mother Tree Ganeshir suffer any damage was impossible. However, this wasn't entirely useless. It at least let the Empire's strongest fighters realize the true strength of the opponent. As Minia, the Red Queen, had warned, she was at the peak of the epic level, not a demigod. If she were a demigod, she wouldn't need to waste divine power to shield herself. Her domain power alone could destroy these shells. This reassured Luther and other legendary fighters nearby. They began to control their flying mounts from afar, spreading out in the air to surround the golden tree and launching long-range attacks. Metal spears, sharp arrows, and magic spells rained down on the giant golden tree. Although the effect was limited, it could still attract some attention from the opponent or drain their energy, creating a small chance for the Imperial Guardian Lhasa to advance. At this moment, Lhasa had already entered the territory of the golden tree. He held a sword and shield, and a strong belief energy, like flames swirling around his body, burst out from him as he charged into the golden domain of the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir. It was like a meteor crashing into the ocean. For a moment, he drew most of Ganeshir's attention, and over 10 golden branches swept toward him, striking heavily. The deeper he went, the thicker the golden domain became. Soon, Lhasa's speed slowed, and he couldn't dodge in time. Boom! A golden branch, tens of meters long, struck Lhasa directly, who was known as the Imperial Barrier. Suddenly, Lhasa was sent flying like a cannonball, hitting the ground dozens of meters away with a loud explosion, forming a small mushroom cloud. This scene was seen by Rain and the other Imperial reinforcements, who felt mixed emotions, both worry and hope. The hope was that the opponent's recent counterattack proved what Princess Minia, the Red Queen, had said. Because the arrival was interrupted by the Red Dragon King Straz during the process, this time's arrival was incomplete. Since it was interrupted, The opponent currently only had peak epic strength. But the worry was that even at peak epic level, seeing the opponents towering hundreds of meters tall and Las's failed attempt, it was clear this was one of the most difficult peak epics to deal with. Rain, who had placed Anna and Drenna at the back, now stood up the destroyer. Anna, Lady Drenna, I'm going now. Be careful. Rain, you have to be careful. Anna wanted to stop him, but quickly realized she couldn't. At this moment, Rain and she both couldn't say no to certain things. It was because of their people. Rain felt the same. As soon as she finished speaking, Rain rushed toward Las's direction and immediately activated the destroyer's plasma barrage. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, large explosions of blue plasma created a barrier, knocking back several metal branches that had just tried to pursue. A familiar figure suddenly emerged from the smoke and dust. It's Lhasa. However, the golden energy shield around him, which was a level 4 magical defense, had disappeared. His sturdy armor now showed faint cracks. Can a level 4 magical defense only block once? This made Ryan feel a little surprised. Such power probably couldn't be matched even by a giant golem destroyer in close combat. Thinking about it, the destroyer is over 30 meters tall, while the Void Mother Tree in front of him is more than 300 meters tall. Judging by the opponent's strength, even if he controlled the destroyer and all the Imperial experts present, winning would still be very difficult. His main goal was to rescue Anna. Now that he had achieved that, there was no need to stay and fight a stronger enemy. Because he has a system, there's no need to stubbornly fight here. But Ryan also has another identity. He is the Empire's sword bearer. Seeing so many comrades fighting here, he simply can't leave without doing anything. At least, he should try. Huh? Just as he hesitated, Ryan suddenly seemed to notice something in his vision. His eyes lit up. He was controlling the destroyer to move quickly, distracting the golden tree from afar, while swiftly jumping down from behind the destroyer, heading toward Queen Minia. At this moment, both sides were deeply engaged in battle, with magic flying everywhere and dust rising. No one seemed to notice Ryan's actions. Even if they did, they would think he was trying to rescue Queen Minia. When Ryan reached the halfway point, he stopped. He quickly bent down and gently touched a patch of golden blood on the ground, still emitting shimmering light. This was the largest bloodstain dropped by the King of Red Dragons, Strass. As Ryan's hand touched this thick, golden, sticky blood, the system immediately prompted, ding. Detected host touching a small amount of Red Dragon King's blood essence. Large amounts of dragon gene fragments found. Absorb? Note, absorbing these dragon gene fragments can greatly increase the host's dragon bloodline concentration. Greatly? For a moment, Ryan didn't know what to say. The King of Red Dragons being badly injured is naturally bad, but if the opponent isn't hurt or bleeding, he can't absorb their genetic fragments. We're all colleagues in the Empire. After absorbing your blood, I'll do my best to eliminate this so-called Void Mother Tree clone. Ryan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, then immediately chose yes without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a burning heat suddenly come from his fingertips touching the golden blood, even causing a slight stinging sensation, like a hot stream flowing through his body quickly. Throughout this process, even after Ryan stood up, his body continued to change. Ryan then returned behind the destroyer once again. It seemed that because the King of Red Dragon's bloodline was very special, once the hot flow was fully absorbed, the system flashed a screen of messages. Congratulations! Your mutated dragon bloodline has been upgraded to pure blood. Congratulations! With the power of your bloodline, you have unlocked the 5th form of the mutated dragon bloodline, giant dragon form. In the 5th form, the host will still have the Void Dragon's special ability Vaporize. Vaporize effect consumes some mental energy to make the body vaporize, during which the host is immune to 90% of physical attacks and 50% of magic or energy attacks. In the 5th form, the host will also retain a special ability, Double Head. Double Head effect. Besides the main head, a Void Dragon head will grow, capable of releasing Void Breath. Ding. The host's dragon bloodline has been upgraded to pure blood. The core skill Dragon Soul Strike of the Dragon Vein Mage class is now more powerful. Mutated Dragon Bloodline 5th form. Giant Dragon form once activated, the entire body transforms into a giant dragon. Immunity to all toxins and diseases of low to mid-level, and immunity to magic damage below 200 degrees. Note, Duration is related to bloodline concentration and physical fitness. Has my bloodline concentration actually increased? Of course, it's the blood of the king of red dragons. Seeing this prompt, Ryan couldn't help but feel very happy. Fifth form? Giant dragon? Is another deadly move added? Is the Dragon Soul Strike's power increased? In that case, I might still have a chance to fight this epic-level peak deity before me. Suddenly, Ryan looked at the towering golden tree before him with shining eyes. But then, he remembered something. In Dragon Beast form, his stamina consumption was already high. Would it be even worse in dragon form? Ryan thought quickly and seemed to recall something from the previous system notifications. Congratulations! You defeated a strong enemy and gained 58 gold skill points. Congratulations! Your willpower, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations! Your Dragon Vein Mage, legendary, class level has increased. His legendary class, Dragon Vein Mage, had leveled up 4 times, from level 9 to level 13, after defeating Perseus, Parkson, and the elven traitor Prince Cedrin, all of whom were powerful epic-level fighters, especially the latter, who seemed to be a seasoned epic hero. This caused his Dragon Vein Mage class to rise 4 levels, gaining 4 attribute points and 4 skill points. Adding the remaining 2 attribute points and 8 skill points from before, Ryan now had a total of 6 attribute points and 12 skill points. As for the gold skill points, although he spent 37 points to upgrade, he was rewarded with 148 points, bringing his total gold skill points to a record high of 388. Of course, Ryan valued attribute points the most right now. With 6 points, even if his stamina consumption in dragon form was huge, it would be enough to last for a while. But, just to be safe, it's better to let the Destroyer go first. When Ryan was promoted to Dawn Mage, he gained the highest control over the Destroyer. The most powerful move of the Destroyer was actually a large energy furnace self-destruction. Of course, once this move was used, the Destroyer would be rendered useless and completely uncontrollable. But compared to risking himself directly, there was no hesitation. Having arranged his tactics, Ryan immediately controlled the Destroyer and charged toward the Mother Tree Ganeshir. As the Destroyer Golem entered the Golden Domain and approached the Golden Giant Tree, suddenly, from beneath the ground, several faint golden roots, thick like giant snakes, shot out rapidly to entangle and chase the Destroyer. Thomas spinning shield. Ryan immediately activated his rotating shield, quickly turning sideways to dodge, while continuously firing plasma shots and advancing forward. This scene immediately caught everyone's attention. At this moment, the Destroyer controlled by Ryan had already arrived just a few dozen meters from the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir. While everyone was surprised that Ryan didn't fight the Destroyer outside but chose to rush in instead, suddenly, as the Destroyer slowed down due to the influence of a thick golden domain, a large golden root suddenly wrapped around its leg. Then, 2, 3 more roots followed. Ryan! Anna's beautiful eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in shock. At this moment, a familiar figure shot out backwards from behind the Destroyer, like lightning. Suddenly, the large furnace core with an abyss fire crystal embedded in its chest popped out. Immediately, this spherical-looking furnace shot like a missile toward the golden giant tree in front of it. Because they were so close, the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir seemed to be caught off guard. After all, the roots had already grabbed this metal lump, so how could the other suddenly? Boom. A powerful explosion comparable to a small nuclear bomb instantly spread out from the center of Ganeshir in all directions. Everyone's hearts also echoed with Ganeshir's painful groan. The powerful Empire warriors gasped in shock, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. Just now, the Red Dragon King Straz from the Empire suffered pain, and now, the other side had fully experienced it too. However, only one person, upon witnessing this scene, felt a mix of joy and worry in his heart. On the distant flying ship, this. Forget it, just for the Empire. It's a pity, this is a Destroyer Golem. Only Moria, the envoy, muttered to himself. Actually, when he saw Ryan continuously rushing forward controlling the Destroyer, he had guessed Ryan's next move, as he had also read the Destroyer's control manual. At this moment, Queen Mania finally paid real attention to Ryan, because she accompanied Lord Straz, the King of Red Dragons, and arrived in Ferdinand City to join the battle shortly after. A sudden change occurred. Although it interrupted the arrival of the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir, the Red Dragon King was seriously injured and had to leave, and she herself was also hurt quite badly. It wasn't until the destroyer golem charged into the front of Mother Tree Ganeshir that Mania realized this giant golem's strength was clearly at the epic level, which drew her extra attention. Does the Empire have such golems? Huh? This young man. Seeing Ryan shoot away from the destroyer golem, Mania always felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Next to her, Tasa, her dragon companion, a red dragon, struggled to lift her head. Her large vertical pupils also looked curiously at Ryan's figure, but Tasa quickly seemed to remember something. Mania, this is Ryan, the boy from Mist. What? Is it him? How is that possible? Mania's beautiful eyes widened as she stared blankly at Ryan, unable to understand for a moment. His strength was only before. But now, he's a dawn wizard? Mania muttered to herself. Yes, but he is definitely that boy. Did you forget? I gave him a dragon scale. Tasa's dragon pupils also flickered with curiosity, constantly examining Ryan from top to bottom. What intrigued her even more was the faint, special bloodline aura that Ryan emitted, an aura that only dragonkind could sense. How could it be more pure than Mania's own bloodline? However, as the dust in the field gradually settled, the person and dragon no longer discussed Ryan, but focused intently on the enemy in the center of the battlefield. They saw a large, golden tree about hundreds of meters tall, with a huge blackened dent several meters wide in its trunk. If the damage had been a bit more powerful, it might have pierced through the thick trunk entirely. Despite the serious injury, the golden glow around the wound grew even stronger, with streams of golden light flowing from other parts of the tree toward the wound. It was clear that the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir was trying to repair its body and heal the wound. However, such a large wound, even with abundant energy, would not heal quickly. Furthermore, by comparing the size of the golden domain of the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir to its original, it has shrunk exactly by half. The powerful Imperial experts present sensed that the strength level of their opponent had dropped significantly, roughly from the peak of the epic level to the late stage of the epic level. This made Luther, Lambert, Moria, and other legendary Imperial fighters look happy and confident. Their attacks, including magic, arrows, and spears, became more intense and frequent. Meanwhile, the High Priest Minna of the Mother Tree cult and the remaining followers looked stunned and hopeless upon seeing this scene. Clearly, they found it hard to accept the current situation. No, we haven't lost yet. As long as we can protect and retreat with our master, there is still hope. At this moment, something suddenly changed at the base of the Mother Tree. Suddenly, many light golden roots burst out from the ground, grabbing dozens of elves who had not yet fully left the core area. These roots wrapped around the elves and then shot out sharp spikes, quickly piercing into the already weakened elves, who had experienced 2 explosions and were barely alive. The spikes acted like straws, large amounts of blood and fluids from the elves. Within seconds, the elves pierced by the spikes seemed to have their bones dissolved, their body's essence completely drained, leaving only thin skin fluttering in the wind. As over 100 elves died, the wounds on the golden giant tree healed much faster. The large depression, originally about 20 to 30 meters wide, shrank to just over 10 meters in diameter. Reginald immediately understood what was happening. He knew that the elves and the original Mother Tree, Ganeshir, were essentially one. Now, the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir was occupying Ganeshir's body and could restore it by devouring the elves. Quick! Attack these roots emerging from the ground. Reginald shouted urgently. Help the elves escape. The farther away, the better. The Imperial experts quickly moved into action. Some rescued nearby elves, while others controlled flying mounts to attack the roots. Even Lambert and Moria, who had been guarding the airships, came down from their ships to join the attack on the Mother Tree's roots. After all, they had worked hard to create a good situation, and it couldn't be let go to the opponent for a comeback. Lhasa did not choose to attack the Void Mother Tree directly, but instead swapped positions with Reginald. He was responsible for distracting the Mother Tree cult's religious leader, Minna, while Reginald used magic to attack the Void Mother Tree Ganeshir from a distance. Even for Lhasa, who was called the Imperial Barrier, fighting the hundreds-meter-tall Void Mother Tree in close combat was too dangerous. But if he only needed to keep Minna busy, that was much easier. Once Reginald broke free from Minna's grip, he immediately started chanting loudly. He hadn't had a chance to use his Dawn Strike before, but after the Void Mother Tree was heavily damaged, the situation changed. His Dawn Strike now had a chance to be useful. He believed that even if his Dawn Strike couldn't seriously hurt the Void Mother Tree, it would still cause a lot of trouble for the enemy. Level 1 Witchcraft. Mud Technique. As Reginald chanted, the ground within a few hundred meters suddenly turned soft and muddy. Level 2 Witchcraft. Earthbind. The muddy ground became very sticky, and although the mother tree's many pale gold roots weren't completely restrained, their movement slowed down a lot. This gave many elves a chance to escape. Level 3 Witchcraft. Giant Stone Technique. Soon, a huge stone with a diameter of over 10 meters suddenly appeared in the air not far in front of Reginald. The spinning stone kept absorbing earth energy and was rapidly expanding. Level 4 Witchcraft. Earth Hand. Two large yellowish hands suddenly burst out of the ground, grabbing the now roughly 20-meter-wide giant stone, and appeared to be preparing to throw it with a slight backward tilt. Dawn Strike. Rock Throw. With the final chant finished, Reginald, the protector of the Empire known as Earth's Pulse, suddenly pointed at the golden giant tree ahead. Whoosh. Accompanied by a fierce howling wind, the two yellowish hands threw the giant stone like a comet. The stone, trailing a long tail of yellowish energy, shot rapidly toward Ganeshir, the Void Mother Tree. Seeing the situation, Ryan, who had just stabilized his stance, narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. He immediately began casting his newly mastered but already very skilled level 4 metal magic, Steel Thorn Forest. Because Ryan activated Dragon Soul Heavy Strike, his mental energy consumption doubled. A series of shiny, low bushes with metallic tips appeared, like a silver green belt, extending into the golden realm of the mother tree in the void, repeatedly striking the opponent from the other side. At once, Reginald's Earth-type Dawn Attack, Giant Rock Throw, and Ryan's level 4 metal magic, Steel Thorn Forest, hit the golden giant tree almost simultaneously. Suddenly, the golden giant tree suffered 2 new wounds, and the original injuries no longer healed. Ah! The painful groan of the mother tree Ganeshir echoed once again in everyone's hearts. Huh? Is my Dawn Attack, Giant Rock Throw, so powerful? Strange. What's going on? Or has the opponent's defense dropped significantly? Hearing the suffering cry of the mother tree Ganeshir, Reginald was slightly stunned, feeling puzzled. His original plan was just to cause some trouble for the opponent, but now it seemed that the effect of Giant Rock Throw was unexpectedly good. However, Reginald quickly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Since it was effective, he would seize the opportunity while the opponent was weak, take their life. With rich battle experience, Reginald was not someone hesitant. He swiftly took out a blue glowing potion from his pocket, drank it in one gulp, and immediately felt energized. He then cast his Earth-type Dawn Attack, Giant Rock Throw, once again at the golden giant tree. Meanwhile, Ryan, hearing the groan of the mother tree Ganeshir, naturally understood why. It was clear that his magic's real damage was working. His Dragon Soul Heavy Strike, boosted by a higher bloodline concentration, increased the proportion of real damage in all his magic attacks. Plus, he was now a level 4 Dawn Mage and had mastered the advanced meditation technique Iron Heart at the 4th level, further enhancing the power of his metal magic. He cast another level 4 metal spell. With multiple enhancements combined, the power of the real damage was now incomparable to when he was at his peak crystallization stage. However, the Dragon Soul Heavy Strike, as a secret weapon, is something Ryan currently does not want to reveal. After all, he has already shown enough of his cards this time. Everyone needs to keep some tricks up their sleeve. Therefore, when Reginald used his Earth-type Dawn Attack, Ryan activated the Dragon Soul Heavy Strike to work together. I didn't expect Reginald's Dawn Attack, Earthquake Pulse, to be so powerful. Minna naturally believed, like others, that Reginald, who just used the Dawn Attack, was the main cause of their deity's injuries. They had planned this mission carefully for years, and only 6 months ago, they began taking action. Just when they were close to success, everything fell apart. Minna was unwilling to accept this. No, I must create time for my lord to recover. Everyone, it's time to sacrifice for my lord. Minna shouted loudly. Despite being injured, he used his blood-green vines to entangle the Imperial barrier Lhasa, then quickly turned and charged at Reginald, who was again using his Earth Dawn Attack, Giant Rock Throw. Die? Minna pointed heavily at Reginald, and a blood-green energy beam shot toward the Earthquake Pulse Reginald. Ryan saw this too, froze for a moment, then quickly understood what was happening, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Could it be Reginald was taking the blame for himself? In this situation, Ryan couldn't just stand by. He first cast a steel armor spell on Reginald, then launched a Steel Thorns Forest attack at Minna. Minna didn't dodge. Instead, he crushed a ring and cast a shield-shaped level 4 defensive spell. Then he continued to cast spells at Reginald. He was determined to seriously hurt Reginald. Swish. A silver, metallic gloss thorn path grew straight toward Minna and suddenly erupted upward. Minna's blood-green shield shattered in less than half a second, and a sharp steel thorn pierced through his foot. If he hadn't chosen to dodge despite the risk of backlash from his magic, Minna would have been pierced through right now. But in an instant, Minna realized he was in big trouble. A sharp pain struck his soul, and for a moment, he felt as if his body was being torn in half. At that moment, he understood that this strange attack was what caused his deity to be severely injured. I mistook the person, but before he could recover from the pain, his half-stiff body was hit again with a terrible. A shining knight's sword pierced through his back, emerging from his chest and passing through his body. The attacker was Lhasa, the Imperial fortress, who had just broken free from blood-green vines and was chasing from behind. However, Lhasa was also confused because he didn't expect his sword to go in so smoothly, piercing through the stubborn Mother Tree cult leader Minna. Minna had just stiffened for at least half a second. Could it be that the spell backfired? Lhasa was puzzled. I won't accept this. Let's all die together. In that moment, Minna, knowing his life was ending, suddenly widened his eyes and looked fierce. Not good. Lhasa, the closest, immediately sensed danger. Just as he tried to retreat, Minna held tightly to his sword. Next second, boom. A loud explosion erupted, and a mushroom cloud rose instantly. At the same time, a familiar figure shot out like lightning from the cloud, crashing heavily onto the ground nearby. It was Lhasa, blood dripping from his nose and mouth, badly injured. Even though Lhasa was a seasoned epic-level fighter and called the Imperial Fortress, being so close to such a powerful explosion, he couldn't avoid injury. Fortunately, it was him. If it had been someone else, they might have been killed instantly. This scene made Rain feel a bit speechless. Did Lhasa take the hit for him? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, covering an area of several dozen miles. A giant golden tree, hundreds of meters tall, saw its roots wildly emerge from the ground. Even the main roots, thicker than a train, were pulled out from deep underground. These dense roots split into two large groups, forming two legs like those of a human. In just a few seconds, a huge humanoid ancient war tree appeared before everyone. It was clear that the void mother tree Ganeshir was in very poor condition. The wounds from the destroyer's self-destruction still had a diameter of over 10 meters and had not been healed.